A century ago, the nuclear crisis ravaged the people of Blue Star with the devastation of radioactive wastewater. Now, 100 years later, Blue Star teeters on the brink of collapse as the ocean survival game begins. Countries around the globe randomly transport tens of thousands into the oceanic world to survive. The chosen ones, upon acquiring resources in this underwater realm, will have their gains amplified 100-fold in the real world. Chen Fan, one of the selected, has just entered the ocean world when the activated system crashes. Yet, he is endowed with the ability to communicate with all living things and can salvage the system's legacy. Exclusive black technology. Super Shield. Immune to all physical attacks. Controlled nuclear fusion. Infinite energy, clean and pollution-free. Planet Engine. Propels Blue Star into the endless universe. Chapter 1. The system activates and crashes. In a parallel world, in the year 2123, during the summer solstice, Chen Fan searches the ravaged Earth for food to sustain himself and his sister, who relies on him. Approaching noon, he still finds nothing. A century ago, Sakura Nation dumped nuclear wastewater into the sea, causing mass extinction of marine life. This sparked severe protests from other nations, leading to a global war. In a frenzy, one country was the first to use nuclear weapons, prompting others with such capabilities to follow suit, resulting in near-total devastation for Blue Star. The population of billions dwindled to half in just 2 weeks. Water, land, and air pollution became rampant. After a century of recovery efforts, the situation remains unchanged. The people of the 9 provinces have united, pouring national resources into survival. Yet the population continues to plummet, now only 400 million, constantly teetering on the edge of collapse. Other nations face similar predicaments. Aside from superpowers like the beautiful nation, many smaller countries have already declared their extinction. 3 days and still nothing. Are Chen Fan and I really not going to survive this summer? Chen Fan muttered in frustration, tossing aside a rotten can of fish he had just found. Buzzed with a loud roar, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky, seemingly reflecting a vast ocean below. Following this, beams of light descended from above, one of which illuminated Chen Fan. What on earth is this? Chen Fan's face changed dramatically. This beam of light exuded a subtle pulling force, as if trying to draw him upwards, and the strength was only increasing. At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed in the ears of over 1 billion people on Blue Star. Blue Star is on the verge of collapse. Humanity is facing extinction. Only by entering the ocean world can there be a glimmer of hope. Every country will randomly select tens of thousands to enter the ocean world. The chosen ones will be bound to their nations, and the resources they acquire will be amplified 100-fold for their country. The ocean world is fraught with danger, rich in resources but filled with threats. The chosen ones must not only survive, but also gather more supplies in 5 minutes. The chosen ones will enter the ocean world with the option to go live or turn off the stream. Note: the ocean world is a challenge and a competition for all nations, is both an endpoint and a starting point. These words echoed in everyone's ears like a bolt from the blue. The fate of various countries was suddenly tied to a survival game. I can't believe I was chosen. Chen Fan realized, but what about Chen Fei? At this thought, Chen Fan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately dashed home. It was a small village nestled in the mountains, where only he and his sister remained. Though isolated from the world, it was still a warm place. If I leave, how will Chen Fei survive alone in this apocalypse? I don't care about any ocean survival. I only care about my sister. Damn it. Why did you have to choose me? But as seconds ticked by, the pull grew stronger, and Chen Fan found himself lifted off the ground, unable to move forward. Damn, he could even see Chen Fei rushing out of the village. But brother, the girl, despite her ragged clothes, had fair skin and delicate features, looking like a finely carved jade. She reached out her hand toward Chen Fan, shouting, I don't want you to go. Wait for me to come back. Chen Fan cursed in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. After throwing out those last 4 words, he vanished along with the beam of light. Detection of host's fatal condition. Activating system. System is attacking the ocean world firewall. Please wait. The system has breached the ocean world firewall and is transporting the host to the most dangerous yet opportunity-rich outer sea area. Please wait. Oh my God. What is that? The system is about to collapse and disintegrate, with parts fragmenting into various advanced technologies in the ocean world, becoming exclusive to the host. As Chen Fan entered the ocean world, he distinctly felt his descent change. Shortly after, the system's voice vanished, and with a loud thud, Chen Fan landed on a stone. Ouch! My back! He yelped in pain, and at the same time, an elderly voice echoed in his ears. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious and looked around, but found no one. Damn it, the system just arrived and already kicked the bucket. Did it self-destruct with the ocean world's firewall, or was it taken out by the ocean world? Surely I can't miss this chance for a rise to power? Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Overthinking won't help. Looking down, he saw a 2-meter square floating stone, which held nothing but a torn fishing net. All around him was an endless expanse of ocean. Although 150 countries and 1.5 million people had entered the ocean world, as far as the eye could see, there was only water. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through Chen Fan, and before him appeared a semi-transparent panel. At the bottom were 5 options: information, chat room, inventory, marketplace, and crafting. Chen Fan immediately opened the information section and took a quick look. Chosen 1. Chen Fan, Island Area. For square meters, skills. None. Weapon. None. Advanced technology. None. Can I even have skills? I wonder if this panel is unique to me or if all chosen ones have one. Chen Fan then opened the chat room. It seemed there was a mechanism similar to a newbie protection period, as only the national chat room was currently available. Everyone was chatting excitedly. Where is everyone? I'm feeling a bit scared. How did I suddenly become a chosen one? I am terrified. I'm totally lost. Right now, I can only explore on my own. We're all in the same boat here. If anyone figures things out, please share. I am scared. I don't want to drag my country down. I just want to go home. With a total of 10,000 people, everyone looked bewildered. In the face of this unknown world, all they felt was curiosity mixed with fear and nothing more. In the inventory, there was nothing. The marketplace was where everyone could trade various items. The crafting section was where various items could be created, but it required blueprints. It seemed that no matter what I need, I must first obtain the blueprints and materials to make it. Do I need to use this broken fishing net on the floating island to salvage these items? But in this vast ocean, where are the resources? Feeling frustrated and thinking of Chen Fei alone and whether she could survive, a wave of negative emotions surged in Chen Fan's heart, and he couldn't help but kick the floating stone beneath him. Damn it. My back. Almost simultaneously, an elderly voice came through. Who? Chen Fan's expression changed, and he immediately scanned his surroundings with caution. It's me, your floating grandpa. The voice grew increasingly irritable. This time, Chen Fan finally understood it was the floating stone beneath his feet that was speaking. Chapter 2. Do you have a shield? That's advanced technology. You're just a stone, and you can actually talk? Chen Fan asked incredulously. This is too amazing. Is that so strange? The old floating stone replied irritably. You just landed on me and hurt my back. How am I supposed to chat about life with the younger floating stones now? Chen Fan's mouth twitched. This floating stone is quite something. Here they come. Salvage me. Salvage me. I have cans. I have cans. Cans? That's nothing. I have shields. I have shields. Shields. At that moment, a series of faint voices echoed, and after searching carefully, Chen Fan discovered that some half-meter square yellow wooden boxes were drifting from a distance. The wooden boxes can talk. However, according to the rules of ocean survival, he needed to salvage these items. As he acquired resources, his country would also receive corresponding supplies, and they could potentially gain a 100-fold increase. With that thought in mind, Chen Fan no longer hesitated. He picked up the broken fishing net and cast it out. Although his technique was not perfect, he still managed to catch one wooden box. As Chen Fan watched the floating stones almost brush past the cluster of wooden boxes, he didn't have time to check what was inside the boxes he had retrieved and immediately continued to fish them out. By the time the cluster of boxes drifted out of reach, Chen Fan had managed to pull up 3 wooden boxes. Old floating stone. Aren't you going to hurry up and take me to chase those boxes? Chen Fan said anxiously. They're about to get away. I go with the flow. Why should I chase anything? Old floating stone replied irritably. You think I'm going to let you boss me around after you've already messed up my back? I haven't even settled that score with you yet. His words left Chen Fan speechless, and he had no choice but to give up for the moment and start opening the boxes. With a thought, the boxes transformed into 3 wooden planks, and the contents inside appeared before Chen Fan's eyes. 2 cans of fish, 1 bottle of mineral water, food and water. The second box contained 3 wooden planks, 1 loaf of bread. The third box was the one that had been boasting about having a shield. Perhaps it was something a female chosen one could use. He could trade it for other items. Thinking this, he opened it directly. 1 super shield. The super shield can protect the floating stone within it, making it immune to all physical attacks for half an hour. Damn, I was thinking wrong. I thought it would be something exclusive for Busta Girls, but it turned out to be a shield. I remember when the system collapsed, it mentioned that the fragments had turned into various pieces of black technology. It seems this super shield is also a piece of black tech. Regardless, it can at least temporarily withstand some attacks from sea beasts, which isn't too bad. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately took out the bread and started eating. He hadn't eaten for 3 days and was on the verge of starvation. He never expected to find food so easily after being pulled into this ocean world surely. Heaven was looking out for him. On Blue Star, countries were closely monitoring the chosen ones who had already started their live broadcasts. The higher-ups in the 9 provinces were investigating the identities of these 10,000 chosen ones. No matter who they were all heroes of the nation and must be remembered. While everyone was concerned about the circumstances of their respective chosen ones, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Chen Fan from the 9 provinces has obtained 2 cans of fish, 1 bottle of mineral water, 9 wooden planks, and 1 loaf of bread. These 4 items will amplify the 9 provinces by 100 times. In an instant, all the people from the 9 provinces erupted with excitement. Oh my God, he got so many things so quickly. Who is Chen Fan? Is he just lucky or really strong? Chen Fan isn't live streaming, so we don't know his situation, he's just lucky. 100 times amplification, our 9 provinces will surely rise. In contrast, other countries were shocked, but filled with jealousy and disdain. He's just lucky. What's so impressive about that? He might be taken down tomorrow. Exactly. Our beautiful country has sent several elite members of the Sea Dog Special Forces, and we will dominate the ocean world later on. 9 provinces people are just East Asian sick men. As comments from netizens around the world poured in, a fierce online battle quickly erupted. As the head of the Jojo Nation looked at the supplies before him. He could hardly believe it. In less than an hour, the amount of food and wood had increased 100-fold, which was incredibly exciting. After all, following the end of the nuclear war, all the trees had been destroyed and the land was nearly devoid of greenery. These wooden planks were nothing short of hope. Chosen One Chen Fan has unlocked a bug-level black technology. Super Shield, 1 Super Shield, 100-fold increase, can protect the territory within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, duration half an hour. At the same time, a voice echoed in the head of state's ear. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before him, displaying an inventory containing 100 super shields. The head of state trembled, pinching his own thigh in disbelief. This felt like a dream. Although countries were facing collapse, those major powers still eyed Jojo covetously, and he suspected that many of them still possessed nuclear weapons, posing a significant threat to Jojo. Now, having access to a black technology that could immunize against all physical attacks essentially placed Jojo in an invulnerable position. Moreover, since this voice had only appeared in his ear and had specifically provided him with a virtual panel, it indicated that this black technology was known only to him. Head of state. About these items at this moment, a high-ranking official interrupted the head of state, who was still in a state of excitement. Issue a nationwide announcement to temporarily store the food and distribute it only when the resources obtained by the chosen ones are sufficient, ensuring that every citizen receives food and water. The head of state immediately commanded. Additionally, investigate Chen Fan right away and swiftly bring his family to the capital. Yes, the official saluted the head of state and hurried off to execute the orders. The head of state then examined the virtual panel, which only contained a chat room, an inventory, and a synthesis area. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message in the chat room. Is Chen Fan here? At that moment, Chen Fan had just closed the chat room. Compared to other chosen ones, it seemed he had received special treatment from the system, arriving in a dangerous yet bountiful sea area, which was why he encountered the cluster of wooden boxes right away. Other chosen ones hadn't even grasped the rules yet, let alone salvaged any wooden boxes. Moreover, he had specifically asked in the chat room and confirmed that hearing the voices of floating stones and wooden boxes was a unique ability granted to him, likely bestowed during the system's collapse. However, the system initially said this sea area was dangerous, but it doesn't seem that perilous, Chen Fan mused, stroking his chin with a hint of skepticism. Curse Crow's mouth, could you please stop talking? Just as he finished speaking, Old Floating Stone shouted angrily, a shark is coming. Chen Fan froze, and sure enough, he spotted a triangular dorsal fin rapidly approaching him. Chapter 3, Confronting the Shark and Trading the Club. Run, damn it, why aren't you running? Chen Fan anxiously paced in circles. I don't have legs. How can I run? Old Fusher replied irritably. Just go up and fight it. If you win, you eat it. If it wins, it eats you. Damn it. Chen Fan kicked Fusher hard out of frustration. My waist. Old Fusher screamed, his voice reminiscent of a eunuch from a royal palace. The super shield was hard-earned and shouldn't be used lightly, but at the moment, he didn't have the strength to confront it, and if he didn't act, he'd probably be done for. As the shark was about to crash into Fusher, judging by Fusher's weight and shape, it was likely to flip over. In a moment of desperation, Chen Fan activated the super shield. Bang! At the same time, the shark crashed into Fusher, causing him to shake violently. My head. The next second, the shark let out a scream. Can sharks talk? Chen Fan was taken aback. You can understand me? The shark revealed its small eyes. Still not jumping down so I can have a feast? You can keep crashing. Is your head made of dough? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Get down here. Keep crashing. Get down. Crash. I'll smash you. After some back and forth, the shark, filled with rage, charged at Fusher again, causing it to scream in pain as a large bump formed on its forehead. Just wait. After circling Fusher 5 or 6 times, the shark, like a little thug, spat out a harsh remark before turning to leave. Finally, safe for the moment, Chen Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of security with the transparent shield. If he could retract it after use, he'd be invincible. Thinking this, Chen Fan immediately tried it out. And sure enough, he was able to retract the super shield. He glanced at his inventory. Super shield, 27 minutes. No wonder it was called high-tech by the system. This was at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star's technology, truly a piece of black technology. Just thinking about it made him happy. As the sky gradually darkened, the ocean temperature dropped below 10 degrees. Giving himself a hug, Chen Fan looked around. The sea would likely be even colder at night. So getting some warm supplies was the priority. There are people. Catch me. I have blocks. I have pictures. I have food. Just as he was thinking, he heard some faint sounds. It turned out that 5 or 6 wooden boxes were floating over. Chen Fan's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the fishing net to start scooping them up. Even though the boxes were competing to get his attention, Chen Fan made sure to collect them all evenly. What a haul. 18 wooden planks, 5 cans of fish, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 pieces of floating stone, and 1 blueprint for a wooden house. Meanwhile, a voice echoed across Blue Star once again. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained 18 wooden planks, 5 cans of fish, and 3 bottles of mineral water, with a 100-fold increase in Jiuzhou. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was once again thrown into an uproar. Just 3 hours had passed, and this guy named Chen Fan had managed to acquire so much food and water. His luck was unbelievable. It's worth noting that even with all the chosen ones from other countries combined, none had managed to salvage as much as Chen Fan. If this continues, wouldn't Jiuzhou leave other countries far behind? Some major powers had already begun to secretly plot certain strategies. It was said that the wooden box contained a blueprint for building a wooden house. This was almost like a wish coming true. Just when Chen Fan was worried about how to keep warm, he could create a wooden house and solve everything. Taking a glance at the wooden house blueprint, he noted that it required 50 wooden planks to build, but he currently only had 27. He needed to gather the remaining planks quickly, either by waiting for more wooden boxes to drift by or trading with other chosen ones, rather than waiting for luck. Chen Fan decided to take the initiative and open the trading panel, which was currently empty. He guessed that not many people had salvaged good items yet. He checked the public chat room. I'm so hungry, thirsty, and tired. A shark was swimming nearby just now. Luckily, it didn't crash into my floating island, or I would have been eaten. Can someone give me some water? I'm about to die of thirst. Everyone can use broken fishing nets to salvage floating wooden boxes. There's a high probability that they'll contain food. Chen Fan's expression shifted. Indeed, someone had managed to salvage a wooden box. Immediately, he divided the fish from his 3 cans into 9 portions, trading 1 portion for 3 wooden planks. To the people in the chat room, this felt like a small earthquake. Everyone, look, someone is trading food for wooden planks. I saw that too. 1 portion of food is only 100 G. Yet it costs 3 wooden planks to trade. Doesn't that seem a bit steep? You don't understand. In the vast, unending ocean, food and water are the most important. If I had wooden planks, I would definitely trade. Soon, 5 portions of fish had been traded away, and the prospects were looking good. Just then, someone sent him a private message. Boss, I don't have any wooden planks. Can I trade you something else? No wooden planks meant they hadn't salvaged any boxes. What could they offer in exchange? Curious, Chen Fan asked. What do you have? The other party quickly placed a 1-meter-long spiked club in the trading area. I'll trade this spiked club for a can of fish and a bottle of mineral water. A spiked club? Chen Fan was taken aback. What kind of job did this guy have that he brought a spiked club with him when he was transported? However, in this perilous ocean world, a spiked club was indeed a good self-defense tool. At least it could fend off sharks, if not kill them. However, Chen Fan quickly replied, I can trade you a can of fish, but a bottle of mineral water is out of the question. You know how precious water is in the ocean world. It's worth many times more than food. That spiked bat is a great weapon for self-defense. And if I hadn't been starving for days, I definitely wouldn't be trading with you. The other party responded immediately, that's not my concern. You can decide for yourself. Chen Fan dropped this remark and placed a can of fish in the trade slot. Even though everyone needs to unite for the sake of the country, that unity must be based on a foundation of sufficient resources. Right now, everyone is struggling to take care of themselves, so it's better to be a bit selfish. Almost a minute passed before the other party finally accepted the trade. Chen Fan quickly clicked to confirm, gripping the spiked bat in his hand. It's 80 centimeters long, weighs about 5 kilograms, and has 30 centimeters of 2 centimeter long spikes on the front, making it feel incredibly powerful when swung. Now, if that shark comes back, he'll be ready to take it on. Just as he was thinking this, he received a private message. He glanced at it and was surprised to see it was from someone sharing the same name as his country's leader. Excuse me, are you Chen Fan? Chapter for the name Chen Fan isn't exactly auspicious. I initially didn't want to respond, but since I share a name with the national leader, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse. I replied with a token acknowledgement. Upon receiving Chen Fan's response, the national leader felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected his tentative inquiry to yield a reply. After all, in just a few hours, the only chosen one capable of gathering so many resources was Chen Fan. The national leader immediately responded, I am the leader of the Jiuzhou nation. Thank you for your contributions to Jiuzhou, especially for acquiring advanced technology that belongs solely to our nation. This will play a crucial role in Jiuzhou's rise. Chen Fan was taken aback. Receiving a message from the national leader while in the ocean world was simply unbelievable. However, this also meant, you're too kind. As a chosen one, serving my country is my first principle. I will continue to discover other advanced technologies that belong only to me and Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou will undoubtedly become the only technological power to rise from the wasteland of Blue Star. After boasting about his value, Chen Fan shifted the conversation. However, I have one request, and I hope you can grant it. Just say the word. The national leader responded with a smile. I have a younger sister named Chen Fei. We've always relied on each other. Now that I am in the ocean world, she might not survive without me. I kindly ask that you send someone to take care of her. This way, I can focus entirely on surviving in the ocean, Chen Fan replied hastily. She is in Dongzhou, in the village of Shitai, and she should be the only one there. Not a problem. I will issue orders right away to bring her to the capital and take good care of her, the national leader replied before immediately giving the command. What a pleasant surprise. The only person Chen Fan was worried about was finally taken care of. Now, without any concerns, he could fully commit to his endeavors. During their private conversation, 2 more cans of fish were traded, and he was close to being able to build a small wooden house. Meanwhile, there were many private messages coming in, but these individuals had no resources and were planning to sponge off him. One male chosen one even suggested a video call, offering to perform a striptease in exchange for a can of fish, which infuriated Chen Fan enough to block him immediately. I'd rather watch a woman dance. What is the point of watching a man? Am I gay? With only 2 wooden planks left, he could finally construct the wooden house, but as night fell, those last 2 cans of fish remained unsold. It seemed that out of the thousands of chosen ones, only a handful had actually managed to fish out wooden crates. However, there was another possibility. They might know the plank's value and were unwilling to trade. Old floating stone, hurry up and help me find some wooden crates. If I freeze to death tonight, you won't have any purpose for existing. Chen Fan couldn't help but urge. Didn't you say to leave it be? Floating stone can only go with the flow. I can't float on my own. Old floating stone replied grumpily. You could give me a propeller, and I'd take you to the sky. Damn it. Unless I have a twitch, I don't want to deal with old floating stone anymore. This guy is just a freeloader. As Chen Fan glanced at the virtual panel, he realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, a notification chimed, and his expression shifted. It's done. The 8th can of fish had been sold, and with 51 wooden planks, he could now acquire a small wooden house. Without hesitation, Chen Fan placed the wooden house blueprint and 50 wooden planks into the crafting slot. A flash of light appeared, and a wooden house emerged on the floating stone. Measuring 2 meters by 2 meters, Chen Fan was instantly enveloped by the house, but then he was taken aback. The entire floating stone was only 2 meters square, and now it was completely filled by the wooden house, leaving him surrounded by wood on 3 sides. How was he supposed to fish for wooden crates now? Fortunately, he still had 2 more floating stones, which he could merge into the floating island to increase its area. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan used both floating stones, and the island instantly expanded to 2 meters by 3 meters, giving him a total of 6 square meters. Finally, you've done something useful. making my floating island bigger. Otherwise, with this wooden house on me, I'd be flipping over and dunking it in the water. The old floating stone suddenly remarked in a gloomy tone. Old floating stone. You're pretty impressive. Just then, a younger voice chimed in. Go ahead and flip over. Let us see if Chen Fan agrees. The wooden house was speaking to. What? This kid's name is Chen Fan. The old floating stone suddenly screamed like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Isn't it okay for me to be called Chen Fan? Chen Fan replied irritably. This is the damn ocean, with you sinking and flipping around. That name is just bad luck. The old floating stone yelled. You should be called Floating Steady. You can float on the sea and stay stable. Are you out of your mind? Chen Fan was getting a headache from all this. Shut up. The old floating stone was not only troublesome but also superstitious. Hee hee. Look at the old floating stone getting flustered. The wooden house chuckled gleefully. As night fell, the old floating stone declared, Floating Master is going to sleep now. With a cold snort, it fell silent. Now that I've made the wooden house, why didn't it boost my stats in the 9 provinces? Chen Fan, leaning against the wooden house, suddenly asked in confusion. The boost is for materials salvaged from the ocean, not for crafted items, the wooden house immediately replied. Even the salvaged materials have selective boosts. You'll understand that later. I'm a chosen one, and yet you, a wooden house, understand more than I do. Chen Fan was astonished. I was created by the rules, so I understand a bit more. The wooden house chuckled mischievously. Stop laughing. Don't you think your laughter is a bit lewd? Chen Fan's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Hey, harder. Suck harder. Just as he said that, the old floating stone began to make bizarre sounds. Yes, that's the spot. Hee. Old floating stone, are you an idiot? Chen Fan was furious. Your sounds are even more lewd than the wooden house's laughter. What are you thinking? It's an octopus. The octopus is using its suckers to hold onto my body underwater. The old floating stone quickly explained. Oh, he's so good. An octopus. Chen Fan's expression shifted. How big was the octopus, and where was it located? This was like food delivering itself right to his doorstep. It was just beneath the wooden cabin, with 8 tentacles, each about a meter long. Old Fusher replied. This octopus was no small catch. He wondered if the fishing net could even bring it up. The key issue was that he couldn't dive in just yet, as the shark that had attacked him might be lurking nearby, waiting for him to enter the water. After some thought, Chen Fan decided to tentatively cast the fishing net, wondering if luck would be on his side. Was it a stroke of good fortune? Just as he cast the net, he wondered if the octopus was planning to leave, only to find itself caught in the net. Chen Fan immediately pulled up, but felt his hands grow heavy as the octopus yanked the net down with force. My temper. Chen Fan exclaimed, quickly increasing his effort to pull up, only to be astonished by the octopus's strength. It was so powerful that he felt as if he might be pulled into the water himself. Chapter 5, Shark Attack? Is someone sacrificed? This octopus is incredibly strong. Chen Fan muttered in surprise. Surviving in the wasteland while also taking care of his sister had given him a physique of solid muscle. Pulling 100 kilograms was child's play for him. Yet here he was, struggling against an octopus? You old devil, let go of me. Do you believe I'll poke you to death with my tentacles? The voice of the octopus echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Oh, you dare to resist? Chen Fan chuckled. The more you resist, the more excited I get. With that, he exerted even more strength. The shark is coming. Put in some effort, will you? At the same time, old Floating Stone chimed in, a grown man outmatched by an octopus? I disdain you. Come on, if you're so capable. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Fan stared in disbelief. However, seeing the triangular dorsal fin of the shark in the distance, he gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might to wrestle the octopus up. He then tightened his grip on the spiked club and smashed it down onto the octopus's head, which instantly began to change colors. With a swift motion, he tossed the octopus along with the fishing net into the wooden cabin, gripping the club tightly and fixing a cold stare on the shark. It's time to settle things with this guy. After all, he had a whole night ahead of him, and no one knew when this creature would attack. There was no way he could stay awake all night just watching the shark. Kid, with that club, what damage do you think you can inflict on me? The shark grinned. Looks like your defenses are down. Just let me have my meal. With that, the shark lunged at the floating stone. Chen Fan gripped the club tightly and swung down with all his strength. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the spiked club struck the shark's head, causing it to let out a pained scream and turn to flee. However, the spikes from the club had embedded themselves in the shark's head, and as it swam away, it dragged the floating island along with it. In an instant, the massive floating island was whisked away by the shark at a speed nearly reaching 50 kilometers per hour. Oh my god, this is too fast. It's so exhilarating. I'm getting seasick. The wooden cabin couldn't help but scream. Chen Fan, make it stop. I'm going to throw up. What are you even talking about, wooden cabin? You can't throw up. Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Right. It's thrilling for sure. This feels like flying. I love it. Old Floating Stone also screamed, sounding like it was having the time of its life. Shut up, Chen Fan said with a dark expression, his mind racing as he considered his options. He couldn't let go, otherwise. The weapon he had traded so hard for would be lost. Jumping off the floating stone was also a bad idea. Who knew where he might end up? What if a few more sharks showed up? Did he even want to live then? Looking around, Chen Fan spotted the fishing net and the octopus he had knocked out. He quickly pulled the net over with his foot and, after a lot of effort, managed to cast it with one hand. Fortunately, it finally landed on the shark's head, allowing Chen Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. With all his strength, he yanked the spiked club free. Blood sprayed everywhere as the shark let out a howl. What the hell, you pain in the neck. If you hadn't targeted me, I wouldn't be in this mess. Chen Fan had no sympathy. One hand gripped the fishing net while the other swung the spiked club mercilessly at the shark's head. The shark screamed in agony, thrashing its tail and causing the floating stones to shake violently. The old floating stone cursed in frustration. Why hasn't the shark been smashed to bits yet? My back. Oh no. You asked for it, didn't you? Keep thrashing like that. The wooden hut erupted in laughter. You've taken up most of my space and still dare to mock me? Do you want me to explode in anger and take us both down with me? Come at me, and let us see who gets torn apart first. Are you challenging me? Chen Fan was furious, and with a loud shout, he struck the shark's eye again from the side. The shark's speed finally slowed down, and it sank helplessly into the sea. This guy. Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he dropped the spiked club and tightened his grip on the fishing net, beginning to pull it up. This was an E-class mackerel shark, weighing around 300 pounds. Thankfully, due to the buoyancy of the water, Chen Fan managed to haul it up onto the floating stones. He then plopped down inside the wooden hut, gasping for air. The shark was only 2 meters long, relatively small for its kind. Yet it still took him a monumental effort to take it down. What would he do if he encountered a larger shark? The thought of the unknown dangers lurking in the ocean made Chen Fan's head spin. Don't think too far ahead. Focus on the present. The old floating stone suddenly interjected. It's too heavy. We're about to be level with the sea. Aren't you worried that a wave might come and sweep you away tonight? Chen Fan frowned, realizing that the top layer of the floating stone was now only a fist's distance from the water's surface. If he went any deeper, even retrieving a wooden box would cause it to sink. There wasn't even time to dismember the shark. After delivering a final blow to the octopus, Chen Fan quickly tossed both it and the shark into his inventory, allowing the floating stone to slowly rise again. It seemed he needed to increase the area of the floating stone to truly turn it into a floating island before he could do anything else. The journey ahead was long and arduous. Not thinking about it anymore, with the shark threat eliminated, he could finally catch some sleep. Just then, he heard voices echoing from above. Tom Lux from Beautiful Country, killed by a shark. Hanako Maikawa from Cherry Blossom Country, strangled by an octopus. Tom Lux from Bear Country, killed by a shark. In Dongbang Country, a contestant was attacked by a shark, losing a leg. For a moment, everyone on Blue Star was in shock. On just the first day, there were already casualties in various countries. This ocean survival challenge is incredibly brutal. The citizens of each nation grew furious. These bastards. Why provoke marine creatures for no reason? Shouldn't they be focused on protecting themselves first? Fortunately, every country had a chosen one who perished. And our Dongbang country fared relatively well. Each nation had tens of thousands of chosen ones, so losing one or two is not a big deal. Finally, the spotlight turned to Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan has killed a shark. The fresh shark carcass will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan has killed a giant octopus. The fresh giant octopus carcass will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. This announcement struck like a thunderclap across the dark night sky, causing everyone to shudder in disbelief. Chapter 6. Who is Chen Fan, really? The people of Jiuzhou were instantly invigorated, their sleepiness vanishing. My goodness, while others were either killed or injured, he managed to fight back against sharks and giant octopuses. Who exactly is this Chen Fan? He is incredibly powerful. It seems like we haven't seen him live streaming today at all. Thank heaven for Jiuzhou. Having a powerhouse like Chen Fan emerge gives us hope for our rise. Other countries were not only shocked, but also furious. Their keyboards clattering loudly. There must be some kind of conspiracy. The East Asian sick man of Jiuzhou couldn't possibly just enter the ocean world and kill sharks with his bare hands. Our special forces seem to have a member injured by a shark. How can this Chen Fan be even stronger than our elite troops? I refuse to accept this. Why is it that our chosen one was killed, while Jiuzhou's chosen one can turn the tables? They must have bribed someone behind the scenes in this game. They must have. All nations were discussing Chen Fan. The national leader stared at the pile of sharks and octopuses in the square, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Once upon a time, he had worried endlessly about the food supply for his people. But he never expected that on the first day of survival at sea, Chen Fan would give him such a huge surprise. Leader, how should we handle this food? A senior official stepped forward, suppressing his excitement to ask. Mix the sharks and octopuses together, add water and coarse grains, and make canned food. The leader replied after a moment of thought. Immediately send people to start production overnight. We aim to have 1 can of fish for every citizen of Jiuzhou by tomorrow night. Understood. The official's voice echoed through the night as he rushed to give orders. The sound of the casualty list kept ringing in Chen Fan's ears, making him feel a bit emotional. It seemed that every chosen one had encountered shark or octopus attacks, since he was in a more dangerous outer sea area. Both the octopuses and sharks had come after him. All he could do was thank the mace. Just say it out loud if you want to express your gratitude. Don't keep it to yourself. Suddenly, the mace said with annoyance. I want to appreciate it if you keep it to yourself. The mace can talk. All right, I'm grateful to have you. Chen Fan immediately replied. I'm going to sleep now. We'll fight together again tomorrow. Sure, I accept your thanks. The mace said contentedly. Old floating stone, don't forget to stay vigilant. I'm going to sleep. No time for that. What the heck? Chen Fan, I'll help you keep watch. You just rest well inside me. Inside you? Hearing the words from the wooden hut, Chen Fan couldn't help but smirk. Why does that sound so awkward? Agreeing. Chen Fan quickly assembled a makeshift wooden bed with some planks. Lying on the bed, he glanced at the messages in the public chat. I've been bitten by a shark. Can someone give me some hemostatic medicine or bandages? I can trade wood planks for them. The first day was so brutal. How are we supposed to survive from here on out? If I hadn't been lying still on the floating stone, I'd probably already be a shark-esque dinner. Is there anyone who can send me some food? I've been hungry all day and can't even sleep. Everyone was complaining. Most people had nothing to show for their efforts today. They were just wondering if the wooden crates would respawn after midnight. Forget it for now. Time to sleep. Awe in his dazed state, Chen Fan heard a wailing sound that startled him awake. He quickly realized it was old Fu Shi howling. What the hell is wrong with you? It's early morning and you're already moaning. Chen Fan scowled, glancing at the time on the panel. It was only 6 in the morning. I'm just warming up my voice. Don't you think old Fu sings beautifully? Old Fu Shi retorted, annoyed. Do you understand art? Do you have an artistic sensibility? I understand your sister. Chen Fan picked up his spiked club and slammed it down on the stone surface. My back. Old Fu Shi yelped as if someone had stepped on his tail. Hee hee hee. The wooden house laughed maliciously. Ignoring it, Chen Fan took out a can of fish and a bottle of mineral water to eat. Although he had caught some food yesterday, after consumption, he was left with only 2 cans of fish and 3 bottles of water. He had to make them last. After filling up, Chen Fan immediately used his decomposition ability on the shark and giant octopus he had caught, yielding shark skin 1, shark tooth 1, shark meat 200, octopus meat 100. This decomposition feature was quite useful. It saved a lot of energy. Nice. There's a human. Brothers, let's go. I have meat. Come get me. I have stuff. I have stuff. Without waiting to put the shark meat on the trading post, several wooden crates floated over. Could Chen Fan disappoint them? He immediately started fishing them out. The broken fishing net may not look great, but it was practical, and soon he had pulled all the wooden crates up. He opened them right away. Canned pork 1. Metal sheets 2. Barbecue grill blueprint 1. Wooden planks 2. Cloth 2. Plastic 2. Mineral water 1. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan has obtained canned pork 1. Mineral water 1. Wooden planks 2. Metal sheets 2. Plastic 2. 5 items in total, and the 9 provinces will receive a 100-fold increase. Many commoners were just waking up when they heard the announcement of Chen Fan's new haul, instantly getting excited. Although other chosen ones had also salvaged some supplies. Only Chen Fan consistently surprised everyone. I really hope to see his live stream and find out how he does it. This was incredible. He even found a blueprint for a barbecue grill. Couldn't that mean he could have a seafood barbecue feast? Perfect. He immediately placed the barbecue grill blueprint in the crafting section. To make the grill, he needed 20 metal sheets, but he only had 2. It looked like he would have to trade some shark meat. With that thought, Chen Fan quickly started listing his supplies. Considering he was in a newbie protection zone and this outer sea area only had chosen ones from the 9 provinces, he set reasonable prices. Each portion of shark meat could be traded for just 2 basic supplies. This is incredible news for the chosen ones. And the chat room is practically buzzing with excitement. Everyone hurry to the exchange and grab some shark meat. Boss Chen Fan is giving us a treat. Just 2 basic supplies for 1 portion of shark meat. But shark meat doesn't taste good and has a weird smell. I don't want to eat it. Stop being picky. Look at where we are. Do you really think you can eat gourmet food on Blue Star? Meanwhile, many freeloaders are privately messaging Chen Fan, asking for some shark meat, and some are even requesting bottled water, which leaves Chen Fan speechless. Even if the chosen ones from Jiuzhou want to band together for warmth, I'm offering the most essential food at such a low price, and you're still not satisfied? Chen Fan decided to close the chat room, even missing messages from the national leader. Oh no, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. At that moment, old Fusher suddenly screamed, Chen Fan, paddle, run. Another shark? Chen Fan exclaimed, immediately gripping his wolf-tooth club tightly. Chapter 7. The bronze treasure chest wants to pull off the empty city plan again? It's just a chest. Where is it? 12 o'clock. Just 2 meters away from me. Could it be underwater? It's not a wooden box? It's right underneath me, brushing against my body, so slippery. It's about to come out. Old Floating Stone let out a strange cry. To describe a chest passing through your body like this is quite something. Chen Fan was speechless. He turned around to the other side and jumped directly onto the wooden hut, casting down a net. A heavy feeling hit him. He caught it. It was a bronze chest, about the same size as a wooden box but weighing around 10 pounds more. No wonder it was level with the sea surface. If Old Floating Stone hadn't reminded him, he would have missed it. Please spare me. I have nothing, just an empty chest. The bronze chest opened. Well, you won't know until you open it. Chen Fan chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and immediately opened the bronze chest. A windproof lighter one, 500 uses. Wow, my goodness. What the heck? The bronze chest let out a mournful cry as Chen Fan dismantled it into 3 metal pieces. No wonder it was a bronze chest. The items it produced were indeed different. Just as he was planning to have a barbecue, a lighter showed up. ISNT, that just incredible luck? But since there are wooden boxes and bronze chests, could there be silver boxes and gold boxes as well? Wouldn't the items inside be even better? I wonder when the system will allow me to obtain the second piece of black technology after dismantling this one. Chen Fan, you just crushed my hair. Just as he was getting excited, the wooden hut suddenly spoke in a mournful tone. How can you just jump onto me without a word? The floating island is still too small. The wooden hut took up 4 square meters, leaving only 2 square meters. If something really happened, it wouldn't be enough to move around. He couldn't possibly set up the barbecue grill inside the wooden hut, could he? Thinking of all this, Chen Fan immediately sent a message in the chat room. Collecting floating stones. 1 floating stone can be exchanged for 5 portions of octopus meat, or 10 portions of shark meat. As soon as the message was sent, the chat room that had been filled with complaints suddenly exploded. Is 4 square meters of floating island not big enough? Is Boss Chen planning to expand the floating island? 5 portions of octopus meat? That's an enormous temptation. Unfortunately, I don't have any floating stones. I only have wooden planks, and I've already traded them at the exchange. Hey bro, I want to trade with you. I have 2 floating stones. Willing to trade for 5 units of octopus meat, or 10 units of shark meat. Soon, a private message caught Chen Fan's attention. Looking at the 2 floating stones in the trade bar, Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Did you salvage a bronze chest? What bronze chest? Zhang Xingjie replied in confusion. I just took 2 floating stones off the floating island. Wow, this guy is impressive, risking it all for food. Are you sure you want to trade with me? Chen Fan replied immediately. Hurry up, I'm starving. Zhang Xingjie said impatiently, I just want to eat. Without hesitation, Chen Fan completed the trade with him. After checking the exchange, Chen Fan saw that a portion of the shark meat had already been traded. He still needed 6 metal pieces to synthesize the barbecue grill, so he was getting close. Once he finished his tasks, Chen Fan finally found the chat window with the national leader, who had sent a few messages earlier that morning. Along with photos of Chen Fei enjoying breakfast in the capital, dressed in a new outfit, Chen Fan was overjoyed. The efficiency of the country was indeed impressive. In just one night, they had found Chen Fei and brought her over, allowing him to finally let go of the worry that had been weighing on his mind. Hey, are you there? How are you doing in the ocean world? Are you hurt? Just then, Chen Fei sent a message in the chat, expressing her concern. I'm so worried about you. Don't worry, little sister, I'm doing great. You don't need to be concerned. Chen Fan replied excitedly, even sending a selfie through the chat, wishing they had video functionality for more convenience. That's good to hear. Take care of yourself, okay, big brother? Chen Fei responded, finally feeling reassured. Don't worry about me. I'll never have to live a life of hunger and cold again. After chatting for a while, the national leader asked, Chen Fan, why haven't you started a live stream? It would be great for everyone to see how you're surviving, boost national confidence, and strike a blow against foreign arrogance. I haven't had a chance yet. Let me look into it later, Chen Fan quickly replied. However, even in the resource-rich sea area, with wooden crates plentiful, he still hadn't encountered many. Should he take the initiative? If he crafted a paddle, could it really propel such a large floating island? That was a question. With nothing pressing at the moment, Chen Fan browsed the chat room, and one message caught him off guard. Boss, can I trade a crafting blueprint for a bottle of mineral water? What crafting blueprint could possibly be worth a bottle of water? Don't you know that water resources are the most precious right now? Chen Fan replied. A sail crafting blueprint, the other person responded. That's a good item. I was just thinking that moving the floating island with a paddle might be difficult. And here comes the sail, almost faster than delivery. But Chen Fan still replied, I don't really need the sail crafting blueprint right now. It looks like making a boat is at least a few months away. By then, I might have found the sail crafting blueprint myself. This is the most valuable thing I can offer right now. I can throw in a piece of buoyant stone, the other person quickly replied. 200 milliliters of mineral water and 5 pieces of shark meat, Chen Fan countered. I need the buoyant stone. And the sail crafting blueprint isn't very useful to me right now, so consider it my support for you. Okay, thank you. After 3 seconds of silence, the other person placed the items in the trade slot. Chen Fan immediately clicked to accept the trade, afraid the other party would change their mind. This was a big win. He placed the sail crafting blueprint into the synthesis slot and checked the requirements. 1 shark skin, 20 wooden planks, and 20 fabric pieces. With the items he had traded for, he had everything he needed. Once he crafted it and installed it on the wooden house, it would be absolutely perfect. But for now, he decided to wait until he crafted the paddle first. As noon approached, Chen Fan quickly set up a barbecue grill, placing it temporarily on the pumice stone in front of the wooden cabin. He ignited some wooden planks underneath, and then placed a pound of octopus meat on top. While turning the octopus on the grill, Chen Fan finally started his live stream. The stream was one way. Viewers on Blue Star could see everything Chen Fan did outside the cabin. But he couldn't see any interface, seemingly unaffected by whether he was live or not. In the void above, Chen Fan's name suddenly lit up for the live stream, prompting many viewers to flock to his channel. However, upon seeing the scene, everyone was left in shock. On a massive floating island, there was a charming wooden cabin, and in front of it stood a handsome young man grilling octopus. Is this really in the ocean world, not at his home? This seemed more like ocean survival than wellness, right? Chapter 8. Purifying everything for pure water. In other live streams, the chosen ones either stared intently at the water's surface, searching for drifting wooden crates, or were busy sharing survival tips, looking utterly disheveled and even going without sleep at night. But this guy, he seemed like he was on vacation, enjoying a barbecue. How could there be such a huge gap between people? My brother, the 6th child. After seeing Chen Fan's relaxed state, Chen Fei finally felt at ease. She had thought Chen Fan was struggling, trying to comfort herself. But it turned out he was living it up. Soon, the octopus was grilled to perfection. Chen Fan took a piece and chewed it. It melted in his mouth. Incredibly delicious, and the unique saltiness from the marine creature added to the flavor of the octopus meat. Chen Fan could swear it was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. Viewers back on Blue Star watched Chen Fan devour his meal, unconsciously swallowing their own saliva. They knew that during the 100 years after the nuclear war, although they had managed to cultivate plants and animals, the taste was like chewing on wax, barely edible. Grilled octopus, a classic dish from a century ago, must taste amazing. Flap. In the distance, a seabird flew in rapidly and landed on the wooden cabin, its sharp eyes fixed on the octopus as it squawked incessantly. Fish. Fish. An albatross? If you want fish, go catch your own. You think you can steal mine? Chen Fan said immediately. Boss, fish. The albatross looked at Chen Fan in surprise, then continued its noisy calling. In this vast ocean, you flying over here is already a sign of fate. Here, have a small piece. Annoyed by the bird's incessant calling, Chen Fan reluctantly tore off a piece and tossed it to the albatross. The albatross opened its beak wide and gulped it down, as if it had discovered a new world. Fish is delicious, more fish. If you want fish, that's fine, but you need to trade with me. Chen Fan said right away, go check nearby and find out where there are drifting wooden crates. As long as you provide me with a location for a crate, I'll give you a piece of fish. What a joke. How is this any different from a drone? I've been worried about finding crates. If I have an albatross scouting for me, those crates won't get away. I'll give you a piece first as a deposit. A deposit. The albatross immediately squawked with excitement. It can bargain too? That's great. Chen Fan nodded and tossed another piece of grilled octopus to the bird. After all, he had plenty of octopus meat. Trading one piece for a wooden crate was an incredibly good deal. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen Fan quickly made a sail and attached it to the wooden cabin. Without oars, he used a wooden plank as a makeshift paddle. At least with the sail. Paddling with the plank would be much easier. The crowd in Jojo was left dumbfounded. Why suddenly make a sail? Is Chen Fan planning to leave? Dragging such a large floating island, if he runs out of stamina and gets attacked by sharks, he is done for. Has he become overconfident after some early success? This is the ocean world. Every step needs careful consideration. It seems like someone is just overindulging themselves. In the early stages, stability is needed. It's not too late to leave once there's enough capital. Meanwhile, other countries are getting excited. No matter how you look at it, Chen Fan has become a threat to them, and his reckless behavior is sure to hasten his downfall. In the end, the 9 provinces will still just be the sick man of East Asia. More than half an hour later, The albatross returned and shouted from the wooden cabin, "There are wooden boxes." "Wooden boxes? Where?" Chen Fan immediately asked. "Over here. Over here," the albatross replied, immediately flying in a specific direction. "It took half an hour to find the wooden boxes. Is this really a resource-rich sea area?" Chen Fan scratched his head and quickly adjusted the sails, paddling in the direction indicated by the albatross. To be fair, with the assistance of the sails, Chen Fan paddled quite easily. After more than an hour, the floating island had traveled 20 nautical miles before finally spotting a wooden box over 100 meters away. Chen Fan was delighted. This wasn't just one wooden box. It was a whole cluster of them, at least 7 or 8 boxes. The albatross had done a great job. However, when Chen Fan tried to paddle quickly towards them, he found he couldn't move. It felt like the sails were pulling in the opposite direction. "What is going on? Look at you paddling away, thinking I'd let you do all the work." The sails suddenly spoke up. "We're a team now. Why should I do all the heavy lifting? But if I don't paddle, how will the floating island move?" Chen Fan retorted angrily. "This paddling is different. Just adjust back, or I'll tear you apart right now. Go ahead and try. I'd like to see how you get over there." The old floating stone chuckled. "Chen Fan, look at you now. My face." Just as he said this, the sails suddenly screamed. The albatross had dropped a poop on them. "Hurry up and wash it off. It's disgusting." "Ugh. If you paddle over there honestly, I'll help you wash it off. Otherwise, I'll have the albatross poop on you every day." Chen Fan sneered, immediately threatening. "You think you can intimidate me? All right, I'll do what you say. But this poop is about to go in my mouth." "Ugh." The sails adjusted their angle, and Chen Fan finally reached the cluster of wooden boxes, starting to salvage them enthusiastically. The people from Blue Star were completely stunned. It was like a slap in the face. No wonder Chen Fan came here. He already knew there were resources, and he found 7 boxes at once. Unbelievable. I take back my doubts. Chen Fan is definitely a survival expert. Chen Fan is amazing. And he is so handsome. I unilaterally declare he is my husband now. Meanwhile, the foreigners were going crazy. They had just sentenced Chen Fan to death. And now he had found a cluster of wooden boxes. They knew their own chosen ones might not even find 10 boxes in a day. What kind of luck is this? A few major countries, led by the beautiful nation, immediately held a secret meeting to discuss strategies to target the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, Chen Fan excitedly began opening the wooden crate. Bread X2, wooden planks X2, seawater purifier blueprint X1, purifies everything, yielding only pure water, pumice stone X1, canned fish X2, plastic X2, instant noodles X2, boat paddle blueprint X1. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan received bread X3, canned fish X4, mineral water X1, wooden planks X4, metal sheets X3, plastic X3, cloth pieces X2, seawater purifier blueprint X1, purifies everything, yielding only pure water, 8 items in total. And the 9 provinces will experience a 100-fold increase. As this sound echoed across the blue planet, nearly everyone was frozen in place, staring blankly in shock. Chapter 9. Trading for seawater purifiers, contract documents. Purify everything, leaving only pure water. No one knows what this truly means. Since the outbreak of nuclear war, all the rivers, lakes, and seas have been polluted, and humanity can only extract groundwater from a depth of 1 kilometer below the surface. After a century of depletion, these reserves are running low. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of water far exceeds that of food. Now, the 9 provinces have obtained 100 manufacturing blueprints for seawater purifiers, which means they will no longer lack drinkable water. Just this alone surpasses all the countries on Blue Star. The people of the 9 provinces are cheering with joy, while the citizens of other countries look on with envy and jealousy. Long live Chen Fan. Chen Fan is our hero from the 9 provinces. My husband is amazing, not only handsome but also capable. Who wouldn't love a man like that? The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. Chen Fan of the 9 provinces is too high profile. He probably won't live long. Don't get too complacent. You're just jealous. The people of the 9 provinces are about to live a good life while you'll still be eating scraps. How embarrassing. Looking at the 100 blueprints for the seawater purifiers, the head of state was incredibly excited and couldn't wait to put one into the synthesis panel. To manufacture a seawater purifier, it requires 1 seawater purifier blueprint, 10 pieces of cloth, and 5 metal sheets. Note, the seawater purifier can purify 100 milliliters of seawater into 60 milliliters of fresh water per hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 milliliters, and it can be upgraded. In one day, it can purify 1,440 milliliters of fresh water, with 100 purifiers, that amounts to 144 L of fresh water. Although this is far from enough for the daily drinking needs of the people of the 9 provinces, it is undoubtedly a turning point. Unfortunately, his virtual panel was a bit outdated. The synthesis panel could only manufacture one item per blueprint. If he could directly input the blueprint into the synthesis panel like Chen Fan did, it would allow for unlimited production. But he was still quite satisfied. At that moment, the head of state set aside all other matters and focused on producing seawater purifiers. Seawater purifiers and paddles. This is exactly what he needs right now. What a fruitful harvest. Chen Fan snapped his fingers with a smile and immediately started the production process. He scooped up 2,000 milliliters of seawater and placed it into the purifier. Then set a water bottle at the outlet before getting busy with other tasks. Fish, fish. Albatross. The albatross shouted while hopping around on the wooden house. Here you go. Take your time eating. Chen Fan tossed 7 pieces of octopus meat to the albatross. From now on, if you find a wooden box near me, let me know anytime. 1 piece of meat for 1 wooden box. It's a fair trade. No deception. Okay. The boss is a good person. The boss is a great person. The albatross exclaimed happily. Meanwhile, notifications kept pinging in the virtual panel. Chen Fan quickly opened them, and the first message immediately caught his eye. Brother Fan. Can I trade you a seawater purifier? I'll offer you 2 pieces of floating stone. You know, water sources are so scarce these days. These 2 pieces of floating stone, they are my most valuable possessions. Everything else is just basic supplies. A person from Jiuzhou wouldn't deceive another from Jiuzhou. Otherwise, I wouldn't let you suffer any losses. Hearing Chen Fan say this, the other party immediately replied, Fine, after all, we are both from Jiuzhou. So we should stick together. As Chen Fan spoke, he quickly crafted a seawater purifier and traded it for the 2 pieces of floating stone. Now, Chen Fan had a total of 6 pieces of floating stone. Without hesitation, he added 2 pieces of floating stone to each of the 3 sides of his wooden house, expanding the floating island area from 6 square meters to 12 square meters. Chen Fan, you finally did something worthwhile. The old floating stone exclaimed excitedly, feeling stronger and more resilient. What's the use of being strong? You're still a lonely bachelor. The wooden house mocked. What good is all that strength if you have no one to share it with? Why do I feel like you're just looking for trouble? The old floating stone retorted angrily. Where's the trouble? I don't want trouble. Chen Fan shouted, clearly frustrated. Just don't feed me nonsense. Seriously, Chen Fan was at a loss for words. Why can't these 3 old geezers talk about something serious? Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 nautical miles away, on another piece of floating stone, Zhuo Wenliang had been thirsty for 2 days. Although he had managed to gather some supplies, he still hadn't found any bottled water. After hearing the voices above, he thought for a moment and decided to message Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this is Zhuo Wenliang. Could you lend me a seawater purifier? Chen Fan had already traded a seawater purifier for several good items and was about to block him after just a glance at the message. But Zhuo Wenliang quickly sent another message. I haven't found anything useful yet, and I've even eaten my only piece of bread. If you can lend me a seawater purifier, I can sign a contract with you and agree to do one thing for you unconditionally in the future. A contract in the ocean world? How come I didn't know about this? How do I sign a contract? Chen Fan quickly replied. I found a contract document. After I sign it, I'll give it to you, and you can sign your name on it too. Once we both sign, the contract will be valid. And you can ask me to do something for you anytime, Zhuo Wenliang explained. If I fail to fulfill it, I'll suffer a backlash from the contract and die with blood flowing from my 7 orifices. Such a contract? Could it be that he found a bronze or silver chest? Although Chen Fan wasn't sure about the truth of Zhuo Wenliang's claims, he was willing to take a gamble since they were both from Jiuzhou. He immediately crafted a seawater purifier and placed it in the trading bar. Seconds later, a scroll of parchment wrapped in silk thread appeared in the trade window, and both agreed to the trade. Upon opening it, Chen Fan saw the word contract written in large letters, along with Zhuo Wenliang's promise and signature. Chen Fan quickly added his own name, and the contract document began to heat up, quickly burning to ash. Wow, I can't believe there is such a magical thing. This ocean world is truly extraordinary. Chen Fan murmured in disbelief. What is this? I've been adrift at sea for so long. I've seen everything. Old Fusher boasted upon seeing Chen Fan's shocked expression. You've definitely never seen a mermaid, have you? A mermaid in the ocean world? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Do you think the ocean is just filled with ordinary fish? There are plenty of native inhabitants too, Old Fusher said with annoyance. If you encounter them, your life won't be worth much. Chen Fan frowned. It turns out that the ocean world poses threats not only from marine creatures but also from those indigenous inhabitants. It seems that until he becomes strong enough, he should pray not to run into them. Chapter 10, Dolphins in the House, Looking for a Place to Stay? With that thought, Chen Fan immediately got up and shouted to the albatross, Hey, have you rested enough? Hurry up and see where there are still wooden boxes. Go, go. The albatross, resting on the wooden house, let out a sharp cry and flew high into the sky, quickly leaving. Old Floating Stone. Do you see anything worth fishing out of the water? We can't just wait here. Chen Fan urged after sending off the albatross. Beg me. Old Floating Stone shouted like a rogue. Don't you understand? We are in this together. When one thrives, we all thrive. When one suffers, we all suffer. Chen Fan said seriously. Suffer my foot. Even if I have just a tiny piece left, it's still alive. Old Floating Stone scoffed. Do you think I'm scared? Wow. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. This old thing was like a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard. Fine. Since you made me stronger, I'll help you out. Old Floating Stone suddenly softened his tone. There's a school of sardines at my 3 o'clock. They'll be swimming over soon. At least you have a bit of conscience. Chen Fan said, grabbing the fishing net and jumping onto the floating stone. Are they coming? Cast the net. Old Floating Stone shouted after 5 seconds of silence. Chen Fan immediately threw the net down and started pulling it up. Sure enough, it felt heavy. And he had caught 13 sardines in one go, over 20 centimeters long. 2 would make a hearty meal. Does Chen Fan have some sort of clairvoyance? How did he know exactly where to jump to catch fish, as if there were eyes underwater? We had all witnessed his incredible abilities, though he often talked to himself. Sounding a bit eccentric. Could he be a fortune teller? Humph. My husband is always the best. He will lead our Jiuzhou to become the #1 country on Blue Star. Watching Chen Fan's impressive skills, the people of Jiuzhou were amazed and began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, several major countries led by the United States had secretly convened a meeting and made a final decision, a night raid on Jiuzhou. With Chen Fan's incredible luck, Jiuzhou was bound to surpass all other nations. Since the marine world had different protective zones for each country and could not interfere with Chen Fan, they would resolve this from within Blue Star. That night, the Sakura country launched all its missiles to bomb Jiuzhou. Even if Chen Fan gathered a lot of supplies for Jiuzhou, it seemed they would not be able to enjoy them. Soon it was night. After the albatross left, it did not return, leaving Chen Fan unsure whether it had found any wooden boxes or had been eaten by a predator. He had no choice but to prepare 2 sardines, placing them on the barbecue grill. Watching Chen Fan enjoy his meal, those who had already received canned food felt not only happiness, but also gratitude. This canned food is delicious. Without Chen Fan, who knows when we would get to eat again? We're so grateful to him. We're both eating. It feels like we're on a date. The foreign dogs are barking, while Chen Fan can provide us with food. What can your chosen ones offer you? Those foreigners are holed up in their rooms, starving. Watching the barrage of comments from the people of Jiuzhou in the livestream, their teeth itching with frustration, yet unable to retort. As night deepens, a voice echoes from above. In the land of cherry blossoms, someone has succumbed to dehydration after 3 days without water. In the beautiful nation, Will Brown has been severely injured by his own chosen one. In Jiuzhou, Julin has been killed by a chosen one. With a string of names and the omitted statistics that follow, it's shocking to realize that nearly 10,000 people have died today across 150 countries, with over 700 fatalities in Jiuzhou alone over the past 2 days. This starkly illustrates the brutality of the ocean world. Shouldn't the chosen ones of each nation band together for warmth? Why are there attacks? This is human nature. The premise of unity is survival, and when survival is threatened, people will inevitably resort to extremes. It's truly unbelievable. In the face of life, everything is so fragile. It seems someone has already thought of mobile floating islands. It's unclear whether they are using hard materials like wooden planks or have actually crafted sails. However, targeting one's own people seems rather shameless. I hope I don't encounter such a situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't hold back. After filling up, Chen Fan stretched and went back inside, settling on his bed to browse the chat room. How is everyone doing today? I caught a few small fish with my net, had a seafood feast tonight. It was great. I only found 2 wooden crates today, just basic supplies, another day of starving. Oh my gosh, I saw a ship. It's at least 30 or 40 meters long. Am I hallucinating? This is our survival ocean world. How could there be a big ship? Where are you, dude? The chosen one who had said that hadn't replied since, and Chen Fan wondered if he had encountered danger. However, the announcement of any deaths hadn't come through. Perhaps it would be counted in tomorrow's death toll? That big ship must belong to the natives of this ocean world, right? Wow, things are getting increasingly dangerous. I need to be cautious. Noticing it was getting late, Chen Fan was about to sleep when the previously quiet old floating stone suddenly shouted, "Run! Sail! Hurry up and set the sail to leave. It's coming right at us. Am I not already getting ready? Hurry up and paddle, sail," it urged. It's coming. It's coming. It's charging through the waves. The wooden house joined in. Chen Fan, open the door. What is going on? Who is coming? Chen Fan murmured in confusion, immediately opening the wooden door to investigate, only to shout and dodge to the side as a massive creature suddenly burst out of the water, pushing a bronze box in front of it, crashing straight into the wooden house. A dolphin? Chen Fan remained in shock. Hey, big guy. I'm just going to borrow your room to hide out for a bit. Consider that box my rent. The dolphin exclaimed quickly. You're a marine creature hiding on land? Chen Fan slapped his forehead in disbelief. This dolphin was about 2 meters long, and the wooden cabin could just fit it. If someone were to make it a bed and cover it with blankets, anyone who didn't know would think he had married a hefty bride. I don't care. I've paid my rent. The dolphin insisted, refusing to budge. I'm not going out. No way. Here we go again. Before they could grasp the situation, Old Floating Stone started howling again. Oh no, oh no. I'm going to get sunk. Another one. Chen Fan's eyes nearly popped out as he caught a glimpse through a crack. A marine creature nearly twice the size of the dolphin was charging straight at the floating island. Chapter 11. Outwitting the orca. Will it strike back? What on earth is this? Chen Fan shouted, completely losing focus on anything else as he immediately activated the super shield. Bang. In less than a second, the massive creature slammed into the shield, causing the enormous floating island to shake violently. Chen Fan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and quickly jumped out through a gap between the dolphin and the doorframe. It was then that he noticed the marine creature outside. It was an orca. Kid, hand over the dolphin. The orca circled the floating island and said in a deep voice, or else I'll destroy your island. You overgrown fish. Do you dare to destroy my place? Old Floating Stone was instantly displeased. You must be looking for trouble, huh? Looking for trouble? Why would I look for trouble? Are you trying to provoke me? The ship's sail gasped in shock and screamed again. Chen Fan, however, fixed his cold gaze on the orca, his expression growing more serious. Orcas are social creatures, and if one was here, there were surely more lurking nearby. With their high intelligence, it was uncertain when they might launch a surprise attack on him. He needed to intimidate this one to drive them away. With the shield down, Chen Fan pulled out a spiked club and beckoned the orca with a finger. Come on, let us see whose head is tougher, yours or my weapon. Are you challenging me? The orca laughed. I've never met a human who dared to challenge me before. This is quite refreshing. Go for it. Smash that thing. The wooden house immediately cheered him on. Watch me charge and knock over your floating island. The orca chuckled, retreating for several seconds before lunging towards them. 12 o'clock. 30 centimeters underwater. Old Floating Stone quickly directed, as Chen Fan spotted the dorsal fin in the distance, just as the orca was about a meter away from the island. He activated the super shield once more, gripping the spiked club tightly and bringing it down hard on the water's surface. Bang! As the orca's head collided with the shield, Chen Fan's spiked club struck down, leaving 5 or 6 deep dents on its neck. In the instant the orca began to retreat, Chen Fan deactivated the super shield and swung the club, laughing. Round 1, a bit off. Now let us start round 2, shall we? Yes, yes. Let us start round 2. Old Floating Stone laughed heartily. Keep going. If you stop now, you're no longer the fierce one. Dazed from the impact, the orca circled the island a few more times. It seemed there was no obstruction, but every time it crashed into the shield, it felt like hitting glass. Strange. Behind you. Behind you. Suddenly, the ship's sail shouted. Chen Fan ignored it and opened the super shield again, only for the island to be hit hard once more. Sure enough, there were other orcas lying in wait besides this one. Stop hiding. Come out and face me together. Chen Fan scoffed and said, with the likes of you, even if you crash into my floating island all night long, you wouldn't be able to overturn it. The orca was so furious it felt like it might spit blood. After finally finding a dolphin for dinner, this human had the audacity to protect it, and the worst part was that there was nothing the others could do about it. A few seconds later, the orca turned to leave, but old Fusher started shouting, You think you're so tough, orca? First, I'm not tough. I'm just angry. Second, I'm not an orca. I'm a killer whale. And third, I don't have time to play these boring games with you. The orca suddenly turned around and spoke clearly, then dove into the water and disappeared. Phew. Only then did Chen Fan finally sit down exhausted, gasping for air. This was one of the most intelligent creatures in the ocean. Luckily, he managed to intimidate it with his super protective shield. Otherwise, if it really went against him, once the shield's energy ran out, he would just be waiting for death. What a stroke of luck. Applause erupted across Blue Star, especially in the 9 provinces, where many people were so nervous and excited that they nearly fainted. That was so thrilling. It felt like we were right there. Chen Fan actually managed to drive that big fish away. It's truly unbelievable. Indeed, Chen Fan was both brave and wise, a rare talent to be celebrated. He was lucky this time, but the ocean was fraught with danger, and it was only a matter of time before a creature killed him. Nonsense. Foreign dogs. Get out of Chen Fan's livestream. As negative comments flooded the livestream, a verbal war erupted once again between the East and the West. Several world leaders had initially planned to raise a toast but ended up feeling disappointed, realizing once more that tonight's ambush plan was the right call. After tonight, the 9 provinces would likely be gone, right? Damn it. Good thing that bastard ran away. Otherwise, I would have taught it a lesson. Old Fusher snorted coldly and began to shout loudly. How dare you provoke me? You really have some guts. But enough of this. Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he lowered his voice, saying, they probably won't let this go easily. Keep your guard up. If they try to ambush us underwater, don't speak, just cough once. You're really crafty, but I like it. Old Fusher chuckled upon hearing this. Dolphin, you can leave now. Chen Fan thought with a cold smile, then turned to the dolphin. I need to rest too. Just let me stay a little longer. I'm small and don't take up much space. The dolphin pleaded pitifully. Big brother, could you pour some water on me? I feel so thirsty. Is this never ending? Chen Fan kicked the dolphin's tail. If I pour water, can I lie down and sleep? You really think of everything. 10 more minutes. I'll leave in 10 minutes. The dolphin hurriedly replied, I can even get you a box if needed. Cough. Bang. Just as they were talking, old Fusher suddenly coughed. And Chen Fan immediately activated the super protective shield. At the same time, a fierce impact came crashing in. The orca had really turned back for a surprise attack. You're asking for trouble. Old Fusher shouted angrily. I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing that the defense couldn't be breached, the orca finally dropped this line and truly vanished. They were really leaving this time. If you don't get out of here, I swear I'll tear you apart. Chen Fan said with a stern expression, looking at the motionless dolphin. All right, I'm going. The dolphin chuckled, struggling to return to the water, and in a flash, it disappeared. Just kill it already. That thing bumped into my waist when it charged at me. What do you know? Keeping it around could be very useful. Chen Fan replied impatiently, then headed inside to check on the bronze box. Last time, the bronze box yielded a lighter. He wondered what good stuff this one might contain. Hey, be gentle with me. The bronze box shyly pleaded as it noticed Chen Fan's eager gaze. Chapter 12. A terrifying blow turns into a fireworks feast. Chen Fan froze for a moment, followed by a chill running down his spine. The way that was said, opening a box felt like losing one's virginity. Could it be any more disgusting? Ignoring it, he directly opened the box. An intelligent, fully automatic toilet one. Instructions. No need to flush. It disappears automatically. No need for toilet paper. It cleans with water. No need for air fresheners. It emits a pleasant fragrance. Well, I can't believe I just got something so amazing. After 2 days on the island and struggling with the local conditions, I hadn't been able to relieve myself. I was so tense after the standoff with the orca, but now I finally felt the urge. I was even considering whether to turn off the live stream and just let it flow into the sea. But now with this thing, I can take care of business right here in the cabin. Rubbing his belly, Chen Fan quickly closed the wooden door and sat down on the toilet. Just as the instructions promised, it was clean and sanitary. However, after he was done, leaving the toilet right next to the bed felt a bit awkward. In the end, he decided to put the toilet into his inventory, waiting to pull it out when needed. The room was just too small. When will I be able to make the floating island and the cabin bigger? It would be so much more comfortable, lying on the wooden bed. Chen Fan mumbled to himself and quickly drifted off to sleep in the deep night of Kyushu. A profound silence enveloped the land. Even the mutant dogs, redomesticated after the nuclear war, were fast asleep. But suddenly, an air raid siren echoed over the capital, quickly spreading throughout all of Kyushu. The national leader awoke with a start, receiving immediate reports. 88 missiles hidden by Sakura country had been launched and would hit Kyushu in 10 minutes. This news struck the national leader like a thunderclap. It's important to remember that after the Third World War ended, all countries signed a ceasefire treaty. Anyone who violated this treaty would face sanctions from all nations. Yet, Sakura country openly broke the treaty, effectively declaring war on the entire blue planet. Leader, this is all too sudden, a general said anxiously. 88 missiles. We are completely unable to defend against this. What is your order? What should we do? Immediately announced to all of Kyushu that we fear no attack. This assault will not harm us. After a moment of shock, the national leader calmly responded. We'll deal with everything tomorrow. Leader, but these are 88 missiles. The general was taken aback by the national leader's calm demeanor. Just do as I say. The military doesn't need to take any action, the national leader emphasized firmly. Seeing the leader's confidence, the general withdrew. All the people of Kyushu had gathered in the open spaces and could even see the missile barrage coming from the east. After hearing the government announcement, confusion mixed with endless despair filled their hearts. What does this mean? Has the country abandoned us? We just started living well because of Chen Fan. It must be that Sakura country, seeing how outstanding Chen Fan is in the ocean world, decided to launch a sneak attack on us. Sakura country is truly despicable. Are we really going to die on this beautiful night? Fear and despair permeated the entire Kyushu region. Why, when there was already hope? Did some people seek to crush that hope? The people of the Cherry Blossom Nation are worse than pigs and dogs, a bunch of living livestock. Yet, at the moment they saw the missiles falling, they felt a sense of relief and liberation. At least they were with their loved ones in their final moments. What more could they regret? Boom, rumble. With the explosion of a missile, all the missiles began to detonate. What no one expected was that these missiles exploded at an altitude of 500 meters above Kyushu, and the people only witnessed the brilliant fireworks created by the explosions. As if a beautiful fireworks festival was being staged in the night sky over the entire region. The missiles not only failed to explode on Kyushu's land, but even the shockwaves and debris dissipated into the wind without touching the ground. After a brief moment of shock, the people of Kyushu erupted into cheers. It's truly miraculous. Could it be that heaven has shown us mercy and protected us? Didn't we hear the announcement from the nation's leader? The leader must know the truth. In any case, we survived, and will no longer fear attacks from enemy nations. What was supposed to be a terrifying assault had turned into a fireworks celebration. The people of the Cherry Blossom Nation must be furious, haha. The entire blue planet was watching Kyushu. The miraculous scene left the leader of the beautiful country bewildered. He quickly contacted the leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation. You useless fool. You sent out all the missiles just to show the people of Kyushu a fireworks display? I have no idea what happened. The leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation was also confused. Could it be that under the rules of ocean survival, countries are not allowed to attack each other? You better find out the reason, or I'll personally strangle you. With that, the leader of the beautiful country angrily hung up the phone. It was destined to be a sleepless night, as everyone discussed the Cherry Blossom Nation's attack. While they looked down on the Cherry Blossom Nation's underhanded tactics, they were also very curious about Kyushu's defenses. What kind of defense could possibly withstand the attack of 88 missiles in an instant? That night, Chen Fan slept quite soundly, until the albatross outside started chirping. Only then did he groggily walk out. I thought you were eaten. You've been gone for so long. The albatross was hopping around and calling out, fish, fish, I want fish. So, did you find the boxes? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Boxes? There are boxes everywhere. The albatross yelled excitedly. Chen Fan then noticed that there were actually dozens of wooden boxes scattered nearby, and the floating island was no longer in its original place. It seemed that he had forgotten to retract the sails last night, causing the island to drift all night. However, it was quite a coincidence that it drifted right into a cluster of boxes. Don't catch me. I don't have tutu. Bad guy, bad guy. I want to let you catch me. Brothers, run. The bad guy is going to catch us. As Chen Fan lifted the fishing net, the wooden boxes around him immediately began to scream. Chen Fan wasn't one to indulge them. He quickly cast the net and started his wonderful day. It took him a full half-hour to haul up all the dozen or so wooden boxes, and then he opened them all. 2 wooden planks, 1 metal sheet, 2 buoyancy stones, 2 beers, 1 blueprint for a fishing gun, 2 plastics, 3 cottons, and 2 packs of cigarettes. Wow, this haul is impressive. For buoyancy stones mean I can fill in the gaps at the 4 corners of the floating island. And beer and cigarettes. These were once the most popular items on Blue Star. Good morning, Brother Fan. At that moment, the obsequious voice of old buoyancy stones suddenly reached him, making Chen Fan shiver. This old trickster had never been this polite before. What was with the sudden change today? Chapter 13. A cigarette, please. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often hide strange truths. Chen Fan immediately asked, what is going on? A cigarette, please, Lao Fusher chuckled. After all that fuss, you just want to smoke? Chen Fan couldn't believe it. You're always going against me, and now you expect me to give you a cigarette. Are you dreaming? Come on. Hitting his affection, scolding his love. We have true love here. Lao Fusher quickly explained. As your most loyal partner, you wouldn't deny me even a single cigarette. Would you? Don't forget, we rise and fall together. Fall my foot. Chen Fan shot back, echoing Lao Fusher's words. If you keep this up, don't expect me to give you a heads up when danger strikes. That's fine. Death is no big deal. Bro, I was wrong. Please, just give me one. In the end, Chen Fan lit a cigarette and placed it in Lao Fusher's hole. Immediately, Lao Fusher let out a dreamy sound. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. This guy had such a bad temper, yet he was so fond of cigarettes. This meant that in the future, he could use cigarettes to keep him in line. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan gained bread 2, mineral water 1, wooden planks 10, metal sheets 8, plastic 5, cloth 3, cotton 3, beer 2, cigarettes 2. 9 items in total. And Jiuzhou will receive a 100-fold increase. At the same time, an announcement echoed in the sky above Blue Star. In the live broadcast room, everyone had already seen Chen Fan's haul, and upon hearing the announcement, excitement surged once more. Now, not only can we in Jiuzhou fend off attacks from enemy nations, but we also get resources daily from the chosen ones, especially those salvaged by Chen Fan. It's only a matter of time before we rise to prominence. Jiuzhou will prevail. First, I'll place the 4 floating stones at the corners of the floating island. The island finally transformed into a square measuring 16 square meters. After that, Chen Fan began his breakfast. The albatross continued to chatter incessantly, and Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't I say that where there are wooden boxes, there's food? Without wooden boxes, there's no food. There are plenty of wooden boxes around. And I even found a white box. The albatross exclaimed. A white box? Could it be a silver box? Where is it? Chen Fan quickly inquired. Fish, fish. The albatross jumped up excitedly. Chen Fan immediately tossed a few pieces of dried octopus from his stock to the bird, and it replied, over here. I flew for 2 hours before I found it on a small island. A small island? If it took 2 hours to fly there, wouldn't it take me 5 hours to row over? But a silver treasure chest is definitely something to look forward to. Are there many wooden boxes in that direction? Chen Fan asked after a moment's thought. Definitely more than what you just salvaged. The albatross answered eagerly. All right, then I'll row in that direction. If I stray off course, you'll let me know. Chen Fan decided. From now on, you'll follow me as my scout. And I'll make sure you eat well every day. Sounds great. From now on, I'll call you Wonkai. Sure. Here's the translation. Great, great. I have a name now. I'm called Wonkai. The albatross immediately flew up happily. For the entire morning, Chen Fan was rowing the boat, and in between, he managed to salvage a few wooden crates. To his surprise, the chances of finding cotton had significantly increased, leaving Chen Fan a bit bewildered. After all, it was just past the summer solstice, and the nighttime temperature at sea was around 10 degrees Celsius. Why would there suddenly be so much cotton? Old floating stone. Do you know what's going on? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. I'm not too sure, but according to the rules of the ocean world, it's highly likely that an extreme cold tide is coming. Old floating stone analyzed. Extreme cold tide? Chen Fan was taken aback. This news is worth a fortune. Old floating stone chuckled. I hope a lit cigarette will be stuck in my hole. This information was indeed valuable. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately handed Old Floating Stone a cigarette. Old Floating Stone took a deep breath and let out a blissful sigh before responding. There should be about a week left before a cold wave rushes out from the eye of death. Although its power will weaken significantly by the time it reaches the edge waters, the temperature could still drop to around minus 30 degrees Celsius and last for nearly half a month. Wow, that's intense. Chen Fan couldn't believe it. What exactly is the eye of death? The ocean world is roughly divided into 4 regions. From the outermost to the innermost, they are the edge waters, the forbidden sea, the eye of death, and the zone of life, Old Floating Stone explained. The edge waters have the lowest danger level and are relatively safe. You'll know what true terror is when you reach the forbidden sea. How do you know so much? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. As soon as he asked, Old Floating Stone suddenly fell silent, and the cigarette burned faster. Chen Fan wondered if he had touched on a sore spot. Did this guy have some dark past hidden deep within? Not wanting to disturb Old Floating Stone any further, Chen Fan started preparing lunch. He also opened the virtual panel to check the messages. The country leader had sent several messages, all in Chen Fan's tone. That was when Chen Fan learned that the 9 provinces had been suddenly attacked by the Cherry Blossom country last night. Luckily, they had developed the super protective shield technology, and there were as many as 100 of them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Cherry Blossom country. Once the novice protection period ends and all countries' waters become interconnected, he would definitely wipe out all the chosen ones from the Cherry Blossom country, making them realize just how cruel survival in the ocean could be. He just didn't know how much longer the novice protection period would last. Moreover, in the ocean world where the 9 provinces were located, after 3 days of rowing, he hadn't encountered any chosen ones at all. If, after the waters connected, the distance between chosen ones could reach thousands of nautical miles, how would that work? Live in the moment. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and immediately began to eat his lunch. In the distance, he spotted a bronze box swiftly coming towards the floating island. Without a second thought, he knew it was a dolphin seeking refuge again. He quickly packed away the barbecue stand, hid in a spot, and opened the door for the dolphin. With a swift motion, the dolphin rushed into the wooden house, crying out, "Big brother, help. Did you provoke those orcas again?" Chen Fan asked with a dark expression. No. This time it's not orcas, it's a shark. The dolphin replied, looking pitiful. It wants to have me for lunch. Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately turned to look, only to see a massive dorsal fin rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he activated his super shield and tossed the fish gun blueprint into the synthesis panel to quickly craft a fish gun. The fish gun consisted of 2 parts, a triangular frame about 1.5 meters tall, with a 1 meter long spear mounted on the launching device at the top. The reinforced fishing line at the back was roughly 20 meters long and had a 90% hit rate. As the enormous shark charged toward him, Chen Fan braced himself, determined not to let it go like he did with the orca last night. After all, he had already made an enemy of the orcas. If he added another potential foe, he would find it nearly impossible to navigate the ocean world. Chapter 14. Old Man. It was the orca that forced me to do this. At this moment, the people of Blue Star felt their hearts rise into their throats. And the citizens of Jojo clenched their fists, not daring to breathe a word. Although Chen Fan had ample supplies, the danger was equally magnified. After all, it was a legendary great white shark. Just last night, he had barely driven off the orca, and now he intended to kill this great white shark? With just a spear gun, it seemed a bit difficult. Did Chen Fan really think he was the king of the sea, daring to confront a great white shark head-on? If he faced the shark, he was doomed. Fire, fire now. Old Fusher, having emerged from the shadows, shouted hysterically, shoot it right into the shark's body. Damn it. Chen Fan's mouth twitched in frustration. He wished he could shoot the spear gun at Fusher instead. This old man was always inappropriate when he was back to normal. Who could control him? With the great white shark less than 5 meters away from the floating island, Chen Fan activated the super shield and pulled the trigger on the spear gun. The spear shot out like an arrow, striking the shark's back. Boom. The next moment, the great white shark crashed into the floating island. Not only was the island 4 square meters larger than last night, but the shark was also smaller than the orca, causing only a slight jolt upon impact. However, the great white shark let out a pained cry and turned to flee. You bastard. You ambushed me. It was you who attacked me first. Chen Fan scoffed, grabbing hold of the tripod. After the shark had swum 20 meters away, the fishing line tightened, and the immense force caused the entire floating island to move rapidly. Wow, this great white shark has some strength. It's already at 40 miles per hour. Chen Fan laughed and shouted, sails, change course. Don't let this guy just paddle along. Got it. The sails immediately adjusted to sail against the wind, adding nearly half the resistance to the great white shark. Dolphin, can you leave now? After ensuring the tripod was stable, Chen Fan finally let go and turned to the dolphin. Big brother, seeing as I brought you a gift, can I stay a little longer? The dolphin quickly replied, seems not. You're too big, and my floating island is too small. Chen Fan shrugged. Besides, that bronze chest is my reward for helping you deal with the shark. It has nothing to do with you being my guest. How stingy. The dolphin rolled its eyes. I'll be back. Saying this, it wriggled and jumped back into the sea, swimming away. Next time, just lie down outside obediently. The whole place smells fishy. How am I supposed to sleep? Chen Fan complained, then chuckled as he looked at the bronze chest. Fearing the chest might say something ridiculous again, Chen Fan immediately opened it. One electric propeller for boats. How did I get a propeller? Am I supposed to build a big ship? What about electricity? Where is the electricity? Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. While the items from the bronze chest were quite good, the real question was whether they were useful to him. Without electricity, a propeller was just a useless trinket. Chen Fan directly tossed the propeller into the system's inventory, waiting to get some electricity before dealing with the propeller issue. At this moment, the great white shark had already dashed over 10 nautical miles. With the sailboat battling against the wind, the shark's speed had slowed significantly, as if it were about to exhaust itself. This great white shark was 3 times the size of the previous mackerel shark, weighing over 2 tons. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and said, this is it. I'm going to hit it big. The mackerel shark was only a sea-level creature, while this great white shark was a B-level creature, capable of easily overpowering the mackerel. There was simply no comparison. Old Floating Stone chimed in. Not to mention that the meat from B-level creatures is not only delicious, but also provides benefits like enhanced stamina. Chen Fan, finally humble enough, asked Old Floating Stone, what has to deal with these creature levels? The ensuing explanation was worth a smoke. Old Floating Stone chuckled. Chen Fan wasted no time and immediately lit up a smoke for him. As Old Floating Stone puffed away, he continued, in the ocean world, all creatures are classified by levels. The higher the level, the stronger the combat power. For instance, facing a B-level creature, you still have a fighting chance. But if you encounter an A-level one, I advise you to run. Chen Fan nodded slightly. He had learned quite a bit today. It seemed that the smoke was indeed useful. 2 smokes could last Old Floating Stone for months of questions. This guy had been evading for long enough. It should be about time, right? Seeing that the great white shark was about to stop, Chen Fan muttered to himself and prepared to reel in the spear gun. It's playing you. The spear gun suddenly spoke up. Dude, it probably still has half its strength left. If you pull it up now, you're really falling for its trick. But we can't just stay like this. Chen Fan replied as he began to retract the spear gun, simultaneously activating the super shield. The great white shark had been struggling without resistance, allowing Chen Fan to pull it in. Just when they were within 5 meters of each other, the shark suddenly turned and charged at Chen Fan on the floating island. Bang! Just like before, its massive head crashed against the super shield. Chen Fan, holding the spiked bat tightly, struck down hard, leaving several small holes in its head. Damn human, you've injured me twice. The great white shark roared with fury. I will kill you. I must kill you. If you could kill me, you wouldn't be here shouting. Chen Fan taunted. Prepare to die? He raised the spiked bat again and smashed it down on the shark's head. After 5 or 6 strikes, blood gushed from the shark's head. And it immediately began to plead. Stop. I was forced into this. Otherwise, I would never have come to trouble you. What do you mean? Chen Fan frowned. There are 5 orcas chasing me, forcing me to hunt that dolphin and pushing me to find you. The great white shark spilled everything. Please, spare me. I'm the victim here. Chen Fan's expression darkened significantly. Originally, I thought there were only 2 orcas, but to my surprise, there were 5, and they never gave up on attacking me. Aren't orcas supposed to be friendly to humans? Come on, don't blame me. If you want to point fingers, blame those orcas. With that, Chen Fan started hitting the great white shark's head fiercely until it finally stopped moving. Chen Fan from Jojo has killed 1 great white shark, and the fresh carcass will be amplified 100-fold. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the void of Blue Star. Exciting everyone watching the battle. I can't find any word to describe Chen Fan other than formidable. We're in for a treat. My husband is amazing. I can't wait to go to SeaWorld and have a few kids with him. If it weren't for that spear gun, he wouldn't be anything. If you have a spear gun, why don't you give it a try? At that moment, Chen Fan sat in front of a wooden cabin, his expression serious as he muttered to himself. These orcas are definitely a huge threat to me. As long as they are around, I won't have a moment's peace. I have a solution, said Fu Yi. What kind of solution? This solution is worth 10 sticks of huazi. Chapter 15. The Toiletries Set and Fruit Feast. Is it worth it? You have to say it first for me to judge. Chen Fan said while pinching his chin. Otherwise, what's the point? My method is to become friends with them. Old Fusher said seriously. This orca, although also a B-level creature, is already top tier among B-level beings. If you can befriend these 5, I think it will greatly aid your survival journey. Damn. Chen Fan was at a loss for words. If he had a way to befriend them, would he even consider killing them? This old guy kept everyone hanging for so long, only to drop a bombshell. Those creatures. It would be better to think of a way to deal with them once we reach the island. After much consideration, Chen Fan finally spoke up, saying that killing this great white shark would also serve as a deterrent to the orcas. They definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble for a while. That makes sense. After all, I've been keeping watch for you. Old Fusher analyzed seriously. Where are my 10 huazi? Your suggestion was tea adopted, so no huazi for you. Damn. Shouldn't I get some rewards for my planning? Here's a little red flower for you. You're the best in kindergarten. Chen Fan, heavy and silly. Chen Fan is a fool. Damn. Ignoring old Fusher, Chen Fan immediately began to dismember the great white shark, obtaining high-quality shark skin 1, shark teeth 2, and 4,000 units of shark meat, which was 20 times more than the mackerel. He kept 100 units of shark meat and put the rest on the trading platform. As B-level shark meat, it took 5 units of basic materials to exchange for 1 unit of shark meat, while cotton only required 3 units for the same exchange. This left the chosen ones of Jojo shocked. Wow, isn't this also shark meat? Why does it require 5 basic units to exchange for 1 unit? Was T at only 2 units last time? Is Boss Chen Fan getting greedy, raising prices on the spot? Don't you understand? I've already exchanged it. This shark meat not only lacks that fishy smell, but even has a faint milky fragrance. You get what you pay for. Don't just talk nonsense. Is that so? Then I must hurry to exchange for a few units. After just glancing at the chat messages, Chen Fan decided not to engage further. After all, these guys hadn't even figured out the rules yet, and he didn't have the time to explain everything to each of them. It seemed he should find an opportunity to properly introduce them to the ocean world soon. It didn't matter if they were confused. But he definitely didn't want to suffer losses and get blamed for it. Damn, the great white shark messed up my course. Just as Chen Fan was about to continue, he smacked his forehead and called out, Wang Kai, lead the way. This way, this way. Wang Kai flapped its wings and immediately took off, guiding Chen Fan on his path. After paddling for over 3 hours, around 5 in the afternoon, Chen Fan finally spotted a small island in the distance. This sight made the somewhat fatigued Chen Fan instantly excited. It was worth all that paddling. Wasn't this seeing the dawn of hope? Surprisingly someone. I'm going to be rescued. Hee hee. Pull me up, pull me up. I have pollutants. I have pollutants. I have condoms. I have condoms. Just as the island was in sight, another 7 or 8 wooden boxes caught Chen Fan's attention. Although the pollutants startled him, the wooden boxes shouting about condoms left him a bit confused. Are they talking about contraceptives? I have no use for those. However, aside from the boxes with pollutants, Chen Fan managed to salvage all the other boxes and open them right away. A toiletry kit 1, metal pieces 3, pumice stone 1, wooden planks 2, a fruit package 1, plastic 2, cotton 3, glass 2. Chen Fan's expression changed. It turned out the toiletry kit and fruit package were extremely rare items out at sea. Upon opening the toiletry kit, he found toothbrush 1, toothpaste 1, soap 1, shampoo 1, towels 2. It seemed he could only wash his face and brush his teeth for now. Taking a shower was out of the question for the time being. As for the fruit package, it contained apple 1, banana 2, grape 1, orange 2. Fruits are delicacies only the high-ranking officials could enjoy, although he often heard about them. He never even dared to dream of having them. Unexpectedly, he received things he once thought were beyond his reach in this oceanic world, which was quite a revelation. Chen Fan immediately bit into an apple. It was fresh, juicy, and incredibly sweet. Truly the legendary fruit. Today, for the third time, a voice echoed across the skies of Blue Star about Chen Fan. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained a fruit package 1, metal pieces 9, wooden planks 8, plastic 6, cotton 5, glass 2, 6 items in total. Jiuzhou will experience a 100-fold increase. The fruit package. The national leader looked at the massive amount of fruit before him with moist eyes. Since ascending to the throne, he had only been able to eat fruit about once a year, and even then, he couldn't bear to eat it. He had never seen so much fruit in his life. Chen Fan was truly a blessing from the heavens. The national leader immediately took out a portion of the package and instructed it to be sent to Chen Fei. He requested that the remaining fruits be made into canned goods, aiming to ensure that all citizens could enjoy a meal once he received a few more batches of fruit packages. More and more people were focusing their attention on Chen Fan's live stream as he continued to bring them surprises. First, he killed a small mackerel shark, then a giant great white shark. Not only was his luck incredible, but his strength was formidable. One person could match the combined power of all the chosen ones from other countries. Now, he was about to set foot on the nearby island, which would surely bring even more shock to everyone, right? At this moment, Chen Fan had arrived next to the island. He secured his spear into a tree on the island before jumping onto the land with his wolf fawn club. The island wasn't too large, roughly the size of 2 soccer fields, but it was lush with trees, making Chen Fan unable to resist taking a deep breath. Compared to Blue Star, this island was like a paradise. He couldn't help but wonder when he would own an island of his own. Wang Kai, where's the silver treasure chest? Chen Fan exclaimed, feeling a mix of excitement and urgency. Over here, over here. The albatross flapped its wings eagerly, leading Chen Fan deeper into the island. After a solid 5 minutes of walking, he finally reached his destination and spotted a silver chest, about half a meter square, resting atop a large boulder. Just as Chen Fan was about to grab it, he heard a loud hey, hey, hey. It turned out to be a wild boar, glaring at him with fierce eyes and charging straight towards him. Wang Kai, you idiot. Why didn't you tell me there was a wild boar? Chen Fan shouted, turning on his heels to run. This wild boar looked to weigh at least 300 pounds, and he certainly didn't think he stood a chance against it. Chapter 16. Are there chosen ones before us? As the distance between the wild boar and Chen Fan grew, the people of Jiuzhou felt their hearts leap into their throats. Run to the floating island. Why are you still on the island? Isn't this just asking for the boar to catch you? What do you know? The only weapon, the spear gun, is stuck in a tree being used as a rope. If I lure the boar to the floating island, the wooden house will be smashed to pieces. Only 10 meters left. My husband is going to be caught. What should we do? Hurry. Run, dear, run. It's so scary, I can't bear to watch. Damn. Chen Fan frowned. Just when the distance shrank to less than 5 meters, he intended to suddenly turn and strike the boar on the head. But unexpectedly, the boar suddenly stopped and began to turn around and run away. What is going on? Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately followed the boar back. Something unusual must be happening. This guy wouldn't just give up for no reason. Soon, they returned to the silver treasure chest, and Chen Fan discovered that a few coyotes were planning to steal the silver chest. However, when the boar charged back, all the coyotes were scared off. Although this island isn't very large, it has not only wild boars, but also coyotes, forming a complete ecological chain. Chen Fan quickly analyzed that the wild boar and the coyotes are the top predators in this ecological chain. As long as I can temporarily avoid them, everything will be fine. Understanding this, Chen Fan decided to explore the island. Perhaps there are other rewards besides the silver chest. Boss, there's a wooden house over there. After circling the island, Wang Kai suddenly reported back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was startled. Could there be indigenous people from the ocean world living here? Lead the way. But don't make a sound. After considering for a few seconds, Chen Fan quickly instructed in a low voice. Immediately, the man and the bird swiftly moved forward and soon discovered a wooden house in the dense forest. It was 3 meters square and over 2 meters high, with the door tightly locked and no sounds coming from inside. They quietly approached the front of the house and peered through the window. Inside, nothing was visible. It seemed the owner wasn't home. Chen Fan then moved to the front door, gripped his wolf-tooth club, and kicked the door open with a sudden force. A cloud of thick dust rushed out. This was an abandoned wooden house, long neglected, with a skeleton lying on the bed in the corner, having been dead for who knows how many years. However, it didn't seem to belong to an indigenous person. Could it be that other chosen ones had entered the ocean world before? Why hasn't Blue Star recorded this? Or are these chosen ones from another world? Not wanting to dwell on this question, Chen Fan searched around and ultimately discovered a bronze chest under the bed. The bronze chest suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, let us talk it out. Please don't get rough. This guy on the bed found you, and didn't he open you?" Chen Fan asked suspiciously. "Because you're all good people, I couldn't bear to let you take away my first time." The bronze chest flattered. "Big brother, I'm afraid of pain. Because he was a good person and didn't open it, he ended up dead. Otherwise, he might have lived just fine." Chen Fan chuckled and, without hesitation, opened the bronze chest, revealing 2 crafting blueprints, crossbow bolt blueprint X1 and basic trap blueprint X1. These are great finds, not to mention the crossbow bolt blueprint. Just the basic trap blueprint alone could easily take down a wild boar and secure a silver treasure chest, right? Chen Fan immediately tossed the crossbow bolt blueprint into the crafting area and checked it out. To craft a crossbow, he needed 1 crossbow bolt blueprint, 5 wooden planks, and 3 metal sheets. Without hesitation, Chen Fan crafted a crossbow, then used 2 wooden planks and 2 metal sheets to create 10 crossbow bolts. He pulled the trigger at a wooden wall, and the crossbow bolt shot straight into the log. Impressive power. After rummaging around a bit more and finding nothing else of value, Chen Fan left the wooden hut and returned to the spot where the silver treasure chest was. The coyotes had already been driven away, leaving only a wild boar lying next to the chest, seemingly exhausted. It was already 6 in the evening, so Chen Fan decided to wait until nightfall when the wild boar's vision would be poor before making his move. Back on the floating island, Chen Fan took out a piece of shark meat and started grilling it. The rich aroma attracted a few coyotes, and a dozen pairs of glowing eyes were fixed on him. If they weren't 5 meters away from the shore, they probably would have pounced on him by now. The onlookers from Blue Star were utterly shocked. Oh my gosh, how can there be so many wolves? How can Chen Fan handle them all alone? Even though there was a 5-meter gap, if they charged, they could still jump onto the floating island. "Honey, why aren't you running yet?" "Humph. The fish spear is tied to a tree, and Chen Fan's only weapon is gone. He is definitely going to be eaten by the wolves. Wasn't he supposed to be tough and invincible? Now, even if he unties the rope, he won't have time. Let's see how he survives this." Everyone was either worried about Chen Fan or reveling in schadenfreude, as if he had already become a corpse. Chen Fan, on the other hand, laughed and shouted, "Hey there. Are you all here to deliver your own deaths?" "No, we're here to eat you," one coyote shouted, stepping back a few paces before launching itself at Chen Fan. Thud. Chen Fan smirked disdainfully, reached out, and shot the crossbow bolt directly into the coyote's heart. The coyote let out a yelp as it fell into Chen Fan's arms. Instantly lifeless. "See, your buddy just came to play with me. Aren't you all coming down?" Chen Fan grinned, holding the coyote and waving at the others. Why did the leader jump into his arms and not move? Is a human's embrace really that comfortable? Why does it seem like the leader isn't even twitching? Has he been hypnotized? Should we give it a try too? The coyotes began to communicate among themselves, and one of them even looked eager to jump down. "These fools are destined to be done in." Old Floating Stone scoffed. "They'd probably count the money if someone sold them. If they were smart, they would have taken the silver treasure chest long ago. Why would there be any left for us?" Chen Fan said disdainfully. "This is a good thing. If you guys don't come soon, I'm leaving." Seeing the coyotes hesitating, Chen Fan immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, let us go." Since the coyote leader was still in Chen Fan's arms, they thought it was simply too warm a place for a human embrace. With Chen Fan's encouragement, they no longer hesitated and charged towards him. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, quickly raised his crossbow, and began attacking the approaching coyotes. Chapter 17. Outwitting the wild boar, the silver chest made a run for it, damn it. I fell for it. The lead coyote shouted as an arrow pierced his throat, causing him to shrink down to the ground at Chen Fan's feet. By the time the other coyotes realized what had happened, it was too late. Except for the last remaining coyote, which managed to escape. The other 5 were already dead before they hit the ground. "I will avenge my brothers." The last coyote, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with rage. It bared its teeth and lunged at Chen Fan's neck with a vicious bite. "No more crossbow bolts?" Chen Fan remained calm and quickly pulled out his spiked club. No. Seeing this, the coyote's expression changed drastically. It tried to halt its momentum midair, but that massive inertia was not something it could simply stop. With a cry of despair, the coyote watched helplessly as the club smashed into its face, flipping it 5 or 6 times before landing on the ground. Eyes wide open in death. Exciting. Old Fusher burst into laughter. Indeed, once armed, one's combat power skyrockets. Playing with the crossbow bolts, Chen Fan chuckled. If it were a one-on-one fight, I can't even imagine how many bites I would have taken while killing all those coyotes. In the 9 provinces, Chen Fan had killed 7 coyotes, and the 7 fresh coyote corpses would yield a 100-fold increase. Just then, a voice echoed from the void. The citizens of Blue Star were all thrilled. I can't believe Chen Fan was hiding such a lethal weapon as crossbow bolts. He has been so secretive. While the other chosen ones are still figuring out the supply crates, Chen Fan has already started hunting great white sharks and coyotes. Talk about making us feel inferior. My husband is the best. I'll definitely dream about meeting him tonight. What a wishful thought. You think my husband will take you on a date in your dreams. Chen Fan promptly dismembered the 7 coyotes, obtaining 7 wolf skins, 7 wolf fangs, and 200 wolf meat. It's a pity they were D-class coyotes, weak in combat and quality. Otherwise, those items could have easily doubled. But this isn't bad at all. The extreme cold wave is about to arrive. I could make a warm coat out of wolf skin, which would be quite thoughtful. Now, only that wild boar remains. Looking up at the island, Chen Fan couldn't help but smirk. Why don't you rush up and finish off that wild boar already? Old Fusher shouted. If someone else gets there first, the silver chest will be theirs. If that wild boar is attacked, we'll definitely hear it from here. Plus, without setting a trap. Do you really think we can kill it with just crossbow bolts and a spiked club? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and replied, let's eat first. Then plan our next move. Chen Fan was strategizing from afar, truly remarkable. Boss is amazing. Boss is amazing. Fishy, boss, I want to eat fishy. The wooden houses were all flattering Chen Fan. With a smile on his face, Chen Fan enjoyed eating shark meat and drinking purified water. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that he set up a trap just over 100 meters away from a wild boar. He then picked up his spiked club and slowly made his way toward the boar. The boar, having eaten and drunk to its heart's content, was snoring loudly and completely unaware of the danger approaching. Those watching the live stream were on edge, holding their breaths and staring at the virtual screen, afraid that any noise might disrupt Chen Fan's concentration. Crack! Just as Chen Fan was within 2 meters of the boar, he accidentally stepped on a piece of dry wood. The sharp sound echoed through the quiet forest, startling the boar and causing its snoring to stop abruptly. It turned its head to glare at Chen Fan, likely confused about whether it was dreaming or awake. After all, how could a human dare to approach and disturb its sleep? Good evening, little piggy. Bang! Chen Fan flashed the boar an innocent smile, and then swung his spiked club down hard onto its head. The boar let out a pained scream and jumped up in shock. Without hesitation, Chen Fan turned and ran. This infuriated the boar, which had simply been trying to take a nap. It was determined to teach this annoying human a lesson, even if it meant giving up its box. Today, it would make sure this human paid. Hey kid, don't you dare run. The boar bellowed, charging after Chen Fan. Fueled by pain and anger, its speed was astonishing, easily snapping trees the size of a bowl in its path. Boss, hurry. It's coming. It's coming. Wang Kai shouted from the boar's back, continuously urging Chen Fan. Everyone on Blue Star was equally tense, sweat beading on their brows. Shoot it. Use a crossbow to shoot it. Why are you just running? Can a human outrun a wild boar? If they couldn't handle a boar during the day, could they really expect to at night? Chen Fan was indeed being a bit overconfident. I'm so nervous. It's like that wild boar is chasing me. Kid, you're dead meat. The boar was now 100 meters away, closing in on Chen Fan's backside. It eyed his round and well-shaped rear with a sinister grin, opening its mouth wide to take a bite. But in the next moment, Chen Fan jumped up. The boar felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath it, and it fell into a 2-meter-deep pit. Sharp wooden stakes, a meter long and 10 centimeters thick, pierced its body, causing it to scream in agony. With my speed, even Bolt from a century ago would be ashamed. Chen Fan laughed heartily as he sat on the ground, catching his breath. I'm amazing. Chen Fan of the Jiuzhou has killed a wild boar. The fresh boar carcass will be amplified 100-fold. The voice echoed once more. I've heard my grandfather say that wild boar meat is incredibly delicious, far better than the mutated pigs we eat now. In just one day, Chen Fan had provided us with so much food that other countries' chosen ones couldn't even compare. Chen Fan, you are my hero. As the people of Jiuzhou prepare to drift off to sleep, they are once again filled with excitement thanks to Chen Fan. With a smile, Chen Fan murmurs to himself. Today marks the 5th time, right? Now, everyone in Jiuzhou can finally enjoy a hearty meal. Back at the trap, he gazes at the wild boar he has just slain and immediately begins to harvest it, obtaining 1 boar skin, 2 tusks, and 200 units of boar meat. According to Old Fusher, this boar is classified as C grade, and its taste is even better than that of the B grade great white shark. So, he decides to keep it for himself and savor it slowly. At last, the silver treasure chest is finally mine. Chen Fan chuckles to himself as he rubs his hands together and heads toward the silver treasure chest. You want to get me? No way. Suddenly, the previously silent silver treasure chest springs to life and starts running in a specific direction. Chen Fan is left bewildered. The silver treasure chest can actually grow legs and run away. Chapter 18. Cutting-edge technology, controlled nuclear fusion. Don't run. In the next moment, Chen Fan immediately chased after the silver treasure chest, simultaneously crafting 5 crossbow bolts and firing them all at the silver treasure chest. The silver treasure chest erupted with cries of agony, eventually crashing against a rock with a loud bang, rolling to the seaside and coming to a halt. Run. Keep running. Chen Fan laughed heartily, kicking the silver treasure chest and shouting, even if you get my chest, you won't get my heart. The silver treasure chest snorted coldly, The treasure chest would rather die than submit. What I want is the chest. What use is your heart to me? Chen Fan retorted sarcastically and directly opened the silver treasure chest. Cold nuclear fusion reactor X1. Outputs 10 billion joules of energy per second. Wow. Chen Fan's body jolted in disbelief. Wasn't this the legendary controlled nuclear fusion? Moreover, the legendary controlled nuclear fusion was supposed to produce a massive amount of light and heat. But this palm-sized cold nuclear fusion reactor could perform nuclear reactions at room temperature and output energy equivalent to 10 million kilowatts per second, enough to power 30 aircraft carriers. What does this even mean? The electrical energy output in 1 second could power the propellers he obtained for thousands of years. System, oh system. Your treasures are simply astonishing. Even if I manage to build an aircraft carrier in the future, I won't have to worry about power supply. This is amazing. What exactly did Chen Fan gain from the chest that made him so happy, and why wasn't there any announcement? Seeing him so excited, it must be something extraordinary. Could it be a weapon like a gun? Everyone on Blue Star was utterly baffled, except for the leader of the Jiuzhou nation, who was even more excited than Chen Fan. It's important to note that electricity is currently one of the biggest challenges on Blue Star. Even though Jiuzhou has overcome numerous difficulties to construct several large power plants, many people still lack access to electricity. After all, to prevent threats from hostile nations, Jiuzhou's military industry has never stopped developing, consuming nearly half of the nation's electricity. But now, with a cold nuclear fusion reactor, even just one could provide enough energy for the Jiuzhou people to waste electricity daily for 100 years without running out. Chen Fan was practically the savior of Jiuzhou, a god to them. As Chen Fan stored the reactor away and returned to his floating island cabin to sleep, the national leader had already gathered over a dozen scientists from Jiuzhou, along with top figures from both the military and political spheres. Everyone was somewhat confused, unsure of why the national leader had summoned them late at night. Leader, I'm currently researching technology to purify soil radiation, and once we have electricity, we can essentially formulate it. Since you call me here, I would like to request more electricity. And the new equipment designed by our military industry needs electricity for mass production. We need electricity even more. The leader didn't gather us here to hear us talk about this. Let us see what the leader has to say. Everyone, take a look at this. The leader of the nation smiled slightly and took out the cold fusion reactor. It resembled a miniature reactor, capable of nuclear reactions at room temperature and small enough to hold in one hand. Is this controllable nuclear fusion? A top scientist, upon reaching this conclusion, couldn't help but shudder in disbelief and exclaimed, how is this possible? This technology is at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star. This is a cold fusion reactor that can output 10 billion joules of energy per second. Do you know what that means? The leader said with a smile. Even if we waste electricity extravagantly, we can use it for decades. At these words, everyone was utterly shocked. After the nuclear war, Blue Star had regressed by decades. And to acquire something so revolutionary under such circumstances was truly, leader, where did this come from? It's too astonishing. A top scientist couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Don't ask too many questions. Take it now and distribute the power across the nation. The leader said sternly. Also, everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to leak this information, or it will be treated as treason. Yes, in an instant, everyone straightened up and saluted the leader. In the deep night of the ocean world, all living beings were sound asleep, except for a floating island of about 16 square meters, slowly making its way toward the island where Chen Fan was located. This floating island also had a sail, and a person was quickly rowing with a paddle. Though out of breath, he did not give up. At this moment, he had spotted Chen Fan's floating island and couldn't help but row even harder. On Blue Star, someone who had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom casually scrolled through a live stream, only to be met with this scene. Their face instantly changing. That bastard has already killed 2 chosen ones from Jiuzhou and has found Chen Fan? This guy is simply a disgrace to Jiuzhou. Chen Fan must be sound asleep right now. What should we do? How can we warn him? Honey, don't sleep. Someone is coming to kill you. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is known for seeking the spotlight, right? Isn't he impressive? Yet, in the end, he is killed by his own people. It's simply ironic. Without Chen Fan, how do you plan to compete with my Sakura nation? Even though it was already late at night, millions were still watching Chen Fan's live stream, either in fear or delight, as it seemed that Chen Fan had once again met his demise in everyone's minds. Zhou Zhongchen had similar thoughts. Although he didn't know it was Chen Fan, anyone in that wooden house wouldn't escape death today. After all, he was born a bandit. With a slight smirk, the floating island gently touched Chen Fan's island, and Zhou Zhongchen quietly crawled onto Chen Fan's floating island, holding a dagger in his hand as he slowly approached the wooden house. Chen Fan, you fool, why aren't you going out to confront him? Old Floating Stone woke up the moment he was touched by the opposing floating island. After cursing Chen Fan loudly, he immediately softened his tone and called out, "Hey there, floating island sister. Ugh, you old thing, don't touch me." The opposing floating island retorted disdainfully. "This is a critical time, so shut up all of you." Chen Fan grunted from his hiding place in the wooden cabin. "I need to focus on taking him down. My master is unparalleled. He should be the one to kill you." The opposing floating island scoffed. "You'll end up like those chosen ones before you, becoming fish food. This guy has already killed 2 of our fellow countrymen from Jiuzhou." At this revelation, Chen Fan frowned. He was contemplating how to deal with this guy, but if he was killing his own people, he might just have to be eliminated. Bang! Just as he was thinking, the opposing floating island kicked open the door and lunged at Chen Fan with lightning speed. Chapter 19, Killing the Chosen One, Looting the Gear. Bang! Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all. The moment the door was kicked open, his spiked club came crashing down. Zhou Zhongchen hadn't even grasped the situation when his dagger was knocked out of his hand, and his right arm was left bleeding profusely, unable to muster any strength. Zhou Zhongchen's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Who would have thought that even in the late hours of the night, this kid was still awake? "What's the matter? You want to kill me?" Chen Fan said with a smile. "It seems like it's actually me who is going to kill you." Zhou Zhongchen gritted his teeth and turned to run. He had initially planned a surprise attack, but it was clear that was no longer possible. It was better to retreat, as the saying goes. Of the 36 strategies, retreat is the best. He could always come back when he was better prepared. Pooh-pooh. Chen Fan scoffed, shooting 2 crossbow bolts that struck Zhou Zhongchen right in the back of his knees. Zhou Zhongchen hadn't even made it out of the wooden cabin before he collapsed on the ground in pain. "I heard that you were the one who killed those 2 chosen ones?" Chen Fan asked, sizing him up. "To the victor go the spoils. Since I've fallen into your hands, do as you wish." Zhou Zhongchen replied coldly, "Why waste words? Originally, being from the same land, I didn't want to kill you, but since you've even killed our own, I can't hold back any longer." Chen Fan shook his head slightly and said calmly, "In your next life, don't be a traitor." With that, he shot 2 more crossbow bolts into Zhou Zhongchen's forehead, sending him on his way. Congratulations to Chen Fan from Jiuzhou for killing the enemy Chosen One, earning 16 square meters of floating island 1, wooden planks 128, metal sheets 86, glass 72, plastic 68, cloth 66, cotton 32, barbecue materials 2, contract documents 1, equipment upgrade book 1. At the same time, a series of sounds echoed in Chen Fan's ears. "Wait, you can actually loot gear." Chen Fan shouted excitedly. 16 pieces of floating stone at once could double the area of the floating island. Even if the Orcus attacked again, it wouldn't be too shaky. Plus, with 2 pounds of barbecue materials, which were the mainstay of his current food supply, the flavor would be even better now. But this equipment upgrade book, Chen Fan quickly studied it. It could upgrade anything. Simply put, it could make anything stronger and bigger. For example, a fish spear could be upgraded to an automatic fish spear. A wooden cabin could be upgraded to a studio apartment. The area of the floating island could be doubled. This was practically a game-breaking item. "Hey there, little sister. How about letting Big Brother take care of you? I'm very gentle. Get away. Don't you know you smell terrible?" That's called manly charm. Girls love it. "Are you crazy? I think you're looking to get yourself killed, you old floating stone. Do you want Big Brother to be rough with you, little sister?" Outside, the old floating stone was communicating with another floating island while Chen Fan stretched lazily. He noticed that the body of Zhou Zhongchen was disappearing on its own. So he immediately lay back down on the wooden bed to sleep, thinking, "I'll deal with everything tomorrow." That night, Chen Fan's fate became a mystery for the Blue Star people. Except for the people from Jiuzhou, everyone else from other countries wished for Chen Fan to die. In fact, netizens from various countries started a fierce argument online in the early hours, with some even organizing betting pools. By the next morning, when Chen Fan stretched and walked out of the wooden house, the Jiuzhou people, who had been anxious all night, finally felt excited. "I told you. How could Chen Fan possibly die?" In the end, it was still Chen Fan who killed the opponent. Haha. Humph. Who dares to curse my husband to death? That's too much. Chen Fan, forever rising. Chen Fan, resources doubling. With Chen Fan alive, some rejoiced while others worried. Chen Fei, who had spent a sleepless night worrying, was so moved that she burst into tears, feeling a huge weight lifted off her heart. Meanwhile, Chen Fan began to study Zhou Zhengchen's floating island. The two floating islands had been arguing all night and were still chattering away. Chen Fan simply decided to dismantle that floating island, which infuriated the old floating stone. Why did you kill my wife? It couldn't be your wife anyway. You couldn't even handle it in one night, and you still have the nerve to complain? Chen Fan replied sternly. Right now, I need to expand your area. So tell me, do you want to become stronger? Or do you want a wife? I want a wife. The old floating stone answered without hesitation. Damn, so stubborn. Chen Fan was taken aback. Next time I'll help you find a wife. For now, let's focus on expanding the area. With that, he combined it with the 4 pieces of floating stone he had salvaged earlier, and the floating island's area directly increased to 36 square meters. This made the old floating stone nearly scream with excitement. Chen Fan, I love you. You've increased it by more than double. This is just amazing, haha. Don't rush. The best is yet to come. Chen Fan immediately said. He had already made a decision. Since they were targeting the floating island, he would do it even more thoroughly and apply the equipment upgrade book. Without hesitation, Chen Fan used the equipment upgrade book on the floating island. With a faint flash of white light, the 36 square meter floating island instantly expanded to 72 square meters. I'm getting more and more excited, hic. The old floating stone laughed with joy, unable to suppress a hiccup. Chen Fan, you are my god. As long as you stop arguing with me so much, I'll be eternally grateful. Yeah, right, Chen Fan replied with a hint of annoyance. But we definitely need a celebration here. The old floating stone chuckled. Going from 16 pieces to 72 is just a miracle. All right, today is indeed a season of harvest, so I'll reward you with a celebration. Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately lit up a firecracker, sticking it on the old floating stone. Chen Fan turned to the wooden cabin and said, You need to shift your position too. Our space is quite large now, and if you're in the middle, it won't be conducive to future development. We need to have a plan. With that, Chen Fan moved the wooden cabin to the side, 2 meters away from the beach. The sail remained above the cabin, creating a spacious area in front. Only at the very front, just 1 meter from the shoreline, did he place a fishing net. Chen Fan, feeling pretty secure, huh? The wooden cabin chuckled. Of course. Once the floating island expands, you'll get an upgrade too, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Now, it's time to speed things up for the floating island. Saying this, Chen Fan took out the cold fusion reactor. As long as we connect it to the electric propeller, the floating island will turn into a speedboat, and I won't have to paddle with oars anymore. That sounds awesome. Chapter 20. Orca, planning to settle things with me? How do I even attach this thing? Looking around, Chen Fan muttered to himself, feeling a bit bewildered. It's so smooth and doesn't he seem to have any wiring or anything? After placing the electric propeller in the water behind the wooden cabin, he found himself at a loss on how to deal with this cold fusion reactor. Damn it, I can't believe I've been messing with this for so long. And it might not even work in the end. Rubbing his head, Chen Fan felt a bit emo. The key was that he hadn't really understood these things. Otherwise he wouldn't be so clueless, completely in the dark. If someone could just give me 3 Hua coins, I think I could be all-knowing, all-seeing. The old floating stone suddenly said. Chen Fan was taken aback, growing more curious about the old floating stone's past. This guy even knows about controlled nuclear fusion. Did he encounter it in the Forbidden Sea? Or was this ability granted to him before the system exploded? But since he needed the stone as help, Chen Fan couldn't say much and obediently placed 3 cigarettes on the floating stone, which immediately emitted a series of soul-stirring sounds. Damn. Can you not make such disgusting noises? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were getting possessed. The wooden cabin said, clearly uncomfortable. Hee. The old floating stone chuckled nonstop. If you find where my body's center is and carve a hole the same size as this thing, then embed it. Everything that runs on electricity in my body will be usable. Is it that simple? Chen Fan exclaimed in disbelief. This thing is applicable to a whole. Anything on a single entity can be charged. The old floating stone said seriously, no need to thank me. Had I known it was this simple, I wouldn't have wasted 3 Hua coins. Chen Fan grumbled, immediately running off to get to work. As the reactor was embedded in the center of the floating island, the propeller excitedly exclaimed, Yes, I've got it. With power, let us start moving. Chen Fan said, looking up at Wang Kai. Wang Kai, have you scouted the route properly? Yes. There are 2 clusters of wooden boxes in that direction. Wang Kai immediately pointed. Chen Fan, are you really planning to wait out the extreme cold tide here before leaving? The wooden cabin asked in confusion. Minus 30 degrees ISNT, something you can just endure easily. We still have 5 days, no rush. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Worst case, we come back the day before the extreme cold tide arrives. Otherwise, we'll miss out on so many supply crates. Right, then I'm off, the propeller said, immediately setting off in the direction pointed out by Wang Kai with the help of the sail. However, Chen Fan found it a bit amusing that with the propeller's assistance, their speed was only 30 knots, which converts to about 54 kilometers per hour. Of course, it was still much faster than paddling the boat himself. The propeller and the sail worked together so well that Chen Fan didn't even have to operate it continuously to move in the desired direction. It was incredibly convenient. Sigh, if only every day could be this enjoyable. Sitting on the floating island and watching the scenery on the sea, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With nothing to do, Chen Fan glanced at his information again. Chosen 1. Chen Fan Island Area. 72 square meters. Skills, none. Weapons, Wolf Fong Club. Fish Spear Talent, none. High-tech, Super Protective Shield, 20 minutes. Cold Nuclear Fusion Reactor. Both weapons and high-tech items appeared in pairs, but there was also an added talent section. It seemed that neither the skills nor the talents were particularly relevant to him. What changes would occur as things progressed? If only there were some offensive high-tech items. He could sweep through the other chosen ones from different countries once the novice period ended. What a thrill that would be. Boss, pick me up. Me. I have pictures. Pick me up first. Soon, 5 or 6 wooden boxes floated over. Listening to the chattering sounds, Chen Fan smiled and retrieved all the boxes. Wooden planks X3, metal sheets X2, fertile black soil X100 kg, plastic X2, flower bed blueprint X1, metal sheet X1, iodized sea salt X2, glass X2. What the heck? Did I really just see that? So many good items this time. Chen Fan stared at the treasures in disbelief. The fruit seeds were just right for planting in the flower bed soon. He could enjoy the freedom of having his own fruits. The most crucial part was that there were 2 kilograms of sea salt. This was exactly what he needed. Even ordinary food could be made delicious now. From high above Blue Star, a voice immediately transmitted. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has obtained fertile black soil X100 kg, iodized sea salt X2, wooden planks X12, metal sheets X8, plastic X5, glass X3, 6 items in total. Jiuzhou will receive a 100-fold boost. Everyone in Blue Star shuddered. Fertile black soil, free from nuclear contamination, and all at once, 10 tons. What does that even mean? This is a priceless treasure, not to mention the pure natural sea salt, which is of much higher quality than the industrially produced salt available now. This is just too exciting. Chen Fan, you are my god. I must bear you a whole nest of monkeys. With pollution-free soil, we can grow all kinds of plants, and soon we'll be eating our own grown food, right? Perhaps the nuclear contamination in Jiuzhou will eventually be buried beneath several meters of fertile black soil, completely disappearing. This will be a huge project. Chen Fan immediately tossed the flower bed blueprint into the synthesis bar, using 14 wooden planks to create a 12-square-meter flower bed. Then, he evenly spread the entire 100 kilograms of fertile black soil inside the flower bed, tossing in the 2 seeds left from the apples he had eaten, and waited for them to sprout. Who would have thought that what started as a survival endeavor would actually turn into a health project? Just thinking about it makes him happy. Big brother, little brother has something to say. I don't know if I should or shouldn't he. Suddenly, the propeller asked loudly as it whirred through the air. Say it if you have something to say, let it all out. Chen Fan replied immediately. I was underwater when I noticed a massive creature tracking us, and it wasn't just one. The propeller said seriously, this doesn't look good. Orcus. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, realizing that those Orcus wouldn't just let it go. He never expected they would follow him for so long. If it weren't for the propeller warning him, he would still be oblivious. It seemed that before the extreme cold tide arrived, they were intent on settling things with him. They were closing in from all directions. Just as Chen Fan was pondering this situation, the propeller let out a terrified scream. Chapter 21. Buying and selling. Threatening me with whales? Damn, I was just thinking about when they would make their move, and they struck immediately. Chen Fan's expression turned cold, but right now, it wasn't the best time to take them down. Just say that you can't handle them yet. No need to act tough at this point. Old Fu Shi immediately said with irritation. What do you know? Chen Fan shouted angrily. There are 5 killer whales, and my harpoon can only take down 1. If the other 4 decide to drag this out with us, once the super shield expires, we'll just be waiting to die. Youthful impatience. Old Fu Shi sighed helplessly. I was going to teach you how to deal with them, but since you're yelling at me, forget it. What? Your plan is to befriend them? Chen Fan snorted. No, let me put it this way. Those killer whales can swim at about 48 kilometers per hour, while I, Fu Shi, can go 54 kilometers per hour. There is already a gap. If you raise a sail, wouldn't it be easy to escape from the whale's encirclement with 2 sails? Old but not dead is a thief. Old Fu sure has quite a bit of life experience. Chen Fan immediately attached the sail he had confiscated from Zhou Zhongchen to the other side of the wooden hut and said, "Adjust the sail quickly. Let us move at full speed." "You want me to adjust it just like that? Wouldn't that make me lose face?" The sail immediately retorted disdainfully. "Besides, you killed my master, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. What? Are you planning to refuse a toast and drink punishment wine?" Chen Fan frowned. "Brother, you really should mess with my boss." Sail 1 also advised, "Otherwise, you'll end up in a lot of trouble." "Big brother, they're almost catching up." The propeller suddenly gave a warning. "Wang Kai, pull for me." Chen Fan squinted and shouted, "Humph, even if it's Wang Kai. You think my sail grandpa will give you face?" "Oh my." Before he could finish, Sail 2 screamed out, "How dare you defecate on my head?" "Wang Kai, fill it up on him." Chen Fan shouted, "Today, I'll risk my life to show you who is the boss here. I'll do it too." Saying this, Chen Fan prepared to throw some dung on Sail 2. "Adjust the course immediately, full speed ahead." Sail 2 had no temper left at that moment and began to automatically adjust its direction, increasing speed rapidly. The 5 killer whales were about to complete their encirclement of Floating Island, but with a whoosh, the island zipped between 2 of the whales, one of which nearly bit Fu Sure. Damn it, how did that guy's floating island get so fast all of a sudden? Watching the island speed away, the killer whale gritted its teeth. "The cold wave is coming. If we don't take him down before it hits, we won't get another chance." One killer whale said solemnly, "Our mission is to kill him before the newbie period ends. We still have half a month before the cold wave is over." On the other end, the orca calmly said, "So, as long as we kill him before these chosen newbies finish their trial period, he won't say much. For now, let's stick with him and look for opportunities to strike." With that, the leading orca dropped this line, and the 5 brothers immediately resumed their pursuit. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and stuck it into the floating island, then smiled and said, "As long as we work together, nothing is impossible. From now on, if anyone dares to drop the ball again, we can just eliminate them." "Right, Chen Fan is the best." The cabin immediately flattered him. With nothing else to do for the moment, Chen Fan took a rare break and scrolled through the chat room, which made him pause for a moment. "Have you all noticed? There's someone in the trading post actually collecting cotton using other basic resources?" "That's right. And the price is quite reasonable. If we trade with him for cotton and then use basic resources to buy shark meat, it's cheaper than buying shark meat directly." "Exactly, it's a guaranteed profit." "What the heck? Someone is actually competing with me for cotton. Could it be that other big shots have caught wind of the extreme cold tide?" Everyone was entering this unfamiliar ocean world for the first time. "I have my old floating stone to educate me, but where did the others get their information?" Just as he was pondering this, a private message notification chimed in. It was a message from someone named Qi Gongzi. "Big shot. I have quite a bit of cotton here. Not sure if you're interested in purchasing?" Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately checked the trading post. The one competing with him for cotton was this guy. "How do you want to trade?" Chen Fan asked right away. 2 units of cotton for 1 unit of shark meat." Qi Gongzi replied instantly. "Are you crazy?" That single phrase nearly scared Chen Fan to death. Since when did cotton's value come close to that of food? You're buying up cotton in large quantities, so it must be useful to you, which means it has value. Qi Gongzi replied promptly. "In that case, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to trade 2 units of cotton for 1 unit of shark meat? Why don't you keep it for yourself?" "I can't afford it," Chen Fan replied, feeling speechless. He dropped that line and ignored Qi Gongzi afterward. Does he really think I'm a sucker? I already have enough cotton to make cotton clothes. I'm only collecting cotton to sell at a high price when it gets cold. Besides, you don't even have the crafting blueprint for cotton clothes, so what good is cotton to you? Qi Gongzi, if you're so great, let us see what happens when the extreme cold tide arrives. As noon approached, not a single wooden crate had been found. As it neared 11 o'clock, Chen Fan looked at Wang Kai with a bewildered expression. "Wang Kai, are you messing with me? Didn't you say there are more wooden crates on this route?" "Yeah. Boss, this route does have more." Wang Kai nodded seriously. "I guarantee I want to eat 4 dishes in my lifetime." "That harsh?" I got lost and veered off course." At that moment, the propeller awkwardly admitted. "We were just walking along and got confused too," the 2 sails said awkwardly. "We can't tell the direction." Damn it. Chen Fan was a bit speechless. Indeed, without a compass, getting lost was a common occurrence, and this was definitely a problem. Well, he decided to wait until after lunch to choose a new direction. With that thought, Chen Fan set up the barbecue grill, took out some wild boar meat, and started grilling it. The C-grade wild boar meat was already incredibly fragrant, and after sprinkling some barbecue seasoning and sea salt on it, the aroma seemed to waft for miles. Chen Fan could guarantee that this was the most delicious smell he had ever encountered in his life. Even Wang Kai, standing on the wooden cabin, was drooling, much to the cabin's disdain. Oh no, The smell of the barbecue is attracting the deep-sea predators. Just as the meat was finishing cooking, old Fusher suddenly shouted in fear, "Run! Propeller, are you dead? Start it up, let's go." Their presence is terrifying. I'm paralyzed with fear and can't move. The sound of the propeller was trembling. What on earth could scare you this badly? Listening to their conversation, Chen Fan felt his heart leap into his throat. Chapter 22. The Merfolk and the Gift for My Brother. But in the next moment, old Floating Stone went completely still. Even the propeller gradually lost power, playing dead alongside old Floating Stone. Damn. Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed his crossbow, ready to confront the so-called deep-sea assassins. Splash. Just then, with a splash of water, two rugged-looking men emerged from the depths, propping themselves up on the floating stone. Their eyes fixated hungrily on the barbecue, drool dripping into the water. It smells so good. What kind of food is this? Why does it smell so delicious? Should we each grab a piece? He probably won't dare to fight back, right? But weren't we told not to interfere with anything in the fringe seas? The two men continued their silent exchange, completely unaware that Chen Fan was listening in. This is getting ridiculous. Chen Fan couldn't hold back any longer and called out, "Hey, you two, don't just stand there. Join me for lunch." With that, he pulled out a few pieces of barbecue from his inventory and placed them on the grill. If old Floating Stone, such a shameless character, was scared into silence, these two must have something special about them. If I can win them over with barbecue, that would be perfect. You can understand us. One of them trembled in disbelief. Looking at Chen Fan, "You can actually communicate with us? This must be fate." Chen Fan shrugged, "Come on up. The water's pretty cold." The two exchanged glances, said nothing more, and immediately jumped onto the floating island. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically. These two guys had the upper bodies and heads of ordinary humans, but below the waist, they had fishtails, with only their tail fins resembling feet that could move. This is definitely a mermaid. Old Floating Stone just called them deep-sea assassins. Could their combat power be strong? The people from Blue Star were even more shocked than Chen Fan. What is going on? Are there mermaids in the ocean world? Their mouths are moving. Are they talking? Can Chen Fan actually communicate with the merfolk? These two merfolk better be able to defeat Chen Fan from Jiuzhou. Let us see if he dares to be so arrogant again. You shameless people from the beautiful country, why don't you say you killed your own little brother? What is this food? It's so delicious. One of the merfolk gazed intently at the barbecue, unable to resist asking again. This is my specially made barbecue. It's exceptionally tasty. These two pieces are already cooked. Why don't you give them a try? Chen Fan said as he handed the barbecue to the two. They looked at the barbecue with confusion, took a deep sniff, and then bit into it, both groaning in delight. Delicious. So tasty. It's too good. I think I'm going to bite my tongue. This is the first time in my life I've tasted something so delicious. It's beyond words. The other merfolk was equally thrilled, swallowing the barbecue in just a few bites, hardly chewing at all. "Brother, this barbecue is so delicious. We barely had the chance to savor it before swallowing it down," said the mermaid, licking her lips a bit shyly. "Now that's the right attitude towards good food." "I can understand that." Chen Fan chuckled. "I'm still grilling more, so hold your horses." He then pulled out 2 cigarettes, lit them up, and handed one to the mermaid. As the saying goes, a smoke before a meal is better than being a living deity. "Here, have a smoke." "Cigarette." The two exchanged glances. Looking at Chen Fan with suspicion, "Take a puff, then exhale the smoke, and repeat," Chen Fan explained. The two quickly caught on and soon felt the essence of the cigarette, eagerly puffing away without even having time to speak. He lit one for old Fusher and tossed a few pieces of meat to Wang Kai, leaving the rest for the three of them to enjoy. After a brief low conversation between the two mermaids, Yui suddenly flipped and jumped into the water, leaving Chen Fan a bit puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, Yu Jia waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing, let us keep eating." Half an hour later, they heard a splashing sound as Yui emerged from the water, pushing a silver treasure chest onto the floating island. The chest was battered and misshapen, likely because Yui had to beat it up during the capture when it tried to escape. "This is..." Chen Fan suppressed his excitement and feigned confusion. "Brother, thank you for hosting us. We don't have much to repay you with, but you chosen one seem to like these kinds of chests. So take this as a token of our gratitude." Yu Jia smiled. "Let us just consider this the start of a friendship, and we can visit each other often." "Big brother, you're too polite." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan waved his hand with a smile. "I don't have many hobbies, just love making friends. Since you called me brother, I won't hold back and will consider you my big brother." "That's the spirit." Yu Jia burst into laughter. "It's a pity that since this is our first meeting, it might be our last." With a sigh, Chen Fan expressed a hint of sadness. "That's a regret." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Jia was taken aback. "Brother, if there's anything, just tell me. I can't not help you. This matter. Probably no one can help me," Chen Fan replied seriously. "I've only just entered the ocean world, and I've already been targeted by a few orcas. They've been tracking me, wanting to take my life. What do you mean? Who dares to mess with my brother? Yui scoffed. Those orcas are just B-class little minions. Do they think they can stand tall in the border waters? Big brothers, you're not afraid of orcas at all? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. To be honest, in the Forbidden Sea, our merfolk have always treated orcas as laborers. Yujia laughed heartily. Since they dared to mess with our brother, it would be a disgrace not to take them down. But there are 5 of them, Chen Fan quickly added. Looking at the 2 mermaids, I can't shake the feeling that they might not be reliable. If they end up flaking out at a critical moment, it won't just be their demise. I'll be dragged down with them. And that would be a real problem. It's just a light drizzle, said Yujia nonchalantly. All right, let's go hunt down those orcas. My brother and I will take them out for you. Consider it another gift. In this vast ocean, I have no idea where they are, but I'm sure they'll come looking for me. So as long as we wait here, they'll show up soon enough. Chen Fan bit his lip, feeling a bit conflicted. Okay, let us head underwater and wait for them. If they dare to come, we'll take them all out in one go. Yujia declared confidently. Don't worry, little brother. All right. Chen Fan's expression shifted, giving both of them a thumbs up. This time, all our hopes rest on the mermaids. Chapter 23. Super radar, capable of detecting everything. Finally gone. That scared me to death. It wasn't until the 2 mermaids descended into the depths of the sea that old Floating Stone finally breathed a sigh of relief. How infuriating. They are clearly from the Forbidden Sea, a race not allowed to enter the edge waters. How did they end up here? Are mermaids really that powerful? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. You were so scared. You don't know anything. Old Floating Stone scoffed. Even among A-rank creatures, they are one of the strongest. Dealing with those killer whales is a piece of cake for them. Yeah, I felt their presence and it completely paralyzed me, like I was electrocuted. I almost fainted. The propeller said in fear. That feeling was just, why didn't I feel anything? Chen Fan scratched his head, still a bit confused. In any case, if you can get on their good side, it will be incredibly beneficial if we ever venture into the Forbidden Sea. After all, they are. Just as Old Floating Stone was about to continue, he suddenly fell silent, as if he had touched on some kind of taboo. Clang, clang. Just when Chen Fan was about to ask more questions, a sound interrupted him. It was the silver treasure chest, limping out of the wooden cabin. The moment it saw Chen Fan, it quickly dashed towards the water. Trying to escape, huh? Chen Fan chuckled, taking 3 steps to close the distance and scooping up the silver treasure chest into his arms. Help? This is inappropriate. Male-male contact is forbidden. The silver treasure chest screamed. Chen Fan wasn't he going to let it off easily and immediately opened it. Super Radar X1, capable of detecting any presence within a 100-kilometer radius. Will issue warnings if danger is detected, can be upgraded. This could be considered a high-tech product, as this radar is far superior to ordinary ones. Chen Fan quickly examined the radar. It was a circular device with a diameter of 50 centimeters, with a central point representing his floating island. It could extend outwards for 100 kilometers, marking all islands, reefs, and even everything on the seabed within that range. It was incredibly thoughtful. Chen Fan even noticed a bronze chest floating underwater, about 5 meters below the floating island, just within reach of his fishing net. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Chen Fan was about to retrieve it, the super radar suddenly blared an intense alarm. 5 killer whales had already approached within 10 nautical miles and would arrive in less than half an hour. This super radar isn't very sensitive, is it? It only just noticed now that they're almost here? Chen Fan asked, feeling a bit speechless. The radar just got activated, so it needs some time to process. The wooden cabin explained. Just like a person waking up, it takes a moment to get going. All right, since there's still time, let us retrieve that bronze chest first, Chen Fan reasoned, deciding to focus on the task at hand. Without further ado, he cast the fishing net towards the bronze chest. At that moment, the head of the nation also heard the voice. Chosen One Chen Fan has unlocked a bug-level black technology. Super Radar 1 can detect any presence within a radius of 100 kilometers, will issue an alarm if there is danger, and can be upgraded. Looking at the super radar in the system's inventory, the head of the nation fell into ecstatic joy once again. Primarily because this black technology could be upgraded. This meant that the current detection range was 100 kilometers, but after upgrading, it could reach 1,000 kilometers, or even 10,000 kilometers. This was simply a massive bug. In the future, if enemy forces approached, the radar would immediately sound an alarm. Who could possibly pose a threat to the 9 provinces? Head of state, what are you laughing about? A leader who was delivering a report couldn't help but ask. With Chen Fan leading the chosen ones of the 9 provinces, they brought us a bright future. How can I not laugh? The head of state replied casually. So, does this mean that the corn seeds we cherished have been planted in the fertile black soil? Yes, and we've also irrigated them with water purified by the seawater purifier. I believe they will take root and sprout soon. The leader nodded eagerly, saying, we won't need high technology. Naturally grown crops will become a reality again after a century. This is definitely a significant transformation in the history of the 9 provinces. Chen Fan has made a great contribution. Indeed, the head of state nodded with a smile. It's only a matter of time before the 9 provinces lead other countries. Under the command of old Fushi, Chen Fan managed to salvage the bronze box after 3 attempts. The bronze box was furious. You shameless human, let my grandpa box go. Are you looking for death? Wow, you're pretty bold, huh? Do you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe I can summon my brothers to deal with you? Bring it on. I can't wait. Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately opened the bronze box. Matai Chen Yin 2, Treasure Map Fragment 1, 112. A treasure map fragment? Chen Fan was taken aback and quickly picked up the fragment to take a look. It seemed that 12 fragments could be combined to form a complete treasure map. He couldn't help but wonder what good things might be at the treasure location. Even though it was just a fragment, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. I'm dirty now. I'm not pure anymore. Shameless human, you've taken away my first time. The bronze box cried out loudly. I'm going to get my brothers to deal with you. Go ahead, I'm waiting for you. Chen Fan said, kicking the bronze box back into the sea. Just thinking about the possibility of countless bronze boxes lining up for him to open was incredibly thrilling. Deal. No backing out now. As the radar's alarm sounded again. The orcas were less than 1 kilometer from the floating island, and even old Fushi sensed the impact of those orcas. To be safe, Chen Fan activated the super shield. After all, the 2 mermaids might not arrive in time, and he certainly couldn't let them collide directly with the floating island. However, these orcas didn't charge at the floating island. They merely surrounded it. The leading orca mockingly said, hey, human kid, run. If you have the guts, keep running. I'm sorry, but until I become strong enough, I think it's best for me to take you out first. Chen Fan replied politely. Otherwise, you will always be a threat to me. You think you can kill us? I really don't know where you get your courage. The leading orca sighed. Well, brothers, let's put in some effort and take him down first. Look over there. Who is that? Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pointing to a figure not far away. I really don't know who else you could possibly bring in to help you in this vast border area. Don't you realize we're the top dogs around here? The leading orca said mockingly, casually glancing back, only to be struck with shock as its body trembled as if hit by lightning. Chapter 24. With so many treasures to choose from, I ended up selecting a duck. Little did it know, in its wildest dreams, it would encounter the merfolk. Its sworn enemies who had enslaved them for 500 years. I heard you want to kill my brother? Fishjia asked with a smile that was more like a sneer. It's not that we want to kill him, but someone wants his life. The leading orca spoke up immediately. If we don't kill him, our orca clan on the outskirts will face utter disaster. But haven't you considered that my brother is a friend to our merfolk? Fishjia's voice grew colder. I'm sorry, we don't want to either, but... Then you can only accept death. Fishjia nodded slightly, no longer speaking. The 2 merfolk shot up into the sky, their 2-meter-long harpoons gleaming under the sunlight. And they plunged them fiercely down towards an orca. Let us fight them. The leading orca shouted, and 5 orcas attacked simultaneously. Soon, the entire sea surface was stained red with blood as the 5 orcas and 2 merfolk clashed in the water. Apart from the blood and the bubbles rising to the surface, nothing else could be seen. On Blue Star, nearly hundreds of millions of people were watching Chen Fan's live stream at that moment. No one expected that Chen Fan had developed to the point of dealing with merfolk and orcas. This was just too intense. Am I blind? Those 2 merfolk are helping Chen Fan attack the orcas. That's terrifying. How did Chen Fan communicate with the merfolk? Is he going to find a mermaid to marry next? Chen Fan from the 9 provinces, as they say, the stronger the force, the easier it is to break. He won't last long. Humph, this bastard thinks he is so great. This is so thrilling. The merfolk are indeed brave warriors. The 5 orcas are crying for their mothers. Old Floating Stone exclaimed excitedly, spitting as he laughed. I'm about to burst. I desperately need a cigarette to calm my excitement. Wait for me. Chen Fan was anxious. Hearing Old Floating Stone say that, he finally felt relieved. This wave is stable. Detected that the chosen one Chen Fan's livestream viewership has surpassed 100 million, rewarding a lucky self-selected gift pack. Keep up the great work. Suddenly, a voice rang in Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan's expression changed. He indeed saw a gift pack icon appear in his inventory. When he opened it, several options appeared. 1. A pair of adult ducks can lay 2 eggs daily. Breed every 3 months. 2. Floating Stones X23. Super Nutrient Solution X5. Each can replace 1 month of growth. 4. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint X1. Floating Stones, I want floating stones. Old Floating Stone shouted excitedly. Chen Fan, you are my god. 20 pieces of floating stones. We're going to get rich, haha. Chen Fan pursed his lips. Since these items had appeared, it meant they existed in the ocean world. Although he didn't need the floating stones, nutrient solution, or the seawater purifier upgrade blueprint for now, who could resist the temptation of having 2 duck eggs for breakfast every day? Chen Fan had a plan and immediately chose the pair of adult ducks. 2 ducks suddenly appeared on the floating island, happily waddling around. I'm a little duck. Quack, quack, quack. I'm a little duck. Quack, quack, quack. Chen Fan, you fool. 20 pieces of floating stone. That's 20 square meters. Old Floating Stone was so furious he nearly fainted. You picked 2 ducks that can only quack. What were you thinking? What do you mean we can only quack? We can swim, lay eggs, sing, and even poop. Aren't those all advantages? The male duck shouted, and then plopped down on the floating island, leaving a mess behind. Gross. Old Floating Stone's face changed dramatically, and he angrily shouted, from now on, if you're going to poop or pee, either do it in the water or in the flower beds. This is just disgusting. Chen Fan twitched his mouth and immediately ordered, all right then. Sure thing, Brother Fan. The male duck winked at Chen Fan. And soon the 2 ducks jumped into the sea and started swimming. On Blue Star, when everyone saw the ducks in Chen Fan's live stream, a voice echoed, Chen Fan of Jiuzhou has acquired a pair of adult duck couples, can lay 2 eggs daily, breed every 3 months, Jiuzhou will experience a 100-fold increase. Wow. With that one sentence, the people of Jiuzhou erupted in excitement. 100 pairs of duck couples could lay 200 eggs a day, which would amount to 18,000 eggs in 3 months. If all were hatched, that would be 18,000 ducks, which would continue to lay eggs. In just a year, everyone in Jiuzhou could have duck eggs to eat, and even duck meat. These were proper ducks from 100 years ago. Their taste far superior to the mutated ducks bred nowadays. 5 minutes passed, and the 2 ducks seemed to sense danger, quickly running back to the floating island. Then, the bodies of 5 orcas floated to the surface, and 2 mermaids jumped onto the island. What a feat. We finally managed to take them down. Ha ha, big brothers. Truly heroic. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up to the 2 and then proceeded to dismantle the orcas, obtaining Orca Skin X5, Orca Teeth X25, Orca Meat X30,000. Jackpot. 30,000 units of B-grade orca meat. Incredibly delicious. If he didn't sell it and just ate it himself, it would last him 2 years. Chen Fan of Jiuzhou has killed 5 orcas. Fresh orca carcasses will receive a 100-fold increase. Before the people of Jiuzhou could recover from their earlier excitement, the voice appeared in the sky above Blue Star once again. This time, everyone in Jiuzhou was practically jumping for joy. 500 orcas should yield millions of pounds of whale meat, enough for everyone to get their share of canned fish. Chen Fan, you are my hero. When it comes to survival at sea, we can always count on Chen Fan. Humph. Once the new B period is over, Jiuzhou's Chen Fan will undoubtedly die. Our beautiful nation will surely issue a bounty on him. Stupid, beautiful nation. My husband alone could take down all your chosen ones. You're the ones who should be worried. Yujia smiled and waved his hand, saying, Brother, this is the gift we have for you. However, we came over from the Forbidden Sea, so we can't stay long. We need to head back. How about dinner? Chen Fan was taken aback. I even brought 2 bottles of good wine. We can't leave until we're drunk. Save it for next time, Yujia replied, waving his hand again. We have rules. You see, we can't interfere with you chosen ones. His expression then turned serious. But I have to ask you something, brother. Did you offend a big shot as soon as you entered the ocean world? What do you mean? Chen Fan's expression also became serious upon hearing Yujia's words. Chapter 25. Unexpected Delight. Cotton Clothing Manufacturing Blueprint. These 5 killer whales were likely ordered by someone to kill you, explained Fishjia. As for who that person is, they wouldn't dare to mention it even at the end of their lives. Is there really such a thing? Chen Fan frowned. Since entering the ocean world 4 days ago, he had always followed the rules and never made any enemies. He had only encountered Zhou Zhongchen once. Surely he couldn't be someone capable of commanding killer whales, right? Could it be that the target was the system? But the system has already been destroyed. Down in the depths of the sea, a crack had appeared in the barrier between the marginal sea and the Forbidden Sea. Our mission to investigate the marginal flow zone actually came through that crack, Fishy added, since we were able to come through. Other powerful marine creatures can also find the crack and enter. The marginal sea is bound to become dangerous as well. What are you planning to investigate? Chen Fan asked next. That's something you shouldn't be getting involved with. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Fishjia waved his hand. We'll be heading back now. See you in the Forbidden Sea. Saying that, as if afraid of encountering something terrifying, he dove straight into the water and disappeared. They left that quickly? This scene left Chen Fan utterly bewildered. Clearly, they were erased from the Forbidden Sea, yet they came to the marginal sea to investigate. Could something horrific have happened in the Forbidden Sea that affected the marginal sea? Could it be? Old Floating Stone seemed to be thinking of something, but he hesitated to speak. Old floating stone? Do you know something? Chen Fan asked skeptically, stroking his chin. I'm just a rock. What could I possibly know? If you tell me what you know, I can give you 5 huazi, and I can give you one every day from now on. The key is, I really don't know. If you give me all your huazi, I can't tell you anything, because I simply don't know. Old floating stone shrieked, his voice almost hoarse, unsure if he was genuinely ignorant or just too scared to say. For now, Chen Fan decided not to dwell on this matter. After all, as Fish Jia said, knowing too much certainly wouldn't be beneficial for him. It was better to live in the moment. However, he still lit a huazi and gave it to Old Floating Stone, which elicited a series of pleasurable groans from him, taking a look at the items listed in the trading post. It was still young Master Qi who was aggressively buying cotton. It seemed this guy was really counting on him. Chen Fan directly took out 10,000 units of killer whale meat from his 30,000 units. Except for cotton, all other basic materials were exchanged at a 1:1 ratio. While cotton was at a 1:2 ratio, 1 unit of cotton could be exchanged for 2 units of killer whale meat. Aren't you counting on me too much? With 5 days until the extreme cold tide, I don't believe you can sit still with so much cotton in your hands. This move instantly stirred up a huge commotion in the chat room, and Chen Fan became the center of attention. What the heck? The great Chen Fan is giving away free bonuses. Other materials at 1:1 is fine, but cotton actually reaches 1:2. No matter who the characters are among us, the chosen ones of Jiuzhou, I unilaterally declare that Chen Fan is the leader of the Jiuzhou chosen ones. Chen Fan's spirit of selfless dedication is truly moving. This embodies the great benevolence, righteousness, and love that we value in Jiuzhou. Just after launching, a private message notification pinged. Chen Fan initially thought it was young Master Qi reaching out, but it turned out to be a girl named Lian Peipei. Great Chen Fan. Can I exchange something else for orca meat? Although you might not need this. Curious, Chen Fan immediately replied. Lian Peipei awkwardly placed a cotton coat crafting blueprint in the trade window. She felt a bit embarrassed, given the scorching sun, to be trading food for a cotton coat blueprint. She feared Chen Fan might scold her. However, when Chen Fan saw the blueprint, he nearly fainted from excitement. With the extreme cold wave approaching, he was still considering how to make a cotton coat for winter, and here was a blueprint delivered right to him. Truly, heaven was looking out for him. Chen Fan quickly put 20 units of orca meat and a bottle of mineral water in the trade window. I can only trade these. Lian Peipei's anxious heart suddenly turned excited as she quickly pressed the trade button, fearing Chen Fan might back out. This made Chen Fan grin from ear to ear, and he immediately added Lian Peipei as a friend. In the future, if you have any rare or odd items, feel free to trade them to me, and I'll give you the best price. Thank you, great Chen Fan. Lian Peipei expressed her gratitude repeatedly. I should be the one thanking you. Chen Fan quickly tossed the cotton coat blueprint into the synthesis panel. It turned out to be a complete set of cotton clothing, requiring 40 fabric pieces, 20 cotton balls, and 5 plastic items, capable of resisting temperatures as low as -30 degrees Celsius. Wasn't this specifically prepared for the extreme cold wave? Moreover, a single cotton coat could be sold for a high price. Unfortunately, he couldn't trade with all the chosen ones across the nations. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune. Not knowing, Chen Fan, with a try-it-out attitude, tossed a few wolf pelts into the synthesis panel. With a flash of pale gray light, a wolf fur coat appeared before him, fitting him perfectly. However, as soon as he put it on, the wolf fur coat felt like a furnace, making him quickly take it off. This thing was much warmer than a cotton coat. Once the extreme cold wave hit, wearing just this wolf fur coat outside would definitely keep him cozy. How thoughtful. Plus, with the remaining wolf pelts, he could make another coat. The cost-effectiveness was simply incredible. Just thinking about it made him happy. At this moment, young Master Qi's private message finally arrived. Big shot. I have an absolute surplus of cotton here. Let's exchange it one for orca meat. A total steal. Sorry, but I have plenty of cotton on my end. I don't need yours, Chen Fan replied mercilessly. 1:2 is my limit. Otherwise, I'd be taking a huge loss. Young Master Qi's words were laced with desperation. He had bought too much cotton this time, and was hoping to make a profit from Chen Fan. But who would have thought that Chen had come up with so much orca meat, which was far tastier than shark meat? If he didn't lower the price and sell off the cotton soon, it would all be stuck with him. After all, in this sweltering heat, who besides that fool Chen Fan would buy cotton? It was a 1-to-5 deal. If you're willing, let us trade. If not, then forget it. 3 full minutes passed, and young Master Qi was getting more anxious by the second when Chen Fan finally replied. Why don't you just go rob someone? Seeing Chen Fan's message, young Master Qi was so furious that he nearly jumped up. Chapter 26. Chen Fan is targeted by the local natives. We're just conducting normal business here. If you're willing to trade, let's do it. If not, that's fine too. There's no need to slander me, Chen Fan replied. Think it over. If you're interested in trading, put it in the trade section. If not, no big deal. With that, Chen Fan ignored the other person and turned his attention to the two ducks, which had finished frolicking and were now cozying up on the floating island. However, since these were new lives on the floating island besides himself, and evening was approaching, he couldn't just leave them outside, could he? He couldn't let them into the wooden house either. It would be a smelly mess at night. Suddenly, someone arrived, someone to rescue him. Pick me. Pick me. I'm well behaved. And I've got goods. I've got stones. I've got stones. While he was pondering, several wooden crates floated over. Chen Fan quickly fished them out and opened them immediately. Floating stones 5, wooden planks 3, cloth 3, glass 2, cotton 3, and a gold coin 1. This haul was quite good. Not only did he get a gold coin, but he also scored 5 floating stones, far more efficient than the previous 1x1 collection. When did the ocean world become so generous? However, an idea struck Chen Fan, and he quickly propped up the open wooden crate, lined it with a dozen pieces of cotton, and set it next to the wooden house, turning it into a simple duck shelter. The two ducks recognized it as their new nest and immediately waddled in, starting to cuddle again. Cuddle away, how else would they lay eggs and hatch ducklings? It seemed like breakfast would definitely include 2 duck eggs tomorrow. After finishing all of this, Chen Fan glanced at the chat section. Young Master Chi had compromised and put over 500 pieces of cotton in the trade section. Chen Fan, feeling generous, offered up 113 units of orca meat for trade. The extra 3 units are a gift from me. Here's to our happy cooperation. Damn it. Far away on a 20 square meter floating island, a robust man couldn't help but curse out loud, feeling helpless. He couldn't just smash this thing in his hands, could he? Chen Fan, I'll let this slide. Time flew by, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Chen Fan was grilling wild boar ribs while keeping an eye on the public chat messages. What a great day. I managed to fish out 3 floating stones. What a windfall. I got 5 floating stones. What a delightful day. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. Haven't you noticed that your floating islands are being eroded? Now that you mention it, I did notice that the whole perimeter of the floating island is being corroded. If we consider the overall erosion, it's already taken away an entire floating stone. My goodness, how could this happen? I'm buying floating stones, 5 units of basic supplies for floating stones. I'll offer 6 units. This outburst instantly sparked panic among everyone, with everyone clamoring to purchase floating stones. Even some chosen ones began to raise their bids, and suddenly, floating stones became the hottest commodity. Old floating stone. Is your body being corroded? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. It's corroding slowly, about 1 piece of floating stone every 24 hours. For us, it's just a bit of rain. Old floating stone replied nonchalantly. This isn't something we should be worried about. Chen Fan felt a bit speechless. While he didn't need to worry, those without floating stones would face death once theirs were completely corroded. He wondered how many chosen ones would be eliminated this time. By the time the extreme cold tide arrived, there probably wouldn't be half of the original one. 5 million chosen ones left. Surviving in the ocean was indeed brutal. However, looking at the trading platform, many people were selling floating stones recklessly, some even selling 2 at once. Although the prices were a bit inflated, Chen Fan, adhering to the principle of taking what you can get, managed to acquire 50 pieces of floating stone while grilling pork chops, bringing his total to 58, including the ones he salvaged. By adding all the floating stones to the floating island, the original 72 square meters expanded to 130 square meters, transforming it into a rectangular island measuring 10 meters by 13 meters. Chen Fan, you really love me. It's almost doubled in size. Old floating stone exclaimed. Sounding like an uncastrated eunuch, his voice sharp enough to be unbearable. You are my god. It's so dangerous, yet people are still selling them. Anyone who doesn't buy is a fool. Chen Fan said with a smile. We'll harvest more when it's time to sleep. I bet we can expand our area by nearly half again. Awesome. Old floating stone hummed a cheerful tune. Chen Fan, shouldn't I get bigger too? The wooden house asked with a chuckle. On such a large floating island, I feel a bit out of place being such a small house. Hold your horses. I'll find an opportunity to upgrade you. Chen Fan replied calmly. Beep beep beep. Just as he was enjoying his grilled pork chop, the super radar suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Chen Fan immediately tensed up. A wooden ship over 100 meters long had entered his 100-kilometer range and was heading straight for his floating island. Last time, a chosen one mentioned seeing a big ship, and then they disappeared without a trace. Could this be that same ship? Chen Fan nervously muttered to himself, realizing that if the ship was coming for him, he might be in serious trouble. Change course immediately. Try to avoid letting the ship catch up with us. Chen Fan shouted urgently. The propellers and sails adjusted direction at once, speeding forward. However, to Chen Fan's dismay, the ship seemed to be following him. After the floating island changed course, the ship did too. What the hell is going on? Chen Fan's face turned pale. Everything had been going well. But if the local natives decided to target him now, he would be doomed. Suddenly, Chen Fan recalled what the mermaid had told him. Could it be that some powerful figure was indeed targeting him, and even the natives piloting that ship were involved? The large ship was moving at an incredible speed, and with every radar refresh, the distance between the ship and the floating island shrank significantly, to the point where Chen Fan couldn't even eat his meal. "Boss, can I have your pork chop?" Seeing that Chen Fan was holding a pork chop, but not eating it, Albatross couldn't help but ask. Chen Fan immediately tossed the pork chop to Albatross, his eyes fixed on the large ship without blinking. Even Old Floating Stone and the others surprisingly remained silent, as if they could sense Chen Fan's tension. As the distance between the large ship and the floating island dwindled to less than a kilometer, Chen Fan took a deep breath and strode toward the spear. If it's a blessing, it's a blessing. If it's a curse, there's no escaping it. Well then, let's fight it out. Chapter 27. Harvesting the Ice Skating Device. Dolphin in distress, beep, 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 as the shrill alarm of the super radar intensified. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and finally spotted the massive ship. It was indeed over 100 meters long, heading straight for the floating island. Chen Fan's heart raced to his throat. The difference between him and that ship felt like the difference between heaven and earth. How could he possibly face it? Just as he was about to deploy the super shield for protection, the alarm suddenly stopped, and the ship vanished when it was still nearly 100 meters away from the floating island. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. What is going on? Chen Fan looked around, bewildered. Isn't this just the rule of the ocean world? After all, you just entered the ocean world, and everything hasn't developed yet. How could the rules allow you to encounter those natives so quickly? Old Floating Stone chuckled. Why didn't you say so sooner? Chen Fan angrily questioned. Do you think this is funny? I was just guessing before, and I didn't know for sure until now, so I explained it to you. Old Floating Stone replied with a grin. Damn it. Chen Fan was infuriated and kicked Old Floating Stone hard. My waist. Old Floating Stone cried out in pain, causing the group in the wooden house to burst into laughter. With the danger averted, Chen Fan hummed a little tune while he started preparing some barbecue, pulling out a bottle of beer to celebrate his survival. As it grew late into the night, Chen Fan decided to harvest another wave of floating stones. Sure enough, many chosen ones were still selling floating stones at the elevated stalls, and Chen Fan managed to gather about 50 more. Just as he was about to close the panel and go to sleep, Lian Pei sent a message. Great Chen Fan, do you have any extra floating stones? I'd like to trade for some. You don't have any floating stones? Chen Fan asked in surprise. I used my floating stones to trade for food and water early on, and now the prices for floating stones have skyrocketed. I asked several chosen ones about my items, and they not only refused to trade but scolded me instead, Lian Pei replied. If it weren't for the situation, I wouldn't want to trouble you again. What item? The ice skating device. Saying this, Lian Pei placed the item in the trading box. It appeared to be a somewhat complex electric traction device that could allow objects weighing under 100 tons to glide on ice at speeds of up to 30 kilometers per hour. Chen Fan roughly calculated that his floating island was currently 130 square meters, equivalent to a combination of 130 floating stones. Each floating stone weighed about 450 kilograms. So 130 floating stones would weigh approximately 5 tons, adding another 40 floating stones along with various items on the floating island. The total weight wouldn't even reach 80 tons. Chen Fan's heart raced with joy. This device seemed tailor-made for him. He had been worried about how to move around on the ice at minus 30 degrees, and here this girl had delivered him such a treasure. Lian Pei was simply his lucky charm. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately gave Lian Pei 10 pieces of floating stone, while advising, in a few days, the extreme cold tide will arrive, and the temperature at sea will drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius or even lower. Try to create a warm shelter and store enough food. What? Upon reading this, Lian Pei's expression changed drastically, almost in disbelief. When the time comes, I will provide you with a warm outfit that can withstand minus 30 degrees. Don't forget to ask me for it, Chen Fan said before closing the panel. Far away, on a tiny floating island of just 4 square meters, a beautiful woman dressed in a crop top and shorts suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Chen Fan is such a good person, willing to provide me with warm clothes. It's a pity I don't know where he is, otherwise, I could repay him properly. After integrating the 40 pieces of floating stone into the island, the area expanded from 130 to 170 square meters, causing another round of cheers from the old floating stones. What a thrilling day. Time for bed. As he listened to the ocean's summary of the death toll in various countries, Chen Fan couldn't help but stretch and drift off to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Chen Fan woke up, he heard a commotion outside. Sleepily, he walked out to find a mother duck boasting about her eggs. Look at this duck. She's both beautiful and fierce. And this egg, it's big and round. Oh, laid an egg? Chen Fan's expression shifted as he quickly retrieved 2 eggs. Breakfast was secured. Brother Fan, my eggs are so beautiful. Can you bear to eat them? The mother duck asked pitifully. You should treasure them. Eggs are meant to be eaten. Otherwise, they'll go bad. Chen Fan replied, already tossing the 2 eggs onto the grill. Without oil, he could only roast them, but they would still taste delicious. Thus, in the eyes of the people on Blue Star, a young man enjoyed the purest roasted duck eggs, drinking the cleanest purified water as he savored life under the morning sun just as he was eating. A splash of water caught his attention, a bronze chest was pushed up, and a dolphin jumped onto the floating island. Bro, your progress is incredible. It's only been 3 or 4 days, and the floating island has expanded so much. You came just to flatter me? Chen Fan asked, not in the best mood. He had no fondness for this dolphin. Despite bringing a gift, trouble always followed. I'm here to bring you some benefits. The dolphin laughed heartily. You might not know, but the extreme cold tide is coming soon. I already know, Chen Fan replied with a dark expression. What do you want? There's an island 300 nautical miles away. Rich in resources and with a hot spring. It's the best place to spend the extreme cold tide. The dolphin paused, then quickly explained. You're so kind. Traveling all this way to deliver a treasure chest and provide me with intel? Chen Fan stepped closer to the dolphin, pulling out a dagger. Now, you either speak plainly, or I'll skin you alive. There is something I need, something important. Seeing that Chen Fan was getting impatient, the dolphin immediately shouted out loud. Only then did Chen Fan take a few steps back. We, the dolphin clan, are facing a tremendous crisis and need a legendary hero to ride in on a rainbow. But to put it simply, our small family has been trapped in a small cave beneath the island I just mentioned by a few killer whales. We need to escape before the frigid tide arrives, or we will freeze to death inside. That's why we have to ask for your help. The dolphin said pitifully. Chen Fan, this might be a trap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Floating Stone immediately spoke up. Do you remember what the mermaid said? Chapter 28. Signing the contract? The magical super nutrient solution. Are you saying that the orca is trying to lure me over to kill me? Chen Fan's expression changed as he immediately understood what Old Fusher meant. It's better to be safe than sorry. Old Fusher snorted, saying that if one were to get overly excited and end up getting killed, what would that amount to? What are you thinking, Old Baideng? Hearing Old Fusher's analysis, the dolphin was furious. My big brother saved me twice. How could I possibly betray him? The dolphin clan could also be under threat. Old Fusher continued his analysis, just like how the great white shark was threatened by the orca back then. Damn it. The dolphin looked completely baffled, its tail slapping the floating island in frustration. My waist. Old Fusher suddenly cried out in pain. Anything is possible. Chen Fan pondered, stroking his chin. Dolphin, I can help you, but if you don't show some sincerity, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to trust you. As long as I can save my people, I'll do anything. The dolphin gritted its teeth and immediately made a bold claim. I have a contract here. I think we can sign a master-servant agreement, where you become my contracted beast and stick with me from now on. Chen Fan said, suggesting that if they established a master-servant relationship, it would be only natural for him to help save the dolphin-esque kin. No problem. The dolphin readily agreed. Chen Fan promptly took out the contract and signed the master-servant agreement with the dolphin, immediately understanding everything about it. This guy was a real unfortunate soul. Born alone and often facing bad luck, it had just found a family that accepted it, only to be surrounded by orcas. No wonder it was willing to become a contracted beast just to save its clan. It must have been starved for love. Now, can we save my family? The dolphin asked weakly. Of course. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said seriously, we can reach the island you mentioned this afternoon, before the frigid tide comes. We have 48 hours to save those dolphins. Propellers, sails, what are we waiting for? Let us head in the direction the dolphin indicated and go full speed ahead. All right. After the dolphin entered the sea, the propellers and sails began to set sail. After finishing breakfast, Chen Fan finally turned his attention to the bronze box. Oh no, here it comes. The bronze box looked despondent. You shouldn't come over. Chen Fan smiled and rubbed his hands together before opening the bronze box, a delicate small stove one. Throw in a wooden plank to ignite. It can release enough heat, and a plank can continue to burn for 1 hour. Chen Fan scratched his head. It seemed he wouldn't have any use for this thing, which was a bit disappointing. Meanwhile, those watching Chen Fan's live stream were puzzled as well. Why have so many cotton items been opened recently? I've seen quite a few people get small stoves. Do we need to roast anything in the sweltering summer? I suspect there is something going on here. Perhaps winter is coming to the ocean world soon? I wonder where the dolphin is leading Chen Fan. By the way, there have been several times when the things Chen Fan collected didn't amplify in the real world. But don't worry, surprises are always around the corner. Boss, there are quite a few boxes in other directions. Should we pick them up on the way? After walking for more than 2 hours, Wang Kai suddenly asked while perched on Chen Fan's shoulder. Let us go. Chen Fan immediately agreed, although they were on a mission to rescue the dolphin without strong power. Simply heading over might not be effective. If they could find some weapons in the boxes, wouldn't that solve all their problems? With the dolphin's help. In less than an hour, they managed to salvage 11 wooden boxes. Chen Fan opened them all at once. 3 wooden planks, 2 floating stones, 100 kilograms of fertile black soil. 3 plastics, 1 super nutrient solution for plants, which can sustain a month's growth period, 2 cottons, 1 contract document, and 3 cloth pieces. What a bountiful harvest. It's really enjoyable to have Wang Kai leading the way. Otherwise, they would have missed out on so many good things. Meanwhile, in the skies above Blue Star, a voice echoed again. Zhuzhou Chen Fan has acquired 100 kilograms of fertile black soil, 1 super nutrient solution for plants, which can sustain a month's growth period, 5 mineral waters, 25 wooden planks, 17 metal sheets, 15 plastics, 10 cloth pieces, and 7 cottons. 8 items in total. Zhuzhou will receive a 100-fold amplification, another 10 tons of fertile black soil. And this time they even got a super nutrient solution that can match a month's growth cycle for plants. This means that after using it, the ungerminated corn seeds will turn into 4-leaf corn seedlings, right? This must be considered high-tech, right? The national leader immediately took out 20 super nutrient solutions and instructed the team to dilute them with water and apply them to the cornfield. Eager to see how miraculous this agent could be. If the country could research and develop it, it would definitely be a milestone for crops. The people of Zhuzhou were incredibly excited. Did you see? The great Chen Fan has gotten this super nutrient solution, which can greatly shorten the maturity time of crops. Chen Fan and the other chosen ones entered the same ocean world. So why does it feel like Chen Fan is so far ahead of the others? Zhuzhou Chen Fan will surely meet his end at the hands of my beautiful country's Sea Dog Special Forces. Once the novice period is over, all the chosen ones from Sakura country will mobilize to take down Zhuzhou Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was too busy to care about what was happening on Blue Star. He created a flower bed, mixed the fertile black soil into it, ate a peach, and planted the peach pit in the flower bed. Then he diluted the super nutrient solution and poured it over the peach pit and the 2 apple seeds he had planted earlier. In just 5 minutes. With a rustling sound, the seeds had already germinated and sprouted, ultimately growing into 10-centimeter tall seedlings. This is hope. Looking at the 3 seedlings, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, without this super nutrient solution, who knows if the seeds would even sprout. Meanwhile, a dolphin unexpectedly pushed a bronze chest up onto the floating island. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, ready to get angry, when he suddenly spotted a massive dorsal fin breaking the surface of the water, heading straight for them. It was a great white shark. Old Fushir immediately screamed, "Shield! Protect the island!" Bang! In the next moment, the great white shark crashed into the floating island, causing a slight tremor. The shark, dazed and confused, glared angrily at Chen Fan. A great white shark was coming onto the island, and the super radar hadn't issued a warning? It seemed like the system's legacy left for me was very reliable after all. Damn it, this great white shark isn't even coming for you. Why should I sound the alarm? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the super radar's frantic voice echoed, "This isn't my fault. Not coming for me?" Chen Fan was taken aback, glancing at the dolphin. Chapter 29. Signing the contract and making a deal with the great white shark. That guy is coming for me. The dolphin replied awkwardly. Bro, you know me. There is indeed a great white shark that has been causing trouble for me throughout my dolphin life. Kid, you only have 2 choices now. Either hand over that dolphin, or die by my teeth. The great white shark roared madly, saying, even if you think you're strong, to us great white sharks, humans are just an after-dinner snack. Is that so impressive? Chen Fan asked, astonished as he scrutinized the great white shark. I'd like to know, how many of you are there? 15 or 16? The great white shark shouted confidently. Even if one of us charges at you, your floating island won't last long. Dolphin, how many orcas are blocking you? Chen Fan seemed to think of something and immediately asked the dolphin. 3 orcas. The dolphin answered right away, blocking 5 of my family members. Chen Fan smiled and directly sat down across from the great white shark. He pointed at his spear gun and said, a few days ago, I used this spear gun to kill a great white shark. At that time, I wasn't very strong, but now, I definitely have the strength to kill you. However, I want to give you a chance. Let us make a deal. What do you mean? The great white shark glanced at the spear gun with some trepidation and couldn't help but ask seriously. It had only been focused on the dolphin and hadn't noticed the spear gun. Even if it turned to swim away now, this human might still hit it. Damn, I was careless. I need to kill those 3 orcas, but I currently don't have the strength to do so. You can bring your brothers to help me take them down, and their meat can belong to you, Chen Fan decisively stated. This way, I won't make a move against you. Let us sign a contract for a fair trade. We are natural enemies of orcas. The great white shark roared back, adding, besides, we are no match for the orcas. You guys can handle one orca with 5 great white sharks. Can't you manage that? Chen Fan said, already standing in front of the spear gun. Plus, you'll have my help. The great white shark's natural enemy is the orca. I've already taken down 5 orcas before. Taking down 3 more shouldn't be a problem for you. This would only benefit your great white shark family. And you're hesitating to cooperate with me. The great white shark's small eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. Then it looked at the dolphin, constantly calculating the feasibility of this deal in its mind. Chen Fan took out the contract, wrote down the agreement for the great white shark to help kill the orcas, and signed his name. Hurry up. I may not have many skills, but I do enjoy cooperation. This evening, we'll easily take down the orcas. With the meat from 3 orcas, you'll survive the extreme cold tide, right? Alright, since it has come to this. The great white shark felt that this was indeed the case. The key was that it was within the range of the human's weapon. If it didn't agree, it would die. At that moment, the great white shark spat a small amount of water onto the contract, and the deal was struck. Then, the great white shark turned around and swam away. You fool, do you really think that 15 or 16 great white sharks are a match for 3 killer whales? Old Floating Stone finally spoke up. Although both sides are classified as grade B creatures, the great white shark is at the lower end of grade B. While the killer whale is at the top end, there's simply no comparison. This is what they call the clam and the snipe contending, while the fisherman benefits. Chen Fan said with a smile, turning the great white shark into a fighter. Even if the great white shark ends up fighting to the death, it will make it much easier for us to deal with the killer whales later. At the very least, we can rescue the dolphin-s family, which would perfectly complete our mission, right? You're quite shameless, but I like it, hee. Old Floating Stone was taken aback, then immediately burst out laughing with excitement. With no more wooden crates in sight, Chen Fan instructed the propellers to return to their course, then turned to look at the bronze box pushed up by the dolphin. Big brother, there's a contaminated piranha inside me. If you open me, it will attack you, the bronze box shouted. For your safety, you should just kick me back into the sea. Don't. It was so hard to fish you out. Kicking you back would be pointless. Chen Fan chuckled. My favorite game is unboxing. You might as well accept your fate. With that, he opened the bronze box. Fishing gun upgrade blueprint 1. Chen Fan was overjoyed. A regular fishing gun could handle a great white shark, but it wouldn't be very realistic against a killer whale. However, if upgraded, it could at least hold off a killer whale for a short time, giving the great white shark enough time to fight. With a plan in mind, Chen Fan immediately crafted the upgraded fishing gun. Although it was still just a 1.5-meter tall tripod, its durability had increased nearly 3-fold. And the reinforced fishing line had been upgraded from 20 meters to 50 meters. The gun itself was about 1.5 meters long, and once hit, its barbed hooks could securely latch onto the target. How considerate. Isn't this perfect? Chen Fan said with a smile while stroking the fishing gun. With a 95 accuracy rate, what prey could possibly escape? Please feel free to command the fishing gun, master. The suddenly seductive voice of the fishing gun made Chen Fan shiver. It turned out to be a cute little girl's voice. Hey there, gun girl. I'm your floating stone brother. Come play with me. I'm Uncle Wooden Cabin, handsome and powerful. Hey, are you taking advantage of me? Old Floating Stone immediately began bickering with Wooden Cabin, causing the fishing gun to burst into a fit of giggles, which made all the men on the floating island captivated. Time flew by, and before long it was afternoon. According to the radar, they were less than 3 nautical miles from the island. Sure enough, 3 killer whales were circling around a cave. The super radar indicated that only threats to themselves would show up, so it was clear that the 3 killer whales were indeed coming for them. At this moment, the killer whales had already spotted Chen Fan and were charging straight toward the floating island. Chen Fan immediately activated the super protective shield, bracing for the killer whale's impact. Chen Fan then realized that this orca was much larger than the 2 he had encountered before. Even though the floating island was already 170 square meters, he still felt a slight trembling. The orca's massive head slowly emerged from the water, and with a cold smirk, it fixed its gaze on Chen Fan and said, So, you're Chen Fan. We've finally met. It seems I have no grudge against you. So why are you targeting me? Chen Fan took a deep breath and finally asked this question that had been troubling him for a long time. Chapter 30, Chen Fan versus Orca. Does a dying person really need to know so much? The orca scoffed. Even if you know, it won't change your situation. You can't do anything. All you can do is wait for death. So sure that the one dying will be me? Chen Fan sneered. Why waste time talking to it? Let's take it down. Lao Fusher shouted. I can't wait for some grilled orca meat. Seeking death. The orca, filled with rage, suddenly turned around, its massive tail swinging towards the floating island. In a flash, Chen Fan stepped forward, firing a harpoon. The harpoon struck the orca's tail, causing it to let out a painful cry before it rushed away. The other two orcas, witnessing this, immediately charged in to help their leader. Unexpectedly, a group of over a dozen great white sharks came rushing in, colliding violently with the orcas. Brothers, if we take down these two orcas, we'll have food to last through the winter. Are you looking for death? The two orcas were taken aback. When did our food start attacking us? Humph, with over a dozen of us, we're definitely a match for you two. The leading great white shark said confidently, you two, prepare to die. Kill them. The two orcas roared, launching a counterattack against the great whites, like wolves entering a sheep pen. Meanwhile, the dolphins quickly entered a cave, their expressions serious as they shouted, family, we're saved. We need to get out of here. Did you call those great whites inhumans? An older female dolphin couldn't help but ask. In order to get that human to save us, I made a master-servant contract with him. He asked the one who lured those great whites here. The dolphin explained. You. Upon hearing this, the 5 dolphins were stunned. This silly dolphin, who had just joined their family, willingly became a human's contract beast to save everyone? The older female dolphin was in tears. You foolish child, why are you so naive? How can we repay you? We're all family. There's no need for repayment. Just help my master with some boxes in the future, and as long as he is well, I'll be fine. The dolphin laughed. What are you all waiting for? Let us hurry and escape. Only then did the 5 dolphins realize the urgency and leave the cave, fleeing far from the area. Despite the two orcas' formidable strength, facing over a dozen great whites still left them at a disadvantage. They had managed to kill a few great whites, but they were also injured. Even if they eliminated all the great whites, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. They couldn't help but glance at their leader orca on the water's surface. The leader orca was in dire straits. Caught between the propeller and the sail of a boat, it found it nearly impossible to swim. The critical issue was that it was too close to the floating island. Even turning to attack the island had become a daunting task. Chen Fan had created a massive number of crossbow bolts, continuously shooting at the body of the orca from the edge of the floating island. Despite the orca's thick layer of blubber, which was 3 to 4 centimeters deep, the close distance allowed the bolts to penetrate through the fat and into the orca's flesh. On Blue Star, everyone watching the live stream was in shock, hardly believing that a mere human dared to challenge an orca. Chen Fan is simply incredible. He can actually go toe-to-toe with an orca. The memory of him taking down that great white shark is still fresh in my mind. A member of the SEAL team in the United States had killed an ordinary shark and thought of himself as the king of the ocean, but compared to Chen Fan, he was nothing. If Chen Fan could kill the orca, he would undoubtedly become a god of the ocean. Humph. Chen Fan from JoJo will be brutally killed by the orca. Just wait and see. Chen Fei clenched her small fists tightly, completely unaware that blood had already seeped from her bitten lip. Brother, you have to hold on. Chen Fan, do you really think such attacks can hurt me? The orca, despite being in immense pain, mocked back. I can feel the pain, but it's not fatal. Once my brothers take down those great white sharks, they'll be able to knock you over and finish you off. Well, let's see if you can last until then. Chen Fan smirked and pulled out a spiked club, smashing down on the crossbow bolts. The nearly 20-centimeter long exposed bolts were instantly driven deep into the orca's body. Wow, that looks painful. A 25-centimeter arrowhead. Old Fusher laughed heartily. A few more hits like that, and it could die from the pain. You bastard. You're a disgrace to humanity. The orca roared in anger. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I'm already trying to kill you, so don't rush me. Chen Fan chuckled as he swung the spiked club repeatedly, driving more than 20 crossbow bolts deep into the orca, turning the surrounding waters red with blood. It's still not enough. Our weapons just can't deal with such a big guy. Old Fusher shouted. If only we had a grenade right now, we could send it to its end. You know about grenades? Chen Fan looked at Old Fusher in shock. Now's not the time for that. We need to figure out how to finish this guy off. Old Fusher quickly changed the subject. That is indeed a problem. Chen Fan glanced at the dagger he had taken from Zhou Zhangchen, which could cut through iron like mud and was incredibly sharp. If it could be used against the orca, without hesitation, Chen Fan released his hold on the orca. The 50-meter fishing line was instantly yanked taut as the orca turned and charged at the floating island at full speed. You bastard, I will make you pay for this. Chen Fan coldly smiled, already retreating several meters away. He then bent down and quickly charged towards the orca. This scene made everyone gasp in shock, and many even screamed, covering their eyes. What is Chen Fan doing? No matter how strong humans are, how could they possibly confront a colossal creature like an orca head-on? Is he crazy? Oh my god, this is terrifying. I can't watch. People have been saying for a while that Chen Fan from JoJo was getting too cocky, just because he had recently subdued a great white shark. He thought he could go toe-to-toe with an orca? This looks like a death wish to me. JoJo can start mourning for Chen Fan. There's no doubt he will die today. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Chen Fan leaped high into the air, gripping a dagger tightly in both hands, and plunged it forcefully into the orca's head. The 30-centimeter-long dagger sank deep into the orca's skull. The orca let out a piercing wail, twisting its body and dragging Chen Fan down into the depths of the water. Chapter 31. A deadly struggle in the sea, a narrow victory. In that moment, everyone was stunned. The nuclear contamination of the water source meant that very few people were familiar with swimming, and Chen Fan was lost in the vast ocean. Entering the water was essentially a death sentence. Could it be that Chen Fan would fall here? At that moment, Chen Fan held his breath, gripping the dagger tightly as the orca dragged him down 50 meters into the water. Just when he felt an unbearable pain in his ears, the fishing line finally went taut, and the orca began to thrash violently. Looking around for leverage to continue his attack, Chen Fan realized that the orca was far more agile in the water. It was about to throw him off and swallow him whole. Brothers, let us go for it. Just then, a few dolphins that were supposed to have left came rushing in from a distance, darting towards the orca like arrows. Their long, pointed snouts slammed into the orca, causing it to scream in pain. You bastards! You were supposed to be my food, and now you dare to attack me. You trapped us in that cave, trying to drown us, and we haven't settled that score yet. The lead mother dolphin huffed. And now you're messing with my children's master? We'll fight you to the death. Once I'm free, I will make sure to kill all of you. The orca snarled, trying to chomp down on the dolphins, but the fishing line held it back, preventing it from doing so. Meanwhile, Chen Fan yanked the dagger out, and blood gushed from the orca's head. Despite the excruciating pain, the orca spun around, intent on tearing Chen Fan apart. But the dolphins charged in from the side, nudging Chen Fan upward as they swam rapidly towards the surface, eventually pushing him back onto the floating island. In just 3 minutes, Chen Fan felt like his brain was about to run out of oxygen. Lying on the floating island, he gasped for air, just managing to activate the super shield as the orca lunged at him, barely fending off its fierce attack. That was a close call. I thought Chen Fan was going to drown in the sea. It was terrifying. Chen Fan always engages in such risky actions. Can a human really confront a massive creature like an orca? It's like throwing an egg against a rock. If Chen Fan from Jiuzhou manages to kill this orca, I'll eat poop on live stream. Well, you better prepare to eat that poop. If you don't, your East Bang Nation will be embarrassed along with you. The audience watching Chen Fan's live stream grew larger, and Jiuzhou once again ignited a verbal battle with other countries. After all, it had only been less than 7 days since they entered the ocean world, and no one dared to believe Chen Fan could contend with such a large marine creature. It seemed impossible. Chen Fan, you can't kill it. We should make a run for it. Lao Fusher shouted. Let us conserve our strength and fight another day. What time is it? If we don't continue fighting, we'll just be waiting for these 3 orcas to entangle us. Chen Fan retorted coldly. Today, it's either them or me. With that, Chen Fan kicked off from the floating stone and leaped backward into the ocean, the inertia propelling him down nearly 10 meters. The orca, locked in a fierce struggle with the dolphin, immediately spotted Chen Fan. It abandoned the dolphin and charged towards Chen Fan, its massive jaws wide open, as if to say, let's see who can save you now. Chen Fan stared intently at the oncoming orca, and in an instant, a spiked club materialized, thrusting into the orca's gaping mouth and creating a gap of about 30 to 40 centimeters. One of his feet pressed firmly against the orca's enormous teeth, allowing him to flip his body, and a dagger plunged deep into the flesh of the orca's side. The orca continued to propel itself forward at high speed. The dagger was so sharp that, upon meeting Chen Fan's considerable resistance, it sliced open a wound over 5 meters long and more than 20 centimeters deep on the orca's side. Blood gushed out, and the wounded orca let out a pained scream, retreating towards the depths of the ocean. Seeing this, Chen Fan finally felt relieved. He was carried back to the floating island by the dolphin, still gasping for breath. Finally dealt with that, he exclaimed, Big brother, my admiration for you flows like an endless river. The dolphin gazed at Chen Fan with starry eyes. In the battle with the orca, it was you who emerged victorious. You're amazing. Thanks to the spear gun and your help. Otherwise, I would have been swallowed the moment I hit the water. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Relieved that everything had been worth it, the orca's death was just a matter of time. Now let's go help the great white shark deal with those 2 orcas. If they're both injured, we can easily turn the tide. The dolphin immediately suggested. Let them keep their balance. Ideally, they should both become our prey. Chen Fan instructed without hesitation. The great white shark doesn't he really need to survive either? I understand. The dolphin surprisingly flashed a very human-like smile at Chen Fan before diving back into the water. Now, it's a classic case of the clam and the heron, with the fisherman reaping the benefits. Chen Fan mused with a smile, lying back on the floating island, crossing his legs, and humming a tune, fully relaxed. The underwater battle was shown in the live stream, and at that moment, Chen Fan was lying on the floating island enjoying his time. Everyone in the chat was left in a state of confusion. What is going on? Does Chen Fan know the difference in strength between both sides? Is he giving up? I've said it before. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou isn't anything special. He can't even beat a single orca. I look down on him. Life goes on. And the fight continues. Has Chen Fan fallen from grace? Nonsense. Whoever dares to insult my husband, I'll fight them to the death. Underwater. The two orcas were battered and bruised. While only 3 of the dozen great white sharks remained in the fight, the others had been killed by the orcas. Both sides were at their limits, and the final outcome would likely be mutual destruction. The dolphins' charge stirred the waters like a still pond suddenly disturbed, invigorating both the great whites and the orcas, but ultimately turning them all into the dolphins' prey. Dolphin, we're allies. Why are you attacking me too? The great white shark was on its last breath, still hoping that the dolphin would help it. However, the dolphin came charging in and flipped it over, causing the great white to scream, "I have a pact with your master." "Humph, you've been bullying me for too long. Even if you have a contract with my master, I will take my revenge and kill you." The dolphin shouted through gritted teeth, showing no mercy to the great white shark. In the midst of the brutal battle in the ocean, life continued peacefully above the waves. Just when everyone was left confused, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky above Blue Star. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill 3 orcas, fresh orca corpses will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou Chen Fan, kill 15 great white sharks, fresh great white shark corpses will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. Chapter 32. Upgrading the cabin to a studio apartment. Silence. Within seconds of this statement, the entire blue planet fell into complete silence. Everyone thought Chen Fan was battling a killer whale, but only now did they realize the real joke was on them. How could he possibly have done this? 3 killer whales, 15 great white sharks, and an entire army. It couldn't have been easy to defeat them, right? How ridiculous. Some people were foolish enough to bet on whether Chen Fan could kill a killer whale, yet he ended up wiping out an entire marine biological army. Chen Fan, you are my hero. I'd gladly be your follower. As for the guy who said Chen Fan should eat poop if he could kill a killer whale, well, you can go ahead and eat poop. Looking at the massive number of dead great white sharks and killer whales in front of him, the national leader was in utter shock. Just moments ago, he thought Chen Fan might meet his end in the jaws of a whale, but instead, Chen Fan had given everyone a tremendous surprise. Chen Fan, indeed, could stand against an army. Leader, Chen Fei wishes to see you. A staff member suddenly entered to report. Let her in. The national leader nodded with a smile and instructed his staff to start handling the corpses immediately, hoping to gather enough food from the past few days to provide the citizens with another hearty meal. Understood. The staff member quickly left to arrange it. On the surface of the sea, the bodies of great white sharks and killer whales floated everywhere. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Who would have thought they would turn on each other, and it would benefit me as well? This is truly exhilarating. With the food from the 9 provinces, it should be enough for the citizens to have a satisfying meal, right? With that thought, Chen Fan immediately began to dissect the corpses. The 3 killer whales, not being entirely intact, yielded 12,000 units of killer whale meat, 12 killer whale teeth, and 3 damaged killer whale skins. The great white sharks, however, provided 30,000 units of shark meat, 30 shark teeth, and 15 shark skins. Due to the severe bites from the killer whales, the shark meat yield was cut in half, and even the originally high-quality shark skins were reduced to ordinary ones. It seems that once I have enough strength in the future, I'll need to take matters into my own hands to ensure a plentiful supply. Detected that the viewership of the Chosen One, Chen Fan, has surpassed 200 million. Reward, a lucky self-selection gift package. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Am I really that popular? With over 1 billion people on Blue Planet, it's astonishing that 1/7 of the population is watching me. Still, if I can receive some great rewards from this, I welcome even more people to tune in. Chen Fan was overjoyed and quickly opened the self-selection package in his inventory. Floating stones 40, super nutrient solution for plants 10, 1 vial can replace a month of growth. Seawater purifier upgrade blueprint 1, studio apartment blueprint 1. The items were similar to before, but the floating stones and nutrient solutions had doubled, likely because the viewership had increased. However, Chen Fan's attention was immediately drawn to the last reward, the studio apartment blueprint. No matter how you look at it, the current cabin barely accommodates sleeping. Upgrading to a studio apartment would be fantastic. However, this thing can't be mass-produced in the synthesis bar. It's a simple 1-to-1 process. Chen Fan took a quick glance and saw that making a studio apartment required 500 wooden planks, 200 metal sheets, 100 pieces of plastic, 75 pieces of cloth, 50 pieces of glass, 30 cotton, and 10 pieces of pumice. The basic materials needed were surprisingly abundant. No wonder it's a studio apartment. This studio is a whopping 60 square meters, with a separate kitchen and bathroom. The bedroom alone is 15 square meters. The kitchen and bathroom each cover 5 square meters. And there's a 2 square meter fireplace for burning wood, leaving 28 square meters for the living room. It's simply perfect. I still need 2 pieces of pumice. So Chen Fan immediately shouted in the public chat room, 20 units of shark meat for 1 piece of pumice. Hurry if you want to buy. Is Chen Fan really that desperate for pumice? He probably focused on other developments before. His floating island must still be only 4 square meters, right? Seeing that even Chen Fan is short on pumice makes me feel relieved. Heh. Although I still have some pumice, I'm not bold enough to trade right now, sorry. In no time, the entire chat room became lively. Private messages started coming in, and a user named Ichuan sent a message. Friend, I have 2 pieces of pumice, but I don't want to trade food. I'm looking for warm clothing instead. Huh. Chen Fan was taken aback. Someone actually knew about the extreme cold tide? He immediately sent a series of question marks, and Ichuan quickly replied. Recently, the probability of finding cotton has increased. Plus, I just crafted a small stove. Despite the scorching summer, I ended up with these items. The temperature will surely drop rapidly soon. I doubt you haven't prepared for it? It seems there are indeed many capable individuals among the chosen ones. Chen Fan smiled approvingly and promptly listed a set of winter clothing in the trading bar. The other person immediately took out 2 pieces of pumice, and the 2 completed the trade. You really were prepared. It looks like my guess was correct. Ichuan replied instantly. Pleasure doing business. Chen Fan tossed that line out. Just about to start making the studio apartment when he received a series of notifications from the National Leader's chat box. It was several messages from Chen Fei, bro. Can you please not push yourself so hard? We've only just begun. Do you know how anxious I am every day? I just watched you fight a killer whale. And I was nearly suffocating. What would I do if something happened to you? I hate you so much, you troublemaker. A barrage of reprimands made Chen Fan chuckle helplessly. Both of them were orphans, taken in by their adoptive parents one after another. Although they had no blood relation over the years, they were closer than siblings. She must be worried about him, just as he worries about her, right? Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan quickly reassured her with a few words. Telling her not to worry. Don't worry, silly girl. Whatever I do it with absolute confidence, so there's no need for concern. After a good amount of comforting, Chen Fei finally stopped worrying, and only then did Chen Fan close the panel. Centering on the wooden house, he upgraded it to a studio apartment. While it still retained its wooden structure, it looked much more luxurious. Inside, there was a rich aroma of wood that filled the air. The key feature was the wooden bed in the bedroom, topped with a 5-centimeter thick mattress. A fully automated smart toilet was installed in the bathroom, complete with designated areas for showering and washing up. Truly considerate. As soon as you stepped inside, it felt so spacious and fulfilling. Just as he was admiring the surroundings, the wooden house suddenly chuckled and said, "Doesn't it feel bigger and warmer inside?" Hearing that made Chen Fan feel quite nauseous. He twitched his mouth and promptly walked out of the apartment, turning his gaze towards the island 100 meters away. At that moment, the super radar suddenly began to sound the alarm. Just as Chen Fan was about to check on the radar's situation, he caught sight of someone standing on the distant island. Chapter 33, The Great Battle with the Natives, Life Hanging by a Thread. Super radar, are you an idiot? You didn't sound the alarm at all, and now he has spotted us first. Chen Fan shouted in exasperation, I think you're a complete fool. I only alerted you after he showed hostility towards us. Before that, he didn't even notice us, Super Radar explained. No need for explanations. Excuses are just a cover-up. Chen Fan waved his hand decisively. From now on, whenever you detect humans, ships, or any marine creatures of grade B or above, sound the alarm immediately. Fine. If a mosquito flies by, I'll alert you too. Super Radar retorted angrily. I'll make sure to wake you up for a midnight bathroom break. Ignoring Super Radar, Chen Fan squinted at the people on the island and murmured, I wonder if they are lone local natives or chosen ones. Since they're hostile towards us, it doesn't matter what they are, we'll just take them out. Old Fusher said without hesitation, even if our chosen ones need to unite, it must be built on a foundation of strength. Although old Fusher was the most agreeable person, this time he spoke some sense. The apartment chimed in. We will always support you. Wang Kai, why aren't you going to scout around? Chen Fan turned to Wang Kai. Wang Kai had already taken off, circling the island before returning to the apartment. Boss, that guy is dressed oddly. There's a thatched hut on the island, and they have fish drying out. They don't seem like people from your kind. Then they must be natives. Chen Fan nodded and immediately instructed the propeller to circle the island before landing, adding, if that guy approaches, rev up the engines and move away from the island. Don't let him onto our floating island. Chen Fan, you actually plan to confront that native by yourself? Old Foucher exclaimed in surprise. You've had a few drinks and now you're feeling bold, huh? Don't worry, we have 3 hours until dark. I can handle this. Chen Fan said firmly and jumped onto the island, quickly heading towards the human, guided by the albatross. Viewers who were just about to leave Chen Fan's livestream were drawn back in, astonished to see both sides running towards the same spot. Wow, Chen Fan really can't sit still. He just dealt with the ocean army, and now he's about to battle a human? That guy looks strange, almost like a wild man. Can Chen Fan really take him on? Humph. Chen Fan can fight in the water, but on land, he is just a fool. That wild man will surely kill him. If Chen Fan survives, I'll eat poop on livestream. You still haven't eaten that last bit of poop you promised to livestream, and now you're ready to order another? Despite the island being over a square kilometer in size, the two moved quickly, soon closing the distance to less than 50 meters. Chen Fan finally got a clear look at the opponent. He was clad in animal skins, with dark skin and long hair tied up. Definitely a local native. Almost simultaneously, a long spear in the hands of the native was hurled at Chen Fan with incredible speed, reaching him in less than 3 seconds. Chen Fan frowned slightly and quickly dodged to the side. With a sharp thud, the iron spear embedded itself into a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. This guy is really strong, Chen Fan muttered to himself, seeing the native charging at him. He quickly raised his crossbow and fired a shot at the approaching native. To his surprise, the native dodged the bolt with remarkable agility, and with a massive fist the size of a sandbag, he swung at Chen Fan's cheek. Chen Fan's brow furrowed tightly as he immediately crossed his dagger in defense, meeting the native's punch head-on. Suddenly, the native's fist froze mid-air as he grabbed the spear embedded in the tree and yanked it out, sweeping it toward Chen Fan. With no other choice, Chen Fan rolled to the side, firing another bolt at the native. The native dodged again, throwing his spear once more. Damn! Chen Fan felt overwhelmed. The native was incredibly powerful. After years of struggling to support Chen Fei, he had never fought someone so fierce. A small mistake could lead to losing his head. As the spear shot toward him, Chen Fan instinctively raised his dagger. The spear tip collided violently with the blade, sending a shockwave through his hand, almost making him drop the dagger. Seeing the native charging at him again, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, sprang up, and picked up the spear, mimicking the native's earlier move to swing it back at him. Bang! To Chen Fan's surprise, the native was so strong that he quickly caught the spear's tip. Without hesitation, Chen Fan raised his hand, and a bolt shot out instantly. Even though the native dodged to the side, the distance was too close, and the bolt still struck him in the shoulder. The native grunted in pain, immediately abandoning the spear and darting into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. He didn't die from that. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Wang Kai, keep an eye on him. Wang Kai complied, circling high above to track the native. Those watching the battle in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief, many still shaken. That black guy was way too fierce. If Chen Fan had been just a moment slower, he could have been killed. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. This action by Chen Fan was far from wise. Anyone else might have ended up as a corpse. I told you, Chen Fan will die on this island. And you still don't believe me? He definitely won see the sun tomorrow. Hey, player from Dongbang country, can you shut your filthy mouth? On this vast island, how could such a native suddenly appear? Could he be guarding some treasure? After taking a few minutes to recover, Chen Fan quietly muttered to himself. Could it be a silver treasure chest, or even a gold treasure chest? With that thought, Chen Fan followed the direction Wang Kai was pointing in the sky and quickly arrived at the native's dwelling. The native, injured, hadn't he returned home and must have hidden somewhere. This place was nothing more than a simple thatched hut, just enough to shield from the wind and rain. In front of it hung a dozen dried fish strung up with hemp rope, and shockingly, all the kitchenware was made of stone, extremely rudimentary. This guy must not have known how long he had been living here. Chen Fan muttered to himself as he shot a few crossbow bolts into the hut before stepping inside. Sure enough, he found a box-like object in the corner covered with thatch, trembling slightly. In this condition, it must at least be a silver-tier treasure chest. Chapter 34, High-Tech Defense Armor. Chen Fan grinned and immediately lifted the straw mat. Don't hurt me. I'm just a box nursing my wounds all alone. In that instant, the box let out a panicked scream. Don't poke me. I'm afraid of pain. What the hell is going on? Chen Fan looked utterly bewildered. The box resembled a treasure chest made of gold, but had a color that was a mix between white and gold, as if it had been tortured for a long time and was somewhat mentally unstable. I've been insulted. A big black man has insulted me, wanting me to be his wife. The box trembled. He tortures me every day, 100 times, 100 times. Boo-hoo. Chen Fan couldn't help but smirk as he noticed the keyhole of this treasure chest was significantly larger than that of an ordinary one. Could it be that native? Suddenly, Chen Fan shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. After living alone for so long, Anything can truly become a tool for venting frustration. Don't worry, I've got your back. No one can insult you now. Chen Fan laughed heartily and opened the insulted treasure chest. Defense Armor 1, a thin, transparent garment that feels weightless when worn, capable of withstanding 500 tons of force and absorbing half of the attack power to rebound within 0.1 seconds. Isn't this just pure high-tech? Chen Fan was astonished as he took out the armor and put it on underneath his clothes. It fit perfectly against his body, feeling as if he were wearing nothing at all. It covered everything from above the ankles to below the neck. Very considerate indeed. Too bad it doesn't protect the head, otherwise it would be invincible. Chen Fan moved around a bit, then confidently walked out, feeling great. Awesome. Meanwhile, the head of state, who was watching the live broadcast, heard a voice in his ear. Chosen One Chen Fan has unlocked a bug-level high-tech item, Defense Armor 1, a 100-fold amplification, a thin, transparent garment that feels weightless when worn, capable of withstanding 500 tons of force and absorbing half of the attack power to rebound within 0.1 seconds. The head of state shuddered, looking at the inventory filled with hundreds of defense armors, utterly incredulous. Once worn, wouldn't that mean he could ignore all attacks except for large-scale weapons like missiles? Although they wouldn't needed immediately in the 9 provinces. This high-tech item was crucial for Chen Fan in the ocean world. Perhaps it would allow him to easily take down that black man. At this moment, night had fallen. Chen Fan used the native stone pot to start cooking some native fish while humming a little tune, creating a cozy scene reminiscent of smoke rising from chimneys at dusk. One might wonder, where's that rising smoke going? This scene left the live audience in awe. Danger lurked in the shadows, yet he had this carefree attitude. Is this guy tired of living? Isn't he afraid that black man will suddenly appear and kill him? I suspect the wild man is lurking somewhere, ready to strike at any moment. He is practically asking for death. Nonsense, my husband has his own plans. If you don't understand, just keep your mouth shut. How embarrassing. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is doomed tonight. As he enjoyed his fish and soup, the hidden native seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. However, with his long spear confiscated and his shoulder injured, he dared not act recklessly. So he could only hide and wait for an opportunity to strike. In any case, if I don't kill you, I'll never be a man. Boss, that guy is hiding really well. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. Wang Kai, drawn by the smell, came over to Chen Fan's side, his eyes fixed on the fish. After an afternoon of hard work, I could really go for some fish. Just say you want it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Chen Fan shot Wang Kai a glance and scooped some fish and soup from the native stone bowl, tossing it to Wang Kai. Thanks, boss. Here's to your prosperity. Wang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately started devouring the food. No need for thanks. But tonight you'll keep watch for me. I want to lure that guy out and take him down. Chen Fan said in a low voice. You're not going to fall asleep, are you? No way. My greatest strength is staying up late. Wang Kai mumbled while wolfing down the food. Don't worry. I'll get the job done. Looking at Wang Kai, Chen Fan couldn't shake the feeling that this guy was unreliable, but for now, there was no better option. If I don't finish him off tonight, he'll definitely become a huge problem in the future. As night fell and a gentle breeze picked up, Chen Fan slipped into the thatched hut. Out of boredom, he started scrolling through the public chat room. You might not believe this, but today I actually found charcoal. Digging up charcoal in this heat feels a bit off. More cotton and a small stove. This game world shouldn't be glitching, right? Does anyone know what's going on? After seeing some speculations, Chen Fan decided to clarify. Everyone should stock up on charcoal. We have about 2 days left before the extreme cold tide hits the coastal areas, and temperatures will drop to minus 30 degrees for at least a week. What? How could this happen? An extreme cold tide at minus 30 degrees? That's terrifying. Chen Fan, how do you know this? Is it reliable? I don't even have a wooden house yet. Won't I freeze to death? Charcoal, cotton, a stove. These are enough to prove the reliability of Chen Fan's information. We need to gather supplies quickly, or when the cold wave hits and the sea freezes, it'll be too late. Damn it, Chen Fan. You owe me over 500 pieces of cotton. This sparked a huge commotion in the live stream, and everyone was in disbelief but had no choice but to accept it. Soon, the chatting dwindled as people likely rushed off to gather supplies. As it grew late into the night, Chen Fan tidied up and went straight to sleep. As time passed, it was already deep into the night. Occasionally, strange cries from unknown creatures echoed in the distance, but the entire island remained eerily quiet. A figure silently approached the thatched hut, carrying a boulder weighing dozens of pounds, and fixed its gaze on Chen Fan, who was sound asleep. With a fierce swing, the figure brought the stone crashing down onto Chen Fan's thigh. This guy was well protected around the head. Hitting other parts might not guarantee a quick kill, and he could potentially escape, but striking his thigh would hinder his movement. allowing the figure to act freely. With a loud thud, the stone struck Chen Fan's thigh, producing a sharp crack. The immense recoil from the impact sent shockwaves back towards the figure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the same moment, Wang Kai's piercing voice echoed across the entire island. Chapter 35. Killing the Island Guardian. Class of freshwater maker Chen Fan felt a bit speechless as he directly grabbed Wang Kai's long mouth. Already knowing that this guy was unreliable, Chen Fan had been sleeping lightly. And the moment the indigenous person picked up a stone just 5 meters away from the thatched hut, he was already awake. Luckily, he had tested the defensive capabilities of his battle suit in advance. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard just now. Slowly getting up and stepping outside, he looked at the indigenous man who had just managed to climb up and couldn't help but laugh as he asked, "Does this count as lifting a stone to hit your own foot? Despicable human, you will pay for this." The indigenous man said, his eyes bloodshot. Gritting his teeth in anger, "I was just sleeping, and you suddenly picked up a stone to smash me, and now you call me despicable." Chen Fan stared at the indigenous man in disbelief. Knowing full well he was the indigenous one, anyone unfamiliar would think he was the victim. "Since you've caught me, I won't say anything more. Let us fight." The indigenous man clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Chen Fan. This guy seemed to be planning to let his guard down and then launch a sudden attack, quite strategic indeed. Meanwhile, the Blue Star citizens who had been watching Chen Fan's live stream were utterly shocked. What just happened? Wasn't that black guy trying to sneak attack? How did he fly out of the thatched hut injured? It must be that Chen Fan set a trap inside the hut to ambush him. It makes sense for him to counterattack, since he is Chen Fan. "Brothers, I'm new here. Can someone tell me what just happened? Thanks in advance." "Humph. The outcome is still uncertain. We don't know who will win yet." Chen Fan nodded along with the indigenous man's thoughts, teasingly saying, "You have a good sense of self-awareness, knowing that you..." Bang! In that instant, a 1-meter-long wooden stick suddenly appeared in the indigenous man's hand. Its tip sharpened to a deadly point, aimed straight at Chen Fan's heart. What shocked the indigenous man was that Chen Fan didn't react at all. Instead, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force, causing his entire arm to go numb. Only then did Chen Fan raise his crossbow and shot 3 arrows at the indigenous man's body, rendering him unable to fight back. "If you had begged for mercy, I might have considered letting you go, but since you tried to kill me, I can only send you on your way. Come on, let's fight." Even though he didn't understand the situation, the indigenous man still roared at Chen Fan, trying to vent his fear of facing death through his shouts. "Consider it done." Chen Fan shrugged slightly, and with a swift motion, he slashed his dagger across the indigenous man's throat, blood spraying out and nearly splattering onto Chen Fan's body. Those watching the live stream were truly shocked by this scene. But many finally began to relax. It's over. In the end, Chen Fan won this battle. Does anyone understand? A living person was just killed like that. What did he do wrong? In this apocalyptic world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It's either you die or I live. Chen Fan did the right thing. However, who understood what just happened? Clearly, the wild man had hit Chen Fan, yet he seemed completely unharmed. Did the wild man have a last-minute change of heart and hold back? Despite the cover of night, the bloody scene was unsettling for Chen Fan. But in this world where the law of the jungle prevails, only the survivors can continue to exist, at least on this island. The only threat to his life had been eliminated, allowing him to finally feel at ease. Detected that the Chosen One, Chen Fan, has killed the solitary island guardian. Reward: A-level freshwater generator blueprint 1. Unique. Can produce A-level freshwater. A-level freshwater can be used to enhance physical strength, quickly heal injuries, alleviate headaches, etc. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chen Fan's ear. What a pleasant surprise. He had only intended to occupy this island temporarily to shield himself from the extreme cold, and instead, he had received such a valuable item. How delightful. However, since this item is unique, it's likely that other Chosen Ones also have hidden tasks to kill the island guardian. Since he completed this task first, even if others kill the guardian, they won't receive the same reward. This means that as long as he grows quickly, the better things he obtains will only increase. Isn't this just fun? But looking at the virtual panel, it was only a bit past 2 in the morning. It would be best to focus on his sleep for now. Everything else could wait until tomorrow morning. After giving Wang Kai a good pat, Chen Fan gathered some wood from around the area and lit a fire in front of the thatched hut before heading back to sleep soundly. The next day, it was until the sun was high in the sky that Chen Fan finally woke up. Wang Kai was no longer beside him. Stretching, he stepped out of the hut slowly. That sleep was so refreshing. Without any pressure, having food and drink was just wonderful. Though the presence of the native's corpse felt a bit out of place. "Boss, I'm back." At the same time, Wang Kai flew back and, without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, said, "There is no danger on this island. just some small animals. Last night, there was a group of big monkeys, about 20 of them, on the other side of the island. Wow, you actually investigated thoroughly? Chen Fan asked in surprise. After last night's failure, I had to make up for it. Wang Kai replied, a bit sheepishly. Good progress. Well done. Chen Fan immediately gave Wang Kai a big thumbs up and then tossed the blueprint into the crafting panel. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. It seemed like for anything of higher quality, there was only one spot available. Just like the last apartment, he could only create one of. The A-level freshwater generator was the same. Perhaps this was the only way to reflect its uniqueness and value? To create the A-level freshwater generator, in addition to the blueprint, he would need 30 glass pieces, 20 fabric pieces, 10 metal sheets, and 1 pumice stone. Note, the A-level freshwater generator can convert 100 milliliters of seawater into 10 milliliters of A-level freshwater every hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,000 milliliters and is upgradable. The materials required are not only significantly more than those needed for the previous seawater purifier, but also the freshwater produced per hour has decreased by 50 milliliters, which clearly illustrates the principle of scarcity. However, within just 24 hours, one can obtain 240 milliliters of grade of freshwater. Even if it's just for fitness, I could quickly transform into a muscular guy. Just thinking about it makes me happy. My stomach growled. It's almost noon and I haven't had breakfast yet. I need to fill the freshwater generator with seawater. And everything has to go back to the floating island. So, Chen Fan hurried back to the floating island, but upon seeing everything there, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 36. Win me over, and my wife will be yours. Those who had already started watching the live stream looked equally bewildered. How did so many wooden crates appear overnight? Not to mention a few bronze ones. Were crates just falling from the sky? Chen Fan's luck was truly incredible. Even away from the floating island, people were sending him supply crates. How were the other chosen ones supposed to compete with that? Comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. Chen Fan's ocean survival was practically a leisurely stroll. I told you Chen Fan wouldn't see the sun today. It's overcast in the ocean world. At one end of the floating island, there were over 20 wooden crates stacked up, including 3 bronze ones, making a racket like prisoners calling out for help. Chen Fan, you should thank the dolphins. This is the result of their hard work last night. Old Floating Stone shouted at the top of his lungs. My family also helped to repay your life-saving grace, which is why they salvaged the supply crates from within 30 nautical miles last night. They've already left? Chen Fan was taken aback. Yes. They were originally trapped by those orcas while passing through. They have their own destination, the dolphin said, a hint of sadness creeping into its voice. It's okay. You'll meet again when the opportunity arises, Chen Fan comforted, sensing the dolphin's sorrow. From now on, you can stick with me. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Xiaoqiang. Hello, Xiaoqiang. I'm Wang Kai. Wang Kai exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon hearing the name. Nice to meet you, Wang Kai. I'm Xiaoqiang. Xiaoqiang replied, friendly as well. At that moment, Chen Fan set up an A-level freshwater generator and began preparing lunch. Thanks to the small fish, shrimp, and crab Xiaoqiang had caught that morning, Chen Fan decided to whip up a seafood barbecue feast, plus a fruit, wrapping up his lunch nicely. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Fan finally approached the wooden crates and chose to open all of them. Cotton 5, coins 2, wooden house blueprint 1, plastic 2, metai liquor 2, floating stones 2, barrel noodles 2, cloth pieces 2. Meanwhile, a loud announcement echoed in the sky above Blue Star. Jojo Chen Fan has received barrel noodles 3, bread 5, mineral water 5, wooden planks 54, metal sheets 43, glass 37, plastic 23, cloth pieces 12, 8 items in total, and Jojo will experience a 100-fold increase. Hearing this announcement, leaders from other countries could no longer sit still. The leader of the beautiful country found the leader of the cherry blossom country. You foolish pig. Didn't you say you would infiltrate Jojo for investigation? Where are the results? I just gathered 100 assassins, and we're set to secretly head to Jojo for investigation tomorrow. We will have results within 7 days. The leader of the cherry blossom country replied solemnly. Trust me to get the job done. You foolish pig, if there are still no results this time, be prepared for beautiful country's sanctions. The leader of the beautiful country vented his frustration, finally feeling a bit better. Chen Fan then opened 3 bronze chests, 1 super shield, which can protect floating stones from all physical attacks for half an hour, 1 charcoal bundle, containing 100 units of charcoal, and 1 sofa set. These were all great finds. He really hit the jackpot this time. Fortunately, the sofa set was soft and lightweight, allowing Chen Fan to easily carry it into his studio apartment. Now he could sit on the sofa. Feeling enveloped in its softness, everything was worth it. On this rare, tranquil afternoon, Chen Fan actually dozed off on the sofa, waking up to find it was already 4 p.m. This made him reflect. After all those years of worrying about food and clothing, he hadn't had many good nights of sleep. The scene of dozing off in such leisure was something he never even dreamed of before. He realized he needed to work harder for his and Chen Fan's future. Chen Fan, are you really planning to just let yourself go like this? The extreme cold tide is about to arrive. Old Floating Stone suddenly yelled at him. If you don't take some action soon, I'll be frozen in the sea. What? You want me to drag you to shore? Chen Fan replied irritably. If I could do that, I'd be invincible. I don't care. If I get frozen in the sea, with such a large area, you won't be able to break through even in 10 days or half a month. Old Floating Stone snorted. I'm just going to slack off now. You'll be the one to suffer. Chen Fan frowned. There was some truth to that. If it really came to that, even with an ice surfing device, it wouldn't be of any use. He needed to find some help. Big monkeys? Chen Fan scratched his head and called out to Wang Kai. He quickly returned to the shore and, under Wang Kai's guidance, found a group of big monkeys. Sure enough, there were more than 20 of them. Standing nearly a meter tall and weighing over 100 pounds each, all plump and healthy. The moment they saw Chen Fan, they surrounded him. Which one of you is the Monkey King? I have a request. Chen Fan had already prepared his dagger and crossbow, sizing up the monkeys. I am. A larger, imposing bald monkey jumped in front of Chen Fan. Kid, you want a challenge for the position of Monkey King, huh? Do you think you can beat me? Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment. But then he thought, without a contract, asking this group of monkeys for help would probably cost him a lot of good stuff. However, if he became the Monkey King, he could command them easily. Chen Fan straightened up and provocatively said, What? You think you're tough? Haha. The Monkey King laughed heartily, pulling over a big monkey and patting its backside. If you can beat me, not only will I give you the position of Monkey King, but I'll also give you my wife. Tonight. You can spend the night with her. Just look at this backside. Bouncy, isn't it? Damn. Watching the big monkey turn its back on him and flash a toothy grin, Chen Fan struggled to hold back his disgust. What on earth was this? Didn't he realize how ugly it looked, and that it wasn't he exactly charming? The viewers in the live stream were just as confused by Chen Fan's actions. What was he doing? Could he really communicate with the big monkey? Look how amused that monkey is. Didn't one of the monkeys just smack another on the rear to show off to Chen Fan? It felt like Chen Fan had been alone in the ocean world for too long and was looking for a partner. But seriously, he couldn't be considering a big monkey. How ugly. Surely there must be some female, chosen ones in the ocean world. Can't he wait a bit longer? Humph. Chen Fan from Jojo is just a weirdo. Forget about the monkey's backside for now. Just get on with it. Chen Fan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. He then beckoned to the Monkey King with a finger, signaling it to hurry up and finish, as he had important matters to attend to. The Monkey King was taken aback, its anger immediately flaring. It thought Chen Fan meant to discuss life with its mate, and it bared its sharp fangs at him before lunging forward. Chapter 37. The cold wave approaches. Is the novice period over? The movements of this big monkey seemed even more ferocious than those of the island guardian. If it weren't for the defensive battlesuit, Chen Fan wouldn't have had the confidence to face it. Almost instinctively, Chen Fan raised an arm to block the punch from the big monkey. The monkey was jolted back, its eyes wide open as its body fell backward, and those two massive feet came crashing down towards Chen Fan's chest like two giant hammers. Our king is indeed formidable. Especially with that powerful kick, few could withstand it. The old Monkey King must have been killed by that very kick back in the day. To see it again now is truly a stroke of luck for us. Humph. After all, this is my dream monkey. It has to be the best. The other monkeys around, witnessing such a classic attack, all raised their thumbs to the Monkey King. With this strike, that human should have been heavily injured and collapsed instantly. Right? Bang. But in the next moment, the Monkey King let out a tragic scream as it was sent flying, clutching one foot and crying out, My foot. My foot is broken. It hurts so much. All the monkeys were dumbfounded. After all, this was the Monkey King's ultimate move, delivering a force of at least 300 pounds. Yet this human not only stood his ground, but managed to break the Monkey King's leg. Long live the new king. In an instant, all the big monkeys knelt before Chen Fan, their expressions respectful and submissive. The Monkey King's wife even wiggled her hips and approached Chen Fan, throwing flirtatious glances and coyly saying, Tonight, I'm yours. So damn ugly. Chen Fan struggled to suppress the urge to beat the female monkey, addressing the 20 or so big monkeys. Now, I need you to help me with something. Don't mention one task. We can handle 10. An elder big monkey immediately responded, You are our king. We were born to serve you. All right. Everyone go find some sturdy vines. I need to temporarily pull my floating island to the shore. Chen Fan nodded in approval and loudly directed. In no time, all the monkeys rushed off to search for vines, leaving only the old Monkey King pitifully hugging the female monkey's leg. Wife, are you abandoning me too? Have you forgotten the happy life we had together? I'm your little monkey baby, but you gave me to the new king. Besides, in the game of kings and losers, your only fate is to leave this island. The female monkey bluntly retorted, her expression emotionless. My baby now is the new king. No, I'm not into interspecies romance. The monkey king won't leave, and you shouldn't abandon him either. Chen Fan could no longer bear it and spoke sternly. You are still a couple. I only need you to help me pull the floating island. Is this our monkey clan's new rule? The monkey king asked, tears streaming down his face. I'll only be here for a few days, and by then your leg will heal, and you'll still be the monkey king. Chen Fan waved his hand. Now, take your monkey baby back to your place. I'll talk to those monkeys. Thank you, big brother. A good person will have peace for life. The monkey king was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed to Chen Fan, before being reluctantly helped away by the mother monkey. An hour later, Chen Fan returned to the seaside with the monkey troop, which immediately began to pull on vines and shout commands to haul up the floating island. This left the old floating stone utterly astonished. Chen Fan, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. You managed to trick this group of monkeys into working? Shut your filthy mouth. How dare you disrespect me, the king? The old monkey shouted angrily. You, a mere human, have become the new monkey king? That's as impressive as a little cow's mother taking a sauna, truly unbelievable. Old floating stone couldn't help but chuckle. What if it gets me to the shore for a while? I guess that counts as doing something worthwhile. Be quiet. Chen Fan frowned and immediately scolded him. In just 10 minutes, the floating island was pulled to within 10 meters of the shore as a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the temperature dropped to a chilly degree. After sending the monkeys away, Chen Fan went straight into the apartment, sipping hot water while checking the messages in the public chat room. Damn it, it's raining. The temperature keeps dropping, and I don't even have a place to shelter from the rain. I do have a wooden cabin, but it doesn't seem very useful. And I can't light the little stove. Does anyone have matches they could lend me? Didn't they say the extreme cold tide wouldn't hit for another 2 days? Is this just a prelude to it? Just then, a private message came through from Lian Peipei. Great Chen Fan. Could you give me a cotton coat? It's so cold. You should be fine in the wooden cabin, right? Or is your area going to be hit by the extreme cold tide first? Chen Fan asked as he crafted a cotton coat and prepared to list it in the trade section. How embarrassing. I don't have a wooden cabin, Lian Peipei replied, her face flushing red. Chen Fan smirked, thought for a moment, and then decided to give her the wooden cabin blueprint. I happen to have one. You can take it and use it for now. We need to get through this tough time first. Great Chen Fan, you're too good to me. Lian Peipei's eyes glistened with tears as she quickly checked her inventory and placed a bag of Longjing tea in the trade section. I can't just take your stuff for free. This is tea I salvaged. It smells really good, so I'll trade it to you. Great. Chen Fan accepted the trade without hesitation. Just earlier, he had complained about how plain boiled water tasted, but now Lian Peipei was gifting him tea. No wonder he considered her his lucky charm. He took a look at the item. A-grade T1, Mingqian Longjing, sourced from ancient tea trees, helps relieve fatigue, beautifies, aids in weight loss, and neutralizes minor toxins. Wow, this is great. Just imagine brewing A-grade tea with A-grade freshwater. It's going to be fantastic. The value of this little girl's gift far exceeded that of the wooden cabin and cotton coat, even in the extreme environment of the ocean world. She wasn't T1 to take advantage of others. Indeed, she was someone worth befriending. As evening fell, the rain continued to pour outside. By late night, the temperature had dropped to around 3 or 4 degrees. If all goes well, perhaps we can sell winter coats tomorrow? Time to sleep. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up to the quacking of the mother duck after laying her eggs. Looking outside, he was surprised to see that the rain had transformed into snow. The temperature displayed on the virtual panel had dropped to -4 or 5 degrees, and he could still hear the howling wind in the room. It seemed that the prelude to the extreme cold was indeed upon them. Chen Fan quickly opened the virtual panel, only to be taken aback. Had the beginner phase really come to an end? Chapter 38, High Explosive Grenade. Let's go to the hot springs. In the chat room, a new international channel emerged, where chosen ones from various countries were engaged in heated discussions. Damn, I'm freezing to death. It's -5 degrees, even with a wooden cabin. I can't escape the cold wind. Why is the ocean world torturing me like this? As the ace warrior of the Sea Dog Special Forces, I probably have a higher tolerance for the cold than most, but I seriously need a winter coat right now. Bakayuru, it's so cold. Under these conditions, the chosen ones from Kyushu must have frozen to death by now, right? Screw you, you're the one who's frozen to death. Despite the harsh conditions, the rival countries led by beautiful America continued to mock Kyushu, provoking a strong backlash from its chosen ones. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately produced 100 sets of cotton coats and announced, for sale, coats that can withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees. For beautiful America, Sakura country, and Dongbang country, A set of coat requires 20 floating stones or 200 units of basic supplies. If you have other good items, we can negotiate a discount. For other countries, it's only 5 floating stones or 50 units of basic supplies. If you have other good items, you can trade directly. Only 100 sets available. So act fast. Bakayuru, why the discrimination? The chosen ones from our 3 countries combined can suppress the chosen ones from other nations. Fuck you. This guy Chen Fan. I'm Kevin Lister from the Sea Dog Special Forces, and I've got my eye on you. Ah, come on. The chosen ones from the 3 countries started launching personal attacks on Chen Fan, even agreeing not to buy his coats and planning to team up to take him down once the newbie period ended. Meanwhile, other countries and the chosen ones from Kyushu began purchasing from Chen Fan. As the transaction volume in the chat room surged, a high-ranking ninja from Sakura country, Meichuan Naiku, finally couldn't resist and pulled out 20 floating stones to buy a coat. Meichuan Naiku, fuck you. Didn't you say you wouldn't buy his coat? You coward. Sorry. It's just too cold. Survival comes first. Ah, come on. With Meichuan Naiku setting the precedent. Others no longer cared about the anti-Chen Fan alliance and rushed to buy coats. The chosen ones from these 3 countries ended up purchasing nearly a third of the available coats, proving that the trio led by beautiful America still had considerable resources. Chen Fan also realized that trades with other countries could only be completed in this newly established multinational chatroom. While the trading post still only allowed transactions among domestic chosen ones, he made a hefty profit from the trades with other countries. But he also got a rough idea of the current development status of the chosen ones from various nations. Kyushu ranked around 8th or 9th. With beautiful America at the top, followed closely by Sakura country, using the fabric, plastic, and cotton he had earned. Chen Fan mass-produced 500 sets of coats and then listed them in the trading post. Launching a promotional offer, 3 floating stones or 20 units of basic supplies for a coat. The Kyushu chat room went absolutely crazy. Good person. Chen Fan is indeed a good person. With just a few basic supplies, we can exchange for winter clothing. It turns out that our own people are the most reliable and powerful. Chen Fan really delivered this time. It's unbelievable that the Americans still have the audacity to act so arrogantly. Let them know the strength of Kyushu. Once the newbie period is over, we must unite and show those countries what the spirit of Kyushu truly means. Chen Fan, you are my hero. On the Kyushu National Leaders panel, there was no sign of the multi-country chat room, but seeing everyone in the chat praising Chen Fan was quite reassuring. It seems Chen Fan has done a great job in striking down the arrogance of the enemy countries led by the Americans and revitalizing Kyushu. Just as the trading was wrapping up, Chen Fan was about to get up to make breakfast when a private message notification sounded. It was a chosen one from the bear country named Ivanov. My dear friend, I have a rare item here and would like to trade for some things. Show me what you've got, Chen Fan replied immediately. Ivanov promptly listed a high-explosive grenade in the trading section. I want to trade for a set of winter clothing. 10 pieces of floating stone, 5 bottles of mineral water, and some food. A high-explosive grenade. Chen Fan was taken aback. He couldn't believe that these Russians had come across such a powerful weapon. Incredible. Nevertheless, Chen Fan replied, you can only exchange for 1 set of winter clothing and 20 units of shark meat. This is a high-explosive grenade. Having it is like gaining an extra life. Ivanov quickly responded, how about 50 units of shark meat? Let's do this. I'll add 10 more units of shark meat. Totaling 1 set of winter clothing and 30 units of shark meat. Chen Fan waited for a good 10 seconds before replying, if you agree. I can list the trade right now. Otherwise, let's forget it. Alright. In the end, Ivanov agreed to the trade. Kyushu Chen Fan has received high-explosive grenade 1. Mineral water 30, pure natural high-quality rice seeds 50, bread 7, python meat 300, wooden planks 3,000, metal sheets 2750, plastic 2,300, cloth pieces 1850, glass 730, cotton 400. 12 items in total, Kyushu will see a 100-fold increase. Just as Chen Fan finished the trade and was about to have breakfast, a voice suddenly echoed above Blue Star. Everyone watching the live stream was left dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? Chen Fan is just in his apartment and has obtained so many items, including a high-explosive grenade. This is a huge harvest for Kyushu. Who knows what 5,000 rice seeds mean? Chen Fan, never let us down. Chen Fan, our supplies have doubled. The leader of the ASEAN country wore a look of deep concern. After a week, we finally managed to obtain precious rice seeds. Only to find that the Kyushu region had them too, and they even had fertile black soil. Our only advantage. Chen Fan was also pleasantly surprised. He never expected that after trading with the chosen ones from other countries, he would also become an object of a 100-fold enhancement. This meant that the items enhanced in other countries would be completely exposed. How satisfying. After a hearty meal, guided by Wang Kai, Chen Fan dressed in a wolf fur coat, made his way to the island's hot springs. After stripping down to just his underwear, he jumped in for a bath, shocking all the viewers watching the live stream. While other chosen ones were nearly frozen stiff, he was enjoying the hot springs. Is there anything more relaxing than this? Chen Fan, the Great One, truly is an extraordinary man. I want to soak in hot springs too. I wish I could wash freely, even if it meant risking my life. For Chen Fan, this was the first time in over 20 years that he could bathe so indulgently in fresh water. And the best part was that it was warm. How considerate. After soaking for more than half an hour, feeling completely relaxed, he decided to leave. Just then, he frowned as he noticed a leopard leisurely approaching from a distance, its yellow-green eyes fixed intently on him, as if it had marked him as its prey. Chapter 39, Killing the Leopard, Seeking a Plant Greenhouse. Wonkai, you useless fool. Didn't we investigate thoroughly? There were only that native and the big monkey on the island. So how could a leopard suddenly appear? What an unreliable guy. He is never dependable no matter what. As Chen Fan's thoughts raced, he immediately called out to the leopard. Hey, leopard brother, come soak in the hot springs? No, I'm here to eat you. The leopard retorted and lunged at Chen Fan. In that moment, everyone watching felt their hearts leap into their throats. How did this leopard even get here? It attacked right away. Could Chen Fan possibly be its match? This leopard was far stronger than that big monkey. This island was truly fraught with danger. Why did the great Chen Fan choose this place? The people of Jojo were finally going to see Chen Fan meet his end here. What a relief. Nonsense. Chen Fan is a god of the ocean world. He can't possibly die. Whoosh. As the leopard charged at him, Chen Fan raised his hand and fired a crossbow bolt straight at its heart. However, the leopard was incredibly agile, flipping in midair to narrowly dodge the bolt, then twisting its body to bite at Chen Fan's throat. Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically. He quickly raised his hand to block it, while a dagger appeared in his other hand, plunging straight into the leopard's heart. In the next moment, both man and beast plunged into the water, blood staining the surface a deep red, and then, astonishingly, the water became calm again. With only the crimson blood left to testify that a fierce battle had taken place, everyone was on edge. Watching this live broadcast, no one knew who would emerge victorious. After all, that leopard was incredibly fierce, having bitten Chen Fan's arm in an instant. Could his arm still be intact? Surely, they would both be injured. A full 10 seconds passed before Chen Fan finally emerged from the hot spring, dragging the leopard's lifeless body onto the shore. What a waste of this hot spring water, he exclaimed. With that, Chen Fan quickly got dressed and headed towards the floating island, carrying the leopard's carcass. In Jojo, the message echoed. Chen Fan had slain a leopard, and the fresh leopard carcass would be enhanced 100-fold. Meanwhile, a voice echoed across the skies of Blue Star, leaving everyone in shock. How did Chen Fan manage this? The leopard had clearly bitten his arm, yet he still managed to turn the tables. This was unbelievable. But he was the great Chen Fan. Whatever happened to him was within the realm of normalcy. He must have sustained internal injuries. How could Jojo Chen Fan possibly not die? It must have been a fluke that the dagger pierced the leopard's heart, allowing it to be easily defeated. No big deal. Back on the floating island, after dismantling the leopard's body, Chen Fan obtained quality leopard skin X1, leopard teeth X2, and leopard meat X100. Not bad. Chen Fan, even soaking in a hot spring yielded such great rewards. It seems the defensive battle suit has indeed boosted your combat power. Old Fusher laughed heartily. And this was just a B-grade leopard. Doesn't that mean the next step is to tackle tigers and lions? Shut up. Chen Fan shouted angrily and then turned to Wang Kai. You useless fool. Didn't you say there were only those big monkeys on the island? I've circled around several times and didn't see a single leopard. Wang Kai, realizing he was in the wrong, awkwardly grinned. He probably had been sleeping in some cave and only came out when the weather got colder, right? Next time you give me false information, I'll stew you. Chen Fan shot Wang Kai an annoyed look. It was already noon, so he quickly took out some leopard meat to grill. However, the temperature outside was dropping rapidly, and heavy snow continued to fall, likely reaching -10 degrees. Chen Fan brewed a cup of Longjing tea with fresh water, tossed a piece of leopard meat to Wang Kai, and started to enjoy his meal while watching the snow. Damn, I'm freezing to death. Just after finishing his meal, a weak voice suddenly came from somewhere. Chen Fan was taken aback, then slapped his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten about the seedlings in the flower bed. If it hadn't been for lighting the grill to revive some of their senses, that hard-earned greenery would have been ruined after the cold wave passed. Adding a few more wooden boards to the grill, Chen Fan shouted in the chat room, does anyone have a plant greenhouse or a blueprint for making one? This is a rare item now. If you have it, you'd want to use it yourself, right? The great Chen Fan is actually looking to buy something? That is unexpected. I don't know about you all, but I don't have one. Despite the bitter cold, there were still active chats in the room. However, Chen Fan noticed that a few people who usually flooded the chat were absent, and he wondered if they had perished. Friend, I have a plant greenhouse. Within a minute, someone privately messaged Chen Fan. Give me 50 units of food and 50 units of water, and I'll trade with you. Are you joking? Chen Fan chuckled. Do you think I would be foolish enough to trade for a so-called plant greenhouse? This thing is extremely rare. I probably have the only one in the entire ocean world. Think it over. After that, the other party went silent. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wenyang directly placed a plant greenhouse blueprint in the trading bar. I just salvaged this yesterday. I didn't expect you needed it, so here you go. Chen Fan was taken aback. After using a seawater purifier to exchange for a promise that Zhuo Wenyang would agree to anything he asked. He had been in contact with him since. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to give him something. It seemed he was just as trustworthy as Lien Pei. Without hesitation, Chen Fan took out 20 units of leopard meat and completed the trade with Zhuo Wenyang. If you need anything, just let me know. I can't guarantee much, but I can definitely ensure your safety. Thanks. Zhuo Wenyang simply replied and then fell silent. In the ocean world, there were many people looking to take advantage, but there were also quite a few like Zhuo Wenyang who relied solely on themselves. Chen Fan immediately placed the greenhouse blueprint into the crafting section. To complete the construction, he needed 50 plastic, 20 cotton, and 10 metal sheets. He quickly crafted 2 greenhouses and set them up in 2 flower beds. Finally, he managed to do something meaningful. It felt warm and thoughtful. The 2 types of saplings instantly perked up. A cold wave was coming. At the same time, the sails suddenly shouted, "Oh my gosh. This is terrifying." In the distance, a faint mist was rapidly approaching, freezing everything in its path. Even the snowflakes were suspended in midair. How does this feel colder than minus 30 degrees? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and headed back to the apartment. Damn it, boss. What about us? 2 ducks and an albatross quickly followed after Chen Fan. Chapter 40. New title, The Monkey King. Fireplace, ignite, ignite. Just as the door closed, the apartment shouted out loud, "Hurry up and raise my temperature to combat the cold wave." Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately followed the apartment's instructions, taking out wooden boards and charcoal to toss into the fireplace. As the flames grew stronger, the indoor temperature began to rise rapidly. Looking out the window, the cold wave had reached Floating Island, accompanied by cracking sounds as ice quickly formed on the surface. The old floating stone let out a series of ghostly wails. It's freezing. I feel like my heart has been frozen, and there's no love left. In the next moment, the glass was already covered in frost, obscuring the view outside. However, the indoor temperature, thanks to the warmth of the flames, only dropped by nearly 10 degrees, stabilizing around 20 degrees Celsius. There was no need for winter coats at all. What a difference between the 2 worlds. My outside temperature is probably around minus 40 degrees, but inside it's over 20 degrees. It's a world of ice and fire. The apartment chuckled. This feeling is just great. Are you frozen solid? Chen Fan was speechless, then turned to the duck and Wang Kai, saying, "You 3 better not relieve yourselves anywhere. If you do, I'll throw you out. Everything must be taken care of in the bathroom." "Okay, Brother Fan." The male duck winked at Chen Fan again. Given the situation, it seemed they wouldn't be going out today and would have to stay in the apartment, idly passing the time. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Fan boredly browsed the public chat room. The cold wave just passed here. Luckily, I have a wooden cabin and winter clothes. Although I'm shaking from the cold, I'm managing. I'm different. I have a small heater in my wooden cabin, glowing red from the charcoal. This winter is no longer cold for me. I have nothing. The cold wave is about to come. Oh my God, it's so freezing. Is this guy about to freeze to death? It seems this extreme cold wave will at least freeze half the people, but I wonder if there will still be more than 3,000 people in the 9 provinces. Do you have a small heater? Is there enough charcoal? After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan sent messages to Zhuo Wenyang and Lien Pei. He only knew these 2 people from the ocean world, but he wanted to do what he could to help them out. So awkward. I have over a dozen pieces of charcoal, but no small heater, Lien Pei replied immediately. But it's manageable. I'm not shaking yet. Chen Fan promptly offered her the exquisite small heater he had. You must have a lighter, right? Yes, I have matches. Lien Pei quickly replied. Thank you, Chen Fan. I owe you one this time. When I get something good, I'll give it to you right away. No need to be so formal, Chen Fan replied. Zhuo Wenyang was probably a well-off person. He likely had all these things, and his wooden cabin was even upgraded to 44 square meters with 2 small heaters. It was probably warmer than Chen Fan's place. Time passed minute by minute, and everyone on Blue Star was anxiously searching for the chosen one. What happened in the ocean world? Why can't anyone see a chosen one? How could there be such heavy fog? It seems like a cold wave has swept in, enveloping all the chosen ones in its chill. Many might not survive. Asaba. Our eastern country can't handle the cold. Time flies, and before long, it was evening. For the first time, Chen Fan cooked a bowl of instant noodles in the kitchen. He had once cherished a bucket of these noodles at home, which still carried the lingering aroma of the noodles. Chen Fan always felt something was off about the smell, so he never ate the noodles he had prepared. A week had passed, and this was his first attempt at instant noodles. To his surprise, the taste was unexpectedly good, even surpassing those seafood feasts. Only now did he realize that it was the taste of noodles that had long expired and had gone bad. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, the sound of the mother duck laying eggs woke Chen Fan right on time. The snow had stopped, and the fog had disappeared. Putting on his wolf fur coat, Chen Fan opened the door, and a blast of cold air hit him, instantly coating his eyelashes with frost. The temperature stabilized around -30 degrees, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Chen Fan, the sea surface has frozen over. We can leave now, old Fusher exclaimed excitedly. I've never experienced the joy of walking on ice before. What are we waiting for? Do you really think that if we find the box, we'll be able to open it with ice capable of bearing tons of weight? Chen Fan retorted. Are we just going to stand there? Well, we can wait by the box until it melts. Old Fusher said nonchalantly. My idea is truly great. A cigarette should be in order here. That is somewhat constructive. I'll consider it. Chen Fan nodded and lit 3 cigarettes for old Fusher before heading back to the apartment to prepare breakfast. Outside, an old voice of a giant monkey suddenly called out, Great King, I've brought you some wine to keep warm. Monkeys bringing wine? Chen Fan was taken aback. He saw a giant monkey carrying a large jar onto the floating island, explaining as he walked. We originally hid the wild fruits we gathered in a stone cellar for the winter. We had so much food that we forgot about the cellar. And by the time we remembered, it was already spring of the following year. Those fruits had turned into wine, and it tastes really good. Gradually, we developed the skill and habit of brewing. Thoughtful of you, Chen Fan nodded, opening the jar to take a whiff. Indeed, a delightful aroma filled the air, invigorating him. Detected that the chosen one Chen Fan has gained the monkey's recognition and received the new title Monkey King. He can now lead the monkey group and has been rewarded with an icebreaker 1, which can be placed on the ice to quickly break the ice within a 5-meter radius in front of the user, capable of breaking ice layers up to 100 centimeters thick. Keep up the good work. At the same time, a voice echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Wow, this is exciting. Just when he was arguing with old Fusher about how to retrieve the box, now there was a solution. This is what the ocean world hopes for, to leave the island. After taking a sip, Chen Fan felt a wave of refreshment wash over him and immediately said, Old monkey, I'm leaving this island. Please get me some more monkey wine to send me off. Leaving already? The old monkey was taken aback. He really hadn't seen this coming. He was leaving early tomorrow, and the ice wasn't thick enough yet. Chen Fan nodded and said, You wouldn't be so stingy as to not give me a bit more liquor, would you? Of course not. The old monkey grinned and immediately ran off. Now that's more like it, Chen Fan said with a smile. He then returned to his apartment to have breakfast. Surprisingly, bread and monkey liquor made quite the perfect pairing. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly received a private message from Zhuo Wenliang. Bro, do you have any weapons? The more powerful, the better. I need it urgently. Chapter 41. The King of Special Forces, Zhuo Wenliang. Isn't the sea frozen? Chen Fan replied in confusion. Before the cold wave hit yesterday, I found a deserted island and discovered a lot of food in a cave, but there's a wild boar guarding it. I need to kill it to get the food. Chen Fan immediately placed a dagger in the trading area. I have a simple trap for the wild boar. You can take the dagger first, and I'll give you the trap. No need. I prefer to face it head on. Zhuo Wenliang replied and accepted the dagger, falling silent afterward. Wow, this guy is something else. He must be pretty strong. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile and nod. Thousands of kilometers away, on a small island of just over 100,000 square meters, Zhuo Wenliang, dressed in cotton clothing, approached a cave with the dagger in hand and began to strike a nearby rock. Soon, a loud roar echoed as a black-haired wild boar weighing over 200 pounds charged out of the cave, baring its tusks and crashing towards Zhuo Wenliang. With a swift 360-degree turn, Zhuo Wenliang dodged the boar's attack, gripping the dagger tightly and stabbing it into the boar's back. The boar let out a pained scream and suddenly turned to bite at the dagger. Zhuo Wenliang flew backward, shaking the dagger and making provocative gestures towards the boar. Viewers on Blue Star quickly tuned into Zhuo Wenliang's live stream, shocked by yet another fierce warrior from Jiuzhou. In this freezing weather, this god dares to take on a wild boar alone. Does he think he's Chen Fan? This Zhuo Wenliang is the king of special forces in the Jiuzhou military district. A true land warfare machine. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. But why does it feel like his dagger belongs to Chen Fan? Even the pommel looks identical. They're both chosen ones of Jiuzhou. It's normal to have connections and help each other out. Almighty God, let that wild boar kill this king of special forces. The constant provocation only enraged the boar further. which, ignoring its bleeding back, charged wildly once more. This time, Zhuo Wenliang did not dodge. At the moment the boar charged, he quickly moved to its back, grabbing its tusks with one hand and stabbing the dagger repeatedly toward the boar's heart. The entire motion was seamless. The boar didn't even react until it had been stabbed 5 or 6 times, at which point it began to scream in agony and dashed into the cave with Zhuo Wenliang still on its back. The live stream suddenly fell silent. No one knew what was happening inside the cave. It was until 5 minutes later that a voice echoed over Blue Star. Zhuo Wenliang from Jiuzhou has obtained a wild fruit gift pack and killed an adult wild boar. 2 items will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. I told you Zhuo Wenliang's strength is terrifying, but you didn't believe it. He is the king of special forces. How could he not handle a wild boar? With Chen Fan before him and Zhuo Wenliang now, Jiuzhou will surely surpass other countries. Jiuzhou forever. Humph. Our beautiful country's sea dog special forces are no pushovers either. They can take out this so-called king of special forces in an instant. This is ridiculous. Zhuo Wenliang slaughtered the sea dog special forces like they were nothing. As the verbal battles between the people of Jiuzhou and various countries escalated, more and more people entered Zhuo Wenliang's live stream to join the fray. While he was busy managing supplies, a voice rang in his ear, detected that the chosen one Zhuo Wenliang's live stream viewership has surpassed 100 million. Reward: 1 lucky selection gift pack. Keep up the good work. So many people are watching my live stream? Zhuo Wenliang was taken aback and immediately checked the gift pack in his inventory. An hour later, a private message notification chimed. It was Chen Fan. In the trading section, not only was there that dagger, but also 50 units of wild boar meat, 5 pieces of floating stone, and a few peaches, apples, and bananas. Thanks, brother. I took down the wild boar and got quite a bit of food. You can keep the dagger. I have other weapons here. Chen Fan quickly replied. By the way, there are silver chests all over the island. That wild boar was probably guarding one, so you might want to check it out. He found it and received an automatic fishing net with a mouth diameter of 5 meters and a 10-meter long rope. Now he wouldn't have to worry about food and water anymore. Zhuo Wenliang immediately responded, and my livestream viewership has surpassed 100 million. The ocean world rewarded me with a selection pack, and I chose 20 pieces of floating stone. That's great. Chen Fan was surprised and gave Zhuo Wenliang a big thumbs up. Given the freezing weather, it was unlikely any chosen ones would venture out. Yet Zhuo Wenliang bravely went after the wild boar, attracting so many viewers and breaking the record. He wondered if anyone from other countries had managed to do the same. Thanks for the weapon. From now on, I'll share 1/3 of my spoils with you. Zhuo Wenliang replied without hesitation, retracting the dagger. That sounds fair, Chen Fan said. Then send Zhuo Wenliang a bottle of Maodai liquor. You can have a barbecue tonight. I have a bottle too. Let us toast from afar. Liquor? Just what I was craving. You saved my life. Zhuo Wenliang was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation. Soon, smoke began rising from 2 locations in Jiuzhou as the 2 of them started their barbecues, enjoying the pleasures of life with a sip of strong liquor and a bite of grilled meat. After a bottle of liquor, Chen Fan fell fast asleep on the couch. It was until the next morning that he was awakened by a cacophony of chattering sounds. Checking the time, he was shocked to find it was already past 10 in the morning. He couldn't believe the power of that bottle of liquor had knocked him out for 12 hours. Chen Fan felt a wave of panic. Thankfully, it was freezing outside and the threat on the island had been eliminated. Otherwise, if someone had meant him harm, he could have been killed in his sleep. It seemed he would have to exercise moderation in the future. Opening the door, he was greeted by over 20 large monkeys. The leading monkey king let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Fan. Big bro, we've been knocking for over 2 hours. If you hadn't come out, we might have thought you were so lonely you died from it. The mother monkey immediately threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Fan. Don't overthink it. I just drank too much. Chen Fan explained with a shiver. He looked at each monkey holding various bottles of all sizes, filled with different liquids, likely the farewell drinks for him. Don't worry, these bottles are very clean. They are absolutely non-toxic and pollution-free. The old monkey quickly reassured him. This is all our stock. We wish you a smooth journey. Well said, well said. I appreciate it. Chen Fan laughed heartily as he collected all the monkey liquor, which surprisingly amounted to 30 liters. Luckily, he could store the drinks directly in his inventory. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to carry them. With the help of the monkey troop, the floating island was pushed back onto the ice surface. Chen Fan immediately attached a gliding device to it and sped off in a specific direction. This scene left many viewers watching the live stream on Blue Star with their jaws on the floor. Chapter 42. Expert Ambushed, Isolationist Plan. Oh my goodness. What kind of high-tech is this? It can actually move across the ice. In the entire ocean world, the only person I've seen do this is the great Chen Fan. Truly a god-level player, far ahead of all other chosen ones. I'm in love. Humph. Even if he can take the road, so what? All the crates are frozen under a thick layer of ice, and when he finds a crate, he can only stare at it. What good is that? But this is Chen Fan we're talking about. Of course he has his own methods. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Amidst the foreign jeers, a fierce argument erupted in Chen Fan's live stream. At this moment, Wang Kai and the two ducks had ventured outside. Despite the temperature still being a chilling -30 degrees, it hardly affected the three of them, and they continued to play joyfully. Wang Kai once again took on the role of a scout, beginning to search for crates. The ocean world had temporarily slowed down due to the cold wave, but the situation in the 9 provinces was becoming dangerous. 5 elite ninjas from the Sakura country had stealthily infiltrated the 9 provinces and had arrived at a research base with the intent to assassinate one of the chief scientists, Yang Jiangwo. Since obtaining the cold fusion reactor, Yang Jiangwo had quickly developed a formula to purify soil contamination from nuclear radiation and had created the first generation of purification potions. Today was the day for testing. After pouring 1 liter of the potion into 100 kilograms of soil, Yang Jiangwo watched the readings on the display. After several minutes, the value finally dropped by 0.1, which filled Yang Jiangwo and the other researchers with immense joy. This indicated that the research into purifying nuclear radiation in soil was viable. Although the current purification speed was too slow and the amount of potion required was substantial, let us not forget that this was just the first generation of the potion. With further research, it was believed that a potion requiring less quantity and working faster was not just a dream. Bang! Just as everyone was celebrating, a figure suddenly flashed by. A ninja launched a surprise attack, aiming a katana directly at Yang Jiangwo's heart. But in the next second, the ninja was flung back. His arms severed at the elbow, exposing raw bone. The ninja stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to flee. His strength was so great that even a steel plate would have been penetrated by that strike. Yet he hadn't even harmed Yang Jiangwo and had instead injured himself. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the next moment, someone shouted, and soldiers appeared from all directions, surrounding the ninja and pursuing the 4 who had escaped. This incident was immediately reported to the national leader, who flew into a rage. Investigate. From this moment on, conduct a thorough search throughout the 9 provinces. Eliminate any spies and suspicious individuals from the Sakura country, and expel suspicious personnel from other countries immediately. Simultaneously, an announcement was made. In 3 days, the country would begin to isolate itself, and no one would be allowed to enter or exit. The military leader was taken aback, shocked. Leader, are we really going to cut ourselves off from the outside world? With our foundation, we can definitely achieve this, the national leader said with a stern face. Additionally, let us launch 18 missiles at the Sakura nation as punishment for their previous attack on us and the recent assassination attempt on key figures in our Kyushu. The military leader was taken aback again. Although we follow my orders to avoid trouble, we are not afraid of it, the national leader said coldly. We tolerated the last attack from the Sakura nation because we were all facing challenges together, but if they continue to push their luck, then they shouldn't blame us for being rude. I will take care of it right away. The military leader's expression finally turned serious, and after saluting the national leader, he turned and left. The national leader then let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that he had distributed defensive battle suits to the top members of various important sectors in advance, which prevented a tragedy from occurring. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous loss for Kyushu. Chen Fan has once again made an extraordinary contribution to Kyushu. At this moment, Chen Fan was over 90 kilometers away from the island, enjoying his lunch, when he heard a commotion outside. Help me, I have treasures, I have treasures. Come rescue me, I have food, I have food. Rescue? What a joke. Rescue. Chen Fan walked outside, confused, and saw that the floating island had come to a halt. Just 5 meters away, 7 or 8 boxes were stacked on the surface of the sea, now frozen solid. And even the sounds were much weaker. After walking for over 3 hours, encountering this many boxes was not bad at all. Chen Fan chuckled, quickly took out the icebreaker, aimed it at the ice surface, and pressed the button. With a faint boom, it seemed like a shockwave exploded within the ice, and the ice surface 5 meters ahead instantly shattered into fragments. The 8 boxes were immediately pushed up onto the ice, surprisingly. It was the little shrimp that had been following the floating island in the sea, bringing the boxes up. This dolphin is impressive, it knows how to work. This operation once again left the people of Blue Star in awe. Wow, no wonder the great Chen Fan dares to advance in such icy conditions. It turns out he has an icebreaker. They wondered where Chen Fan got these strange tools from, and they seem to be so easy to use. Humph. It's just an icebreaker, what is so great about it? Our country has ice-breaking ships too. Look at that, even with ice-breaking ships, they are still so arrogant. If it were a new icebreaker, wouldn't they be flying high? Chen Fan immediately opened all the boxes: 5 wooden boards, 1 vegetable gift pack, 3 plastics, 2 pumice stones, 2 pieces of cloth, 1 cotton clothing manufacturing blueprint, and 1 unknown metal hammer. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the sky above Blue Star. Kyushu Chen Fan has obtained 1 vegetable gift pack, 3 mineral waters, 25 wooden boards, 18 metal sheets, 10 plastics, and 7 pieces of cloth. 6 items. Kyushu will experience a 100-fold increase. A vegetable gift pack. Although the taste of artificially cultivated genetically modified vegetables is decent, everyone often comes across records in ancient texts praising the deliciousness of pre-nuclear war vegetables. No one expected Chen Fan to be the first to uncover a treasure trove of vegetables, which not only signifies vegetables, but also means seeds. Countries around the world are filled with envy and jealousy towards Jiuzhou. Chen Fan is quite looking forward to this vegetable treasure. But he has just realized that the rescue mentioned in the wooden box is not just a metaphor. It really refers to a hammer. After examining the hammer, Chen Fan was utterly amazed. While it may not belong to the advanced technology left behind by the system, it is undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind hammer in the world of the ocean. Chapter 43, The Dog Egg and the Cabbage Pork Soup. The hammer was a striking bronze color, measuring 50 centimeters in length, with the hammerhead itself taking up 20 centimeters. One side was a hammer, and the other was an axe, making the total length 30 centimeters. The proportions were somewhat odd, but that didn't deter Chen Fan from his admiration for it. The description was simply too imposing. Unknown metal hammer. Unique. Can only be used by the one who opens it, with a total attribute boost of 30. What does this mean? It means that this hammer can only be used by Chen Fan himself. No one else can wield it. Furthermore, if he can exert 500 pounds of force, with the attribute boost, his strength would be 650 pounds. To put it simply, it allows for challenges beyond his current level. Who would have thought that such a small hammer could be so powerful? As he toyed with the hammer, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The key point was that it felt almost weightless in his hand. For words could describe it perfectly, at one's beck and call. To put it bluntly, it's like an elephant's trunk slipping into a cow's rear, absolutely impressive. Suddenly, a strange voice came through. You can call me the awesome hammer. Chen Fan couldn't help but smirk. What could have been a truly impressive hammer was brought down a notch by this guy's ridiculous name. You're my weapon. My lifeline. Can't you have a more dignified name? Chen Fan immediately shot back. As the saying goes, a name can make a living, so from now on, you shall be called Dog Egg. Dog Egg? What a bizarre name. The hammer replied, puzzled. Because it's unique, just like you, and it reflects your toughness. Chen Fan patiently explained. I dare say, in the ocean world, there's definitely no one with the same name as you. All right then, from now on, I'll be Dog Egg. The hammer replied seriously. From now on, Dog Egg will fight side by side with the boss, vanquishing all enemies. Hiki. Old Floating Stone couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Oh, just feeling happy to have a new partner. Well said, my friend. No complaints there. Dog Egg burst into laughter as well. After putting away Dog Egg, Chen Fan finally opened the vegetable bundle. 5 pumpkins, 5 cabbages, 5 garlic shoots, 5 chili peppers, and 5 chives. Besides the 5 pumpkins and cabbages, the rest weighed 5 pounds each. Chen Fan had only seen pumpkins before. He had never eaten the others. Although they were sold in stores, they were all mutated varieties, newly cultivated and outrageously priced, far beyond what a poor person like him could afford. Still, he was clear about the cooking methods. Tonight's menu, cabbage pork soup. Following Wang Kai's guidance, the floating island no longer followed a set route, it ventured wherever wooden boxes gathered. By evening, Chen Fan had collected a dozen or so wooden boxes, enhancing his gains in the 9 provinces once again. Due to the bitter cold, after 6 p.m., Chen Fan returned to his apartment, waiting for the floating island to glide to a location with a cluster of wooden boxes before picking them up the next day. According to his memory of cooking methods, Chen Fan boiled 6 bottles of mineral water, cut 2 pounds of pork, and tossed it into the pot. After simmering for over half an hour, he added chopped cabbage and sea salt, cooking it for about 20 more minutes. Finally, a pot of fragrant and flavorful pork and cabbage soup was ready. As he took a sip, he couldn't help but let out a moan. Oh my God, is this the purest taste of cabbage? It's both aromatic and sweet. Words can't even describe it. In Chen Fan's memory, he thought the deliciousness of meat would surpass that of vegetables. However, after tasting the cabbage, he realized what true deliciousness was. The food he had eaten before entering the ocean world was hardly fit for a dog. With a large bowl of pork and cabbage soup and 200 milliliters of monkey wine, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Noticing there was still half a pot of soup left, he thought for a moment and immediately grabbed 2 bowls, offering a portion each to Zhuo Wenyang and Lian Peipei. For Lian Peipei, This was an enormous surprise. Chen Fan, you're too generous. I haven't had anything this delicious in ages. It feels like I'm dreaming. It's not a dream. It's a gift, Chen Fan replied. I made too much and can't eat it all, so I'm sharing it with you. Thank you, Chen Fan. Lien Pei immediately sent back a flurry of heart emojis. Chen Fan, however, appeared slightly serious. It had been a long time since he'd had such a meal, implying that she must have had a taste of it before. Given that she had managed to hold out until now without any issues, she must be quite strong, especially coming from a wealthy background in Jiuzhou. So when Yang didn't react overly excited, he simply said thank you, as everything was understood in the ocean world. It was a pity there was no way to salt the dish, as that could have enhanced the flavor significantly. After finishing, Zhuo Liang returned the bowl and commented, I know this requires oil and also some green onions and ginger. Chen Fan immediately replied, but cooking oil is just too scarce. It's hard to find. Have you considered making your own? Can we really make it ourselves? Seeing Zhuo Liang's enthusiasm, Chen Fan couldn't contain his excitement. If he had found a way to produce cooking oil, wouldn't that elevate their cooking to another level? We may not have vegetable oil, but animal fat will make the dishes even more fragrant, Zhuo Liang explained. We both have wild boars, and there's a layer of white fat on them. Cut the fat into thumb-sized pieces, pour 50 milliliters of fresh water into the pot, and add the fat. Cook it on low heat, stirring slowly. And soon the oil will render out. After filtering, store it in a jar, and the leftover meat scraps can be used for stir-frying or making dumplings. Dumplings. Chen Fan noted the last 3 words and couldn't help but curl his lips. He remembered 10 years ago during the Spring Festival when the government gave out 10 dumplings per person, stuffed with mutated beef filling. That taste was something he would remember for a lifetime. It seems that I have all the ingredients except for flour. Once I get some flour in the future, I can definitely try making dumplings. I have everything you mentioned here, and tomorrow I'll give rendering lard a shot. Chen Fan quickly replied, thanking me for the information. No problem, responded Zhuo Liang with a thumbs-up emoji. After eating and drinking well, with nothing else to do, Chen Fan sat on the bed and opened the virtual panel to check the messages in the public chat room on the second day of the cold wave. I feel like I'm freezing to death. My feet have been numb all day. I'm so pathetic. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Anyway, I'm warm and full right now. I even want to do some hand brewing. If anyone has the means, please help others out. During such terrifying natural disasters, it's better to face the hardships together. Just as he was reading, he suddenly heard news about the death toll of the chosen ones from various countries. Chapter 44, Rendering Lard, Chen Fan's Mukbang. In beautiful country, Bryn Smith was frozen to death by a sudden cold wave, turning into an ice sculpture. In Cherry Blossom Country, a woman named Tian Zhong faced a difficult childbirth, only to be dragged to a height of 100 meters by a golden eagle and fell to her death, splattering into a mess. In East Stick Country, Jin Dongshua was attacked and killed by a chosen one from his own nation. In the land of 9 provinces, Yu Jinzhong succumbed to the freezing temperatures. The oceanic world only announced the typical death cases from various countries, ultimately tallying the death toll across nations, which was simply unimaginable. 5 million people from 150 countries, with 1 million having died in less than 10 days. Just in the past 2 days of the cold snap, 700,000 lives were lost. Meanwhile, in the 9 provinces, after 10 days of depletion, only 4,000 individuals remained alive, making it one of the countries with a relatively high survival rate among over 100 nations. At this rate, in less than a month, each country would be lucky to have 1,000 people left. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Especially considering the threat from flying creatures in the sky, what exactly is this golden eagle? The golden eagle, about 2 meters long with a wingspan of around 5 meters and weighing about 50 kilograms, can lift living beings under 100 kg to great heights. And its attacking power is exceptionally strong, definitely a sea-level creature. Old Fusher immediately added, however, we've been moving around for the past 10 days and haven't encountered one of these things, so we've been quite lucky. No wonder such a creature is not something an average human can defeat. If we had firearms, we might stand a chance against it, Chen Fan realized. Let us hope we encounter it later. Facing such a fierce bird is much tougher than dealing with a B-level killer whale. One could only hope not to encounter it too soon. Old Fusher responded, somewhat sheepishly this time. Goodness, how can a real man back down? Let us just go for it. Dog Dan, even in the item menu, couldn't he hold back, saying, Big brother, if we run into it, I'll take it down. I'm fierce when it comes to fighting. All right, when we meet it, you can have a go. Chen Fan replied immediately, but for now, it's time to sleep. Without further ado, Chen Fan drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early, collected some duck eggs, boiled a bucket of instant noodles, and threw in some small fish and shrimp. After filling his stomach, he began to cut up the wild boar fat. Although the wild boar had been processed into 500g portions, it was still relatively easy to trim. In just over an hour, he separated over 40 pounds of fat. Zhuo Wenliang also messaged him privately, trading 50 pounds of fat to Chen Fan. It's not from specially raised pigs. Wild boars are leaner. So there's only about 50 units of fat. Don't you need it? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Once it's rendered, give me 10 pounds. I can eat that for a year, Zhuo Wenliang replied directly. You can keep the rest. This guy really knows how to calculate. Chen Fan agreed. Setting up an iron pot in front of his apartment, using floating stones to create a temporary stove, he lit some wooden planks, added water and fat, and began to fry it slowly over low heat. This scene left everyone in the live stream a bit bewildered. What on earth is Master Chen Fan doing? It looks like some kind of technical operation. Cooking meat? What do you know? This is called oil refining, extracting animal fat into edible oil for cooking, which is pretty common in wealthy areas, something we common folks rarely get to enjoy. What is so great about it? Eating oil makes you gain weight. And us folks from the Cherry Blossom Nation don't eat oil. Or is it that you can't eat it? Sour grapes, huh? How embarrassing. Soon, clear lard began to appear, accompanied by sizzling sounds, as the rich fat started to shrink. In the end, from 10 pounds of fat, he managed to extract 7 pounds of lard, which is quite impressive. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, poured the lard into a stone bucket, and began refining the second batch. By noon, after a whole morning of work, he had produced over 60 pounds of lard and 30 pounds of meat residue, leaving 50 pounds behind and giving the remaining 10 pounds to Zhuo Wenliang. For lunch, Chen Fan made duck eggs the right way, fried eggs. With the rich aroma of lard wafting through, he cracked 2 duck eggs into the pan, frying one side until golden brown, then clumsily flipping them to cook the other side. Just looking at the expression on Chen Fan's face, viewers from Blue Star couldn't hold back. This guy started out focusing on health, and now he has turned into a food show host. How tempting. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. I can almost feel the tender fried egg dancing on my tongue. How wonderful, compared to other chosen ones. Master Chen Fan's live stream is truly a feast for the eyes, so relaxing. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou, I really wish he'd choke on that fried egg. With everyone watching, Chen Fan embarked on a nearly perfect eating broadcast. In less than half an hour, a voice announced in his ear, detected that the live stream of Chosen One Chen Fan has surpassed 300 million viewers, rewarding a lucky self-selection gift pack. Keep up the good work. Wow, Chen Fan was startled. He had merely eaten a fried egg. Yet 300 million people were watching. This is even more captivating than a battle? Such simple temptation. Chen Fan quickly opened the self-selection pack to take a look. 60 floating stones, 15 super plant nutrient liquids, 1 can sustain a month's growth. 1 seawater purifier upgrade blueprint. 1 crossbow arrow upgrade blueprint. Floating stones, I want floating stones. The voice of the old floating stone enthusiast wails in the background, 60 pieces. Chen Fan understood that as long as he didn't choose floating stones, for every 1 billion viewers, the number of floating stones would increase by 20. So why not take a gamble and choose 100 floating stones when the viewership hits 500 million? At that moment, Chen Fan decisively chose the crossbow arrow upgrade blueprint. After all, in the current situation, weapons are far more important than floating stones. Place the crossbow arrow upgrade blueprint into the crafting slot. Upgrading the crossbow arrows requires 5 wooden planks, 3 metal sheets, and 1 piece of glass. This will allow you to craft a repeating crossbow, which not only increases the weight by 3 pounds, but also enables the continuous firing of 3 arrows. It even comes with a sight. The range is extended by 10 meters, and the power doubles. It can easily penetrate the body of a Class C wild boar at close range. The power is simply astonishing. Beep, beep, beep. Just as I was admiring this crossbow, the super radar suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Chen Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment and rush to take a look. To his shock, a golden eagle was charging towards him from hundreds of meters away. Damn it. I just prayed last night not to encounter one, and now it shows up. It's like it heard my prayer and decided to come at me on purpose. Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. Chapter 45. The Great Battle with the Golden Eagle King and the Harvest of High Explosive Grenades. Run. Old Fusher shouted loudly, you're probably no match for it right now. Run? What are you talking about? Fight it. Fight it. Dogdan immediately yelled back. Only cowards run. Let's go all out. I don't want to die out here. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and took big strides into the apartment. Oh my god, bro. You're such a coward. Dogdan lamented. You're not even giving me a chance to show off. Boom. Just as Chen Fan dashed into the apartment, a tremendous sound erupted. The Golden Eagle King had already swooped down. Since Chen Fan had dodged just in time, the eagle vented its fury on the sail. tearing it right off the roof of the apartment. My dear mother, I'm afraid of heights. With a scream, the sail was caught and sent soaring into the sky. Whoa! Chen Fan frowned and rushed out of the apartment. He watched as the sail ascended over 100 meters, only to be dropped back down. Weighing at least 100 pounds, the sail would create a massive hole in the apartment upon impact. It seemed today would not end well. Chen Fan quickly positioned himself near the harpoon gun, looking up at the Golden Eagle King while activating his super shield. I'm falling apart, help, as the sail descended. It couldn't help but scream, ultimately crashing into the shield and shattering into countless pieces. At the same moment, the Golden Eagle King dove down. Its target locked on Chen Fan. Viewers in the live stream were wide-eyed, fists clenched. That's the king of raptors. Is Chen Fan really going to confront the Golden Eagle King head-on? From what I know, the ninja from Sakura country is a high-level shinobi with incredible combat power. Has Chen Fan's strength surpassed that of a high-level shinobi from Sakura country? Look, Chen Fan is going to die in the mouth of the Golden Eagle King today. As you say in your region, it's the cycle of heaven. Nonsense. My husband is the best. He is definitely going to kill the Golden Eagle King. As the verbal battles escalated among viewers from various countries, more and more people flooded into Chen Fan's livestream, participating in the bickering while watching the clash between Chen Fan and the Golden Eagle King. With the Golden Eagle King now less than 10 meters away, Chen Fan suddenly raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger aimed at the eagle's abdomen. 3 crossbow bolts shot out like lightning, producing a sharp whistling sound as they sliced through the air. However, the Golden Eagle King, being a Class C predator, had top-notch reflexes and agility. It quickly tilted its body, narrowly avoiding the bolts, but adjusted its position in an instant. Now, it was merely 5 meters away from Chen Fan, ready to snatch him up in the blink of an eye. Yet, Chen Fan smirked slightly, bent his body, and then propelled himself upward. Dogdan charged at the Golden Eagle King, shouting, "Take that." Boom. The Golden Eagle King looked at Chen Fan with a foolish expression, clearly not taking him seriously. After all, he was just a human who had recently entered the ocean world, thinking he could challenge him. At that moment, the Golden Eagle King wanted to say to Chen Fan, "You." But before the words could leave its beak, its claws had already struck the super protective shield, followed by its entire body crashing into it, leaving it momentarily dazed. At that moment, the axe blade struck the Golden Eagle King's abdomen. Despite the thick feathers, this attack still left a wound over 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters deep. As soon as Chen Fan landed, he dashed towards the spear gun, twisted his body, aimed the spear gun at a 60-degree angle toward the wound on the Golden Eagle King's abdomen, and pulled the trigger. Damn it! The Golden Eagle King screeched, flapping its wings and quickly ascending into the sky. However, after 50 meters, the fishing line went taut, temporarily trapping the Golden Eagle King. I told you. Following my lead is the way to go. Dogdan laughed heartily, but he wondered if this delicate spear gun could hold down that tough bird. I can handle up to 100 tons. Even an orca can't pull me down, let alone this little Golden Eagle King. The spear gun replied, sounding both delicate and somewhat domineering. Wow, what a girl. Dogdan was taken aback and then burst into laughter. As they say, a man and a woman working together makes the task easier. With the 2 of us attacking, we'll be unstoppable. They had managed to trap the creature, but bringing it down and killing it would still be a challenge. Chen Fan said solemnly, since it wants to fly, let it fly for now. That'll tire it out. We can deal with it later. With that, Chen Fan sipped his tea while watching the Golden Eagle King fly in all directions high above, as if it were putting on a performance for him. This scene made those who had been anxious for Chen Fan feel a bit strange, and even those who had doubted him fell silent. I told you, my husband is amazing. How could a mere Golden Eagle King be his match? You didn't believe me. As the saying goes, better to eat a little poultry than a lot of beasts. I have a feeling that Master Chen Fan is about to treat us to another eating show. Damn it, that stupid Golden Eagle King. Why couldn't it just kill Chen Fan? It seemed that the so-called elite ninjas from your Sakura country were not all that impressive after all. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan heard a voice in his ear, detected that the chosen one, Chen Fan, has surpassed 400 million viewers in the live stream. Reward, a lucky self-selection gift pack. Keep it up. For 100 million already? If I were fighting against an even more terrifying existence, wouldn't the rewards be even greater? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and opened the self-selection pack to take a look. Floating Stones 80. Super Nutrient Solution for Plants 20. 1 can last for a month of growth. Seawater Purifier Upgrade Blueprint 1. High Explosive Grenades 5. 5 High Explosive Grenades. Chen Fan's eyes widened with excitement. Having such a powerful weapon in the ocean world was a matter of life and death, especially since he had 6 of them in hand. This was definitely his biggest trump card. He glanced at the high explosive grenade, noting that its blast radius was 20 meters and it weighed around 500 grams. This meant that one grenade could inflict massive damage within a 20-meter range. And if it exploded within 5 meters of the enemy, it would surely take them out. Awesome. It's coming down. It's coming down. At that moment, Dog Dan shouted again, "Boss, keep attacking it. Go for its claws. Hit its claws." Chen Fan smirked and secretly pulled out a high-explosive grenade. This time, we'll make it count. Chapter 46. Talent. Beginner Healing. As he spoke, he stowed away his crossbow and the dog, simply shaking the high-explosive grenade in his hand at the Golden Eagle King. The Golden Eagle King interpreted Chen Fan's actions as a provocation. "So you've put away your weapons, expecting to lure me into attacking you? Do you really think I'm foolish enough not to realize there's a transparent protective shield 3 meters away from you?" The Golden Eagle King had no intention of getting entangled with him. After all, it was currently restrained, and prolonging the confrontation would only put it at a greater disadvantage. It simply wanted to land smoothly on that transparent shield and then take off with all its might, hoping that its immense strength could free it from the barbed spear. Even if it lost a chunk of flesh in the process, at least it would escape with its life, and there would be plenty of opportunities to seek revenge later. Chen Fan kept his eyes fixed on the Golden Eagle King. When it was still 30 meters away, he pulled the pin on the grenade. When it was just 10 meters away, he suddenly hurled the grenade into the sky and activated the super protective shield. The Golden Eagle King had no concept of high-explosive grenades and paid it no mind as it continued to dive down, preparing to land. However, the moment the grenade made contact with the Golden Eagle King, it suddenly exploded. Boom. The tremendous shockwave, even with the super protective shield in place, caused the floating island to shake violently. The Golden Eagle King was propelled high into the air by the explosion and the subsequent force, flying over 20 meters before falling back down in a free-fall motion toward the floating island. Chen Fan immediately retracted the super protective shield, allowing the Golden Eagle King to crash down to the ground. Even after being hit by such a powerful weapon, the C-Class Golden Eagle King didn't sustain severe injuries, only suffering a gaping hole in its abdomen where its organs had been blown away. Chen Fan of Jojo has killed a Golden Eagle King. The fresh corpse will be amplified 100-fold. At that moment, a voice echoed across the skies of Blue Star, causing an uproar, as expected of the great Chen Fan, the King of the Seas. Jojo is fortunate to have Chen Fan. Unbelievably, Jojo's Chen Fan possessed such a devastating weapon as a grenade. It was truly terrifying. Jojo's Chen Fan, damn him. Chen Fan, may he never rise again. Chen Fan, may resources multiply. Meanwhile, Chen Fan began to dismantle the Golden Eagle King's corpse, obtaining 20 feathers and 60 pounds of eagle meat. The feathers were about 20 centimeters long, and he felt that they seemed as useless as shark teeth or orca teeth. However, since they could be harvested, they must have their own purpose. For Chen Fan, the Golden Eagle King was merely a minor episode. He then rushed to retrieve the 7 or 8 boxes trapped in the ice, and soon after, the floating island began to move rapidly once again. Wakai, who had been hiding just moments ago, finally reappeared as if nothing had happened. Chen Fan opened all the wooden boxes, 7 wooden planks, 5 pieces of plastic, 10,000 grass seeds, and 100 kilograms of fertile black soil. Additionally, he found 3 floating stones and 2 pieces of glass. The carpet grass seeds can actually produce such results, and there are a whole 10,000 of them. Is this an intention to turn the entire floating island into a lawn? However, the massive floating island, aside from the necessary areas, is mostly bare rock, which indeed lacks aesthetic appeal. But let's wait until there's enough fertile black soil accumulated before addressing that. Meanwhile, the amplification to 1 million seeds for the entire Kyushu region has stirred excitement among the higher-ups. After all, there were no such seeds stored initially. And now that the technology for purifying soil from nuclear radiation has made revolutionary progress, Kyushu can certainly use 100,000 seeds to cultivate more. Once the soil's radiation is purified, they can directly plant carpet grass nationwide. In just a few months, Kyushu will be green once again. Chen Fan has once again achieved an extraordinary feat for Kyushu. The head of state immediately called in a high-ranking official and issued the highest directive, arranged for Chen Fan to be awarded a first-class merit medal and bestow upon him the title of unparalleled national hero. Yes, the official replied with a loud voice and quickly went to make the arrangements. After all this, Chen Fan was planning to return to his apartment to rest when he noticed that there was only 1 sail left. He couldn't help but stroke his chin and say, "It seems that sailing on the ice, the sail isn't very useful and actually adds weight. It should be retracted first." "No, I don't want to die," the sail exclaimed, immediately shouting, "I'm just following orders and working hard. I may not have made a contribution, but I've put in my effort. You can't just discard me like this." "Oh my gosh, buddy, you really don't know your place." Dog Dan couldn't help but shout back, "It's not that we're getting rid of you. Once the ice melts, You'll still be you, right? You're not needed right now, so why don't you just take a nap? What more do you want? However, the sale still wanted to say something, but Chen Fan dismantled it, categorizing the materials and sending them into the inventory. Everything fell silent. After completing this, Chen Fan smiled, clapped his hands, and turned back to the apartment. After these few days of accumulation, he had gathered over 800 milliliters of A-grade freshwater. Chen Fan boiled the water and brewed a cup of Longjing tea. Then opened the virtual panel to check his information. Chosen 1. Chen Fan Island Area. 170 square meters skills. None weapons. Wolf Fang Club. Fish Spear. Repeating crossbow. Dog Dan talent. Basic healing. Can slowly heal wounds at a rate of 1 per minute. High-tech. Super Shield 2. 13 minutes 1. 30 minutes 1. Cold fusion reactor. Super radar. Wow. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief at this fact. The talent section actually showed something, and it was a healing ability. Does that mean that in the future, even if he gets injured and ignores it, he can fully recover in 100 minutes without leaving a scar? Strange. How did this talent appear? This is too amazing. Chen Fan joyfully muttered to himself. It must be related to the title. Old Floating Stone immediately took on the role of a science popularizer. Every time you earn a new title, you get a random talent or skill, which could be anything. Chen Fan suddenly realized that this must have started with the title of Monkey King he received last time, and it seemed like it could be upgraded. Once he reached advanced or even top-tier healing, wouldn't he be like an invincible cockroach? It seemed he needed to earn more titles. This way, he might become unbeatable. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile to himself. But don't get too carried away. You have no idea how difficult it is to earn a title. Not only is there randomness involved, but you might not even know how to obtain the title. Old Floating Stone poured a bucket of cold water over Chen Fan, saying, just leave it to fate. At that moment, a private chat notification sounded. It was a message from Lien Pei, Master Chen Fan. Quick, check the international chat room. Someone is targeting you. Chapter 47, the challenge from the Three-Nation Alliance to Chen Fan. Is this aimed at me? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel speechless. What do I have that makes me a target? Is it just because I sold you expensive winter clothes? However, Chen Fan immediately opened the multinational chat room to take a look. At that moment, the three nations, led by the United States, were clamoring, Jiuzhou Chen Fan. If you have the guts, come out and fight to the death. Hey, Jiuzhou Chen Fan thinks he's so tough. Why doesn't he dare to show up? He knows he's no match for us, so he's hiding like a turtle, right? Ugh. Chen Fan shook his head and quickly replied, I am Chen Fan. What is the point of you guys just talking trash here? Are you brave enough to reveal your location? Once the beginner phase ends, we in the Three-Nation Alliance will fight you to the death. The chosen one from the United States, John, immediately issued a challenge. Of course, if you're scared, just pretend I didn't say anything. This statement instantly ignited the anger of the chosen ones from Jiuzhou, who began to retort, John, as an elite of the Sea Dog Special Forces, don't you think it's embarrassing to challenge an ordinary person? Chen Fan may be skilled in ocean exploration, but he might not be very strong in combat. You can come at me. There's no need for 3 countries to target just one person. Exactly. Isn't it a cowardly move to outnumber someone? The Jiuzhou chosen one's mockery didn't faze the Three-Nation chosen ones, who continued to shout at Chen Fan. If you're too scared to fight, just shout Grandpa John, I was wrong. I'm useless and it'll be fine. It's really not a big deal. We may not have many chosen ones in the Three-Nation Alliance, but we've got over 30. And we can take you down like a dog. Chen Fan gradually became serious. If it were just a battle among the chosen ones of his own country, it wouldn't matter much. However, with the Three-Nation Alliance issuing a challenge, it was more than just a personal matter. It was about Jiuzhou's reputation and face. If he didn't accept the challenge, it would only indicate that Jiuzhou was showing weakness. As a major power, Jiuzhou might not have the overall strength of countries like the United States, but it was certainly not a soft target to be bullied. These great powers couldn't defeat Jiuzhou and Blue Star, and now wanted to take down Jiuzhou's chosen ones in the ocean world? Is that even possible? Chen Fan no longer hesitated and replied, all right, I accept the challenge. Chen Fan, this is a trap. How could you possibly take on the Three-Nation Alliance alone? The 3 countries led by the United States are colluding, saying there are only 30 chosen ones might just be a cover for more. Don't be fooled. We are not ready for battle yet, especially not for a large-scale fight. The Jiuzhou chosen ones immediately urged him anxiously. Yet, Chen Fan continued to respond, once the beginner phase ends and all the chosen ones from various countries enter the same sea area, I will give you my coordinates. I'll be waiting there for you. I want you to know that Jiuzhou's chosen ones are not so easily bullied. Go ahead. Enjoy your little victory for a few more days. Once the novice period is over, I'll take you down, and Jiuzhou will still achieve nothing in the ocean world. Humph. During the novice period, They are protected in the novice village and can't be killed, but once it's over, the Jojo chosen ones will be like lambs to the slaughter. Pray for all nations. Oh, come on. The chosen ones from the 3 nations, led by beautiful country, are mocking us like crazy again. Chen Fan just scoffed and exited the multi-country livestream room. Almost immediately, Zhuo Wenliang sent a message. Bro, you're being too impulsive. The 3 nations alliance isn't going to be that simple. If I refuse, Jojo will lose face. Chen Fan quickly replied, the 3 nations alliance has pushed us to this point. If I don't take a stand now, that's just not my style. When it comes to battle, I'll shout for the glory of Jojo. And I'll be a part of it. Zhuo Wenliang didn't say anything more and simply threw out that line. Meanwhile, Lian Peipei, as a girl, was equally unafraid. Master Chen Fan, I support your decision, and I want to join you. Great. Other Jojo chosen ones also privately messaged Chen Fan, expressing their willingness to help out. And he agreed without hesitation. After all, he was TA God. He could handle a few, maybe even a dozen chosen ones, but more than that would be tough. Besides, he would definitely reveal the coordinates later, and even if he didn't notify them, they would surely show up once they saw the coordinates. At that point, it wouldn't just be his battle alone. Of course, that day was still far off, at least half a month away. One person challenging the chosen ones of the 3 nations? Do you think you're Superman? Old Fusher suddenly spoke up, suggesting, why not just wait until you get back to your world and have someone assassinate them? Chen Fan nodded slightly, then suddenly his expression shifted, incredulously asking, what do you mean, back to Blue Star? We were forcibly taken to the ocean world. We can go back. I don't know. Why are you asking me? Old Fusher exclaimed, quickly explaining, do you really think I'm a know-it-all? Stop pretending with me. I know you must know some insider information. Chen Fan shouted, we're all in this together. Why are you hiding things from me? Old Fusher, don't act tough. Dogdan yelled loudly, the boss is asking you a question. Speak clearly, or I'll take you down. Dogdan. You think you're so tough? Old Fusher snapped back. While I was drifting in the ocean world, you weren't even born yet. Stop pretending. Let me out. And I'll give you both a shock. Dogdan was furious. Everyone, shut up. Chen Fan shouted. Old Fusher, you better tell me everything you know right now, or I'll break you down. We can just part ways if it comes to that. See, no need to rush. I haven't said anything yet. Old Fusher replied nonchalantly. First, hand me 2 packs of cigarettes. After Chen Fan lit 2 cigarettes and placed them outside, Old Fusher took a deep breath before responding, as far as I know. After the beginner period ends, the surviving chosen ones will have a 3-day holiday to return to their own world. They will be forcibly pulled back 3 days later. Isn't that great? Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he immediately became excited. He could see Chen Fan now. Moreover, a new batch of chosen ones would soon enter the beginner zone. Old Fusher's next words changed Chen Fan's expression, and he exclaimed loudly, another one. 5 million. Chapter 48. If you want to save your father, bring the bronze box to trade. If all goes well, yes. Lao Fusher said seriously, but by then, you will have already entered the Forbidden Sea, with 1.5 million people all in the novice zone. The only point of communication is the chat room. The chosen ones from the Forbidden Sea and the Edge Sea are in the same chat room, and can even trade. Lao Fusher, how do you know so much? Chen Fan finally asked this question, feeling that you seem like a rogue. It's hard to believe you could know so many secrets. Because in the world of oceans, there are chosen ones from worlds beyond your own. 3 years ago, I collaborated with chosen ones from other worlds. Lao Fusher sighed and puffed out a smoke ring before speaking seriously. At that time, I had developed an area as large as 1 square kilometer. But I was destroyed in a battle, and then I ended up drifting, eventually arriving in the Edge Sea, where I met you. So you indeed have a past that's hard to look back on. Chen Fan realized why this old fellow occasionally became sentimental. He was mourning his former master. There's one last thing to tell you. During the 3 days you'll be back in your world, you will return to the point where you were teleported to the ocean world. However, when you come back, no matter where you are, as long as the chosen ones have not died, they will be forcibly teleported back. Lao Fusher didn't respond, only providing Chen Fan with this final piece of information. After organizing the information, Chen Fan quickly edited it and sent it to the head of the country. Upon seeing this news, the head of the country couldn't help but shudder. He truly hadn't expected the chosen ones to return, although it's only for 3 days. It would allow them to record as much experience as possible in the ocean world and disseminate it nationwide to prepare for the second wave of chosen ones entering the novice zone. Chen Fan, is this news reliable? After considering for a dozen seconds, the head of the country asked seriously. The reliability is at 90%. Chen Fan replied with certainty. And currently, only I know this information. No one else is aware. The head of the country's expression changed again. He could hardly believe that Chen Fan would bring such explosive news. This would definitely give the chosen ones from Jiuzhou a significant advantage in the upcoming novice zone. Without hesitation, the head of the country immediately summoned several high-ranking military officials and instructed them to dispatch 10,000 military helicopters to the location where the Jiuzhou chosen ones were departing, ready to assist them in reaching the capital. But this group of chosen ones has already lost thousands of people. One leader couldn't help but ask. That is not a problem. By the end of the novice period, at least 1,000 will remain. This is our Jiuzhou's most precious asset. Bringing them to the capital for protection is a great merit. The head of the country took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and commanded seriously, remember, this is classified information. Even the soldiers executing the mission must not know the details until the last moment. Those who violate this will face military law. Yes. Several military leaders immediately straightened up and saluted the head of the country with a firm military salute. Everything was in full swing. The floating island finally stopped at a spot where several boxes had gathered. By this time, it was already evening, and Chen Fan had eaten dinner. He was just about to browse the chat room for a bit and take a break when suddenly he sat up with a start and ran outside, grabbing the icebreaker to strike at the ice surface. As the ice shattered, there was a faint sound, and a creature shot out of the water like an arrow, skimming across the ice for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. Electric arcs kept appearing in the water, causing Chen Fan's hair to stand on end. This is an electric eel? A really long one. Chen Fan exclaimed in disbelief. It was a B-class electric eel, measuring a full 10 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh, capable of delivering a high-voltage shock of 100 volts. Old Floating Stone said solemnly. One B-class electric eel is enough to kill a killer whale, and there are at least 5 more down there. Big brother, avenge me. Xiao Chong cried, tears streaming down his face. Look what it did to me. Chen Fan was taken aback, staring at Xiao Chong's rear end for a long moment. That's pretty bad. Did it electrocute you to the point of swelling? Can you focus on the important stuff? Xiao Chong tightened up, the tail fin. Only then did Chen Fan notice that one of Xiao Chong's tail fins was scorched black, probably making swimming quite difficult. Kid, you better hand over that dolphin. You think you can just steal my food? The electric eel surfaced, shouting at Chen Fan, otherwise, I'll zap you. Xiao Chong is under my protection. If you want to eat him, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Chen Fan slapped his chest, declaring, zap me? You're not worthy. Just as he finished speaking, an electric arc shot towards him, but fortunately, Chen Fan was protected by his defensive suit and wasn't seriously harmed. However, this only fueled his anger. He raised his crossbow and aimed it at the eel. How dare you, a mere electric eel, threaten a human like me? Despite the electric eel's attempts to dodge, Chen Fan's speed was too great, and one of the bolts pierced its neck. The eel let out a pained shriek and fell back into the water. Chen Fan acted quickly, casting a fishing net over it before it could react, pulling it onto the floating island. Hand over my grandpa. The electric eel yelled furiously. You despicable human, how dare you ambush me? My motto is to only look at the results, not the process. In any case, your grandpa is in my hands now. Chen Fan replied coolly. If you want to save him, you can exchange him for 4 bronze boxes. Are you joking with me? Another electric eel surfaced. My dad is about to bleed to death. Where am I supposed to find you 4 bronze boxes? Is that really what you should be worrying about? Chen Fan squatted down, looking disdainfully at the electric eel. You should know how long your dad can hold out. Instead of bargaining with me, you might as well hurry and find those boxes. The electric eel was furious but had no way to retaliate. So it quickly swam back into the water with 3 other electric eels. Chen Fan, you really are something else, threatening a few fish to do your dirty work. Old Fusher chuckled, clearly amused by such shamelessness. It's already nighttime, and here I am braving the frigid temperatures of minus 30 degrees to negotiate with them. I can't just do this for free, can I? Chen Fan scoffed. But how am I supposed to eat this electric eel? You can't eat me. The moment those words left its mouth, the electric eel let out a sharp scream, its body crackling with electricity, and it ended up electrocuting itself. Chapter 49. A family should be united. The scene was surprisingly quiet. Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. This guy really has quite the temper. Did he end up electrocuting himself? Although electric eels can release powerful electric currents in water, once they are on land, the air becomes a huge resistance, leaving the current with nowhere to go but back to itself. Old Fusher explained, but now you need to think about how to deal with those 4 electric eels. At the very least, you need to retrieve those 4 bronze boxes, right? We can only take it one step at a time. Let us get some sleep and figure it out tomorrow. Chen Fan shook his head and proceeded to disassemble the electric eel, obtaining 1 electric eel skin, 1 electric storage sack, and 100 eel meat. Electric eel skin, electric storage sack? Chen Fan's expression changed. The electric eel skin looked like a snake's shed skin and was remarkably intact. At first glance, it seemed as if an electric eel was just lying there. The electric storage sack, on the other hand, stored a whopping 100,000 volts of electricity. Wow, this electric eel is truly something special. It can store so much electricity. Chen Fan said in disbelief. It would take a family years to use that up. He couldn't help but feel excited about the other 4 electric eels. Chen Fan has killed an electric eel. The fresh corpse will be magnified 100-fold. At the same time, a voice echoed in the sky above Blue Star, causing those who had planned to sleep to peek at Chen Fan's livestream. Master Chen Fan is so hardworking, even up at midnight taking down marine creatures. And an electric eel at that. Who would have thought? The marine world has already tallied today's death count, yet they report Chen Fan's haul. Unbelievable. Chen Fan, how did you not get electrocuted by the eel? Don't you dare speak ill of my husband. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately sent a private message to the national leader, informing him about the electric storage sack contained within the electric eel. He mentioned that professional electricians and experts would be needed for the dissection, which brought the national leader immense joy. This is a treasure trove of 100 storage sacks, each containing 100,000 volts of electricity. Although Zhou no longer needs it, this could definitely serve as leverage for negotiations or trades with other countries. After this period of isolation, I believe it will bring a surprise to all nations of Blue Star. Brother, what should I do? Xiaoqiang couldn't help but exclaim. If I stay on the island, I'll be dead soon. They look for the bronze boxes only on the water's surface. If you dive into the water now, you can immediately sink to the seabed and avoid them. Chen Fan responded promptly. By tomorrow morning, I'll be able to deal with them, and you'll be safe. Brother, you really have a plan. Xiaoqiang was taken aback, then grinned and said, I love my brother every day. With a flick of his tail, he twisted his body and disappeared into the water. Instead of chatting, you should help me gather a few more boxes. Chen Fan muttered unhappily. Time to sleep. Time flew by, and before long, it was already the next morning. After Chen Fan woke up, he immediately heated oil in a pan and cooked a dish of fried eel segments. He then left his studio apartment, noticing the glimmering light beneath the ice layer, and quickly took out an icebreaker to smash through it. In the next moment, 4 electric eels sprang out, demanding loudly, Where's my grandpa? He's right there, isn't he? Chen Fan pointed to the eel's skin not far away and said, For this, I've been pouring water on it every little while. Didn't he sleep well all night? And you still haven't pushed the bronze chest up for me? You better return my grandpa. The electric eel threatened, or I won't give you the chest. If you don't give me the chest, I won't let your grandpa go. Chen Fan replied, stepping boldly onto the eel skin. This startled the 4 electric eels, who quickly pushed up the 4 bronze chests, then gritted their teeth and shouted, Aren't you going to give my grandpa back? Chen Fan shrugged and promptly kicked the eel skin back into the water. The 4 electric eels charged forward and then screamed in disbelief. Why is there only a skin left? To be honest, I fried your grandpa. What's in the bowl is him, Chen Fan said with a sheepish grin. How about I share some pieces with you? You beast. You beast. The electric eel went mad, crackling with electricity as it charged at Chen Fan. I'll electrocute you. Huh? Throughout this, Chen Fan was contemplating how to deal with them, not expecting these electric eels to be so temperamental. What was the point of such a suicidal attack? Dodging 1 electric eel, Chen Fan took the initiative to attack, shooting all 3 crossbow bolts, hitting 1 electric eel, while the damaged fishing net was cast out, ensnaring the 3 electric eels. The 2 unharmed electric eels immediately rushed outward, and the fish gun shouted, I'm coming, I'm coming. In a few quick strides, Chen Fan reached the fish gun, aimed at 1 electric eel, and instantly fired, piercing through it. Even though the electric eel released a high voltage of 1,000 volts, causing the fish gun to sizzle, it was of no use. He caught 2 in the net, but 1 managed to escape. Chen Fan quickly looked to the super radar to start scanning. To his surprise, the escaped eel hadn't gone far and was swimming within a 100-meter radius, seemingly looking for a chance to take revenge. Are all these electric eels so temperamental? Chen Fan pondered, stroking his chin before asking the fish gun, Little fish gun, can you hit that electric eel? As long as it's within effective range, it can't escape. The fish gun replied confidently, but the ice layer is blocking, making it a bit challenging. Then let us think of a way, Chen Fan said, temporarily snacking on the eel segments. After eating his fill, Chen Fan was surprised to find his hair standing on end again. He then noticed that the surviving electric eel was pressing against the ice layer underwater, continuously discharging electricity. I say, little sister, do you think that is useful? Old Floating Stone chuckled and said, You can only reach my body through this thick layer of ice. Besides, the power generator on me is thousands of times more powerful than what you emit per second. That bastard killed my family. I have to take him down no matter what. The electric eel gritted its teeth in response. You were born to be hunted. This is just the world of the survival of the fittest. Old Floating Stone retorted. You had your chance to escape, but now you're facing a death sentence. You think I would? Just then, the electric eel scoffed, ready to retort, but the fish spear shot into the water and, in less than a second, surged upward. The electric eel had barely turned around when it was pierced through its body. Yes. Chen Fan laughed heartily, suddenly filled with excitement. Good job, little spear. Boom. Almost immediately, it seemed that the fish spear had been bitten by something, and it was dragging the entire floating island down into the water. Chapter 50. Escaping the Shark's Jaws, A-Class Megalodon. What is going on? Chen Fan's face changed drastically as he turned to look at the super radar. He saw a massive creature tearing into the electric eel and the spear gun, completely unfazed by the 1,000 volts being discharged by the electric eel. An A-Class marine creature. The Megalodon. Old Fusher exclaimed. This can't be happening. A-Class creatures should be in the Forbidden Sea. How could it appear in the edge waters? The electric eel's current could even kill a killer whale, but in front of the Megalodon, it was like a snack, which was enough to demonstrate the terror of the Megalodon. Withdraw the barbs. Don't fight head-on. Chen Fan shouted immediately. The spear gun understood the disparity in strength and didn't he say more. It retracted its barbs and started to pull back, eventually returning to its tripod. But there was a shallow mark on the gun's body. Bang! It seemed that the retrieval of the spear gun had enraged the Megalodon, which slammed its massive body against the ice layer, and the nearly 1 meter thick ice cracked slightly. Change direction, run. Chen Fan's face was ashen, and without hesitation, he began to retreat. However, it seemed like the Megalodon was targeting Chen Fan specifically and did not leave, continually crashing against the thick ice layer as if determined to flip the floating island into the water. Is that big shot who is after me behind this? Chen Fan muttered softly. Chen Fan, this isn't a solution. An A-Class Megalodon is not something we can handle. Old Fusher shouted. We need to come up with a strategy. Let us do it. I'm not backing down. Dog Dan said defiantly. Big brother, let me out. I'll carve a hole in it for sure. What are you talking about? Do you have any self-awareness? We're made of the same material. Can't you see the wounds on my body? The spear gun huffed. What a reckless person. Being scolded by a beauty made Dog Dan feel sweet inside. And he chuckled, deciding not to speak further. Chen Fan contemplated for several seconds, watching as more cracks appeared in the ice layer from the relentless impacts. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Little spear gun, I'm going to pull you down from the floating island and let it continue moving forward. I need to blow it up. When I throw the grenade, you pull me back. Okay, the spear gun agreed. And Chen Fan immediately grabbed the spear gun and jumped off the floating island. This scene shocked the viewers of the live stream. What exactly is happening? I see something down below crashing into the ice layer. Is it trying to smash the floating island? Why does it feel like that big guy is specifically targeting Chen Fan? Otherwise, with the ice being so thick, why would it keep crashing into it? But why is Chen Fan jumping off the floating island, planning to fight that massive creature to the death? Haha, this time Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is undoubtedly doomed. Today, our Sakura country will celebrate nationwide. As expected, after Chen Fan jumped into the island's waters, the Megalodon came to a halt, repeatedly crashing against the ice layer where Chen Fan was located. With the sound of cracking, the ice finally broke apart. Chen Fan had already pulled the pin from a hand grenade and tossed it into the water. At that moment, a massive mouth surged out of the water, lunging at Chen Fan. Fortunately, he had already crossed the 50-meter distance of the fishing line, and with a tremendous force pulling him, he narrowly evaded the Megalodon's attack. Little brat, daring to play tricks on me? A deep voice boomed as the Megalodon launched more than half of its body out of the water, attempting to glide and bite Chen Fan. You're asking for trouble. Boom. At the same time, the high-explosive grenade detonated beside the Megalodon. The immense blast instantly sent the creature tumbling, and the ice within a 20-meter radius was obliterated. Chen Fan was thrown into the water, but had already escaped the 20-meter explosion range and was pulled back onto the ice by the fishing spear. The Megalodon had retreated back into the depths, leaving only a pool of blood on the surface, with no sign of its presence. However, there was no indication that it had been killed. It was likely just temporarily injured and had fled. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief and turned to run towards the floating island. The citizens of Blue Star, witnessing the scene, also relaxed and breathed easier. Chen Fan's moves were truly impressive. To escape from such a massive shark's jaws is something he could brag about for a lifetime. By the way, what kind of shark was that? It was way bigger than an orca. I'm not sure. The war destroyed too many records, and much of it is now lost to us. Fuck, why didn't that giant shark kill Chen Fan? It's utterly useless. Damn it. Back on the floating island, Chen Fan immediately entered his apartment to warm himself by the fire and change into fresh clothes. He then analyzed the situation with a serious tone. Could that creature have come through a crack between the Forbidden Sea and the Marginal Sea just to kill me? As of now, anything is possible, Old Floating Stone snorted. That thing targeting you might be from the Forbidden Sea. We won't know for sure until the novice period ends and we venture into the Forbidden Sea. We still need to find a way to kill that megalodon. Chen Fan lay back on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. The system, that old trickster, has given me so many surprises and benefits. But the corresponding dangers are far greater than those faced by other chosen ones. I'm so exhausted. The key point is that even a high-explosive grenade couldn't kill it. How can we argue that? This guy is not so easy to kill. It's an A-grade creature. Even the merfolk warriors have to avoid its sharpness. Old Floating Stone scoffed. If we can dodge it, we should definitely stay out of its way. Let us do it. Dog Egg shouted again. Who is afraid? That is just cowardice. Damn it. Old Floating Stone could only curse at Dog Egg, feeling at a loss for how to respond. This is simply disgraceful. The remaining 3 electric eels were once again amplified to the 9 provinces. Chen Fan decided to give 2 of the electric sacks to Lian Pei Pei and Zhuo Wenliang. This made Zhuo Wenliang extremely happy. I never expected you to get such great stuff. It's a pity I don't have anything of equal value to trade with you. He added, well, since we're friends now, just think of me when you come across something good in the future. Chen Fan quickly replied. Lian Pei Pei was even more excited. Chen Fan, you have no idea. I found a radio, but unfortunately it doesn't have any power. I wanted to trade it for something. And now you've brought me the electricity. I just love you to pieces. As long as it's useful, Chen Fan replied, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to find a household appliance. She really had a knack for uncovering all sorts of strange things. Next time she found something like that, he definitely had to ask her for one. With that thought, Chen Fan finally set his sights on the 4 bronze chests not far away. Chapter 51. What do men like to watch? Oh no, he has got his eyes on us. What do we do? I can't be seen. I can't be seen. Bad guy, you'll never get to us. I know martial arts. Suddenly, the 4 bronze boxes began to resist. Don't worry. I'll be gentle with you. Chen Fan chuckled and immediately opened all the bronze boxes. 1 fully automatic fishing net, 1 cooking ingredients gift pack, 1 4K HD smart TV, 1 low-key gift pack. Wow. What a harvest. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected all 4 bronze boxes to yield such great items. He had just envied Lian Pei Pei's radio, and now he had a TV of his own. It was like night and day. The fully automatic fishing net resembled a fish spear, standing over a meter tall with a triangular frame. At the top was a horn-shaped launcher that could shoot out a fishing net with a diameter of 5 meters and a 20-meter-long pull line. It could not only set targets automatically but also send and retrieve the net, averaging a catch every half hour. His mom would never have to worry about him fishing again. Setting the triangular frame 2 meters away from the fish spear, the net greeted him. Hello there, sister. You can call me Sister Net. We're partners from now on. Wow, you're friendly. Chen Fan chuckled. The little fish spear doesn't have a name yet. Let us call it Little Fish. I can accept that name, the fish spear replied, sounding pleased. No more envy over others having names. Haha, you're quite the jokester. Sister. The fishing net giggled. Back in the apartment kitchen, Chen Fan opened the cooking ingredients gift pack. 1 Sichuan pepper, 1 star anise, 1 angelica, 1 cinnamon, 1 cooking wine, 5 scallions, ginger, and garlic. Chen Fan was ecstatic. Although he had never cooked with these ingredients, he had seen them in a tattered cookbook before. Each ingredient required only a small amount to create delicious dishes, and now he had a whole pound, or even 5 pounds. This would last him a long time. Without hesitation, Chen Fan took out 3 pounds of wild boar meat and 5 pounds of pork bones that he didn't need after butchering. After blanching them with some scallions and ginger to remove the gamey smell, he added the spices and simmered them over low to medium heat. Afterward, Chen Fan approached the TV and mounted it on the living room wall. He immediately connected the power from the cold fusion reactor to the TV, which powered on instantly, displaying vibrant images. It transformed into a dashing anime character. Hello, my master. I am your most loyal servant, Little Machine, at your service. What can I do for you? What can you do? I can play anything you want to watch. Just recommend something that men used to enjoy watching back in the days when TVs were popular. All right. Hold on. Come on, baby. Oh yes, fuck me. Come on. Soon, the TV screen was filled with explicit scenes. And to make it worse, it was Western porn. Old Fusher immediately whistled in excitement, while Gongyu swallowed hard. Chen Fan was stunned. Little GG. What the hell are you playing? This is way too perverted. Master, didn't you say to play things men from that era like to watch? Little GG replied somewhat defensively. This is men's favorite stuff. Is this all they liked? Nothing else? Chen Fan was speechless. There's other stuff too, like action movies, gunfights, and so on, Little GG said, switching to the Terminator. Only then did Chen Fan crack a smile. Now this is what real men should watch. From now on, just play stuff like this. By the time the movie ended, the pork was almost done cooking. The entire apartment was already filled with a rich, mouth-watering aroma that had Chen Fan salivating. Whatever, let us have lunch first, then open the last crate. With that thought, Chen Fan sprinkled some salt, scooped out a pound of pork, a few bones, and a couple of ladles of broth into a stone bowl. He took a small sip of the soup and nodded approvingly. Perfect color, aroma, and taste. With a snap of his fingers, he divided the rest, giving some to Wang Kai and the duck couple, then splitting the remainder into 2 portions for Zhuo Wenliang and Lien Pei. Holy shit, Chen Fan. You even have seasoning. Lien Pei was practically losing her mind. Seasoning is insanely valuable, no matter where you are. Just got lucky, Chen Fan replied casually. Eat up before it gets cold. Thank you, Chen Fan. Lien Pei chirped excitedly. Bro, you never cease to amaze me. At this point, I'm starting to think we're not even in the same ocean world, Zhuo Wenliang sighed in admiration. You've got an endless supply of good stuff. Just luck. Chen Fan said. Opportunity and danger go hand in hand. I almost got swallowed by an A-rank megalodon earlier. Megalodon? A-rank? Zhuo Wenliang asked, puzzled. All creatures, whether marine, terrestrial, or aerial, are ranked from D upwards. The higher the rank, the stronger they are. That boy you killed earlier was probably C rank. Didn't he, you know? Chen Fan countered. I honestly had no idea. We're all new to this ocean world, figuring things out as we go, Zhuo Wenliang replied seriously. The fact that you know so much gives you a huge advantage in exploring this place. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Thanks to old Fushir's guidance and his ability to communicate with any creature, he had a head start. It seemed he'd have to take some time to document basic knowledge and insights about the ocean world, to give future newcomers from Jiuzhou the best possible advantage and ensure their dominance in this world. After finishing his conversation with Wenliang Zhuo, Chen Fan finally stepped outside with food and drinks in hand. He settled on a piece of floating stone in front of the apartment and began to wolf down meat and gulp down monkey wine, hoping to break the record for viewers once again. This spectacle left the foodies of Blue Star dumbfounded, their mouths watering. What is the great Chen Fan eating? I want to eat that too. What Chen Fan was enjoying was stewed meat, cooked with aromatic spices, and it was absolutely delicious. What's the big deal? We've all gone vegetarian now. Only barbarians eat meat. I'd gladly be a barbarian. I want to eat meat, despite the crowd's intense cravings. The viewership ultimately did not surpass 500 million. Perhaps a bigger highlight was needed to elevate the number of viewers tuning into his livestream. It was a bit of a letdown. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Fan finally remembered the understated big gift he had, and he promptly opened it. Chapter 52. The Stun Gun. A woman. Stun Gun X1 can generate a high-voltage current of 1 million volts instantly, rechargeable for 3 uses, another powerful weapon. Chen Fan's expression shifted as he immediately took it in hand. The stun gun is about 1.5 meters long, with 3 slender current emitters at the tip. Once the switch is pressed, the stun gun will unleash a surge of 1 million volts for a duration of 3 seconds. The best part is that his floating island serves as a charger, allowing for convenient and immediate recharging. The power of this stun gun is 100,000 times greater than that of an electric eel, so dealing with a megalodon should be a walk in the park, right? As he toyed with the stun gun, Chen Fan chuckled. I can't wait to take down that megalodon, huh? Well, you need to actually hit it first, old Fushir remarked bluntly. And if one shot doesn't deal significant damage, it could still turn the tables on you. It's best to test it out on other powerful creatures first. Fair point. Chen Fan thought for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement. Since there were no boxes or anything else around, he decided not to linger outside and turned back to his apartment to watch TV. Later that evening, Chen Fan wrote down some survival tips related to the ocean and sent them to the national chat. He then checked the public chat room messages. I wonder if anyone else feels this way. The floating islands frozen in ice seem to emit slight tremors, as if some terrifying giant is walking on the ice, causing it to shake. I'm not sure about that. Over here it's pretty stable, no movement at all. Funny. I feel something similar, but it's very faint. Could it be that you're closer to the source of the tremors while I'm farther away? Could it be that you guys are located at the border between the newbie zone and other areas, and there's a giant moving around outside, or even battling? As the discussion intensified, more than a dozen others chimed in, mentioning they felt the tremors, and even people from various countries in the chat were bringing it up. If that's the case, it's likely that these chosen ones are situated at the edge of the ocean, near the Forbidden Sea. It's unclear what is happening in the Forbidden Sea, but it could be related to that big figure who seems to be targeting them, or perhaps an A-class ocean creature. In the end, Chen Fan shook his head in resignation. MD, I'm starting to feel paranoid. Time to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Chen Fan was promptly awakened by the sound of ducks laying eggs. Looking out at the bright sunshine, he couldn't help but stretch, feeling the temperature rise slightly, indicating that the cold wave was gradually retreating. After gathering the duck eggs, he prepared to head back to make breakfast, but as he passed by the super radar, he was taken aback. Old Lay, there's a chosen one just 50 kilometers away, and you didn't alert me? They pose no hostility to you and do not threaten you, so why should I raise an alarm? That's because they haven't noticed me. If they do, they'll definitely see me as a threat. Got it. At least there is no hostility for now. Damn. Chen Fan looked a bit grim. The super radar was acting entirely on its own whims, and it was likely to interfere with his plans. He needed to find a way to deal with it, or else he'd be in trouble later. However, Chen Fan kept quiet for the moment and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After all, he still had nearly 2 hours before the other party arrived, so there was plenty of time. An hour and a half later, with less than 3 kilometers to go, Chen Fan halted the floating island and set the ice sailing device to start moving in half an hour. He then quickly ran ahead on foot. This move left some viewers of Chen Fan's live stream puzzled. What was he up to? Why suddenly abandon the island and run? Was he trying to get some exercise? Or was he just fed up with the endless oceanic world? After all, he had been alone for half a month. Many people who were used to the hustle and bustle would have likely broken down in such a situation. Wow, how impressive. Natural disasters and human misfortunes couldn't bring down Chen Fan of Jiuzhou. It seemed he was the one bringing himself down. Every action Chen Fan took had its reasoning. Perhaps he had discovered something? After running for over 10 minutes, Chen Fan finally arrived at a floating island. To his surprise, this island was about 60 square meters and featured an automatic fishing net, along with a 4 by 4 meter wooden cabin. There were even dried fish hanging outside and stone-made pots and pans. However, after searching the island thoroughly, Chen Fan found no sign of anyone. Could it be that guy noticed my arrival, thought I was here to rob him, and ran away? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together. If that were the case, it would be quite a misunderstanding. Wait a minute? Maybe he'd come out to meet me when he couldn't take it anymore? Whoosh. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and an arrow shot towards him from a distance, hitting him squarely in the chest just as he turned around. At the same time, a figure darted towards him like lightning, wielding a longbow, aiming to deliver a quick follow-up strike to Chen Fan's head, intending to finish him off while he was reeling from the arrow. Clang. What the attacker didn't expect was that the arrow rebounded off Chen Fan's body and shot straight back at her. However, her impressive reflexes allowed her to dodge the returning arrow just in time, causing her attack on Chen Fan to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan grasped a weapon and swung it towards her chest. Unfortunately, her speed exceeded Chen Fan's expectations. She swiftly dodged his attack and retaliated with a powerful back kick aimed at his waist. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, catching even Chen Fan, who was used to grappling, off guard. However, beneath his defensive suit, Chen Fan remained unfazed, spinning the axe in his hand before bringing it down horizontally towards her arm. Her power was so immense that the rebound force acting on her was equally strong, causing her to let out a muffled groan as she stumbled backward, ultimately landing in a rectangular ice trough that had been carved nearly 50 centimeters deep. She narrowly avoided the axe's strike, her leather cap flying off, and her long, jet-black hair obscured most of her face. A woman? Chen Fan was taken aback. It was only now that he understood why he hadn't noticed her earlier. She had dug a hiding spot 10 meters away from the floating island. Boom. In the split second that Chen Fan was lost in thought, a massive red tentacle shot out from the ice trough, pulling the woman directly into the sea. Chapter 53. Hero Saves the Beauty. Battling the octopus in the water. Chen Fan was stunned. Who would have thought that there was such a huge octopus lurking beneath the water? It was only because the ice layer the woman had carved was just 20 or 30 centimeters above the water that the octopus found its opportunity. Save her, save her. The woman's floating island called out. What are you waiting for? She just tried to kill me. Why should I save her? Chen Fan retorted. But she is a woman. You save her, and she'll surely be grateful. The floating island reasoned with emotion, saying, during the day it's sweet talk, and at night it's fireworks. Don't you want that kind of life? If I save her, I'll just be a simp, overflowing with a savior complex? Chen Fan shook his head. That wouldn't he do? Then let me give you a reason you can't refuse. The floating island suddenly became furious. She is one of the few survivors among the 10,000 chosen ones of Jiuzhou. She is your compatriot, your future comrade against foreign hostile chosen ones. Are you really going to let your comrade die? Damn. Chen Fan was speechless. He was actually swayed by a stone. He immediately took off his coat, downed a shot of strong liquor, and jumped into the water. This scene left the crowd from Blue Star utterly shocked. This guy, just moments ago they were fighting. And now he jumps into the water to battle a sea monster to save her? Although Chen Fan was powerful, was he really going to let his savior complex run wild at this moment? Wasn't he worried that the woman would repay his kindness with malice? Humph. Jojo's Chen Fan, falling for a woman. How is this any different from being a simp? Shut up, you keyboard warriors. Chen Fan is saving a compatriot from Jojo. The conflict started without any dialogue. It was merely a misunderstanding. Does ocean survival really have to be a life or death struggle? A fierce argument had already erupted in Chen Fan's livestream, but he had already spotted the woman struggling. It was a gigantic octopus. Its massive head was as big as a truck, and each of its 8 tentacles was over 10 meters long. Even though the woman was continuously jabbing at the octopus's tentacles with a long arrow, it was like a mere tickle to the creature. Wow. Why is this thing so big? Dogdan laughed excitedly. Bro, let us go. Let us do this. Chen Fan held his breath and had now reached the octopus. Underneath his defensive suit, he felt no pressure in the water and easily swung his axe towards the octopus. To the octopus, the tiny human was nothing to worry about. It casually swung one of its tentacles towards Chen Fan, intending to knock him out first before savoring the woman. Bang! Even underwater. The sound of the octopus's tentacle striking at Chen Fan could be heard. The tremendous recoil sent the tentacle flying away. Just as Chen Fan's axe struck true into the tentacle, propelling him away, and by sheer luck, he ended up right next to the woman, wrapping his arms around her waist just in time to avoid being thrown away. The woman looked at Chen Fan in surprise, never expecting that he would jump into the sea for her. She immediately gestured for him to escape and not worry about her. Chen Fan shook his head, switching his weapon from the dog egg to a repeating crossbow, and pulled the trigger aimed at the giant octopus's eye. The immense force propelled the bolt through the water at high speed, but a series of bubbles quickly caught the octopus's attention, and it extended a tentacle to deflect the shot. Electric shocker! Electric shocker! Dog Egg suddenly shouted. Damn it! How could I forget the electric shocker? Let's fry it. Chen Fan wanted to smack Dog Egg. Using an electric shocker underwater was a terrible idea. If the giant octopus got shocked, wouldn't they both get electrocuted too? This guy was really reckless. Bang! As the octopus swung another tentacle at him, Chen Fan quickly turned, taking out Dog Egg and slashing at the tentacle that was wrapped around the woman. Blue blood gushed out, and the octopus finally released its grip in pain. Chen Fan seized the moment to pull the woman upwards. However, after the tentacle was knocked away, another one lunged at them. Having held his breath for 3 minutes already, Chen Fan was reaching his limit. He took out a high-explosive grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it down while cradling the woman in his arms, turning his back to the octopus. In the next moment, the tentacles wrapped around them, pulling them towards the creature. When suddenly there was a loud bang as the grenade exploded. The tentacles that bound them finally loosened, allowing Chen Fan to break free and swim quickly towards the surface with the woman. It had already been 5 minutes. Why weren't they out yet? Were they really going to drown? After all, he was fighting a sea monster underwater, and with a woman as a burden, it was a miracle they hadn't drowned yet. Damn it, Chen Fan from Jojo, you're definitely a goner this time. My Sakura country must celebrate your demise. In Chen Fan's livestream, more and more viewers gathered. Everyone from Jojo held their breath, eyes glued to the water's surface, praying that Chen Fan would burst out like a god of war. Yet, they also felt this hope was somewhat unrealistic. After all, on land, Chen Fan was a powerhouse, but in the water, it was the domain of sea monsters. Just then, a massive bubble erupted from the water, resembling a violent explosion underwater. Following that, with a splash, Chen Fan emerged, pulling the woman by her collar as they broke through to the shore. I almost drowned. Lying on the ice, Chen Fan gasped for air, momentarily oblivious to the cold. If he had held on for just 10 more seconds, he would have drowned. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream let out a collective sigh of relief, their fingers flying over the keyboards. Did you see that? This is our Jojo's chosen one. This is the hero, saving the beauty and battling the sea monster. I always said that Chen Fan would never lose. He has brought us so many surprises. He is truly a god among the chosen ones of the 9 provinces. As for you, Sakura country, it seems you won't have any reason to celebrate in this lifetime. Just wait for all your chosen ones to perish. And then you can mourn as a nation. Bakayuru. The woman has already fainted, probably from drowning. Seeing the ice around them cracked from the explosion of grenades, Chen Fan feared that the giant octopus might return. So he quickly grabbed the woman and made his way toward the outskirts. Boom. In just 5 seconds, a deafening noise erupted as the ice was shattered, and the giant octopus sprang out of the water. Chapter 54. Saving someone, why stick out your tongue? Everyone finally caught a glimpse of the giant octopus, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Its massive body was as big as a truck, and each tentacle stretched over 10 meters long, exuding an overwhelming presence that felt incredibly oppressive. However, after being battered by high-explosive grenades, the giant octopus had lost 2 of its tentacles, which sank into the water. And one eye was gone. In a fit of rage, all of its remaining tentacles swung down like hammers towards Chen Fan and his companion. Although Chen Fan was unscathed by the explosion, the shockwave had still left him feeling uneasy as he watched the tentacles coming at them again. He could no longer hold back. After the tentacles were deflected by the force of the rebound, Chen Fan charged forward with his electric shotgun in hand. The giant octopus was furious. It had never experienced such humiliation before. As a formidable B-rank giant octopus, how could it be bested by mere humans? With a roar, 2 of its tentacles coiled together, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Fan. At that moment, the electric shotgun was plunged deep into the octopus's soft skin. 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage electricity surged through its body, causing it to convulse violently for 3 full seconds before crashing heavily onto the ice, slowly sliding towards the water. Meanwhile, the floating island rushed in, and a smaller fish shot towards the giant octopus, successfully halting its descent. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou has killed a giant octopus. The fresh corpse will be amplified 100-fold. The announcement echoed across every corner of Blue Star. Viewers of the live broadcast were either thrilled or disheartened. Igniting yet another round of heated debates, Chen Fan from Jiuzhou should have died today. He really is just lucky to be alive, fuck. It doesn't matter. His rookie period is over, and he will still die. The ones who will die are you, who can never stand to see others do well. From now on, Jiuzhou will have nothing to do with you. We will close our borders and sever all ties. That's right, your chosen ones are generally weak. So just wait to eat dirt. Finally, Chen Fan took a moment to carefully examine the woman. She had an oval face with exquisite features. And despite being exposed to the sun and wind at sea for so long, her skin remained fair and smooth, as if she had a natural beauty filter. Chest compressions. Artificial respiration. The woman on the floating island shouted again, unable to contain herself. You just rescued her. Are you really going to let her drown? Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, not having time to think. He immediately began performing chest compressions and artificial respiration, repeating the process 7 or 8 times before the woman finally coughed up a large mouthful of seawater and began to breathe laboriously. Thank goodness, she was saved. Slap. The next moment, the woman smacked Chen Fan across the face. Quick on his feet, he grabbed her wrist. I saved you, and you hit me. Just save me. Why do you have to stick out your tongue? The woman screamed hysterically. Do I need to stick out my tongue for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Her words clearly reached the ears of everyone watching the live stream, and strange expressions appeared on their faces, especially among the men, who felt a camaraderie that only men could understand. Chen Fei's face turned red, and she immediately scolded, whether out of anger or embarrassment. You pervert. How shameless. I didn't stick out my tongue. Chen Fan was confused, thinking, I'm a virgin. Why would I stick out my tongue? Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. The woman glared fiercely at Chen Fan, then shivered and sneezed, unable to help but hug her arms. Let's not dwell on that. Come with me to the room to warm up. Chen Fan also felt the biting cold and immediately got up to head into the apartment. Upon seeing the large apartment, the woman paused for a moment, but then remembered he had just saved her, so he was unlikely to have any ulterior motives. She huffed and followed him into the room, where a wave of warmth hit her, making her entire body feel cozy. The woman was wearing a wolfskin coat she had stitched herself. Although the craftsmanship wasn't great, it was decent enough to keep out the cold. Chen Fan handed her a cup of hot water and said, Your clothes are wet. Take off the coat, and I'll fix it for you, so you don't catch a cold. There are no cold medicines in the ocean world. The woman stared at Chen Fan, remaining silent for 7 or 8 seconds before finally taking off the wolfskin coat, revealing a dark outfit underneath that resembled night gear. Chen Fan suspected she might be an assassin, given her impressive skills. Otherwise, with his enhanced physique from drinking A-grade freshwater and consuming so much B and C-grade creature meat, he shouldn't have had any trouble with her. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan tossed the shabby wolfskin coat into the synthesis panel, and when he pulled it out, it looked much more refined. He handed it to her, saying, Go to the bathroom and change into dry clothes. Hang your wet ones by the fireplace to dry. The woman still said nothing but complied. Fortunately, Chen Fan had his defensive battle suit on, so he wasn't wet. He put on the wolfskin coat and stepped out of the apartment, looking at the giant octopus that had been pulled up by the little fish. He chuckled and nodded at the 2 severed tentacles that the little bug had also managed to bring up. He proceeded to dissect the octopus. 18 octopus teeth. 3,000 octopus meat. This giant octopus weighed over 1.5 tons, which was truly astonishing. Are you the great Chen Fan? A voice came from behind. The woman, now wearing the wolfskin coat, jumped down from the floating island. Indeed, seeing is believing. You know me? Chen Fan asked in surprise. I've often heard about you and seen your exploits. I initially thought it was just okay, but your strength truly exceeded my expectations, the woman said calmly. Especially that terrifying octopus. You were able to kill it so easily. You truly live up to the title of Great One. Overrated, Chen Fan smiled slightly. I'm just luckier than the other chosen ones. I know you've killed other chosen ones from the 9 provinces. What do you plan to do with me now? The woman asked. I'm not thinking of killing you. Chen Fan replied helplessly. You were the one who ambushed me. But you're the first man to steal my first kiss. What do you think you should do? The woman crossed her arms, leaning against the door frame. And the wide collar of her outfit slipped down to reveal 2 soft, white curves and a deep, alluring neckline in between. I really didn't stick out my tongue. Chen Fan slapped his forehead, looking utterly exasperated. Chapter 55. The Water-Repelling Pearl, a Terrifying Woman. The problem now is that at least 1 billion people saw you kiss me in the live stream. My innocence has vanished along with your groping and that kiss. The woman said lightly. From now on, I'm afraid I'll have to stick with you. Come on. If I had known you planned to cling to me after saving you, I might as well have let the giant octopus swallow you. Chen Fan replied irritably. After we grab a farewell meal, I'll be wandering off again. So heartless. The woman suddenly looked forlorn as she turned and walked toward the apartment. We were just passing strangers. What are you dragging me into this romantic mess for? Chen Fan snorted and followed her into the apartment. Detected that the chosen one. Chen Fan's live stream has surpassed 500 million viewers. Reward: 1 lucky self-selected gift package. Keep up the good work. What the heck? Chen Fan nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. Whether battling the great white shark or the giant octopus, the viewer count never broke through. But now a woman shows up and it skyrockets? The audience is more interested in the love-hate entanglements between men and women than continuous battles? If I were to play a couple with this woman for a few days, could the viewership hit 600 million? Chen Fan shrugged and opened the self-selected package. 100 floating stones, 25 super nutrient solutions for plants. 1 can sustain a month of growth. 1 sea water purification device upgrade blueprint. 1 water-repelling pearl, after consumption, can stay underwater for 30 minutes without needing to breathe. Damn it. Chen Fan was torn between the water-repelling pearl and the floating stones. After all, it might be impossible to break 600 million viewers again, at least in the short term. But the temptation of the water-repelling pearl was just too great. No one knows when he might next enter the water, and if that time exceeds his limits, it would be game over. Chen Fan, don't forget your promise. Old Floating Stone interjected. Once you reach 100 floating stones, you must choose the floating stones. If you choose otherwise, I'll go all out against you. Right, our floating island is still too small. Choosing the floating stones is indeed necessary. The apartment chimed in. Floating stones can be obtained anytime, but for every day I delay getting the water-repelling pearl, I risk a day of danger. Chen Fan shook his head and decisively chose the water-repelling pearl. He swallowed the sea blue pearl, which was about the size of a thumb. What are you sneaking? The woman, sitting on the sofa ready to watch TV, looked at Chen Fan as he walked in while swallowing something and asked suspiciously, is it some kind of enhancement pill? What the heck? Old Floating Stone was shocked. This girl is tough. You might not be able to handle her. The water-repelling pearl just obtained allows me to stay underwater for half an hour without holding my breath after taking it, Chen Fan explained. You have something like that? The woman's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. We both have live streams, and for every billion viewers we surpass, the ocean world will give us corresponding rewards, Chen Fan clarified. Once your live stream viewer count hits 100 million, you'll understand. The woman's eyes lit up with realization. I didn't expect Chen Fan to know so much. And it seems that the number of viewers in his live stream has long surpassed 100 million. I couldn't help but ask, now that we're friends. Can you offer me some help when you can? Of course, no problem, Chen Fan nodded. After all, we are both chosen ones of the 9 provinces, and we'll be comrades fighting side by side in the future. If you need something, I'll help you out as best as I can. I'm hungry, the woman stretched lazily. I'm going to watch a movie. Can you whip up a meal for me during this time? It's almost noon, and I need to eat too. Chen Fan nodded slightly and immediately headed to the kitchen. Chen Fan, with your eager and servile attitude, you're definitely going to stick your tongue out. Lao Fusher chuckled. How's the kissing going? Stick your tongue where? Chen Fan gritted his teeth in anger. If you don't shut up, no one will treat you like a mute. In an instant, both the talkative and the silent were laughing at their mischief. Having gotten used to being with Chen Fei, the sudden appearance of this woman made Chen Fan feel quite uncomfortable. Dealing with women felt more daunting to him than fighting a megalodon. Despite her praise for his cooking skills, he still felt on edge. It wasn't until the meal was over that Chen Fan finally stretched and said, "It's getting late. I should be on my way. My name is Xiao Yutong," the woman said immediately. Before entering the ocean world, I was a lay disciple practicing in a mountain temple. That's nice, Chen Fan nodded. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll give you some supplies, then we'll part ways. Are you really going to leave me here all alone? Xiao Yutong asked with a half smile. We were just passing by each other. We only got to know each other because of the giant octopus. It's not like we're a couple. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Xiao Yutong and quickly added her as a friend, trading her 100 units of orca meat and 5 bottles of mineral water. All right then. Xiao Yutong shrugged, stood up, and took off her wolf fur coat, revealing black lingerie and her graceful curves. Chen Fan felt like he was facing a formidable opponent and immediately turned away, loudly questioning, "What are you doing?" "I'm just putting on your clothes." "Look at how scared you are." Xiao Yutong rolled her eyes, put on her night gear, and then left Chen Fan's floating island. "Let's go, quickly." Chen Fan sighed in relief and whispered his instructions. The ice surface gliding system activated, moving swiftly at 30 kilometers h to the side. "Do you think I'm some kind of man-eating monster? Running away so fast?" Watching the gradually receding floating island, Xiao Yutong couldn't help but laugh playfully. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream began to discuss the relationship between the two. What have they been doing in the room for so long? Chen Fan had been holding back for so long that it was clear he must have been doing things that both men and women enjoy. After all, this Xiao Yutong would definitely be sticking around Chen Fan in the future. Impossible. Chen Fan is not that kind of person. He's a gentleman. So, did he really stick out his tongue or not? It's finally over. What does it really mean to be with a woman? At this moment, Chen Fan finally lay back on the sofa, which still held a lingering scent of Xiao Yutong. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, I almost thought she was going to follow me. Detected that the live stream of The Chosen One has surpassed 500 million viewers, unlocking a hidden mission. Would you like to start and complete the hidden mission mode? Just then, a voice suddenly came to Chen Fan's ear. Chapter 56, Breakthrough of 500 Million People, Unlocking Hidden Tasks. Chen Fan was taken aback. Is this a reward from the ocean world? 500 million people. A third of the total population of Blue Star. He never expected to attract so many viewers, and now he had triggered the hidden benefits of the ocean world, allowing him to undertake tasks assigned by it and earn rewards. Activate hidden task mode. Chen Fan immediately declared. Scanning for hidden tasks. Hidden task detected. The Chosen One must investigate the mysterious tremors at the boundary between the Marginal Sea and the Forbidden Sea within 72 hours. A generous reward will be granted upon completion. Do you accept? Soon after, a voice echoed in Chen Fan's ear. Old Floating Stone, what is going on here? Chen Fan asked, feeling confused. I'm not quite sure either. The master I followed back, then didn't he trigger this hidden task mode? Old Floating Stone replied promptly. 72 hours. That is just 3 days. Where the hell am I supposed to figure this out? Chen Fan's lips curled in frustration. The Chosen One can choose to accept or decline. If declined, the hidden task mode will close automatically. The voice in Chen Fan's ear continued. ISNT, this just forcing me to accept? What else can I say? I accept. Chen Fan felt utterly resigned. With no further options, he chose to accept. There is still a chance of completing it if I accept. Refusing would mean missing out on this mode entirely. Only a fool would decline. Since I have to investigate, I obviously need to head to the boundary. Old Floating Stone immediately chimed in. Even if it's the Marginal Sea, the area is vast. You only have 3 days. So you better get moving. But I need to figure out where the boundary is first. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then quickly opened his virtual panel. He found the Chosen One who had felt the ice tremors yesterday and sent a private message. Bro, can you give me your approximate coordinates? Chen Fan the Great. The other party immediately recognized him, but still asked cautiously, what do you want? I accepted the challenge from the 3 hostile nations. And I plan to check out the boundary first to understand the environment, Chen Fan replied, pulling out 20 units of orca meat. Otherwise, once the newbie period ends, it might be a bit disadvantageous. That makes sense. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. The other party agreed wholeheartedly, and after accepting the orca meat, immediately sent Chen Fan the approximate coordinates. Chen Fan quickly inputted the coordinates into his super radar and began to expand the search range. Heading southwest for 1,500 kilometers. At a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, it would take 50 hours at full speed. And he still didn't know how far it was to the boundary. It was a heavy burden ahead. Chen Fan bit his lip, realizing he was still hesitating. What are you waiting for? Move out, full speed ahead. With that, the floating island immediately changed direction and sped southwest. At this moment, the Kyushu's isolation policy had officially been implemented. All foreigners were expelled from Kyushu. And any Kyushu citizens who had not returned from abroad within 72 hours were also blocked from re-entering. The 9.6 million square kilometers of Kyushu's territory was completely enveloped in a super protective shield. The nation's leader currently possessed 199 super protective shields and decided to deploy 48 of them to seal off Kyushu for 24 hours. after which 1 million soldiers would patrol the entire national border in a rotating manner. This move shocked all countries, led by the United States. Several nations formed a coalition to jointly pressure Kyushu, convening an online meeting to plan an attack against it. In response to the coalition's pressure, the leader of Kyushu coldly laughed, saying, "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have made this decision." The United States is manipulating Sakura Nation to send ninjas to attack key figures in Kyushu. Do they think I'm still in the dark? Utter nonsense. The leader of the United States turned pale with rage and immediately shouted, "What Sakura Nation does is beyond our control. I demand you retract that statement, or I will sue you for defamation." The leader of East Bang also threatened, "Are you really going to act stubbornly? Be careful, East Bang might strike first, after all. We're not far from you." The leader of Kyushu disdainfully replied, "Kyushu has always believed in the principle of if you don't offend me, I want to offend you. Anyone who dares to attack Kyushu can come, but remember this, don't blame us for a tooth, or an eye for an eye." With that, the leader of Kyushu abruptly cut off the video call. The audacity of the Kyushu leader was astonishing. How dare he disregard our coalition? It's a classic case of not seeing the coffin and not shedding tears. You foolish dog, you can't even succeed in an assassination. Sakura Nation has truly lost all meaning of existence. I don't even know how it failed. The leader of the United States asked, "What do you think we should do?" "We're all ears." "Then let East Bang take the lead and give Kyushu a lesson. Proximity makes everything easier." "Yes." Meanwhile, Chen Fan had not stopped moving except to pick up boxes. However, he temporarily piled the boxes up, planning to open them all at the border. With more boxes, perhaps the chances of finding something valuable would increase. When will the ice melt? If I had an automatic fishing net, I wouldn't need to fish manually. Stretching. Chen Fan looked at the setting sun in the distance and shouted, "Full speed ahead. We won't stop today until we reach our coordinates." "The ice is almost melting," Old Floating Stone suddenly remarked. Hearing this, Chen Fan glanced at the temperature on the virtual panel. It was minus 20 degrees, which had risen by 10 degrees in just one day. This made Chen Fan's expression shift. If the temperature keeps rising, it will soon be above zero. Cold waves come quickly but leave just as fast. If the temperature is rising now, it could reach over 20 degrees by noon tomorrow. Old Fusher immediately replied, "Of course, this is based on previous experience. Whether it's the same now, I can't say for sure. If my guess is wrong, you can't blame me." Chen Fan pondered for a moment, not thinking too much about it for now. He began to make grilled octopus at the entrance of the apartment. After grilling for half an hour and sprinkling some seasoning, it was simply melt-in-your-mouth delicious. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Fan returned to his room to watch a movie. It wasn't until after 9 in the evening that he glanced at the virtual panel again. The temperature had risen from minus 20 degrees to plus 18 degrees. On average, it had increased by 1 degree per hour. By noon tomorrow, the temperature would likely exceed 15 degrees. At that moment, Chen Fan had a sudden idea and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Chapter 57. Betraying the Ancestors' Decision. Chen Fan is a traitor. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Selling ice surfing equipment right now? Aren't you worried we won't make it to the border in time? Upon hearing this news, Old Fusher was utterly shocked. Once the ice melts, we'll use 4 sails along with propellers to boost our power. On top of the original speed of 54 km/h, we can increase our speed even further. Chen Fan analyzed. So even if we wait here for 15 hours until tomorrow noon for the ice to melt and then move forward, we can still make up for the wasted time within those 15 hours. What you're talking about is just the ideal scenario. Don't you realize there could be unexpected events? Old Fusher scoffed. The ocean world is all about excitement and adventure. If everything were to go according to plan, where's the fun in that? Chen Fan laughed heartily and immediately entered a multinational chat room, shouting, "I have a set of ice surfing equipment available for 30 km/h. If anyone is interested, feel free to message me. If the price is right, we can make a deal. This old six actually has such good stuff. How can he bear to sell it? He must be up to something. Well, he already has one, and it's reasonable to sell another. He can't just let it gather dust, right? Then why isn't he's selling it to the chosen ones from Gyozhou? Why sell it to us? Selling it to us means he can ask for a higher price. Are you an idiot?" In no time, everyone started joining the discussion, with many directly messaging Chen Fan, each offering different prices. Among those who had already challenged Chen Fan was a chosen one from the beautiful country named Josen, who presented a super sale. "Friend, I'm offering this super sale, which can increase the speed of your ship by 40. It's an absolutely great item. This thing is indeed good, but it's freezing cold right now, with temperatures around minus 20 to 30 degrees. Who knows when the cold wave will pass and when the ice will melt?" Chen Fan quickly replied, "So, this item isn't of much use to me at the moment. However, if you have any other good items, feel free to present them. If I find them suitable, we can trade." Josen gritted his teeth. He had been trapped for 5 days since the sea froze, and didn't he want to stay in this hellish place any longer? Otherwise, once his food and water ran out, no matter how good his items were, they'd be worthless. After making up his mind, Josen took out another item. This is a fertile black soil package, which can cover your floating island with fertile black soil for planting various plants. Anything else? Chen Fan asked. Come on, don't push your luck. Josen was trembling a little. There's no other way. Many chosen ones are talking to me. And it's definitely the highest bidder who wins, Chen Fan replied. We're doing business here. Are you planning to deal with me? And I should still give you a friendly price? After 3 seconds of silence, Chen Fan continued. Forget it, I'll talk to someone else. Josen took a deep breath and pulled out a silver box. I don't have many valuable items. Most of what I have is food and water. This silver box is something I found before the freeze and have been reluctant to open. It's the best offer I can make. I really don't have anything else. All right, your attitude isn't too bad, so I'll trade with you. Chen Fan smirked and quickly completed the transaction with Josen. Seeing the trade messages in the multinational chat room, the people from Jiuzhou were furious, flooding the chat with accusations against Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you traitor. How could you sell such good items to the chosen one from a rival nation? Was this intentional? Ugh. I thought you were a good person who would help us Jiuzhou chosen ones dominate the ocean world, but now you're trading such important things with the Americans. Are you trying to curry favor with them because the multinational alliance led by the U.S. is targeting you? Wow. So Jiuzhou's Chen Fan is scared of death and plans to become a lapdog for the Americans. Congratulations. Traitor, beast, this is infuriating. Chen Fan, I challenge you to a duel. As Chen Fan read these messages, he chose not to respond and instead posted again. I also have a broken icebreaker available. When placed on the ice, it can quickly break through the ice in a 5-meter radius in front of the user, capable of breaking ice up to 100 centimeters thick. Act fast if you want to buy it. Another valuable item. With it, they could retrieve the boxes trapped in the ice. Truly a game changer. Chen Fan is selling this instead of in the Jiuzhou chat room or marketplace. Has he really compromised? Too bad the price is a bit steep. It would be perfect if it were cheaper. Ding, ding, ding. Just after completing the trade, a piercing alarm went off. Chen Fan quickly glanced at the super radar. His face filled with confusion. There's a polar bear charging toward us. Polar bears are top-tier threats in B rank, and it could reach them in just an hour. This was going to be interesting. Old Floating Stone snorted. If we hadn't just traded away the ice gliding system, we could have kept moving and let it around for a while to drain its strength. What is meant to come will come. We've killed B ranks before. Chen Fan didn't show too much anxiety. Just puzzled about where the polar bear had come from and how it had pinpointed their location from over 100 kilometers away. Just then, a private message from Zhuo Wenliang popped up. Bro, you're not serious about this, are you? What do you mean by the fat water shouldn't flow to outsiders? If all goes well, the ice will start melting tomorrow. These useless items will definitely be traded for something valuable, Chen Fan replied, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the polar bear. Wow, are you for real? Zhuo Wenliang asked incredulously. Of course it's real. After replying, Chen Fan looked at the other private messages. Some were offering 60 pieces of floating stone in exchange, while others were offering heavy crossbow arrows. Everyone was showing their utmost sincerity. Old Floating Stone roared again. You've missed too many floating stones. If you don't choose one this time, believe me, I will curse you to sink and flip over. As Old Floating Stone said, 60 floating stones were indeed a considerable amount. The best choice to exchange for a soon-to-be useless icebreaker. However, Chen Fan still asked, 60 floating stones, I see your sincerity, but I think you could add a little more. After all, with the icebreaker, you'll have access to any wooden crate within walking distance. The other party fell silent for a good 10 seconds. When Chen Fan stopped speaking, he finally pulled out a crossbow bolt. I'm even giving you a weapon for self-defense, just hoping to take a gamble. If you don't trade with me, then I'm out of options. All right, I'll trade with you. Chen Fan replied immediately, even if I end up at a loss. With that, the two quickly completed the transaction. Chen Fan's actions once again drew a wave of angry curses from the chosen ones of the 9 provinces, with a dozen more radical ones even planning to take a swing at him. In response, Chen Fan just smiled and didn't reply. After all, everything would be clear by tomorrow, and who was right or wrong would soon become evident. For now, what he needed to deal with was the B-level top predator. The polar bear. Chapter 58. The Great Battle with the Polar Bear. Did it tire itself out? An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the ice layer trembled slightly, and a massive white creature was seen charging from a distance, crashing violently into the floating island. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the island, watching as the polar bear collided with the super protective shield. The tremendous impact actually sent the icebound floating island flying over 10 meters away. However, the polar bear was also stunned by the collision. sitting on the ground dazed for a while. Is this guy ridiculously strong? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. This B-class polar bear measured a whopping 5 meters in length and weighed nearly 3 tons, with a fur thickness at least 10 times that of a C-class wild boar. Old Floating Stone snorted coldly, saying, if we want to kill it, we might have to resort to explosives. Don't forget we have the electric shotgun. Chen Fan said calmly, pulling out the electric shotgun and shouting at the polar bear, hey, big bear, come play with me. This series of actions left the Blue Star viewers who were still watching the live stream in shock. Is Chen Fan serious? Provoking such a massive polar bear in the dead of night? According to records, the largest polar bear is just over 2 meters. And this one is a full 5 meters. What on earth did it eat to grow this big? It's practically invincible on land. The key point is, facing such a creature, I can't think of any outcome for Chen Fan except getting killed. Well, Chen Fan, from the 9 provinces, is doomed for sure. The polar bear shook its head and quickly approached the floating island, standing upright. Its towering 5-meter frame made Chen Fan, who was standing on the 1-meter-high island, look like a baby in comparison. Kid, you're quite arrogant. The polar bear looked down at Chen Fan, its voice chillingly cold. I'm not arrogant. I just have confidence in my strength, Chen Fan replied with a grin. Soon, you'll be my meal. I can only say, I'm looking forward to roasting some bear paws. Seeking death, the furious polar bear became even more enraged, swinging its massive paw down at Chen Fan. The terrifying force struck the super protective shield with a thunderous boom. However, not only did it miss Chen Fan, but its paw also went numb from the impact. As the polar bear wondered about this, Chen Fan, gripping the electric shotgun, jabbed it into its abdomen. The sizzling sound of electricity was particularly striking in the dark night. The 1 million volts of high-voltage electricity could easily char a B-class creature. Yet, to Chen Fan's shock, such a terrifying electric shotgun caused no harm to the polar bear whatsoever. The polar bear mocked, you might not know this, but my fur is the best insulator. Electricity doesn't work on me. Then how can I kill you? Chen Fan asked next. Even if I had a way, do you think I would tell you? The polar bear roared. You floating island even has a layer of transparent protection. Do you dare to come out for a one-on-one? If you don't tell me how to kill you, I want to come out to fight you. Chen Fan replied, switching the electric shotgun for a dog toy and waving it lightly. You won't come out for a one-on-one, then I won't tell you how I killed myself. The polar bear said defiantly. Let's go for it. Dog Dan laughed heartily. All I need is myself to take it down. Just watch as my body makes intimate contact with its skin. Sure, you can chop me up with an axe, but it's not something you can do with just 1 or 2 strikes. The polar bear said, gathering all its strength into its paws and slamming them down once more against the super shield. Boom. With a loud crash, the ice shattered into pieces, and the floating island was sent crashing into the water. The ice had indeed thinned significantly. Before, even an A-grade great white shark couldn't break through it. But now a B-grade could easily smash through. As Chen Fan muttered to himself, the sharp axe struck the joint of the bear's paw. The blow was powerful. Despite the polar bear's thick fur, blood spurted out, bright red and gushing forth. The polar bear let out a horrific scream and immediately retreated. How is this possible? You can actually hurt me? Let's go for it. Even if you're a B-grade, you can't escape from my sharpness. Dog Dan was beyond excited. Come on, Emma. Don't just stand there. Keep chopping at it. Although the polar bear was furious, it chose not to continue the attack. After all, there was a protective shield around its opponent. Even if it kept attacking, it would be useless. It was better to retreat for now and wait for a chance to strike again. With that thought, the polar bear began to back off. Chen Fan could clearly sense the polar bear's intention to retreat. He immediately pulled out a high-explosive grenade and yanked the pin. After counting a few seconds, he hurled it fiercely at the polar bear. Instinctively, the polar bear reached out its paw to swat the grenade away, but to its surprise, it exploded instantly. The terrifying force slammed into the polar bear, and even with its tough skin and flesh, it was blasted back 5 or 6 meters. With a cry, blood gushed from its mouth and nose, and as the ice shattered, both the polar bear and the floating island plunged into the sea. You beast! You have such a powerful weapon. Today, I, the bear, have met my match. The polar bear struggled to swim back to the ice, planning to escape the area. Chen Fan quickly rushed in front of the little fish and pulled the trigger at the polar bear. The terrifying force propelled the harpoon deep into the polar bear's rear, causing it to let out another agonizing scream as it began to sprint back in the direction it came from. With the barbed hook engaged, the fishing line taut, the polar bear's immense strength managed to drag the floating island out of the water, and it quickly surged forward. This scene thrilled the night owls watching the live stream. With the chat going wild, Chen Fan really knows how to play. This polar bear has been injured by the explosion, and now it's dragging such a huge floating island forward. It must be exhausting. Chen Fan really knows how to handle these things. Although the device that allowed for sliding on ice is gone, he found a free way to pull a cart. What a clever move. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan is practically torturing polar bears. It's outrageous. Seriously, which idiot from this country can say something like that? It's disgusting. Despite being seriously injured, the polar bear managed to sprint over 100 kilometers in just 2 hours, and then it flopped down on the ground, completely motionless. Wait, is it dead just like that? Chen Fan was completely bewildered. Did it really die from exhaustion? Chen Fan, do you see what is ahead? Lao Fusher said with annoyance. Now do you understand how polar bears came to be? Chapter 59, The Iceberg at 100 meters. Chen Fan cleared his name. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Who would have thought there would be a giant iceberg just 50 meters away? Isn't this absurd? Faintly, he could hear the iceberg crying out. Ah, Xiong, what is wrong? You can't die? We've been through thick and thin together all these years. I've raised you like my own. I never thought I'd have to bury you today. Ah, Xiong, the polar bear is dead, and it's probably wailing over there, right? Old Floating Stone chuckled. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, allowing them to secure the fishing spear on top and explore it tomorrow. Chen Fan said, retracting the spear from the polar bear, then he struck the iceberg, hitting its outer edge and penetrating at least 50 centimeters deep. Oh my god. The iceberg let out a furious roar, who stuck a stick in my backside. It's slippery. Aren't you going to prepare a climbing pick? At that moment, the apartment suddenly chimed in. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Once the ice melts, it'll be cheaper to acquire. Chen Fan laughed, immediately dismantling the polar bear. Obtaining 1 premium bear skin, for bear teeth, for bear paws, and 3,500 grams of bear meat. More teeth? Dear Ocean World, what is the use of these animals' teeth? Looking at the 4 teeth, each over 10 centimeters long, he received no response. You fool, the Ocean World has supreme rules. Do you think they'll explain anything to a little participant like you? Old Floating Stone teased. Why don't you just die laughing? All right, that's enough for now. Time to sleep. Chen Fan waved his hand and turned to head back to his room. Meanwhile, many more viewers tuned into the live stream above Blue Star. Upon hearing the amplified sounds from the sky, they couldn't help but shake their heads in admiration. Chen Fan is truly a god. To think such a massive polar bear ended up dying from exhaustion. Unbelievable. By the way, what is Chen Fan so happy about? Is there some treasure ahead? I don't know. I can't see. Humph. Typical of Chen Fan from Jiuzhou. He can be happy about anything, even a pile of dog poop. After a night without incident, Chen Fan woke up on time, stretched lazily, and stepped out in his wolf fur coat, only to be taken aback. It's way too hot. He quickly took off the wolf fur coat, finally feeling a bit comfortable. But then heard a crack as the ice layer couldn't bear the weight of the floating island and began to sink into the water. Looking at the virtual panel, the temperature had already risen to around 5 degrees above zero. If it reached over 20 degrees by noon, wouldn't that be a breeze? Damn it. I forgot to sell the wolf fur coat too. What a loss. Chen Fan slapped his forehead, feeling speechless. Even the wisest can make mistakes. Selling those 2 items was already quite good. Old Floating Stone said irritably, don't open the virtual panel. The 2 buyers are definitely cursing you out right now. Take your time. Let us have breakfast first. Chen Fan chuckled as he started preparing the meal. By around 9 in the morning, he changed back into the clothes he had worn when he arrived and finally stood up to gaze at the distant ice mountain. He quickly opened his virtual panel and, as expected, found over 100 private messages from Jorson and another person named Ethan Novich, filled with vulgarities that were downright unbearable. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh, promptly blocking both of them before checking the public chat room. The conversation among the chosen ones from Jiuzhou had taken a complete 180-degree turn. Filled with praise. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I can't believe I insulted the great Chen Fan. I must be out of my mind. No wonder the great Chen Fan would sell items to rival chosen ones. He already knew the temperature was rising and the ice was melting. Those 2 idiots have become the biggest fools. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Haha. I now unilaterally declare that the great Chen Fan is my idol, and I will absolutely believe in him unconditionally from now on. Originally, Chen Fan had planned to make his purchases in his home country's chat room. But then he thought better of it and decided to go to the international chat room instead, directly posting, I need a set of climbing gear for the ice mountain. If you have it, message me privately. I'll pay a high price. You wouldn't sell it to a dog if it were me, you bastard. Scum, fuck you. You made our Jorson father and Ethan Novich father suffer a great humiliation. You deserve to die. Asshole. The international chat room was already discussing the matter, but once they noticed Chen Fan, they immediately turned him into a target for their attacks. If spittle could drown someone, Chen Fan would have been long dead. However, despite this, many people still reached out to him privately. Given the deception that had occurred the day before, these individuals were quite cautious. The cheapest offer among them was still 50 units of meat and 5 bottles of mineral water. Chen Fan found this absurd and responded directly, the cold wave is over. Temperatures are rising, and yet there's a 20 to 30 meter high ice mountain in front of me that I want to check out. Do you really think we're entering an ice age next? I have no way to tell if you're being truthful. The other party remained highly skeptical. I sold yesterday too, and it was to the opposing country. You're in a neutral position. What would I gain by deceiving you? Chen Fan replied impatiently. If you want to trade, I'll offer you 500 milliliters of fresh water and 10 units of orca meat. You have 10 seconds to decide. I want to you wait. With that, he listed the items in the trading section. The other party seemed to be in a dilemma, and after a full 9 seconds. Just as Chen Fan was about to cancel the trade, they finally chose to proceed. Huh, you thought you had me figured out? Chen Fan snorted coldly as he left the apartment. Looking at the ice mountain ahead, he immediately activated the recovery function of his harpoon gun. Even though the floating island had sunk into the water, the powerful force of the harpoon gun slowly pulled the island toward the ice mountain. Don't underestimate it, said the resident of the single apartment. Even though Little Fish is one of only 2 girls here, her strength is definitely the strongest among us. That's right. Not only is she strong, but she's got a big backside too, definitely a sign she'll have boys. Old Floating Rock couldn't help but chuckle lewdly. What does that have to do with having boys or girls? Little Fish shot back, clearly annoyed. Everyone, shut up. At that moment, everyone burst into laughter. Before long, the floating island arrived at the iceberg, although it didn't seem too large from a distance. It was only when they got closer that they realized it stood over 100 meters high and stretched more than 200 meters long, definitely a real iceberg. Chapter 60, the bronze box, the silver box, and a little brown bear. I wonder if there are still good things up there. Rubbing his hands together, Chen Fan quickly put on his climbing gear and plunged 2 ice picks into the glacier. Oh, who was hitting my backside? The glacier roared in anger. Just because the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Sorry, but I need to search for treasure up there. So I have to do this. Chen Fan grinned. Did I hurt you? Want me to blow on it? I have nothing up here. So you don't need to come up. The glacier huffed coldly. You're the one who killed my companion. Xiong, right? You have such a cruel heart. It was his choice to pull the cart until he exhausted himself. It's not my fault. Chen Fan replied irritably. Besides, just because you say there's nothing doesn't mean I believe you. With that, he continued to slowly climb upward, which made the glacier howl in frustration. After enduring for several seconds, it finally shouted, all right, you can go down and pass on my left side. It's gentler over there. And it won't hurt me so much. If you cooperate earlier, I can grab the treasure and leave sooner, and you'll suffer less. It's a win-win. Chen Fan huffed, immediately heading back to the floating island and quickly making his way to the left side. Sure enough, if the glacier slope was 60 degrees, this side was only 30 degrees, making it easy to climb. Ah, you hurt me. Ah, you're pulling my hair. Ah, you. Just shut up. Before he even reached the top, the glacier kept babbling, which made Chen Fan grit his teeth in frustration. What else with this old man being so dramatic? Do you think you're a delicate beauty? Do you believe I want to dig a few holes in you? Hee, I'll keep quiet. Upon hearing this, the glacier promptly fell silent. Finally focused, Chen Fan reached the top, only to hear a chattering sound of teeth. Frowning, he dropped to the ground and soon spotted a silver treasure chest nearby, trembling from the cold. Can a treasure chest shiver? Chen Fan was both surprised and amused as he stepped forward and hugged it tightly, declaring, "You're mine. Help! Someone else being a rogue." The silver treasure chest began to shake violently. Chen Fan didn't have time to deal with it. He tossed it directly into his system inventory, planning to open it later along with the treasure chest he traded for yesterday. Chatter, chatter. Was that the sound of chattering teeth again? Chen Fan's heart raced with excitement. Could there be another silver treasure chest? Following the sound, he quickly discovered a fluffy brown creature that looked like a giant Tibetan mastiff. Shivering in the cold, it seemed to have heard Chen Fan's voice and turned its head, revealing a bear-like face with 2 streams of snot flowing from its nose, which it quickly slurped back in, pathetically exclaiming, "Cold." Could this little guy be the offspring of a polar bear? Chen Fan wondered suspiciously. Polar bears are white, and this one is brown. How could they possibly be related? The iceberg said with annoyance, "It's a polar bear on an island, forcing a female bear to take him as a godson." What? Seriously? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Which island? Just follow the direction you came from and keep going. It's a long way ahead. All right, you can come with me. It won't be cold once we get off the iceberg. Chen Fan decided immediately. Since there was a female bear on the island, it was likely guarding a silver treasure chest. Wouldn't it be fantastic to trade with the female bear for the silver treasure chest? Iceberg, do you have anything else good? Chen Fan asked. If you say no, I'll just go look for stuff myself. I'll tell you. The iceberg exclaimed in surprise, raising its voice on the right side. There are 2 bronze chests frozen at sea level. There is nothing else good around. Not good stuff? Other things are fine too. Chen Fan shouted immediately. There is nothing else. The iceberg was almost in tears. I swear I'll melt under the sun if I'm lying. It's really gone. All right. I have one good quality. I'm quite trusting and simple-minded. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and immediately slid down the iceberg with the little brown bear. Sure enough, they saw 2 bronze chests embedded in the ice. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the chests immediately cried out for help. Big brother, save me. I'm willing to dedicate myself to you. I have a lot to offer. Just save me, and I'll give you my cover. What the heck? How are these 2 so perverted? Chen Fan smirked and picked up his ice axe to start chipping away, causing the iceberg to wail. Don't you dare chip away. If I don't chip away, how am I supposed to get the bronze chests? Chen Fan retorted. Wait for you to melt naturally? Curse you. The iceberg snorted coldly and then said, I can make it detach from my body myself, just like shedding skin. Gross. Chen Fan was speechless as he watched a large chunk of ice peel away from the iceberg. He quickly freed the 2 bronze chests, stored them away, and shouted, Thanks for your hospitality, old iceberg. Little brown bear, let's go. With that, he turned back with the little brown bear, weighing under 200 pounds. The little bear sank with every step on the ice, since the ice layer was less than 15 centimeters thick. As long as they had lunch before setting off at noon, there would be no problem at all. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream was equally amazed. No wonder yesterday Chen Fan tossed the icebreaker in the sliding device. The cold wave is over, and the ice is about to melt. In hundreds of thousands of live streams, it seemed only a few dozen encountered an iceberg. That ratio is truly unbelievable. Chen Fan's luck is off the charts. With both silver and bronze chests, Chen Fan is going to strike it rich this time. But what about that bear? Is he planning to eat it? Humph. Knowing Chen Fan from Jojo, he'll definitely eat that poor little brown bear. Soon, back at the floating island, Chen Fan smiled and said, Little bear, you can live here for now. I'll take you to find your mom. Really? The little bear asked excitedly. That's only natural. I have one virtue. I'm honest and don't lie. Your virtue is that you're simple and easily trust people, right? So that's 2 virtues. Chen Fan chuckled as he patted the little brown bear's head and tossed it a few pieces of orca meat. You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. Boss, I want some too. I want some too. The albatross immediately dashed over, while 2 ducks looked up at Chen Fan with pleading eyes. Chen Fan couldn't help but shake his head slightly and toss them a few pieces as well. Finally, Chen Fan took out 2 silver treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest, rubbed his hands together, and grinned as he said, Now, it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 61. Fully armed and ready to set sail. At this moment, Chen Fan was the first to open 2 bronze chests. High-quality fashion set 6, suitable for wearing in 2040, self-cooling, self-cleaning, impervious to blades and bullets. Self-repairing. Super Energy Shield 1. The Super Energy Shield can protect the floating stone within it, immune to all physical attacks. Effective for half an hour. These are some great items. The Super Energy Shield speaks for itself, but the high-quality fashion sets are exactly what I need right now. And to get 6 sets at once is simply fantastic. Chen Fan immediately returned to his apartment and took out all 6 outfits. To his surprise, he found 3 male outfits and 3 female outfits. What the heck? I don't have a cross-dressing fetish. Why do I need female outfits? Taking a closer look. Whether male or female, the designs were simple yet appealing, and the fabric was of unknown origin, feeling very cool to the touch. The introduction claimed they were impervious to blades and bullets, so Chen Fan quickly took out his weapon, Dog Egg, and swung it at one of the outfits. With a pop, although it didn't get cut, a deep mark appeared. However, to Chen Fan's delight, the mark quickly restored itself to its original state. While it might not be as good as his defensive battle suit, in the ocean world, it was definitely one of the best items around. Chen Fan quickly donned one of the outfits and left his apartment to open the silver treasure chest. As he approached, he noticed the silver chest bouncing down from the ice mountain, seemingly about to leap into the water. Don't run, Chen Fan exclaimed, immediately chasing after it. Goodbye. The silver chest laughed heartily as it jumped into the sea, only to hear a loud thud as little strong head butted back. Before the silver chest could react, Chen Fan rushed over and opened it. High-quality ship Bow 1 can automatically adapt to the size of the front and rear floating islands. Durability 100-100. Chen Fan's expression changed as he took it out and placed the ship bow at the front. To his amazement, the bow automatically merged into the floating island, taking on a slight curve, with the front featuring a large dragon head, exuding a strong vibe reminiscent of the ancient land of Jojo. Wow. It's true what they say, a man is judged by his clothes and a horse by its saddle. Am I getting more handsome now? Old Floating Stone exclaimed excitedly. Chen Fan then added the ship's stern at the back, giving both ends of the floating island a curve, reducing resistance and increasing the speed of the floating island. Fortune is smiling upon me. After that, Chen Fan turned his attention to another silver chest. Ever since it was traded over, this silver chest had been silent. He wondered if it had been taken out by Jocelyn. Not wanting to think too much, Chen Fan immediately opened the silver chest. Cash 3, treasure map fragments 3, 312. Wow. I don't know if it's because others have already claimed their rewards, but by the time it got to me, it turned into a second-hand treasure chest. The items were just slightly better than what came from the bronze chests. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and quickly took out the 3 cash notes, lighting them up to offer to Old Floating Stone. Old Floating Stone immediately began to slurp eagerly, letting out groans from time to time. I haven't had a good suck in days. This is just too satisfying. Am I hitting the sweet spot? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and took out the super sail, setting it up on his studio apartment. Strangely enough, the super sail was also red, just like the bow and stern of the boat. Once the direction was set, it would automatically adjust its angle, which was quite considerate. Not bad. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Do you like me? I quite like myself. The sail said cheerfully, finally breathing in fresh air and feeling great. Have you breathed before and then got sealed? Chen Fan asked suspiciously. Exactly. 3 years ago, I was sailing the ocean. But then I was locked away in a white box, the sail reminisced. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life. I'll definitely cooperate with you. That was a nice sentiment. Compared to the previous 2 rough and tumble sails, this one was much more likable. Chen Fan chuckled and gave the super sail a thumbs up. Props to you. Thanks. I'm giving myself props too. The super sail replied joyfully. Next, Chen Fan looked at the floating stones in his hand. Together with what he had traded for and what he had collected himself, he had unknowingly amassed 130 pieces. Even Chen Fan was taken aback. I thought it would only be a little over 100. I didn't expect to have gathered so many. I should upgrade again. If you had chosen that 100-piece floating stone last time, you'd have 230 now. Old Floating Stone yelled angrily, you missed a chance to make me stronger. Not a problem. It's not too late now, Chen Fan said, immediately adding all the floating stones to the floating island. With a flash of light, the island instantly expanded to a size of 300 square meters, 15 by 20. Ha ha ha, it's nearly grown by half again. This feels absolutely amazing. Old Floating Stone laughed excitedly. Quick, quick. Let's celebrate with a few more sticks of incense. Chen Fan shrugged slightly and promptly gave Old Floating Stone 3 more sticks of incense. As for the fertile black soil gift pack, he decided to wait until the area was larger before using it. Everything was fine for now. After dismantling the greenhouse plants from the 2 flower beds, Chen Fan temporarily returned to his room to watch TV. It would take 2 or 3 hours for the ice layer to completely melt, making it just right to head out after lunch. Meanwhile, the national leader received another 100 super shields, causing a flicker of interest in his expression. After last time's self-imposed isolation, the Eastern Stick Nation had sent people to cause trouble, but they were stopped outside the super shields. He had been considering whether to waste more super shields. But now Chen Fan had sent him another 100. With 251 shields on hand, he decided to deploy 48 of them to seal off the entire region for another 24 hours. However, under his command, the national leader still allowed 50 assassins from the Eastern Stick Nation to enter the region, then closed that area off. We can go in. The Eastern Bang country's assassins were planning to test whether they could enter Jiuzhou, and to their surprise, they found the way completely open. 50 assassins immediately charged into Jiuzhou, and the leader of the group smiled slightly, a cold smirk passing across his lips. Now let's unleash chaos in Jiuzhou and do as we please. Don't move. Jiuzhou Special Forces. Before the words could finish, hundreds of fully armed soldiers had surrounded the Eastern Bang country's assassins from all directions. No way. Seeing this scene, all the Eastern Bang assassins' faces changed dramatically. How could you East Asian weaklings know our whereabouts? This is impossible. Those who offend Jiuzhou will be punished, no matter how far they are. The commanding officer coldly smiled, having long known their movements. I just wanted to give you a chance, since you don't appreciate it. Let me give you 4 words. Surrender your weapons, or be killed. No way. Brothers, let's fight. The leader of the assassins' expression turned cold, and he immediately roared in anger. Chapter 62. Speeding up the floating island. Powerful windbreakers. 50 assassins drew their glistening short blades, shooting like arrows toward the special forces of the 9 provinces. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of submachine guns immediately opened fire on the assassins. These formidable fighters, with blades flashing like lightning, turned into live targets against firearms. In just a matter of seconds, over 40 of them had already fallen, leaving only 7 or 8, riddled with bullets, fearfully crouching on the ground, stunned. What era is it? Still playing with knives? The commanding officer chuckled, saying, Bury the dead on site. Take the survivors back for strict interrogation. We must find out their purpose and who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. As he spoke, the group immediately cuffed the 7 remaining men and took them away. After finishing a movie, Chen Fan noticed it was already midnight and quickly took out some wild boar meat to roast. The little brown bear watched eagerly and couldn't he help but ask, "Benefactor, what is that? It smells so good. This is barbecue. Can I have a bite? Just one bite." "No way. You should stick to raw meat. Kids can't be picky eaters. If you are, you won't grow tall." Chen Fan rolled his eyes, thinking how big the bear was. One meal could easily mean 7 or 8 pounds of food. How could he find the time to cook just for it? Raw is better anyway. The nutrients won't be lost, and it's safe and healthy. After lunch, Chen Fan suddenly shouted and stood up, looking toward the southwest, laughing heartily. "The ice has completely melted. We can set sail. Propellers, sails, what are we waiting for? Let us go." With Chen Fan's command, the propellers began to spin. As the super sails adjusted their angle, the floating island shot forward with a whoosh. To Chen Fan's surprise, the island's speed had nearly reached 72 kilometers per hour. Standing on it felt somewhat unstable, but fortunately, the bow had some strong turbulence to counteract the wind, allowing Chen Fan to move freely. Meanwhile, the duck couple had already scurried into their nest to rest. The speed had increased by over 20 kilometers. As far as I know, even the fastest speedboats can't match this speed. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Too bad there is no windbreak device. Otherwise, it would be even more amazing. It should be possible to unlock something from the treasure chest, but who knows when that will happen. Old Floating Stone immediately shouted, "The speed is indeed fast. I'm getting choked by the wind as I speak." Cough, cough. Chen Fan shrugged and went straight into the apartment. Anyway, with the fully automatic fishing net, as long as there are boxes, it can fish them up without him worrying at all. He could just be a hands-off manager. This kind of life is truly heavenly. Even the citizens of Blue Star watching the live stream were nearly speechless. In just over half a month, the great Chen Fan has already evolved to automation. He doesn't have to do anything. That fishing net is just too infuriating, being able to catch all kinds of fish and supply boxes on its own. If this were converted to money, it would be priceless. Humph, let him fall. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is now well-fed and warm. And the next step is to indulge in lust. He will soon be corrupted. Screw you, you're the one who will fall. However, due to Chen Fan's current situation, there are fewer viewers in the live stream. After all, compared to other chosen ones, Chen Fan's stream always feels a bit out of place. But Chen Fan is quite happy to have some peace and quiet. It's been over half a month. So he can afford to enjoy a little leisure time, right? He had finished watching a movie when a private message notification popped up. It was Lian Peipei, "Master Chen Fan, I stumbled upon I think it's a pretty good device. But I feel like I want to be able to use it in my lifetime. I wonder if you can make use of it." Saying that, she directly placed a device in the trading area, which made Chen Fan's eyes widen in surprise. Just as he wished, it turned out to be a powerful windbreaker. When installed on a boat, it could create a curved, strong windbreaker at the bow, not only blocking wind interference but also increasing speed by 2. It was simply unbeatable. Chen Fan immediately accepted the trade and gave Lian Peipei the crossbow arrows he had traded for with Isanavich. "This is a self-defense weapon. I just traded for it last night with a poor soul from the beautiful country. You can use it." He then crafted another 100 crossbow arrows to add to the trading area. "Master Chen Fan, you are too good to me," Lian Peipei exclaimed excitedly. "I just got a sail and oars for the boat and was about to set off to salvage materials. I was worried about not having a weapon for self-defense. And you just gave me such a powerful weapon. I don't even know how to repay you. You're my lucky charm, and besides, the item you gave me is something I need right now too. We're just trading mutually," Chen Fan replied happily. "Really? That makes me feel a bit more at ease." Lian Peipei sent a cheeky face emoji. Chen Fan thought for a moment and then took out a set of women's clothing. "Why don't you change into this outfit? It's suitable for 2040, self-cooling. Automatically cleans itself, is bulletproof, and can self-repair. It's a kind of protection for you." "Oh my gosh," Lian Peipei exclaimed in surprise. Her clothes had suffered through days of wear and tear and were already dirty and smelly, just when she needed clothes the most. It felt like Chen Fan had shone a light into her dark world. What a huge coincidence to encounter this. Has Master Chen Fan heard of me and taken an interest? She thought. Immediately, Lian Peipei accepted the outfit. "Thank you, Master Chen Fan. When I get something good, I will trade it to you first. I'll be waiting for your good news," Chen Fan replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Chen Fan ran out of the apartment and installed the powerful windbreaker at the back of the boat. After emitting a faint white light, the windbreaker began to work. Although the speed increase wasn't noticeable, the entire floating island felt the absence of that huge wind resistance. This is the correct way to operate a floating island. I can lay my eggs with more peace of mind now. The mother duck quacked happily, and Wong Kai slowly settled down on the bachelor apartment, chirping in a delightful harmony with the duck's calls. Just then, the alarm of the super radar suddenly went off, which infuriated Chen Fan. Damn it. It's only been less than a day since things calmed down, and here we are with another emergency. By now, I should have left the rich zone assigned to me by the system, right? With that, he rushed to the super radar for a quick glance, only to frown in disbelief. It was that giant shark from last time that I scared off, coming back for more. Chapter 63, Battle with the Megalodon. A critical moment. Last time, the ice layer made it difficult for the Megalodon to deal with us, but today the ice has melted, making it easier for it to attack, so it's back. Old Fu sure shouted loudly. I just hope our electric shock guns will be effective against it. The Megalodon can be attacked with super heavy artillery. Super Ship Fan suddenly chimed in. We've just started developing. We don't have such powerful weapons yet. Chen Fan retorted with a smirk. The strongest we have are the electric shock guns, fish spears, and high explosive grenades. That does sound a bit precarious, Super Ship Fan said. Falling silent. What's meant to happen will happen. There's no escaping it. Little Fish immediately responded. I actually want to test my pulling strength against the Megalodon. In about half an hour, we will encounter it. Let's take it one step at a time. Chen Fan nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. Fortunately, the super protective shield can last for over an hour. Perhaps we can use it to fend off the Megalodon for a while. In the tension, half an hour passed quickly. The massive dorsal fin shot toward us like an arrow, and suddenly the Megalodon burst out, opening its enormous jaws wide to bite down fiercely on the floating island. Even with the super protective shield, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. So he ordered the floating island to come to a stop. One side of the Megalodon looked like it had just healed, with visible scars, and its small eyes locked onto Chen Fan. Kid, you ambushed me last time and left me severely injured. Today, I will make you pay. Big brother Megalodon, actually. We can discuss some things. Chen Fan smiled warmly at the Megalodon. I just want to know, who exactly is targeting me? Don't you know who you've offended? The Megalodon coldly interrogated. Damn, just as the merfolk said, I've offended a big shot. Chen Fan shook his head. Ever since I entered the ocean world, I've been following the rules and have never wronged anyone. If you survive today, you can ask it yourself. The Megalodon sneered, suddenly turning around, its massive tail whipping toward the floating island like a steel whip. Having broken free from the ice's constraints, the Megalodon was intent on killing Chen Fan, even if it meant exhausting itself in the process. The situation immediately attracted countless viewers from Blue Star. This guy is more than twice the size of the orca we saw before. This is terrifying. It's like it's specifically here to kill the great Chen Fan. I remember there was a giant creature that attacked Chen Fan when the ice was thick. Could it be this big guy? So does that mean it's got Chen Fan all figured out? What even is this creature? It must be so scary that you'd wake up from a nightmare just thinking about it. Humph. This is the legendary Megalodon, the most terrifying predator of the ocean. Chen Fan is undoubtedly doomed this time. My Sakura Nation can celebrate. Celebrate again? Celebrate your sister. Go live stream yourself eating shit. With a heavy crossbow in hand, Chen Fan swiftly fired 3 bolts. However, such an attack was no more than a tickle to the great white shark, which responded by mockingly laughing at him. I truly don't understand why it sees you as a thorn in its side. With your level of attack, you're even weaker than I am. I'm embarrassed for you. It seems the one controlling you must be even stronger than an A level. What a predicament. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan beckoned the shark. Since that's the case, I won't play games with you anymore. I'll take you down first and then investigate who is pulling your strings. You think you can? The great white shark laughed. If it weren't for the protective membrane around you, you would have been dead long ago. With that, the shark plunged into the water, planning to attack the floating island from below. The old floating stone immediately shouted, full speed ahead. Chen Fan activated his super shield while shouting, go. The propellers combined with the super sail surged forward, narrowly avoiding the shark's attack. Chen Fan took a bold step forward, leaping onto the stern of the ship and directly toward the shark. He pulled out a stun gun and pressed it against the shark's mouth, unleashing a powerful electric current that coursed through the shark's massive body, causing it to convulse violently for several seconds. As the stun gun's power drained, Chen Fan found himself falling into the shark's mouth. At that moment, the shark remained still, and Chen Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief, hoping he had managed to incapacitate the beast. Otherwise, things could get really tricky. But then, the shark suddenly twitched slightly. Damn it, it's still alive. In the next moment, Chen Fan stowed the stun gun and quickly bolted out of the shark's mouth. The shark was already stirring. You foolish human. Trying to electrocute me while running into my mouth. Are you trying to become my meal? I'll chew you to pieces. With that, the shark snapped its jaws shut. At that instant, everyone watching the live stream gasped. What was Chen Fan thinking? Diving into the shark's mouth? That's not how you go looking for death. This is terrifying. Damn it, Chen Fan, you have to hold on. We can't lose you in the 9 provinces. I said it before. Today would be a day of celebration for our country if Chen Fan dies. Yay, that's great. Impossible. Chen Fan has created so many miracles for us. We've followed him through thick and thin, witnessing his growth and strength. He can't just die like this. Miracles can't happen. Chen Fei bit her finger, her eyes reddening. Brother. In a moment of desperation, Chen Fan brandished a spiked club and wedged it between the shark's jaws. However, the shark's teeth were simply too large. Leaving only a narrow gap of a few inches, he couldn't escape. What the hell is blocking my jaws? The great white shark roared in anger, thrashing its body violently while increasing the pressure of its bite. All that could be heard was the sound of crunching, and for the first time, the Wolf Fang Club spoke up. You old fool, why aren't you running? I can barely hold on. We're trapped. Chen Fan furrowed his brows, unsure if my defensive armor could withstand its biting force. Let us do this. Doggin immediately shouted, Hey, big brother Emma, can't we just smash its teeth to get out? I don't know if there's still time. Chen Fan's expression shifted, tinged with a hint of pessimism. He quickly took out Dog Dan and swung it down hard at the giant shark's nearly 20-centimeter long tooth. Chapter 64. Is it SS class targeting me? The shark's tooth is hard and heavy, seemingly small, but with just one strike, it shattered the megalodon's tooth, accompanied by a horrific scream from the megalodon. Its biting force grew even stronger, with a staggering 20 tons of pressure instantly smashing the mace into several pieces. Fortunately, before that, Chen Fan had already grabbed the shark's tooth and jumped out, narrowly avoiding the bite and even tossing a high-explosive grenade into its mouth. Damn humans. Not only did they stab me with a thorn in my mouth, but they also smashed one of my teeth. The megalodon seethed with rage, having thought its strength would easily overpower Chen Fan once the ice melted, only to end up with such a result. It was thrilling and intense. Chen Fan actually emerged from the megalodon's mouth. How infuriating. This is a terrifying prehistoric creature that even Orcus can easily deal with. Yet it couldn't handle Chen Fan from the 9 provinces? Don't forget, our Chen Fan can also take on Orcus, so isn't it easy for him to handle a megalodon? Chen Fan, never back down. Chen Fan, resources are doubling. This scene captivated the world, with everyone feeling an excitement beyond compare. The tension was even more exhilarating than watching an action blockbuster. Boom. The next second, the high-explosive grenade detonated in the megalodon's mouth. The megalodon let out a roar and opened its massive jaws, spitting out more than half of its 200 teeth, blood instantly staining the entire sea. However, the megalodon suddenly changed direction and attempted to flee. It didn't die from that. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Is this the vitality of an A-class marine creature? Even if it survives, it's barely hanging on. Don't let it escape. Old Floating Stone shouted, Chen Fan, you old rascal. It's unbelievable that you could handle an A-class megalodon so quickly. It's really impressive. I envy myself for finding such a strong master. Super Sail chuckled. I hope this time we can finish it off completely. Otherwise, we're in real trouble. Chen Fan murmured, aiming his spear gun at the megalodon's tail and firing. The fishing line tightened instantly as the megalodon swam deeper and further, trying to drag the floating island underwater. But the 300-square-meter floating island was no longer something the megalodon could pull, and now it had turned into a contest of strength to see who could overpower whom. Comrades, give it your all. This competition is reaching its climax. What are you doing? Shouting for the little fish to cheer them on. Hearing Old Floating Stone's wailing, Chen Fan couldn't help but shout back, shaking his head. This guy still has so much strength left, even after being blown half to pieces. Unless we blow it up again, we might not be able to handle it this time. You only have 2 high-explosive grenades left, Old Floating Stone said grumpily. Just be careful. Don't end up losing both the lady and the soldiers. I know that, but the key question now is, who exactly has been trying to kill me? Chen Fan said decisively. Xiao Yuer, start reeling in the harpoon and bring the megalodon up. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to pull it up since my pulling strength is only 100 tons. Xiao Yuer replied as he immediately began to attempt it. However, it seemed that the megalodon was already at its limit. After a fierce struggle for several seconds, a hissing sound was heard, and to everyone's surprise, Xiao Yuer was actually able to slowly pull the megalodon up. The megalodon was in a sorry state. One of its eyes had fallen out. Looking at the spirited Chen Fan, it gritted its teeth and roared, If you have the guts, kill me. I still want to know who wants my life and whom I have offended. Chen Fan squatted down and asked the megalodon with a smile. Don't worry. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. The megalodon replied weakly. That being is beyond your reach. Even if you were 10 times stronger, You'd still end up dead if you encountered it. Is it 10 times stronger than this megalodon? Could it be an S-rank existence? No, SS rank. Old Fusher said despairingly. Chen Fan, you idiot. You've offended such a terrifying being. Are you looking for death, or what? SS rank, huh? Chen Fan pursed his lips. Since I've already offended it, there's no point in dwelling on it. Besides, it's not in the marginal seas. Once we enter the Forbidden Sea, anything could happen. The Forbidden Sea? There's a surprise waiting for you there. Just go ahead and seek your death, ha ha ha. The megalodon laughed maniacally, but its laughter abruptly stopped. The A-rank megalodon was dead. Detected that the Chosen One Chen Fan has killed an A-rank marine creature for the first time. Reward, surprise gift pack for the Chosen One Chen Fan. Keep up the good work. In the next moment, the voice of the ocean world echoed in Chen Fan's ears. What? I've discovered another hidden bug. Killing an A-rank marine creature grants a surprise gift pack. Then, when I kill my first S-rank or above, when I also receive a reward. Suddenly, he felt filled with hope for the future. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and immediately opened the surprise gift pack. 100 floating stones, 1 soy sauce, 1 vinegar. Awesome. I actually got 100 floating stones. I can continue to grow stronger. Old Fusher was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Fan, you've done it again. This was also unexpected for me. Chen Fan shrugged. I can only say that everything is for the best. At that moment, Chen Fan dismantled the megalodon and obtained 1 premium megalodon skin, 10 shark teeth, and 120,000 A-rank shark meat. Nice. Just the A-rank shark meat alone is worth 60 tons. If I eat it, I could literally eat for a lifetime. The key is that food like this at the A-rank is absolutely beneficial for strengthening the body, just like A-rank freshwater. Awesome. Meanwhile, a voice also emerged from above Blue Star. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou has killed an A-rank megalodon. The fresh megalodon carcass will be amplified by 100 times. A-rank. Why has the classification suddenly been introduced? Is an A-level creature really that powerful, or does it serve other purposes? It seems that even terrifying creatures like orcas didn't have a classification before. Perhaps with this new ranking, their meat is even more delicious. And there could be other benefits too. What is the big deal? Soon, our beautiful country will have A-level creatures hunted as well. Oh, we're looking forward to it. Looking at the massive pile of megalodon corpses, the national leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had come to understand the benefits of A-level marine life. Consuming it could actually strengthen the body and ward off illness and disaster. Wouldn't eating more of it help quickly eliminate the effects of nuclear radiation on our people? Chen Fan has achieved yet another remarkable feat. Chapter 65, Saying No but the Body is Honest? At this moment, Chen Fan had adjusted his position and was heading forward once more. As evening approached and darkness began to settle in, he stood at the bow of the ship, feeling a sense of nostalgia. There were still 40 hours left to uncover the truth, and 1,000 kilometers to reach the designated coordinates. He wondered if there would be enough time. Regardless, tonight he couldn't afford to stop. Otherwise, everything would be over. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Fan returned to prepare a feast with the meat of the great white shark. All while browsing the public chat room during dinner. Ever since the ice melted, the waters here have been tumultuous. It seems that the ocean outside the novice area is still undergoing some kind of activity. I can't even sleep well at night. Have you thought about leaving? It seems like it's been affecting you for several days now. Aren't you afraid that the novice area will be breached and terrifying sea creatures will kill you? Without sails, you can't leave even if you want to. We'll just have to take it one step at a time and hope everyone stays safe before the novice period ends. It seemed that the anomalies at the boundary were far from over, which meant he had a real chance to investigate everything thoroughly. This was quite favorable. With no worries on his mind, Chen Fan settled down to watch a movie, waiting for the right time to sleep. Meanwhile, in a corner, a little starlight was gathering, and soon a massive floating island emerged swiftly from the darkness. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was ecstatic, dancing with excitement. Yes, I've finally entered the novice area of Jiuzhou. Chen Fan, you bastard, how dare you trick me? I will make you pay dearly for this. I will wipe out all the chosen ones of Jiuzhou, fuck you. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up to find that the floating island had slowed down. He quickly walked out of his apartment and saw an island ahead. The little brown bear stood up excitedly, pointing at the island while looking at Chen Fan. Benefactor, this is my home. Is my mom at home? Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he smiled as he asked, was your mom at home when you were taken away? I was taken when my mom was at home. The little brown bear said excitedly, but I don't know now. Well, you at least know how to get home, right? I know that. Great. Let's head to the island. I'll take you home, Chen Fan said with a grin as the floating island gently approached the shore. Then, under the guidance of the little brown bear, they quickly made their way home. The island was quite large, with a rich variety of species. Even packs of wolves retreated upon seeing the little brown bear, as if they were avoiding a disaster. The little brown bear strutted confidently, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the heart of the forest, in front of a massive tree hollow. Mom? Mom. Boom. In the next moment, a massive brown bear nearly 5 meters tall burst out of a tree hollow. Upon seeing the little brown bear, it couldn't help but rub its eyes. Then rub them again. Afterward, it bounded forward in 3 steps, scooping the little bear into its embrace. My son, I thought I was dreaming. Boo-hoo. You've gained weight in just a few days. This creature was only slightly smaller than the polar bear, although it couldn't match the polar bear in strength. It was definitely a formidable presence among B-class bears. You despicable human, how dare you take my son? I will kill you. In the next moment, the mother bear's eyes turned blood red as she glared at Chen Fan, quickly shielding the little bear behind her and letting out a furious roar. The sheer ferocity and the terrifying scent of blood made Chen Fan instinctively take a few steps back, facing off against this creature directly. He feared he wouldn't stand a chance. Mom, this is my savior. He rescued me. The little brown bear shouted out to stop her. He saved you? The mother bear looked at her son in disbelief, then suddenly realized, oh right, it was a polar bear that took you. How could I forget that? So you're my savior. Have you eaten breakfast? Are you tired? Why don't you come home and rest? With a slight smile, Chen Fan stepped into the tree hollow. The mother bear was taken aback. This human was taking charge without any hesitation. The tree hollow was nearly 100 square meters, filled with some wild fruits, but the silver chest stood out prominently. Chen Fan's expression changed. Before the mother bear could speak, he grinned and said, hey, don't be too grateful to me. I just barely survived, killed that polar bear, and saved your only son. It's not a big deal. I just protected him and fed him B-class killer whale meat on the way here. If you plan to repay me with that silver chest, then I would be quite upset. The mother bear stared at Chen Fan in confusion. With the words already out, what else could she say? She could only give him the silver chest. Waving her paw, she chuckled. Look at my bear home. There's nothing else to repay you with. This silver chest is the only valuable thing I have. If I don't give it to you, what kind of bear would I be? No, no. If you have anything else in your home, I wouldn't mind that either. Chen Fan repeatedly waved his hands, while also getting up to take the silver chest. Then I'll just take this silver chest, alright? Damn it. You say you don't want it, but your body is quite honest, huh? Taking the silver chest is one thing, but now you want something else too? Can't you see this big house only has a few wild fruits left? Mom, why don't we give Uncle Bai's treasure to our savior? The little brown bear suddenly suggested. You silly cub, what are you talking about? The mother bear slapped the little bear on the back of its head. That's your Uncle Bai's lifeblood. Asking for that is like asking for his life. Exactly. I just barely survived to save your only precious son. It's no big deal. Asking for Uncle Bai's lifeblood is out of the question. Chen Fan immediately waved his hand and said, I can't possibly take the silver treasure chest. Exactly. If it weren't for my benefactor, you wouldn't be seeing me at all in this lifetime. The little brown bear pitifully added, what's more important, your son or Uncle Bai's lifeline? Look at you, bear. Of course, you are more important. The mother bear then gave the little brown bear a light smack on the back of the head and said, all right. I hear you. I'll take you both to retrieve Uncle Bai's lifeline. With that, the mother bear took the little brown bear's hand and hurried out of the tree hollow. Chen Fan closely followed behind, feeling puzzled. What kind of treasure could it be that was even more precious than the silver treasure chest? Chapter 66, Uncle Bai's precious asset. Super purification liquid. As they moved forward, Xiong and his companions soon arrived at a spacious meadow where several does were gathered around a magnificent buck with 2 enormous antlers, constantly cheering. Wow, Brother Bai, you're so handsome. I declare my love for you. Brother Bai is the most handsome. I want to have his babies, a whole litter of adorable fawns. Brother Bai, I love you. I want to date you. The buck stood proudly, exuding an air of noble invincibility, seemingly indifferent to the doe's adoration. Please, can you tone it down? You're making it really hard for me to choose. Old Bai, can I borrow your treasure for a moment? The mother bear said with a big smile as she stepped forward. What treasure? The buck was taken aback, not quite understanding the mother bear's intention. Uncle Bai, didn't you say you had a treasure that all the girls love? Shouted the little brown bear. My mom wants to give it to my benefactor. Huh. The buck was stunned and finally grasped the mother bear's meaning, turning to run. Chen Fan's expression also changed dramatically. If that's the case, then the buck's precious asset is. It was too late. The mother bear swiftly grabbed the buck by the neck. Before it could react, her other paw reached in and, with a swift tug, a horrifying scream echoed through the meadow. The buck collapsed on the ground, wailing, while the mother bear cheerfully approached, holding the buck's precious asset, benefactor, a great supplement. Everyone from Blue Star was watching the scene unfold, utterly confused. What is happening here? She just ripped off the bucks and is giving it to Chen Fan? According to records, ISNT giving a male's asset to another male a courtship display? Does the mother bear want to get intimate with Chen Fan? Chen Fan, the extreme pervert from Jiuzhou. I can't even imagine how that would look. There must be some misunderstanding. Maybe it's just a simple gift? Chen Fan was at a loss for words. He thought the precious asset that the mother and son were talking about was something comparable to a silver box. But it turned out to be the buck's actual asset. What does he even need that for? Soup? But since it was given to him, he felt he couldn't refuse it, so he braced himself and said, "All right then, I want to be polite." With that, he stashed the buck's asset away and turned to leave. The does also lost interest in the buck and turned to leave, leaving the buck still wailing. "Ladies, don't go. Didn't we agree to have cute little fonts together? Woe is me. I have things to do, so I'll head back now." Upon reaching the shore, Chen Fan quickly bid farewell. "Hope to see you again. Benefactor, how about having a meal before you go?" The mother bear stood up. "I'll gather some fresh wild fruits." No, I have other matters to attend to." Chen Fan waved his hands repeatedly. He dared not stay any longer. This mother and son duo had a much more unique way of thinking than the average person, and he didn't want to create any more misunderstandings. He quickly jumped onto the floating island and instructed the propeller to steer clear of the island. "Chen Fan, did you find anything on the island? Why are you back so soon? Damn it, what a disappointment. If there is nothing to gain, just say so instead of cursing anyone. If I don't get 3 huazi, I want to let this go." Old Fu sure looked utterly speechless and immediately targeted Chen Fan. After putting up 3 huazi, Chen Fan finally pulled out a silver box and opened it. Super Purification Liquid 1, 110,000,000, capable of purifying up to 10,000 square kilometers of land ocean. Another piece of black technology? This seems like something I want to need for now, but it's desperately needed in Jiuzhou. With a 100-fold increase, wouldn't it be possible to temporarily purify 1 million square kilometers of land? This is incredibly exciting. At the same time, a voice reached the ears of the national leader. Chosen One Chen Fan has unlocked a bug-level black technology. Super Purification Liquid 1, 110,000,000, capable of purifying up to 10,000 square kilometers of land ocean. The national leader shivered. Ever since Yang Zhangwo developed the first generation of soil purification agents for nuclear radiation, he had been working day and night on the second generation but had hit a wall. Now, with the super purification liquid, even if used alone, it could purify 1 million square kilometers of land centered around the capital. Thinking this, the national leader immediately summoned Yang Zhangwo and a few top scientists, handing Yang Zhangwo a vial of super purification liquid. After hearing the national leader's explanation, Yang Zhangwo couldn't help but shudder and asked in shock, "National leader, where did this come from? It's too precious. It could definitely change the course of history on Blue Star. This is exclusive black technology developed by Chen Fan. Other countries can't produce anything like it," the national leader stated solemnly. "Therefore, for us in Jiuzhou, this is temporarily classified information." That statement made everyone present tremble. Not long ago, foreign powers had blocked Jiuzhou from accessing top scientific technologies, making our development incredibly difficult. Who would have thought that on the brink of apocalypse, Jiuzhou would possess so much transformative black technology, all thanks to Chen Fan. Bless Jiuzhou. 1 vial of purification liquid can be diluted in 10 million pounds of water and then sprayed over 10,000 square kilometers of land, quickly purifying areas contaminated by nuclear radiation. The national leader decisively stated, "Professor Yang, I'll give you 3 vials for research. The rest will be handed over to the military. Let us start by purifying 970,000 square kilometers of territory centered around the capital." "No problem. I'll speed up the research." Yang Zhangwo straightened up immediately. The soil nuclear radiation purification technology had hit a bottleneck, but with the help of the super purification liquid, I believe I can develop it quickly. At that point, all of Jiuzhou's nuclear radiation and pollution can be purified. It's time to plant green vegetation and grain seeds as well. The national leader took a deep breath and said lightly, "It only takes 50,000 square kilometers of land to grow enough food to feed the nation's 400 million people. The goal of ensuring everyone has enough to eat is within reach." Looking at the insights and experiences Chen Fan has shared with me about survival at sea over the past few days, the leader feels even more gratified. If more individuals like Chen Fan emerge in the 9 provinces, just imagine how invincible we could become. Once this kid's beginner phase is over and he temporarily returns to the 9 provinces, I must make sure to reward him on a national level. It was noon, and Chen Fan was preparing lunch when the floating island came to a gradual stop, having arrived at the designated coordinates. The waves here were indeed tumultuous, with massive swells crashing towards us. Even the 300-square-meter floating island felt the jolt. It seems we are very close to the truth. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile as he said, "Let us keep moving forward. I wonder if we can enter the Forbidden Sea. Why not give it a try?" The super sail chimed in cheerfully. "Propeller, what are you waiting for? Let us keep going." Chapter 67. Ethanovich's Declaration of War. With these words, the propellers roared to life, working in tandem with the super sail as they continued to forge ahead. Chen Fan immediately rushed to the super radar, magnifying the image on the screen. To his shock, he saw a massive tsunami approaching from nearly 2,000 kilometers away, with waves towering hundreds of meters high. It was clearly headed straight for the entire novice zone. "What the hell?" Chen Fan shouted in disbelief. "How could such a gigantic tsunami suddenly appear?" "Don't ask me. I have no clue." The super radar retorted, sounding annoyed. "The tsunami is moving incredibly fast. 2,000 kilometers will take just 3 hours to reach us," Lao Fusher said grimly. "At this point, we can't escape. We'll have to brace ourselves and wait for it to hit. It's all up to fate. After finally making it this far, if they encountered a tsunami, who knew where they would end up? They needed to find an island to secure the floating island at the very least," Chen Fan said, his voice serious as he began searching. "Lao Lei, can't you help look for something? Why should I bother?" The super radar replied defiantly. "Well, if I get swept away by this super tsunami, then there is no point in your existence either. We might as well die together." Chen Fan shrugged, suddenly less anxious. He headed back to his apartment and sent a private message to Zhuo Wanliang and Lian Peipei. "There's a massive super tsunami brewing outside the novice zone, and it should reach you today. Find an island or something to secure the floating island, or you might get swept into the sea and face danger." "A super tsunami? Oh my god." Lian Peipei was immediately shocked. "Fortunately, I have a small island nearby, but I'm not sure if it's safe. I haven't even had the courage to explore it yet. Now you have to go explore it." Chen Fan replied sternly. "You need to find a way to secure yourself, or you could really get swept away. This tsunami is hundreds of meters high." "I understand. Thank you, Chen Fan." Lian Peipei quickly ran off to prepare. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wanliang was adrift in the vast ocean with no islands around. He could only decide to secure himself on the floating island and go with the flow. Certainly not an ideal plan. Next, Chen Fan glanced at the public chat room. No chosen ones had mentioned the tsunami yet, which made him frown. It seemed this super tsunami truly originated from the Forbidden Sea, and all the chosen ones in the novice zone would be affected. He quickly warned, "Everyone, there's a super tsunami hundreds of meters high approaching from the open sea, and it will sweep through the entire novice zone today. Stay alert." "What? How could this happen? This is terrifying. I've been standing still this whole time. Should I move?" "Move? The tsunami will hit from all directions. No matter what we do, we can't escape it. We're all going to die." "Chen Fan, do you have any good ideas? We've made it this far, and I don't want to die." "Yes, yes, yes, Master Chen Fan." In an instant, the entire chat room erupted into chaos, with everyone placing their hopes on Chen Fan. He immediately replied, "If there's an island nearby, secure your floating island to it and tie yourself to a tree or a rock. If there isn't an island, tie yourself to the floating island and go with the flow. Right now, that's the only option we have. In this situation, everyone will just have to fend for themselves." "You bastard, I'm Isanavich. Where are you? I want to challenge you to a duel." Just as Chen Fan was giving advice, a selected player named Lu Xiaodong sent him a private message. "Isanavich? That name sounds familiar," Chen Fan thought suspiciously. "Are you stupid? Didn't I sell the icebreaker to this guy back then?" Old Floating Stone suddenly shouted, "Why did you suddenly remember this name? Then he should be in the newbie area of beautiful country. How did he end up here?" Chen Fan muttered to himself and quickly replied, "Dude, are you kidding? Pretending to be Isanavich? Fuck you. I found a loophole in the newbie area and entered your Jiuzhou newbie zone." The other party replied, "You better give me a coordinate right now. I'm coming to settle the score. Otherwise, I'll kill this guy and then take out other Jiuzhou selected players until you agree to accept my challenge. You guys from the Three Kingdoms Alliance have already challenged me. Once the newbie period is over, we'll fight. Can't you wait for half a month?" Chen Fan said, speechless. "You idiot. You cost me 60 floating stones and a crossbow. How can I just let that go?" Isanavich was probably furious by now. "Found an island." At that moment, Super Radar suddenly shouted, "Weren't you the one who said it wasn't your business?" Chen Fan replied irritably, "I've come to a realization. We either unite to survive or we perish separately. We should stick together." Super Radar, despite his cold tone, spoke seriously, adding, "Besides, I've been cooperating with you." With a long face, Chen Fan approached Super Radar and took a look. Over 100 kilometers away was a small island of several 100,000 square meters, which seemed quite suitable. After checking the coordinates, Chen Fan instructed the propeller and supersail to move forward, while sending the coordinates to Isanavich. I'm heading to this island. Whatever grudges we have, let's settle them there. When I set foot on that island, it will be your last day. Isanavich dropped that line and immediately returned to his floating island, inputting the coordinates on his virtual panel. To his surprise, the distance was only about 300 kilometers, which would take him just 3 hours to reach. At that moment, Isanavich killed Liu Xiaodong, looted all his belongings, and enlarged Liu Xiaodong's floating island to 500 square meters. Only then did he activate the floating island, using a wind power device. Once the massive windmill started turning, the floating island's speed even surpassed Chen Fan's. After more than an hour, Chen Fan arrived at the island. Using a spear gun, I secured the floating island to the rocky shore, allowing Wang Kai to soar into the sky and keep an eye on Ethanovich's movements. I then ascended to the island armed with a partially charged stun gun, only enough for one use, and a heavy crossbow among other weapons. Whoa, we've got a problem. Just a few minutes after Chen Fan set foot on the island, Wang Kai returned and said, "Boss, there are 2 wild men on this island, and they've already spotted us." 2 wild men. Chen Fan was taken aback. Last time, dealing with 1 wild man was already a handful, and now there were 2. All while he still had to contend with Ethanovich. This was overwhelming. Chapter 68. Am I your long-lost brother? Just as Chen Fan was deep in thought, 2 wild men had already gathered and were making their way toward him. When Wang Kai noticed this, he quickly reported back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's expression darkened. It seemed the 2 were planning to team up against him. Facing 1 would be manageable, but taking on 2 at the same time, even with the floating island, felt precarious. His mind raced as he contemplated the situation for a good 10 seconds before taking a deep breath and striding towards the 2 wild men. "Boss, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Wang Kai was dumbfounded at this scene. Was the boss really so scared that he was running to his own doom? Wang Kai vividly recalled how tough it had been for them to deal with just 1 wild man. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream was equally astonished. Is Chen Fan really getting cocky, thinking he can take on 2 wild men at once? Just imagining him facing off against 2 instead of 1. Wow. The supplies we prepared to celebrate Chen Fan's previous victory are still in use. Now they finally come in handy. Chen Fan, you have to hold on. After all, even a megalodon was a piece of cake for you. The 2 wild men had already formed an alliance, ready to strike down the intruder with overwhelming force and divide his wealth. One of the wild men, upon spotting Chen Fan, immediately prepared to attack. They believed that together they could easily kill this chosen one, as if it were childish play. However, they were taken aback as they watched Chen Fan approach them slowly, carrying a large amount of meat while loudly singing, "Friends walk together through life." Those days are no longer here. One word lasts a lifetime of feelings in a cup of wine. Friends have never been lonely, and a single call of "friend, you'll understand." What was going on? The 2 were dumbfounded. This didn't look like someone preparing to attack them at all. Were they not supposed to be enemies with the chosen ones, and nothing more? "Hey, big brothers, thank you for coming out to greet me. This is a small gift from your little brother, just a token of respect. Please accept it." Chen Fan smiled warmly, his expression sincere, as he offered the shark meat to the 2 men. "A-class, megalodon?" One of the wild men recognized the type of fish and exclaimed, "You actually killed an A-class megalodon." "I just got lucky," Chen Fan replied, trying to downplay his achievement. "Big brothers, I didn't intend to come to this island. A super tsunami is about to hit, and I was just looking for a place to hide from it, so I had no choice but to come ashore. You 2 wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" The 2 men exchanged glances, looking somewhat troubled. "If you had come up and started fighting, even if you had a bad attitude, we would have just gone straight into battle. But here you are, singing and giving gifts, calling us big brothers. You're making us feel like we're your long-lost siblings. How can we bring ourselves to fight you now? How about this? I'll just take this meat directly to your homes. It's quite heavy to carry around." Seeing that the 2 men were silent, Chen Fan continued, "It's almost noon. I'll cook, and we can have a drink together. Do you have any alcohol?" The wild man asked in surprise. "Strong liquor, light wine, take your pick." Chen Fan replied boldly. Upon hearing there was alcohol, both men's eyes lit up with desire. At this moment, there was no need to distinguish between friend and foe. They directly took Chen Fan to their lair, a cave that was 2 meters high and several meters deep. The cave had a rather unpleasant smell, with unfinished bones piled up nearby, some of which looked eerily human. However, what intrigued Chen Fan the most were the 2 silver boxes beneath the bones, likely guarded by a black man. He couldn't help but wonder if he would get a chance to acquire them. There was still about an hour and a half before the super tsunami arrived, so there was plenty of time. Chen Fan quickly set up to make some barbecue and pulled out a bottle of Matai along with a liter of monkey wine. Half an hour later, the 3 of them began to drink, taking turns with their cups. This scene left the onlookers from Blue Star utterly astonished. This operation is too impressive. If you can't beat them, join them? Mixing with the enemy? They had thought Chen Fan was going to meet his end. But it turned out he had a plan all along. How frustrating. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou should be dead by now. Why haven't those black men killed him? Chen Fan, you really are my idol, hee. After a few rounds of drinks and some food, Wang Kai had reported the whereabouts of Isanavich, who would be arriving from the side of the island in 5 minutes. However, the tsunami was only 20 minutes away. Chen Fan couldn't help but gulp down the rest of his monkey wine and sighed. Hey, little brother, you're young. Why are you sighing? Wild Man, punched Chen Fan playfully. Let us enjoy life together. Let us drink and celebrate the splendor of the world. Who are you saying this for? Brothers, I'm really glad to drink with you, but I have an enemy coming for me. I need to confront him. Chen Fan said seriously. You two should hide so you don't get hurt if things get rough. What are you talking about? Wild Man B was immediately displeased. My brother and I may not say we are invincible, but we are definitely formidable, no matter who it is. If they dare to lay a hand on you in our territory, we absolutely must, without a doubt, kill him. My enemy. How could I let you help me out? That would be too embarrassing. Chen Fan stammered, feeling awkward. Just because we are your brothers. Wild Man A agreed. Little brother, don't worry about it. Just watch us handle it while you enjoy yourself. All right then. Seeing the two men so adamant, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though his face still wore an expression of reluctance. Indeed, relying solely on violence to solve problems would only lead to more violence. Someone like me, who cherishes peace, understands that using violence to counter violence is the way to remain undefeated. Isanavich, there is no way he can escape death. According to Wang Kai's report, Chen Fan greeted the two and directly approached Isanavich. Isanavich had already landed on the island, gripping a heavy crossbow in one hand and a shiny firearm at his waist. He kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings while swiftly moving forward. He was convinced that Chen Fan had been lying in wait on the island, ready to deliver a lethal blow as soon as he arrived. However, as an elite member of the Sea Dog Special Forces, Isanavich didn't think much of Chen Fan. After all, any scheme or trick would be utterly futile in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 69, The Showdown Between Real Men. In just 5 short minutes, the two faced off against each other. Upon seeing Isanavich, Chen Fan was genuinely taken aback. This guy turned out to be a middle-aged brute, dressed in work pants and a camouflage tank top, with a red cloth tied around his head and his face painted with various colors, exuding the image of a tough guy. Is this really the elite from the legendary Sea Dog Special Forces? As he sized up Isanavich, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, what a man. Ethan, I didn't expect you to get your comeuppance so quickly for the trouble you caused me, Isanavich mocked, swinging his crossbow. They say Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is invincible, having made great contributions to Jiuzhou in the ocean world. To me, that's all nonsense. Ah yes, I'm nonsense, Chen Fan quickly replied, but when I compete with others, at least I don't rely on external help. I fight barehanded, going all out. He nodded emphatically. I'm not like some people who value their weapons more than their own fathers. Without their weapons, they're nothing. What? Isanavich was taken aback. Was he implying that Ethan relied on his weapons to win? In the next moment, Ethan slowly placed his crossbow, military knife, and other weapons on the ground, coldly stating, all right, today I'll show you what a battle between men really is. Chen Fan scoffed and tossed his crossbow to the ground as well. This act instantly shocked the crowd of Jiuzhou people from Blue Star. The opponent was an elite from the Sea Dog Special Forces of the beautiful country and a real man. Was Chen Fan getting a bit too arrogant, deciding to fight barehanded? It felt like he was walking into his own demise. Chen Fan was a man who had single-handedly taken down an A-class great white shark. This was a showdown between men, and fighting barehanded was the mark of a hero. Humph, the elite trained by the beautiful country could easily take down Jiuzhou's Chen Fan. That's right, as the dominant power of Blue Star, the beautiful country would eventually become the strongest in the ocean world. Jiuzhou's Chen Fan, the biggest mistake of your life was to give up your weapons and fight me. Isanavich sneered, and with that, he charged at Chen Fan like the wind. Bang! Chen Fan stood his ground without moving an inch, but suddenly, a stone flew out and struck Isanavich, knocking him to the ground with tremendous force. Oh! In the next moment, 2 wild men came rushing out, shouting as they hurled their spears at Isanavich. His face changed dramatically as he turned to grab the crossbow nearby. But Wild Man B had already thrown his spear, piercing Ethan's shoulder and pinning him to the ground. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What era are we in? Still playing one-on-one? Does he think he's a Western knight from a century ago? Chen Fan burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. What a so-called showdown between men. It felt more like a movie. A series of outrageous actions left everyone speechless. Chen Fan, this old rascal, turns out to be quite adorable. After all that chatter with those two wild men, were they really discussing how to deal with the American soldiers? How shameless of Chen Fan to team up with outsiders against us Blue Star people. Now he claims we're all Blue Star people. Wasn't he just saying that Blue Star belonged to your beautiful country? I admire Chen Fan when dealing with enemies. One must be ruthless, who fights fair unless absolutely necessary. You all actually banded together to scheme against me. Ethan Navich glared angrily at Chen Fan. What kind of man are you? Sorry, but even men need to use their brains in battle. Chen Fan squatted down in front of Ethan Navich and asked, now tell me, how did you manage to enter the newbie zone in Jiuzhou? What loopholes exist between the various newbie zones? Why should I tell you? Ethan Navich snorted coldly. Rest assured, even if you were to torture me to death today, I wouldn't spill a word. Uffed. Just as he finished speaking, Wildman A drove a hollow reed into Ethan Navich's artery, and hot blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. What the hell is this? Chen Fan was taken aback. This is severe torture, my friend. In half an hour, he'll bleed to death. Wildman patiently explained. Let him wait here to die. Do you think he wants tea crack? This is too ruthless. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. It's just a drizzle. Wildman A winked at Chen Fan. Fuck, what are you guys even talking about? Ethan Navich could see his blood continuously pouring out, a sudden fear gripping his heart. You have half an hour before you bleed out, so you'd better confess. I can help you stop the bleeding, Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Your time is running out. Then it doesn't matter. If I've fallen into your hands, I definitely want to survive. So why should I say anything? Ethan Navich chuckled coldly. You want me to tell you this secret, so you can go back to your beautiful country and slaughter? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan squinted his eyes. Just as Ethan Navich said, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't speak either. I'll ask you one last question. Chen Fan turned around and collected Ethan Navich's weapon, that Lu Xiaodong. You killed him, didn't you? Of course. We're on opposing sides, and when we encounter enemies, we have to kill. Then it's an eye for an eye, Chen Fan said, stepping forward and slitting his throat with Ethan Navich's military knife. Boss, the tsunami is coming. At that moment, Wang Kai shouted from above. You have at most 5 minutes. Brothers, I'll come back after the tsunami passes. Chen Fan shouted as he took off running. Hey, waiting for the tsunami to pass before leaving? Aren't you just asking for death? The two wild men looked bewildered. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, you still choose to go up the mountain? What a joke. Ethan Navich's gear is still on the shore. After the tsunami passes, I might just miss out on a fortune. He dashed to the shore, released the harpoon gun, and leaped onto the floating island, executing the entire movement in one fluid motion. However, the waves had already risen dramatically, with nearly a third of the island submerged. The tsunami was approaching too quickly. Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter. Stop messing around. In another minute or two, the waves are going to hit us. Lao Fusher shouted at the top of his lungs. Hold on tight. Without further hesitation, the propellers spun rapidly, and the floating island sped toward the other side. Soon, they spotted the massive floating island of Yasnovich. The powerful pull was so strong that it snapped the ropes connecting them to the island, and they were being swept away by the waves. As the floating island began to drift past him, a towering wave hundreds of meters high surged toward them. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. The harpoon gun secured around his waist. He turned sideways and jumped off toward the receding island. Are you out of your mind? Lao Fusher exclaimed in shock, immediately shouting in anger. Chapter 70, Confronting the Tsunami, the Golden Treasure Chest. This scene left everyone on Blue Star in shock. A towering wave hundreds of meters high. Even massive ships could be obliterated by such force. How could Chen Fan dare to jump in like that? He saw the assets of Ethan Navich as spoils of war, intending to collect them all, but the tsunami gave him no time to hesitate. In his urgency, he leaped without a second thought. Was this a case of valuing money over life? If he lost the items, he could always fight to regain them. But if he lost his life, that would be the end. In the Jiuzhou region, everyone believed Chen Fan was doomed. And the people of Sakura country celebrated with great enthusiasm. This was wonderful news. Boom. Almost at the same moment Chen Fan plunged into the water, the tsunami crashed down. Even with a super protective shield, the floating island was violently hurled away by the raging waves. At that moment, Chen Fan had already grasped the rope connecting to Ethan Navich's floating island, and he smiled slightly. Now, you're mine. Saying this, he immediately packed up the entire floating island and stored it in his inventory. Bang! In the next second, the reinforced fishing line, now taut, produced a tremendous sound as it snapped against Chen Fan's waist, but thanks to his defensive battle suit, he felt no pain. Pull me back. He quickly instructed the little fish. Even amidst the rushing waters, the fish gun capable of pulling 100 tons began to slowly reel Chen Fan back toward the floating island. What is that? Amidst the towering waves, Chen Fan spotted an extraordinarily long red tentacle, nearly 7 or 8 meters thick. stretching across the entire tsunami wave, extending for thousands of meters beyond. Boom. The red tentacle soon struck Chen Fan, and despite the protection of his battle suit, he felt a surge of energy ripple through him. Regardless of what it was, he immediately stored it in his inventory, then gripped the fishing line tightly and flipped over to move faster toward the floating island. Beneath the massive waves, all sorts of fish were present, some seemingly breaking through the boundary barrier. Chen Fan initially estimated that the tentacle likely belonged to some terrifying entity at the S or even SS level. Chen Fan, there's a flash of gold in the distance, shouted the little fish suddenly, just over 10 meters away from the floating island. Sure enough, a golden object, almost blinding in its brilliance, was just a short distance away from Chen Fan. It was square, with legs and feet. Was it a golden treasure chest? Wow. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically. He struggled to surface, with no time to catch his breath, and yelled, "Net sister, catch it." Before he could finish, a massive wave slammed him back underwater. "It's too far. How can I catch it?" The fully automatic fishing net replied sulkily. "Besides, what time is it now? I can't just throw out the net at will. The waves are too fierce. I can't even get started." The propeller lamented. It seemed they would have to let the golden treasure chest slip away. Whoosh. Chen Fan's face turned pale. If he lost this opportunity to get rich, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Just as he was anxiously contemplating this, a creature suddenly darted out from the side. It was Little Strong, pushing against Chen Fan's waist and steering him toward the golden treasure chest. Even amidst the turmoil, Little Strong was remarkably steady. How can there still be someone chasing me here in the edge of the sea? As soon as the golden treasure chest spotted Chen Fan, it took off running. That's right, this guy was actually sprinting out of the water, leaving behind a trail of tiny bubbles. "Little fish, let go of me. I'm going after it." "Can you do it? Aren't you afraid of getting separated from the floating island? With Little Strong and Wong Kai around, there's no way we'll get lost. This is a golden treasure chest after all." With that, Chen Fan broke free from the fish spear and, powered by Little Strong's strength, quickly chased after the golden treasure chest. The distance was closing, but then the treasure chest grabbed a salmon by its tail and swung it around, smacking Chen Fan across the cheek. "Damn it." Swish. Chen Fan, wielding a military knife, sliced the salmon in half. "Oh my god." The golden treasure chest screamed upon seeing the fish tail in Chen Fan's hand and sped up even more. If the golden treasure chest could attack like that, one could only imagine how twisted a diamond treasure chest would be. Chen Fan was at a loss for words. He took out Dog Egg, who immediately got excited and shouted, "Gaga's here to fight. Little treasure chest, I'm coming for you." Bang. In the next moment, the hammer came crashing down on the golden treasure chest, which kicked its legs in the air as if it had been knocked out. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the golden treasure chest and tossed it into his inventory. "Damn, I've struck it rich with this golden treasure chest." With the treasure chest secured, Little Strong carried Chen Fan as they hurried back to the floating island. Fortunately, the towering waves had passed. The propeller had plunged the floating island into the water just in time to avoid the impact of the massive waves. Soon, they reunited. Little Strong, moving at high speed, paused for a moment and tossed Chen Fan back onto the floating island like a sack of potatoes. Chen Fan lay back on the floating rock, gazing up at the sun, unable to contain his laughter. Meanwhile, the people of Blue Star's 9 provinces, who had been anxiously hanging onto their nerves, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That rascal keeps making our hearts race. It's terrifying. It shouldn't be possible. How did he not get crushed by those huge waves? How does Chen Fan of the 9 provinces have such incredible luck? Chen Fan of the 9 provinces, just die already. The celebration food we prepared in Sakura country for your demise is about to go bad. Humph, my husband won't die. He will be the god of war that ends your Sakura country's chosen one. Hee hee. Chen Fan, you old rascal, don't drag others down with you. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was just now?" Old Floating Rock was already yelling, "Don't you realize that if you mess up, everything we have is finished? Well, what can we do? That floating island is 500 square meters." Chen Fan chuckled and said, "What can I say? It was my first time seeing a golden treasure chest." "Is it really a golden treasure chest?" Old Fusher was taken aback and instantly became excited. "That's a rare find in the Forbidden Sea, and you got it in the marginal waters. Everyone, this isn't the time to celebrate. We're in trouble." Suddenly, the usually aloof super radar shouted out, "Since when have we not faced trouble?" Old Fusher scoffed. "We just survived a tsunami, for crying out loud." "Well, take a look at this," Super Radar retorted with a cold snort. Hearing this, Chen Fan hurried over to see what was displayed on the Super Radar, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. This is Chapter 71, B-Class Apex Predator? Died too easily. The B-Class Apex Predator, the swordfish. Old Floating Stone exclaimed. It can easily kill orcas and isn't intimidated by A-Class megalodons. What a terrifying creature. This was a black fish over 10 meters long, with a white belly and a body covered in a layer of bone. However, from its mouth extended a sharp projection about 5 centimeters thick and over 2 meters long, resembling a lance. It moved at incredible speed, nearly 200 kilometers per hour, and at this moment, it was less than 30 kilometers away from the floating island. Every day brings new surprises. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. A B-class apex predator? In the marginal sea. This creature should be the most fearsome thing around. It could instantly pierce an orca. Old Floating Stone scoffed. Your luck is truly remarkable. You encounter everything. This is a gift from the system. Chen Fan replied irritably. Regardless, since this creature was heading our way, there was no reason to back down. Let's just zap it. With that, Chen Fan returned to the edge of the floating island, quietly waiting for the swordfish's arrival. At this moment, those watching the live stream were baffled. The super tsunami had passed, and Chen Fan should have been resting, yet here he was, looking like he was preparing for battle. Could there be a second wave of tsunami? Just as everyone was filled with confusion, a figure shot toward them at an incredible speed, leaping out of the water. Its lance aimed directly at Chen Fan standing at the edge of the floating island. This creature must weigh nearly 2 tons, and even with the super shield. Chen Fan felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively dodged to the side. Thud! In less than a second, the swordfish crashed down. Its indestructible shield was punctured, creating a 5-centimeter diameter hole, and the lance penetrated nearly 50 centimeters into the shield. Holy crap! Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Luckily, his reflexes had saved him, otherwise, his forehead would have been pierced. What is going on? Why am I stuck? The swordfish was equally shocked. Can someone help me get out of this damn thing? It began to thrash violently. I'll help you, Chen Fan said, pulling out a stun gun and pressing it against the swordfish, pulling the trigger. The sound of crackling electricity made the swordfish convulse. Damn it, you're shocking me? I'm shocking you, and you still want to kill me? Your ideals are quite lofty, but reality is harsh. I'm a B-class apex predator. I'm really something. Oh really? Chen Fan's eyes widened as he took out his axe and swung it at the 50-centimeter long lance. Although the swordfish's lance was incredibly strong, after 10 or so strikes with the axe, he finally broke it. The once vibrant swordfish suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground and becoming motionless. Just like that. It died. Chen Fan stared blankly at the swordfish, thinking, isn't this a badass B-level top predator? It died way too easily, right? Every creature has its weaknesses, and it probably never expected to get stuck in a super protective shield. Old Floating Stone burst into laughter, saying, to die so pathetically in this life. It's bound to become a laughingstock in the swordfish community. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed a swordfish, and the fresh corpse of the swordfish will be amplified 100-fold. Meanwhile, a cold voice echoed above Blue Star. However, everyone just noticed the fish's bizarre shape and didn't think much of its terror. After all, it was so easily killed by Chen Fan. How formidable could it really be? No matter how powerful it was just another dish on the dining table of the common people in Jiuzhou. With the super protective shield in place, the tsunami did not cause any damage to the floating island. It was just that the duck couple's home was somewhat scattered. But that was no big deal. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and immediately brought out this round of spoils, the floating island of Isanavich. How can it be bigger than mine? Old Floating Stone exploded. Isn't it normal for it to be bigger than yours? You're old and weak, with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Did you really expect to be long, big, and enduring? The enemy floating island retorted. Damn, that one statement almost gave Old Floating Stone a heart attack. Old Floating Stone, are you really that old and weak, with a mouth full of yellow teeth? Asking me that is like me asking you if you need to stick out your tongue when giving artificial respiration to Xiao Yutong. I understand your pain. Chen Fan shrugged, immediately rubbing his hands and not giving the enemy floating island a chance to retort. He directly scattered it and merged it into his own floating island. And with the 100 floating stones he got from the last gift pack, Old Floating Stone expanded from 300 square meters to a 30 by 30, 900 square meter floating island. The feeling of getting bigger was exhilarating. Old Floating Stone took a deep breath, his nostrils flaring, and he felt his breathing become smoother. Of course, in the future, if he smoked, he'd have to go from 3 cigarettes to 6. Just 2 basketball courts in size. Chen Fan said casually, pulling out a complete set of wind power engines. This thing wasn't particularly useful, but it could probably fetch a good price if sold. With this tsunami, a lot of people are bound to die, so you want to be able to sell it for a high price right now. Old Floating Stone immediately shot back. It's better to stock up and wait for it to appreciate. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. He then took out that tentacle and placed it on the floating island, even though the island seemed to be sinking under the weight. What the hell is this? Is it a worm? When did the great Chen Fan ever subdue it? It seemed to be a tentacle, But whose tentacle could be this long, stretching thousands of meters? Chen Fan. What kind of monster is he? How come all the good things happen to him? He can easily handle great white sharks, befriend mermaids and wild men, and ride out tsunamis. We, Chen Fan, are not a monster. We are a legend. As they gazed at the enormous tentacle, everyone watching Chen Fan was struck with shock, their minds racing to comprehend how something so long could exist in this world, longer than any worm they had ever seen. What on earth could it be? Chen Fan was pondering the same question. Initially, he thought it was just something good drifting over from the Forbidden Sea, without giving much thought to what kind of creature it could be. But now, he suddenly realized that this thing was emanating a faint fragrance. Could it be that it was already ripe when it drifted over? This was bad. Chen Fan, you've attracted something you shouldn't have. Suddenly, the super ship sail let out a terrified scream. We're all going to die. We're all going to die? Do you know who the owner of this thing is? Chen Fan asked solemnly, listening to the super ship's panicked howls. Chapter 72. SSS-class beings, crazy ideas. I know exactly what you're talking about. Super Sail took a deep breath and said seriously, it's not an S or an SS, it's an SSS class. A true killing machine of the Forbidden Sea. Its tentacles can extend to every corner of the Forbidden Sea to a certain extent. Is it really that powerful? Old Floating Stone was a bit shocked. I used to roam the Forbidden Sea too. How come I didn't know about this? Because you were dealing with low-tier creatures. You don't have the qualifications to encounter SSS-class horrors. Super Sail replied with annoyance. This guy probably fought against an equally invincible entity and had its tentacles severed, which were then washed ashore by the tsunami. Is this tentacle poisonous? Wang Kai began to grow curious. Why do you say we'll all die? This tentacle is actually alive. If it's kept intact for half a year, it could still reconnect to its body. Right now, it's severely injured and won't come looking for you. But once it heals, do you think it won't come back for its tentacle? Super Sail scoffed. That S and SSS class we're talking about. Even dozens of SS class beings would only meet their doom against it. You have no idea what it's like to be ruled by the fear of an SSS class. This speech left Chen Fan utterly shocked. He was struggling even against A-class beings. The thought of facing an SSS class was unimaginable. Chen Fan, listen to me. Just get rid of that tentacle. Old Floating Stone admitted defeat on the spot. This is not something we can handle. Don't forget, you might have only offended an SS class big shot. If you now offend an SSS class being, your life is over. Sail, you just talked about how terrifying it is. What benefits does it have? Chen Fan then asked, noticing the faint fragrance emanating from the tentacle. I don't believe that SSS class beings only bring harm. The benefits? Well, it can cure diseases and detoxify. If you have any illness or have been poisoned, as long as your strength isn't greater than an SSS class, eating just 50 grams of its flesh can gradually eliminate the negative effects you're experiencing. Also, if you have external injuries, eating its meat can significantly speed up your recovery by about 30%. Super Sail thought for a moment and quickly responded. Another benefit is that it can enhance physical strength. If consumed daily, your power could double every month. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. The tentacle extended 3 kilometers and weighed at least 200 tons. Even if he ate 1,500 grams every day, it would take several lifetimes to consume it all, especially with so many benefits. Could he really just toss it away? With a smirk, Chen Fan decided to break down the tentacle, receiving 400,000 deep-sea demon squid meat. You were supposed to throw it away, and instead, you broke it down? Do you want to die? Old Floating Stone exploded with rage. You want to die, but we want to live. Chen Fan. Heavy and flipping. Chen Fan, what a fool. Anyway, the moment I stepped into the ocean world, I offended the big shots. Offending one is the same as offending two. What's the difference? Chen Fan scoffed. Don't forget, that deep-sea magic squid managed to escape while injured. It will take at least a month for it to recover and come looking for its tentacles. We'll develop for another month. And who knows how far we'll progress by then. Am I supposed to be scared? He was going crazy, totally losing it. Lao Fusher took a few deep breaths, but still couldn't calm himself down. Chen Fan, running into you is really the worst luck I've had in 8 lifetimes. Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. Here, take Tenhuazi to help you relax a bit. Chen Fan laughed and immediately sent Lao Fusher Tenhuazi, as Chen Fan decided to keep the deep-sea magic squid's tentacle. A voice echoed in the skies above Blue Star. Chen Fan of Jiuzhou has obtained 1 SSS-level fresh tentacle from the deep-sea magic squid. The fresh tentacle from the deep-sea magic squid will be amplified by 100 times. SSS-level deep-sea magic squid? What does that mean? Does it imply that the giant worm Chen Fan got is merely a tentacle of a creature? My goodness, if that massive thing is just a tentacle. How big could the actual deep-sea magic squid be? It seems Chen Fan struck gold with this super tsunami. I really can't tell if I should envy him or loathe him. Come on, what's the big deal? It's just a tentacle. We, Dongbang Nation, will get one too. In no time, everyone on Blue Star was discussing this so-called SSS-level deep-sea magic squid. After all, the previous A-level great white shark almost cost Chen Fan his life to deal with. This time, the creature's power must be significantly stronger than the great white shark, right? Upon hearing that voice, Chen Fan immediately messaged the national leader. The leader was staring at the tentacles that had already piled up in the square, feeling somewhat at a loss. He didn't quite understand what SSS level represented, but when he saw Chen Fan's message, he gasped in shock. He wasn't concerned about anything else. He focused solely on one point. To eliminate disease and detoxify, it only requires 50 G to remove the negative effects from a person. Could this mean that the residual nuclear radiation affecting the people of Jiuzhou has a solution? Even though 100 years had passed since the nuclear war and humanity had gone through 2 generations, the lingering nuclear pollution in the air, water, and soil had caused the people of Blue Star to suffer to some extent. Many had developed various strange diseases, and some even underwent mutations without realizing it. This had caused the average lifespan of the Blue Star population to drop from 78 years a century ago to just 50 years now. At least 1/3 of the scientists in Jiuzhou were researching this topic, hoping to find a way to eliminate the effects of nuclear pollution on the human body. This was also one of the national leaders' obsessions. But now, it seemed that Chen Fan might solve it with just one tentacle, which would be a monumental achievement. Chen Fan, you are truly making a lasting contribution to Jiuzhou. The head of the nation responded solemnly, you deserve to be commemorated. To be revered by generations across the land. The head of state, you flatter me, but making our country better is a goal we all share. Chen Fan immediately replied, let's distribute it as soon as possible. It will help alleviate the suffering of many citizens. Good, the head of state responded, and promptly summoned military officials and experts in this field of research. Upon hearing the head of state's introduction, top genetic expert Cheng Tian couldn't help but shudder. His voice trembling as he said, head of state, do you mean? Chapter 73, the great achievement of all time. Get ready to unbox. That's right. Our people are saved. The national leader nodded heavily, acknowledging that not only could the issue of nuclear contamination be resolved, but it would also enhance the physical health of our citizens. This is undoubtedly the best news we've had in the past 100 years in the Jiuzhou. Chen Fan is truly a blessing for us. A military bigwig couldn't help but express his admiration. Immediately disassemble all the tentacles, producing 400 million portions, and add 50 grams of other meats to make canned food, distributing it to every citizen. The national leader decisively declared, for this batch of tentacle meat, each person will only receive 50 grams, which is the minimum required to eliminate negative effects on the human body. Therefore, this matter must be kept confidential from other countries. And even the people of Jiuzhou must be kept in the dark to prevent monopolization. Rest assured, I will not let you down. The military bigwig said seriously, I can swear an oath to you. I trust you to get the job done. The national leader smiled and nodded at the military bigwig. With the tentacle issue resolved, Chen Fan took out the firearms confiscated from Isanavich. The gun was entirely silver, feeling substantial in hand. It was a classic handgun, the Desert Eagle. Wow, only 9 bullets? That's a bit lacking. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. However, a handgun's power is over twice that of a heavy crossbow. Was Isanavich here to kill you? I feel like he was delivering benefits instead. The single apartment chuckled, if only we had a few more like him. We'd be set. That's for sure, but it's a pity I couldn't extract the method to bring him into the Jiuzhou novice area. Chen Fan nodded with a smile, but I reckon this is something others wouldn't know either. Thinking this, Chen Fan immediately checked the public chat room, which was still filled with despair. Damn it, I'm about to die. The tsunami is too powerful. A fish just slapped me in the face. The number of people chatting had decreased significantly. The Jiuzhou novice area already had few people, and now even more had perished. Thankfully, Chen Fan's timely warning saved me. Chen Fan is like my rebirth parents. I wonder how Chen Fan is doing. I really want to thank him in person. Just as Chen Fan thought. In the wake of the massive tsunami, many faces in the chat room were no longer present. It was conservatively estimated that hundreds had sacrificed their lives. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh and quickly sent a message. Everyone, be careful. I just killed a chosen one who illegally crossed over from beautiful country. I don't know if there will be other chosen ones from different countries entering the Jiuzhou novice area. If you encounter any suspicious floating islands, please stay alert. Thank goodness you're okay, Chen Fan. How did they enter our Jiuzhou novice area? How dare they come to our territory to kill people? It's outrageous. It's a shame the multinational chat room has closed due to the melting ice. Otherwise, I would have gone over to scold them. Many chosen ones began to pay attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan greeted Zhuo Yang and Lian Pei, and fortunately, nothing was wrong with them. Lien Pei even managed to hunt down a D-class wild boar and immediately traded 200 units of boar meat, which was refused by Chen Fan. Chen Fan, if it weren't for you, I would have been dead by now. After finally getting some food, just accept it. Lien Pei sent a playful face emoji. Otherwise, I'll feel too embarrassed to accept your gifts in the future. All right then, I'll accept it. Chen Fan finally took the boar meat. Is there anything else you need? I can trade it to you if I have it. I might need a small boat. Lien Pei thought for a moment and replied. If I had a boat, I could use this little island as a base and go out to scavenge for supply crates more conveniently. Without hesitation, Chen Fan handed over the wind propulsion device to Lien Pei. Install this device on your floating island. The wind can take you wherever you want to go. My goodness. This is so valuable. Lien Pei was thrilled. After all, as a delicate girl, she could barely paddle a few kilometers in a day. With this magical device, she could go anywhere she wanted. Her mom would no longer have to worry about her survival. As for Zhuo Wenliang, he had nothing to say. After the super tsunami ended, he continued to row. Remarkably, they had moved over 300 kilometers away from the island. The power of the tsunami was indeed far-reaching. Chen Fan glanced at the super radar and immediately instructed the propeller to head towards the island. There were still 10 hours left to investigate the cause of the mysterious tremors at the boundary between the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea. He had no idea where to start. He could only hope for those two wild men located at the boundary. Perhaps they knew something. If they could clarify the cause, that would be a bonus. But if not, then there was nothing he could do. The super sailboat chuckled and said, after all, you've done your best. Getting a reward is just an extra assurance of success. As Chen Fan said this, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation and took out the golden treasure chest. Since it was a rare treasure chest even in the Forbidden Sea, the good stuff inside must be incredible, right? I'm in. Just as he placed it from his inventory, the golden treasure chest suddenly shouted, and its legs, as thick as matchsticks, kicked hard against Chen Fan's chest. The immense recoil sent him flying, but it still shouted defiantly, a rogue knows martial arts. No one can stop me. Come at me. Come on, dude. Is it really necessary? Chen Fan replied irritably, I just want to open you and take what's inside. Why are you playing with my life? You think you can have me? You're still far from it. The golden treasure chest said, then immediately ran towards the sea. I'm not playing with you anymore. Smack. As soon as Xiao Chang leaped into the air, he charged at the golden treasure chest, swinging his tail toward it. However, the moment he struck the chest, two matchstick arms shot out and grabbed his tail. The immense force actually sent Xiao Chang flying towards Chen Fan. I'll crush you with a dolphin. He yelled. Hey. But in the next second, the golden treasure chest realized it had let go too late, flinging Xiao Chang back into the water while it was propelled towards Chen Fan by the inertia of its own strength. You see, actions speak louder than words, right? Chen Fan's embrace must be pretty warm after all. Even Chen Fan himself was caught off guard by this turn of events. Then, with a sly grin, he pulled out a dog-shaped toy and smashed it down onto the golden treasure chest. Chapter 74. The Mechanism of Island Evolution. Zai Yutong's Legacy Help. I'm going to die. Bang. The golden treasure chest let out a sharp scream as it was struck by the dog, plopping down on the ground. It tried to struggle to get away, but was hit a few more times by Chen Fan before it finally went still. Great. I can finally see what's inside the golden chest. Chen Fan chuckled to himself as he rubbed his hands together, then opened the chest. Island Evolution Mechanism 1. What is this thing? Chen Fan was completely bewildered. Just a picture? It's actually. Seeing this item, even Old Fusher and Super Sail were taken aback. Then Old Fusher burst into excited laughter. Wow, we hit the jackpot. This time, we struck it rich. It feels fantastic. Ha ha ha. ISNT, anyone going to tell me what this is? Chen Fan's face darkened as he nearly spat out the question through gritted teeth. This is the Island Evolution Mechanism. It can transform your island into your ideal form. Old Fusher immediately explained, and it seems it's effective from 1,000 square meters all the way up to 100,000 square meters. So, you mean I can influence the changes on the floating island, allowing for the appearance of forests, lakes, small mountains, and so on? Chen Fan squinted. Exactly. And you only need to evolve from this picture. No need to transport these items from elsewhere. Super Sail added. Don't you have the fertile black soil package? Just use that as a foundation. After each increase of 1,000 square meters on the floating island, it will automatically evolve slowly until it reaches 100,000 square meters, becoming your ideal island. The Island Evolution Mechanism. I remember that among the millions of chosen ones 3 years ago, only 7 of these appeared. This is an absolute treasure. Old Fusher said excitedly, damn it. I was envious of those who could turn their islands into formidable defensive structures back then. I didn't expect to fulfill that dream myself this time. Chen Fan, you are my savior. Now, if you don't say you know me, It would be a lifetime of bad luck. What are you talking about? Knowing you would be like my ancestral grave smoking with joy, haha. As old Fusher said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter again. There was still some time before they reached the island, so Chen Fan immediately began evolving the floating island based on the blueprint. He transformed one side into a small mountain hundreds of meters high, covered with various low-lying vegetation and fungi. A naturally formed freshwater river flowed down from the mountain, continuously winding its way underground before eventually returning to the mountain, creating a closed loop. On either side of the high mountain, a forest stretched forward, with trees reaching dozens of meters high and various flora and fauna flourishing around the large trees, creating a complete ecosystem that complemented the small mountain. On the other side, surrounded on three sides, was Chen Fan's living area, divided into residential zones, poultry and livestock areas, plant cultivation zones, and recreation areas, resembling a small estate. Of course, the front was just grassland, completely open, with a direct view of the vast sea beyond the island. Aside from the vast open space on this side, the outer perimeter and other areas consists of a 5-meter-wide defense system, featuring long spears and sharp blades that are omnipresent. Even an A-class entity would find it impossible to breach this strongest defense. This is the paradise I have always dreamed of, one I thought existed only in ancient texts. Yet here it is realized in the ocean world. Looking at the blueprints, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. Incredible! Old Floating Stone exclaimed excitedly. If I could grow to 100,000 square meters, this would definitely be an irreplaceable masterpiece. Chen Fan shrugged noncommittally and immediately integrated the island evolution mechanism into the floating island. Now, we just need to add 100 more floating stones and see how the first evolution goes. As evening approached, and with just over an hour left until we reached the island, I felt it was time to grab a bite to eat. I took out 5 portions of magic squid meat and started grilling them. While I enjoyed my meal, I also wanted my companions to taste it since it was the meat of an SSS-level creature, definitely a delicacy. Thus, under the setting sun, a handsome guy grilling meat live-streamed, causing many young girls to swoon. Oh my god, what a divine face. This looks too good to be true. I'm in love. What kind of delicious food is Chen Fan making? It looks like it melts just from grilling. It must smell amazing. This is a food show from the great Chen Fan, but why does it make me even hungrier? My husband looks handsome doing anything. Indeed. This meat is from an SSS-level marine creature and should be quite tough, but after just a few minutes on the grill, it was already cooked. Continuing to grill it would likely cause it to melt, so Chen Fan quickly gave a portion to Wang Kai and the duck couple, followed by one for Lien Pei Pei and Zhuo Wenliang. Just as he was about to eat his portion, a private message notification chimed in. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Yutong, who hadn't contacted him in days. It seemed she was putting all her belongings into the trading bar to trade with him. This left Chen Fan taken aback. What are you doing, sister? During the tsunami, my body was pierced by a branch, and I lost a lot of blood. I probably won't survive the night, Xiao Yutong replied. After all, we have a bond, and I'm leaving all my belongings to you, so I have no regrets. Is she treating me like her fiancé by leaving her belongings to me? Chen Fan's head spun, and he quickly took out 100 milliliters of A-class freshwater and 1 unit of magic squid meat. Since you're being so generous, I can't just ignore you. Pour this water on your wound and eat the meat. Let us see if you can make it through tonight. It's useless. The wound is too close to my heart, and I've lost too much blood. I've already gone into shock once. Even miracle cures would be hard to save me. If you can think of me, then listen to me. There is no time for nonsense. Just take it. If you still think you might die tomorrow, it won't be too late to give me your things then. All right then. Xiao Yutong replied with a shy emoji and accepted the items. I'm about to die, and yet she's sending me that kind of expression? Could it be that this woman has been conquered by me? Chen Fan shook his head slightly, thinking about savoring the meat of an SSS-level creature. But it looks like he'll have to grill another batch. What a bleeding heart. Why not just take the gift and mind your own business? You were definitely drooling at the time. Old Fusher remarked, irritated. After all, we're both from the same homeland, and we've shared some experiences together. She's even planning to pass on her inheritance to us, so we can't let her down, right? What does this have to do with being a saint? Chen Fan replied, not in the best of moods, and immediately started grilling the demon squid meat again. An hour later, Chen Fan returned to the island and quickly made his way to the wild man's cave. However, upon arriving at the cave, he was stunned by the sight before him. What the hell just happened? Chapter 75, a critical moment, and surprisingly, I got it right. Wild Man A had one arm and one leg that seemed to have been torn off alive, with blood everywhere on the ground. About a dozen black rats, each the size of a cat, were attacking his other leg. Thankfully, he still had one hand holding a spear to fend them off, or he would have been completely devoured. Wild Man B lay sprawled across the trunk of a large tree, blood dripping from his fingertips, having been unconscious for some time. The surroundings were in chaos, as if ravaged by some beast, a scene of utter devastation. Chen Fan rushed over to deal with the black rats and then pulled Wildman A aside. "Big brother, what happened here?" "The Cyclops wolf," Wildman A weakly replied. "The tsunami had just subsided, and we weren't ready when the Cyclops wolf attacked us and took back the silver treasure boxes." "Took them back?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "So those 2 silver boxes were stolen from you by the Cyclops wolf?" "Don't put it so harshly. We just borrowed them for safekeeping." Wildman A shook his head. "Who knew it would ambush us? I don't regret poking one of its eyes out." "Damn, who are the good guys here?" Chen Fan asked, speechless. After all, they had helped him deal with Ice and Avage, and he didn't want to kick them while they were down. He immediately took out a piece of 1 unit of deep-sea magic squid meat. "This is deep-sea magic squid meat. I don't have anything for healing, but eating this might help your injuries." SSS-grade deep-sea magic squid. Upon hearing this, Wildman A trembled, too excited, causing more blood to spurt from his severed leg. This tsunami was caused by a battle between the deep-sea magic squid and its nemesis. "You actually killed a deep-sea magic squid?" No. I just found one of its tentacles," Chen Fan clarified, shaking his head. "I was doomed for sure, but with this piece of meat, my chances of survival have risen to 30. Wildman A said, immediately devouring the meat. Chen Fan then rescued Wildman B, giving him some water and a piece of the magic squid meat. Wildman B expressed deep hatred for the Cyclops wolf. "Little brother, let us rest for the night. And tomorrow morning we'll go kill the Cyclops wolf. Those 2 silver boxes will belong to you. You offended it just for the silver boxes. And now you want to give them to me?" Chen Fan asked suspiciously. "We were just curious and wanted to grab them to take a look. It was just poking one of its eyes out. Does that justify it almost killing us?" Wildman A said, exasperated. "Right now, we just want revenge. We just want to kill it." "All right." Chen Fan shrugged. He was already interested in the silver boxes, and since they had helped him out, he felt guilty asking for them. But if it was for revenge for a friend and he could also snag the silver boxes, then he felt no remorse. But hey, big brothers, when the cold wave hit before, the ice layer was shaking violently for several days. Do you know what caused that? Chen Fan shifted the conversation. "How would we know? What does it have to do with us?" Wildman B retorted. "We've always adhered to the principle of if it doesn't concern us, we want to get involved." Damn. With the last hope gone, and no way to enter the Forbidden Sea, what the hell was he supposed to do? In front of the cave, Chen Fan lit enough branches to last through the night and headed straight back to the floating island. While watching TV, he thought about checking the public chat room to see if he could find some inspiration. Feeling lonely and cold, when will these days come to an end? How is everyone doing now? Out of the 10,000 chosen ones from the 9 provinces, are there still 3,000 left? This has been a long process, and I just hope it all ends soon. I'm really fed up with it. Don't forget, once the newbie period is over, we'll have to fight against the chosen ones from the hostile nations. This is just the beginning. Aside from idle chatter, there really wasn't any useful information. Meanwhile, the ocean world began its grim tally after the tsunami, with announcements echoing throughout the ocean world. And Blue Star, the beautiful country's Ethan Navich, failed to kill Chen Fan and ended up with his throat slit. The cherry blossom country's Matsushima Nanako pierced through the uterus by a swordfish. The eastern Li Byung-chul drowned in the tsunami. The number of survivors in the 9 provinces was down to just 500,000, and this tsunami alone claimed another 200,000 lives. Fortunately, Chen Fan had issued an early warning, so fewer than 1,000 people died in the 9 provinces. Even so, the number of chosen ones had dropped from 4,000 to 3,000. This way of dying was much crueler than before. Even old Fu Sure couldn't help but express his thoughts, noting that if it weren't for the cold wave, at least 700,000 would have survived in the entire newbie zone. Everyone was entering the ocean world for the first time, so death was to be expected. However, now that everyone was more familiar with it, the death rate wouldn't be so high. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, adding that with everyone's experience, the death rate for the second batch of chosen ones entering the ocean world would significantly decrease. That would be when countries truly began to compete. There were 10 days left until the newbie period ended. At this point, old Fu Sure fell silent, shaking his head. He couldn't continue watching the movie without getting to the bottom of the truth. He returned to his bedroom and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. After tonight, the 72-hour time limit would be up, and he would have to say goodbye to the hard-earned hidden task. Just as Chen Fan was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly sat up with a start, a flash of inspiration hitting him. He murmured to himself seriously. The wild man said that this super tsunami was caused by the battle between the deep-sea demon squid and its arch-nemesis. A creature of their caliber shouldn't finish fighting in just a short while. It could last a few days, even up to 7 or 8 days. If that's the case, then the strange tremors at the junction of the marginal sea and the forbidden sea must be due to the battle between the deep-sea demon squid and its foe. Detected that the Chosen One has investigated the cause of the strange tremors at the junction of the marginal sea and the forbidden sea within 72 hours. Hidden task completed. Reward, surprise gift pack. Would you like to open it? As soon as Chen Fan spoke those words, a voice echoed in his ears. Wow, what a surprise. Chen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It started as just a guess, something said with a let's give it a try attitude, and surprisingly, it turned out to be right. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty in the future, sometimes you just have to take a shot in the dark. It might just work out. At that moment, Chen Fan immediately exclaimed, activate. Surprise gift package opening. Congratulations, Chosen One. You have received 100 floating stones, 1 basic resource pack, and 50 kilograms of fine flour. The floating stones have arrived. The floating stones have arrived. Quickly, let's expand the floating island to 1,000 square meters and initiate the first evolution. Almost simultaneously, the old floating stone let out a shriek. Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately added the floating stones to the floating island and waited for the evolution results. Chapter 76. The evolution begins. Battle with the A-class Cyclops wolf. Minutes passed without a sound. Could it be that the island's evolution mechanism has expired? Chen Fan pondered anxiously. Don't rush it. Let the island evolve for a bit. Old Fusher chuckled. We can check it out tomorrow morning. That makes sense. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, then glanced at the flour, which weighed a whopping 100 kilograms. This is truly a godsend for making dumplings and various types of noodles. The last time I had those mutated beef dumplings, they weren't even made with pure flour. I can't believe we can now have dumplings made from pure flour. Mom, I've made it. Time for bed. Meanwhile, the people of Blue Star were sleeping soundly when suddenly a voice echoed from above. Chen Fan of Jiuzhou has acquired 50 kilograms of refined flour. Jiuzhou will experience a 100-fold increase. This announcement hit like thunder, shocking many awake. What on earth is going on? In the middle of the night, how did the great Chen Fan manage to get so much flour? I suddenly have a craving for dumplings. The last time I had them was 10 years ago. Chen Fan is so cool. The capital was momentarily stunned, and the leader of the Jiuzhou Material Bureau was summoned immediately. Right away, grind the stored soybeans, millet, and black rice into flour, then mix it with this 10,000 kilograms of flour. We need to ensure every citizen of Jiuzhou can have 20 dumplings. But sir, doing this will deplete our grain reserves. The Material Bureau leader was taken aback. You don't need to worry about that. You have 7 days. Just get it done and store it in the cold warehouse. The leader replied sternly. Now go. Yes. The Material Bureau leader didn't say another word and hurried off. Taking a deep breath, the leader gradually calmed down. He planned to distribute 20 dumplings to each citizen in celebration when the Chosen Ones of Jiuzhou returned. Time flew by. And soon it was the next morning. Chen Fan woke up and immediately rushed out of the apartment. Sure enough, the entire floating island had begun to show signs of evolution, with even a small bump appearing where the hill would be. The prototype has already emerged. But you didn't pour in the fertile black soil beforehand, which has led to an imperfect evolution. Old Fusher summarized directly. Wasn't that careless? That's on me. I was too excited last night, Chen Fan admitted, nodding. Without hesitation, he opened the package of fertile black soil and received 10,000 kg of it. What a great gift. I just got 10 tons of fertile black soil. Chen Fan's expression changed as the fertile black soil was evenly spread across the entire island under the influence of the island's evolution mechanism, though only in a thin layer. Though it may not be much, using this soil, the island will absolutely evolve perfectly once it reaches 10,000 square meters. Chen Fan nodded with a smile, filled with anticipation. At that moment, Chen Fan evenly scattered the seeds of the carpet grass around the apartment, believing that after some time, this area would surely become a lush green meadow, and that would be amazing. At that moment, Chen Fan cheerfully went to prepare breakfast and greeted Xiao Yutong. But she didn't respond, leaving him uncertain about the situation. After finishing breakfast and realizing it was almost time, Chen Fan took 2 pieces of magical squid meat and headed to the cave. After a night of rest, Wild Man A was now stable, while Wild Man B had recovered about 80%. As he ate the magical squid meat, he confidently declared, "Brother, even though the one-eyed wolf is an A-class terrestrial creature, the two of us can definitely take it down together." A-class? Chen Fan was taken aback. Knowing that something could have taken down 2 wild men like this must mean it was formidable. He hadn't expected it to be A-class. That meant he would have to give it his all to deal with it. At that moment, Wild Man B led Chen Fan to the territory of the one-eyed wolf and shouted loudly, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Whoosh. Within seconds, a shadow lunged towards them, revealing a monstrous wolf over a meter tall and more than 3 meters long, covered in gray fur. A deep scar over one eye only added to its terrifying presence. Are you humans here to deliver yourselves to me, or to be sacrificed? This is my brother. We've come to kill you. Wild Man gritted his teeth. You dared to ambush us after the tsunami. You're destined to become a corpse. Just the two of you? The one-eyed wolf scoffed. Brother Wolf, my main goal is actually your silver chest. If you just hand it over, we might resolve this peacefully. Chen Fan flashed a friendly smile at the one-eyed wolf. You know, we humans love animals. You love animals, yet you ask me for my treasure? I'll kill you first. The one-eyed wolf roared and lunged at Chen Fan. As an A-class terrestrial creature, the one-eyed wolf's speed was exceptional. Even Chen Fan couldn't react in time. It was Wild Man B who swung his spear at the one-eyed wolf, temporarily blocking its attack. However, the wolf's massive paw struck the spear, sending Wild Man B reeling backward. Crack! Just as it was happening, Chen Fan pulled out his Desert Eagle and fired 3 shots at the one-eyed wolf's head. The bullets piercing directly into its body. The one-eyed wolf let out a muffled grunt, its eyes turning blood red, yet it didn't dodge. Instead, it charged forward, its enormous jaws snapping down at Chen Fan. A cold smile flashed across Chen Fan's face as he raised his left hand, allowing the one-eyed wolf to bite down. Meanwhile, his other hand aimed the Desert Eagle at the wolf's head. Be careful, brother. Wild Man B watched in horror. You can't fight like that. With your little arms and legs, it could easily bite off your arm. Thud. The moment the one-eyed wolf bit down, it realized something was wrong. Without hesitation, it dropped to the ground, and at that moment, the bullets fired, barely grazing its head and only injuring its fur. You've angered me. The one-eyed wolf stood 10 meters away from Chen Fan, constantly whimpering. Emotionally, I genuinely care about you, Chen Fan said, shrugging. I'm really sorry for hurting you like this. Little brother, you need to be careful. This guy has strong defenses, and your weapon probably can't penetrate its hide. The other wild man cautiously approached, still shaken. You really scared me just now. The audience watching the live stream was equally terrified. Filled with dread, the great Chen Fan fights recklessly. Does he have any defensive gear on? If that bite had hit an ordinary person, their arm would have been torn off by now. This wolf seems tougher to kill than an orca. Could it be of a higher level? The higher the level, the greater the chance of Chen Fan from Jojo dying. This is a good thing. Cherry Blossom Japanese, get lost. After hearing the wild man's warning, Chen Fan immediately switched his Desert Eagle for the dog egg. Let us do this. Brother Emma, you should have put me in the game earlier. It's useless to switch. Both of you are going to die today. The one-eyed wolf let out a roar, forcing the bullets lodged in its body out, and then, with a quick shake, it launched another attack. Chapter 77. Killing the A-class Hurricane Wolf, the Wildman's Warning. Is this even possible? Chen Fan stared in disbelief, never expecting that a weapon like the Desert Eagle couldn't penetrate the fur of an A-class creature. If that's the case for A-class, what about S-class and above? Would hot weapons even be effective? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan tightened his grip on the axe and strode toward the one-eyed wolf. This time, the one-eyed wolf didn't target Chen Fan. Instead, it feinted and lunged at Wild Man B, its massive claws, sharp as knives and over 10 centimeters long, aimed directly at Wild Man B's head. Wild Man B was taken aback and, in a panic, raised his spear to block. The force of the impact bent the spear a full 120 degrees, nearly pressing it against his chest. The one-eyed wolf intended to follow up and finish off Wild Man B in one go, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its rear. Chen Fan had swung his axe, striking it squarely on the back, cutting through the fur and embedding nearly 10 centimeters into its flesh. The wolf let out a howl of pain, twisting in midair. And its claw, which was meant for Wild Man B, swung around and aimed at Chen Fan. With a swift motion, Chen Fan pulled out his axe and met the wolf's claw, slicing off its sharp nails. Meanwhile, he drew his stun gun and pressed it against the wolf's belly, instantly hitting the trigger. A powerful jolt of electricity coursed through the one-eyed wolf, causing it to shake uncontrollably. After 3 seconds, it bolted away several meters. You shocked me? I told you, on a personal level, I can't bring myself to hurt you. Chen Fan shrugged. But I want that silver box, and you won't let me. If I let you take the silver box, I won't be called the Hurricane Wolf anymore. The one-eyed wolf howled in frustration and began to circle around Chen Fan. As it spun, a strong wind whipped up around them, kicking up dust and obstructing visibility. It was then that Chen Fan understood the true meaning behind the name Hurricane Wolf. Good grief. A-class already has such skills. What would S-class be capable of? With that thought, Chen Fan picked a spot and charged straight at the wolf. What an idiot. With my speed, my force is at least 100 tons. And you still think you can. Boom. The one-eyed wolf disdainfully watched Chen Fan, ready to deliver a heavy blow, but just then, a loud crash echoed as they collided, and the one-eyed wolf was sent flying. Bang! Meanwhile, Wildman B, who had been looking for an opportunity, seized the moment and leapt forward, thrusting his spear at the one-eyed wolf. The wolf, staring with its single eye, helplessly watched as the spear pierced its remaining eye. In the next moment, the one-eyed wolf became the blind wolf, howling in agony and thrashing around. Damn it, you bad people. I'm going to fight back. They say to protect animals, but if I were anywhere else, I'd be a first-class protected animal. You dare to kill me. Bro, that shot was incredibly artistic. How artistic? About 3 stories high. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up to Wildman B, and then quickly approached the blind wolf. Gripping Dog Dan tightly, with all his strength, he smashed down hard on its head. The blind wolf shuddered, the axe embedding deep into its skull, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Detected that the Chosen One, Chen Fan, has achieved his first kill of an A-level terrestrial creature. Reward, surprise gift package for the Chosen One, Chen Fan. Keep up the good work. At the same time, a voice from the ocean world echoed in Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. He had thought that after killing the great white shark, he had exhausted the rewards for A-level kills. It seemed that any first kill of an A-level or higher creature across land, sea, or air would grant a gift package. This was incredible. Chen Fan immediately opened the surprise gift package and received 100 buoy stones and a blueprint for a seawater to freshwater converter. A seawater to freshwater converter? Chen Fan quickly tossed the blueprint into the crafting slot and discovered it was also a unique item. Additionally, he needed 400 metal plates, 100 cloth pieces, 50 cotton, and 10 glass to create it. Once crafted, it could be directly connected to sinks, solar panels, and wall-mounted boilers. This meant that Chen Fan only needed to pour seawater into the tank, and everything else would be taken care of, allowing for immediate use. Although the converted freshwater wasn't great for drinking, it was perfectly fine for cooking and washing up. This way, he could indulge in washing up every day, even taking an hour-long hot shower. Just thinking about it made him happy. Hey, little bro, what are you smiling about? Wildman B couldn't help but ask as he noticed Chen Fan grinning widely. Nothing much, just got 2 silver treasure chests for free. Of course I'm happy. Chen Fan laughed heartily and, accompanied by Wildman B, immediately collected the 2 silver chests. After wrapping everything up, Chen Fan prepared to leave when Wildman finally spoke up. Little bro, I want to give you some advice. In the future, if there's nothing urgent, definitely avoid entering the Forbidden Sea. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Our beginner period is almost over, and we have to enter the Forbidden Sea afterwards. Don't you realize who you've offended? Wildman said seriously. If you enter the Forbidden Sea, it will definitely rally all forces to put you to death. Before this, there were already orcas and great white sharks sent to kill me. Chen Fan sighed, but I really have no idea who I've offended. I'm just a newbie who has been in the ocean world for 20 days. How could I have offended anyone? The two exchanged a glance, both showing signs of internal struggle. Finally, Wildman B spoke up. I can't tell you who you've offended, but I can only warn you that if you must enter the Forbidden Sea, you have to be very careful of the Swamp of Despair. Not a word more. If we say anything, our entire tribe could be wiped out. I'll just ask one thing. How does this existence compare to the SSS-level deep-sea demon squid? About the same, just as strong. Damn. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, completely baffled about how he had offended such a terrifying being. So, that means the other party is definitely at the SSS level too, right? He had already crossed paths with 2 SSS-level big shots before even entering the Forbidden Sea. What a sour experience that was. After having lunch with his 2 brothers, Chen Fan returned to the floating island, temporarily pushing this matter to the back of his mind. What's meant to happen will happen, after all. This is a survival world at sea. If things were too comfortable, wouldn't it just become a leisurely life? Life is fleeting, and when you're gone, forget about it. Turning to glance at the 20 or so supply crates that the fully automated fishing nets had salvaged during this time, Chen Fan shook his head and pulled out 2 silver crates. Forget all that. Let us just open all the crates first. Chapter 78. A dumpling that captivates all. You can't open me. Just as I was about to pry it open, one of the silver boxes started shouting. I couldn't help but wonder. Is there really a silver box I can't open? Chen Fan asked with a smile. I have a deadly poison that will kill you. The silver box said pitifully. Really? A forced situation won't yield sweet results. A forced situation won't yield sweet results? Without any effort, you won't even get bitter melon. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and immediately opened both silver boxes. Small poison needle X2 can paralyze A-level creatures for 3 seconds. Super sleep mattress X1 guarantees sleep within 5 minutes, making you fall in love with the feeling of sleeping. No wonder it claimed to be poisonous. It turns out it has 2 doses of anesthetic that can paralyze A-level creatures for 3 seconds. That means I could easily take down A-level creatures twice. As for this super sleep mattress, Is there anyone in this world who doesn't love sleeping? Without hesitation, Chen Fan replaced his mattress with the new one, which was a whopping 30 centimeters thick. Lying on it, he felt himself sink slightly. It was incredible. After that, Chen Fan opened all the supply boxes. Wooden plank X7, glass X5, floating stone X3, plastic X1, universal filling X5, can create 5 pounds of dumpling filling at once. So delicious it will make you bite your tongue. Cloth piece X3. Meanwhile, Jiuzhou received a massive boost in resources, which made other countries envious. Just as I was about to eat dumplings, the filling had arrived. The ocean world is quite generous to me. Chen Fan rubbed his hands with a smile and decided, today, we'll have deep-sea squid filling, and tomorrow, we'll have chives and duck egg filling. If the deep-sea squid knew its tentacles were being used for dumplings, wouldn't it rush into the novice area to tear you apart overnight? Old Floating Stone said in annoyance. I'd rather have a festering wound than go hungry, Chen Fan replied. I've already offended it. Let us eat first. He then sent a private message to Lian Peipei. Can you make dumplings? Yes, I've made them once, Lian Peipei replied almost instantly. Great. I have dough and filling here. Can you help me shape them into dumplings? We'll have dumplings for dinner. Chen Fan responded right away. Let us make 100. Not a problem. I'll get it done. Lian Peipei excitedly replied. We just need about 3 pounds of filling and 3 pounds of flour. Chen Fan immediately sent her 5 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of squid meat, 1 pack of universal filling, and 3 bottles of mineral water. Here, use these. You don't need to do anything else this afternoon. Understood. Lian Peipei replied and immediately got to work. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, everyone quickly noticed Lian Peipei and was utterly amazed. Oh my gosh, is she making dumplings? Those meats and dough must have come from the great Chen Fan. Is Lian Peipei his girlfriend? I'm feeling exhausted. Actually, I want to say I could be a concubine for the great Chen Fan. She is my daughter. Oh my god. Peipei is alive and doing well. That is fantastic news. This is a joyful announcement for our Lian family. I'm so envious of their life in the ocean world. I want to eat dumplings too. After arranging everything, Chen Fan let out a deep breath, planning to take a good rest. Just then, a private message popped up. It was Xia Yutong. Kiss me, Fan. I can't believe I slept for over 10 hours. My wounds are slowly healing, and I'm feeling a bit better. Thank you for saving my life again. Saving you is the least I could do, but can we skip the cheesy nicknames? Chen Fan replied, feeling relieved. After saving me twice and having such a close encounter, I naturally owe you my life. Xia Yutong responded. The moment you saved me the first time, our fates were intertwined. Enough of that. Chen Fan replied, a bit annoyed. You're quite capable. You'll be a strong asset against hostile chosen ones in the future. Let's keep this strictly professional. From now on, I'll cover your meals for 3 days, and after that, we go our separate ways. Humph. I've got you wrapped around my finger. Not even Jesus can keep you away from me, mark my words. Xia Yutong shot back immediately. I really am a soft-hearted fool. A total simp. If I hadn't saved her in the first place, none of this would have happened. Chen Fan thought. But what could he say? After all, she was a woman from Jiuzhou. Lying back on the lounge chair, feeling the sea breeze, Chen Fan enjoyed a wonderful afternoon until sunset. Then, Lian Peipei came over with the dumplings. Master Chen Fan, I've made over 200 of them. Great. I'm about to boil some dumplings. Get ready to eat. Chen Fan said as he took the dumplings and rushed to the kitchen. He boiled 120 dumplings at once, distributing 30 each to Lian Peipei, Xia Yutong, and Zhuo Wenliang, along with a plate of vinegar. Wow, dumplings. Zhuo Wenliang exclaimed excitedly. And vinegar too. Perfect. Since I had flour, I asked a friend to help me make some. Let us eat them hot. Chen Fan said, already carrying the dumplings and vinegar outside. He began to eat while watching the sunset. The deep-sea squid meat was already incredibly delicious, and paired with the versatile filling and vinegar, it was a match made in heaven. He nearly bit his tongue in delight. Chen Fan vowed this was the best meal he had ever had in his life. It was beyond delicious. Those watching the live stream couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If I could have just one meal of dumplings, it would be worth dying for. I saw the live stream of the Jiuzhou Chosen Ones. There are 4 of them eating dumplings. They must have formed an alliance. I'm so envious of those 3 who get to eat meat with Chen Fan. What is the big deal? We in Sakura country don't eat dumplings. We eat sashimi. You're eating radiation-contaminated sashimi. No wonder the mortality rate is high in Sakura country. You're eating nuclear-contaminated fish. After eating 30 dumplings, Chen Fan felt stuffed. He decided to do some stretches while watching an action movie in the living room, quietly enjoying the temporary peace of the ocean world. Even the old floating stones remained considerate and kept silent, simply watching Chen Fan. Late at night, as Chen Fan was getting ready to sleep, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, hidden mission detected. The Chosen One is required to eliminate the mermaid assassin. A generous reward will be granted upon completion. Do you accept? Accepted. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. Aren't merfolk supposed to be friendly? And there's an assassin? Chen Fan pondered, if I kill this mermaid assassin, won't that make me enemies with the merfolk? Or is this assassin actually out to get me? There's no way they would assign you this mission for no reason. The super radar interjected with annoyance. They've already set their sights on you, and they're nearby. Why are you just telling me this now? Chen Fan exclaimed, startled. He immediately headed towards the super radar. I see you're just looking to drag me down with you. Chapter 79. The Mermaid Slayer wants to team up with the lamprey to kill me? No, he has been lurking 3 kilometers away and has no plans to act. Which is why I didn't issue a warning, the super radar quickly explained. Just smash it, Emma. This radar isn't cooperating at all, Dog Dan said eagerly, not thinking about his owner. No matter how powerful or impressive it is, it's useless if it doesn't help. You misunderstand. I just don't want to disturb Chen Fan's rest. The super radar continued to explain. Come on, Emma, let us forgive it this time. Dog Dan immediately interjected. I'm its big brother. I guarantee it will be loyal from now on. Chen Fan didn't say anything, just kept staring at the super radar. Sure enough, 3 kilometers away, there was a mermaid that looked taller than Fish A and Fish B but was much uglier, holding a spear and staring at the floating island. However, it wasn't taking any action for the time being, and it was unclear what it was thinking. Looks like this guy has made up his mind about me. Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Old Lei, keep a close watch on him. The moment he enters the 2-kilometer range of the floating island, alert me immediately. Don't hesitate. Understood. The super radar replied at once. All right, let us go to sleep. Even if we stay on guard, it won't change much. Chen Fan said nonchalantly, then lay down on the mattress and was snoring lightly within 5 minutes. The entire night passed without any action from the mermaid. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up and set up the seawater to freshwater converter on one side of his apartment. The only downside was that it wasn't automatic. It had 2 large water tanks that could each hold 6 tons, requiring him to manually pour seawater into the first tank. The seawater would then automatically convert into freshwater flowing into the second tank, which would supply water for the apartment. Chen Fan quickly grabbed 2 25-liter buckets and started pouring seawater into the tank, working tirelessly all morning. After filling up 240 buckets, he finally filled the tanks. This is no job for a human, he sighed as he flopped onto a lounge chair, sipping a full cup of A-grade freshwater Longjing tea, feeling all his fatigue disappear. After preparing lunch and serving each of the 3 a portion, he said while eating, Shouldn't we continue forward to see what the actual boundary between the Edge Sea and the Forbidden Sea looks like? The further we go, the more powerful the creatures we should encounter, Old Fusher said seriously. Originally, A-grade creatures should belong to the Forbidden Sea. But now they are frequently appearing in the Edge Sea. That is not a good sign. Just like they say, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Chen Fan said dismissively. We've come this far through thick and thin. Why should we care about danger? You're right. Old Fusher was persuaded. At that, the floating island adjusted its course and quickly headed toward the boundary area. The fully automated fishing net, along with the dolphins, occasionally scoops up bronze chests. It seems that the further we go, the more bronze chests we encounter. Of course, as the floating island progresses, the mermaid killer has been trailing us, maintaining a distance of 3 kilometers. It's unclear what this creature's true intentions are. For now, apart from the threat posed by the mermaid killer, there are no other dangers, allowing Chen Fan to enjoy a leisurely time watching TV and sipping tea in the living room. Just as he was getting into a movie, a message from Zhuo Wenliang popped up. Bro, you're moving away from the newbie zone, right? That's right. Is there a problem? Chen Fan replied calmly. I have a few chosen ones nearby who reported that they've been attacked by a strange fish since last night, Zhuo Wenliang explained. These fish are over a meter long, with sucker-like mouths full of teeth. They jump out of the water to attack people, and if they touch you, they can tear off a large chunk of flesh. The worst part is that they travel in groups. If you encounter one, there could be many more lurking beneath. Got it. I'll be cautious, Chen Fan quickly responded. Well, I can't believe there's such a creature. Chen Fan mused, rubbing his chin. Old Fu, do you know what kind of creature this is? B-class, it's a lamprey. Old Fu answered almost in unison with super radar after Chen Fan described its characteristics. There are at least a dozen groups of them within a 100-kilometer radius, and each group has dozens of individuals. Super radar immediately chimed in. However, there are currently no groups targeting us. Wait, even super radar, usually so stoic, suddenly swore, then issued a warning. 3 groups, totaling over 200 lampreys, are approaching us from 3 directions. They should arrive in about an hour. What? Chen Fan frowned. The mermaid killer is also on the move. It's closing the distance between us. Before Chen Fan could respond, super radar warned again. Chen Fan, this creature is too fast. In the time it took me to speak, it's now only a kilometer away from us, but it has temporarily stopped. I see, it's waiting for the lampreys. Chen Fan suddenly realized. It's planning to team up with them against me? Lampreys, though classified as B-class, possess a collective strength that rivals A-class due to their swarm behavior, making them a product of the Forbidden Sea. Old Fu explained. The fact that they're coming at us with such intent makes me suspect a connection to that powerful entity. If it's just the mermaid killer, we could handle it, but if they team up, we won't stand a chance. Chen Fan pondered, then asked, Old Lei, are there any islands nearby? None. Super Radar replied immediately, but about 100 kilometers to the west, there's an abandoned warship. A warship? Chen Fan was taken aback. That's right, an old warship over 100 meters long, probably abandoned by some savage tribe. The Super Radar introduced that within a 300-kilometer radius, there was only one place to temporarily dock, with no extra islands available, unless they wanted to return to the two wild men. Then let's head to the warship. Chen Fan commanded without hesitation. We can get there in an hour, which should just allow us to avoid the attack of the lampreys. As long as the lampreys don't arrive, the mermaid killer won't strike either. We have a chance. With that, the propeller roared to life. And under the influence of the super sail, they sped rapidly toward the west, just as Chen Fan had anticipated. The mermaid killer continued to follow from a distance without making a move, allowing him to relax for the moment. A little over an hour later, the floating island finally reached the warship. The entire structure was made of wood and stood over 10 meters tall, giving off a spectacular impression. However, Chen Fan rubbed his chin and remarked, why do I feel like it looks a lot like the ship we encountered before that was carrying the natives? Chapter 80, Indigenous Nightmares, Smallpox Virus. Hey there, do you recognize me? The warship chuckled. Long time no see. It's really you. Chen Fan slapped his thigh. Last time, you came charging at my floating island, and I thought you couldn't see me. Turns out, a burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted from the warship. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Actually, I did that on purpose last time. The lamprey is still 3 kilometers away. It'll be here in a minute. The Super Radar shouted. Also, the mermaid killer is about to charge over. Let me go up. You don't respect me. How am I not respecting you? You asked for my help. And you didn't even call me bro. Bro, let me go up. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, a ladder suddenly slid down. After activating the protective shield around the floating island, Chen Fan quickly climbed up the warship. Just as the mermaid killer was about to catch up, the ladder was retracted. Bang! The mermaid killer glared fiercely at Chen Fan, hurling a harpoon at him. As Chen Fan dodged, the harpoon embedded itself deep into the mast of the warship. Damn it, that hurts. The warship screamed in agony. Unfortunately, I can't retract the floating island. If this drags on, my super protective shield will run out quickly. Looking down at the floating island, Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. The next second, Chen Fan suddenly froze. To his surprise, he found a new section for the floating island in his item inventory. He was baffled that he hadn't noticed when it appeared. Could it be that I unlocked some title or received a reward for completing a task? Without time to think further, as the first super protective shield was about to expire, Chen Fan immediately stored the floating island in the floating island section. Unable to board the ship, the mermaid killer aimed directly at the floating island, planning to destroy it first before finding a way to kill Chen Fan. Just as he was about to pounce on the floating island, it suddenly vanished, causing the mermaid killer to stumble and fall into the water. Furious, he shouted, "You bastard. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Brother, the lamprey can't come up, but the mermaid killer definitely can, so keep me updated." Chen Fan said seriously, "You're my real brother. Don't worry, your brother will protect you." The warship chuckled. With the warship's promise, Chen Fan immediately began exploring the ship. While the number of viewers entering Chen Fan's live stream from Blue Star started to increase again, what's going on with the great Chen Fan? He precisely found a large ship, and the best part is that the ship lowered a ladder for him to board. He must have been forced to board to escape that mermaid. It's strange, didn't Chen Fan become friends with the mermaid? Why would that mermaid want to kill him? It turns out that even Chen Fan from Jojo has someone he fears. Tonight, when the mermaid boards the ship, it will surely be killed in the cabin. The day of celebration for our Sakura Nation is not far off. If Master Chen Fan doesn't die, are you going to live stream yourself eating shit again? At this moment, Chen Fan had already entered the cabin, searching around while asking, "Brother ship, you seem fine, and all the functions are intact. Why did those natives abandon the ship and run away?" It's hard to explain. Those natives have an inescapable nightmare, and that nightmare has manifested in me, forcing them to abandon ship and flee. The warship sighed. Otherwise, with my imposing presence, how could they possibly leave me? What nightmare? Chen Fan was taken aback, suddenly feeling a sense of dread. Smallpox, the warship replied helplessly. One of the natives was infected with the smallpox virus, and now my body is covered with it. What the hell? Chen Fan screamed. Even in 2123, he was well aware of what smallpox was. It's a virus with a very high fatality rate. And he found himself on a ship infested with it. You tricked me, Chen Fan shouted angrily a moment later. You begged me to let you on board. I didn't invite you. How can you say I tricked you? The warship replied, feeling wronged. Damn. Come on, big brother, what are you afraid of? Don't you have the super purification liquid? Suddenly, the dog in Chen Fan's hand piped up. Just pour it out, and it's done. Right. The super purification liquid can purify everything. It can even handle nuclear contamination, let alone a mere smallpox virus. Chen Fan quickly took out a drop of super purification liquid and dripped it onto the floor. Immediately, the drop began to spread in all directions. However, Chen Fan seemed to see a faint mass of filth being chased away by the super purification liquid. Could that be the smallpox virus? It seemed to be moving toward a specific direction. Isn't the infected patient still on the ship? Chen Fan asked. He was abandoned in the deepest room on the second level. After the warship answered, Chen Fan rushed toward that room. Sure enough, he found that all the filth on the ship was flowing into that room. When he opened the door, he indeed saw a native. But he seemed to have been dead for a long time, his face covered in red spots. However, at the moment all the filth entered his body, he suddenly opened his eyes and hoarsely shouted, "What have you done to me? What the hell? The smallpox virus is actually controlling this corpse to talk to me." Chen Fan immediately took out the super purification liquid and threatened, "Do you want to live or die?" Looking at the bottle, the smallpox virus showed a look of fear. "What do you want?" "Outside, there's a merman who wants to kill me. If you infect him with the strongest virus, I won't purify you," Chen Fan said seriously. "Otherwise, I'll send you back to your hometown right now." "All right." The smallpox virus snorted coldly, its body stiffening and moving slowly toward the exit like a puppet. "Oh my god, you can actually talk to the smallpox virus?" The warship was stunned. This operation was just too incredible. What can I say? It's all for survival. Chen Fan spoke as he took out a lighter and ignited a piece of wood. "I'm giving you a chance. Do you have anything else bad on you? Just spill it all out, or I'll burn you alive." "Yes." The warship was startled. "I'll tell you, but you need to put out that fire first." "Speak quickly," Chen Fan shouted impatiently. "At the very bottom of my cabin, there's a 9-segment raccoon that I caught from the Forbidden Sea." "A 9-segment raccoon? Caught from the Forbidden Sea?" Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. "Doesn't that mean it's an S-class?" No. It doesn't have a classification." "Doesn't have a classification? What is it for then?" "Guess." "Damn it." Chen Fan frowned and immediately set the warship on fire. Chapter 81. A critical moment, facing the mermaid slayer. What the hell is going on? Is it really the time for jokes? This warship's emotional intelligence is quite concerning. I mean it. The ship is screaming in agony as it's being burned. Don't let it burn. Only then did Chen Fan extinguish the fire. The 9-tailed raccoon, though lacking in strength, was a favorite among the natives on the Forbidden Island in the Sea of Taboo. The warship let out a sigh of relief and explained that the 9-tailed raccoon eats a certain fruit from the island but cannot digest it. The fruit is expelled whole with its feces. The natives collect the excreted fruit, clean it, dry it, and grind it into powder to mix with water, which they find incredibly delicious. They even gave this drink a name they thought sounded nice: fecal water. Natives have such a weird sense of humor. So you're saying these natives went through all this trouble to catch an animal from the Sea of Taboo, just to drink its poop? Chen Fan asked, unable to hold back his disbelief. No, the prince of this native tribe wants to marry a princess from another tribe, and the 9-tailed raccoon is part of the dowry. The warship explained. They were originally going to deliver the dowry when they ran into this mess. Now it makes sense, Chen Fan realized. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of the 9-tailed raccoon, he followed Tianhua up to the deck and approached the edge of the ship. The mermaid slayer was currently searching for a way to board the ship. The entire exterior was incredibly smooth, making it quite difficult to climb aboard without any tools. Upon seeing Chen Fan and Tianhua, the mermaid slayer expressed extreme anger. "Chen Fan, come down and die. My friend here has a gift for you." Chen Fan replied with a smile. The mermaid slayer shot a cold glance at Tianhua. Tianhua's method of gift-giving was quite brutal. He ripped off an arm and tossed it towards the mermaid slayer. Without hesitation, the mermaid slayer caught it, looking puzzled at Tianhua. After all, it was the first time they had seen such a way of giving gifts, handing over an arm. "I've given him a severe case of smallpox. He'll show symptoms within a day." Tianhua quickly whispered, "Can you let me go now?" "As you wish." Chen Fan shrugged slightly, firing a drop of super purification liquid directly at him. "You tricked me." Tianhua's face changed dramatically as he lunged at Chen Fan. But the power of that drop of super purification liquid was absurdly strong. The native's entire body was rapidly vanishing. Before he could reach Chen Fan, He had already turned into a puddle, which ultimately disappeared completely. Not only was the mermaid slayer stunned, but the viewers watching the live stream were also left bewildered. Weren't they, friends? He had him send a gift to the mermaid and then killed him. What kind of operation is this? This is simply bizarre. The mighty Chen Fan has fallen. Confucius couldn't understand, Mencius couldn't understand, and Laozi couldn't understand either. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The wild man and the mermaid must both be Chen Fan's enemies. This was just a delaying tactic. Yes, it must be. After all, it's the smallpox virus. If you're not careful and get infected, it can be hard to control. When it can be dealt with easily, it's best to take care of it directly. Chen Fan gave the mermaid killer a deep glance before returning to the cabin. For now, he decided to ignore that guy. It would be easier to deal with him tomorrow when the smallpox broke out. Below me, hundreds of lampreys were gathered, their mouths clinging to my body, slowly gnawing at me. At that moment, the warship suddenly spoke up. Hey, kid, what kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Why is everyone targeting you? Cut the chatter and just tell me, can they bite through you? Chen Fan frowned and asked in a low voice. I can only hold out for 12 hours. Any longer, and I'll start leaking. The warship shouted, their teeth are terrifying. That should last until early tomorrow morning. Let them gnaw away. It'll help expend some of their energy. Chen Fan wasn't too worried about it and headed straight to the kitchen. Although these wild people lived a very primitive life, they were quite particular about food. They had all the basic cooking utensils and even hung several dried birds, which, although he didn't know what they were marinated in, smelled quite appetizing. In the cabinet nearby, there were plenty of fruit wines, but unfortunately, their taste was far inferior to monkey wine. Bro, how do you eat this? Chen Fan asked suspiciously as he took down 2 birds. At a time like this, you're still thinking about food. What else can I do? We have to eat, right? How can we fight on an empty stomach? Steam it for an hour. That way, we can eat around 8, which isn't too late. Chen Fan snapped his fingers and immediately got to work. To his surprise, the taste was indeed amazing. Even Lien Pei Pei and the others praised it, suggesting that it might taste even better with dumplings. Tomorrow, they must make dumplings with chives and duck eggs. Ding ding ding. Just as he finished half a bird and was about to take a sip of water, the super radar suddenly blared sharply. At the same time, the warship screamed. It's coming up. That mermaid is coming up. The walls of the ship are incredibly smooth. How can you let him come up? Chen Fan shouted, gripping his desert eagle as he rushed out. He happened to see the mermaid killer slowly pulling the harpoon down from the mast. Staring intently at Chen Fan as he said, I was already planning to kill you, and now you made me lose an arm in the process. If I don't chop you into pieces, I'm not a top killer of the mermaid clan. From the look of him, he seem to be in a state of viral outbreak yet. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What grudge do we have? You chased me for hundreds of kilometers to kill me, and now you want to sit down and chat? Once I've taken care of you, then we can talk. The mermaid killer tightened his grip on the harpoon and charged at Chen Fan. This guy's speed was on par with that of a hurricane wolf. Chen Fan immediately raised his desert eagle and fired 2 shots at the mermaid killer. However, the mermaid killer was incredibly quick, dodging to the side with ease. The harpoon slashed through the air, aimed directly at the top of Chen Fan's head. Instead of retreating, Chen Fan advanced, extending one arm to block and fired again. The mermaid killer ducked low, the bullet grazing his scalp, startling him. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous recoil as the harpoon struck Chen Fan's arm, surprisingly bouncing back. What? Bam! In his moment of confusion, Chen Fan raised his hand and fired 2 more shots. The distance between them was too close. Even though the mermaid killer moved like lightning, 1 bullet struck his shoulder. But by the time Chen Fan pulled the trigger again, his gun was empty. Let's see how you defend yourself now. The mermaid killer roared, closing the distance and grabbing Chen Fan by the throat. Chapter 82, The Mermaid Slayer. The boldest man at sea. Oh my god, Master Chen Fan is about to be killed. How is this guy so powerful that he can get close to Master Chen Fan? Hang in there, Master Chen Fan, we can't lose you. In Jiuzhou, Chen Fan can finally die, yay, the whole country is celebrating. What a great thing. Damn it. In an instant, everyone on Blue Star started paying attention to Chen Fan's livestream, especially the people of Jiuzhou, their hearts in their throats as they stared at Chen Fan, not daring to breathe. Many even began to pray, hoping for Chen Fan's safety. Chen Fan didn't expect the mermaid slayer to be so tough, still attacking him despite being injured. The force of the attack made Chen Fan feel a strong sense of suffocation, as if his neck was about to be snapped. In just a second, Dogdan swung in, the sharp axe striking hard against the mermaid slayer's arm. The mermaid slayer couldn't help but grunt in pain, trying to push harder. But Chen Fan's second strike was already coming in. It had to retreat quickly, dodging the attack and stepping back 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Cough, cough. Chen Fan clutched his throat, coughing violently, glaring at the mermaid slayer. Damn, you really know how to put in the effort. Looking at the mermaid slayer's feet, which were actually the ends of its tail fin, he was surprised at how quickly it could move. Nature is truly astonishing. Shaking the arm that had been hit by a bullet, the mermaid slayer gritted its teeth and shouted, "Kid, you really caught me off guard. No wonder it has its sights on you. If you grow stronger, you might really become a threat to it. Who the hell is it?" Chen Fan continued to be confused. "Who wants me dead in the Forbidden Sea? You don't need to know. Dead men don't need to know so much," the mermaid slayer said, tightening its grip on the harpoon and attacking again. Chen Fan was so furious he almost spat blood. "How many people are there? They come right in and try to kill me, and they won't even say who is targeting me, just a name, and even if they said it. The other side wouldn't know, right?" Gripping Dogdan, Chen Fan charged forward, wildly swinging at the mermaid slayer to vent his frustration, despite its hands being injured. The mermaid slayer was still incredibly fast, but its movements were slower than Chen Fan's. For a moment, it seemed unable to keep up, repeatedly retreating. Planning to jump back into the water temporarily, waiting for the lamprey to bite through the ship's bottom so that Chen Fan would enter the water again. Using the same trick again, the mermaid slayer suddenly threw its harpoon at Chen Fan and quickly dashed towards the sea. Trying to escape? Chen Fan's face twisted with madness. Ignoring the harpoon attack, he moved the little fish from the floating island to the deck, shooting it at the mermaid slayer the moment it hit the water. Focusing on the fish gun, 2 seconds later, the reinforced fishing line began to pull rapidly. Finally snapping taut. "Got it." Chen Fan's face lit up. "I nearly pierced through its tail, driving the barbs into its flesh. Unless it cuts off its tail, it will never be able to break free." The little fish spoke up. Thanks to the defensive battle suit, it always catches opponents off guard. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. Today, he would take down this guy and focus on the lamprey tomorrow. With that, he began to slowly reel in the little fish. The fishing line pulled taut, and the tripod creaked under the strain. The wooden deck wasn't sturdy enough. And Chen Fan could only hope that the mermaid hunter would go easy, or the adorable little fish would be lost. "Chen Fan, I can't hold on much longer. But there are still 10 meters to go. I'll help you." Just as the deck was about to be lifted, Chen Fan grabbed hold of the tripod. 10 seconds later, the mermaid hunter clutched the ship's railing with both hands, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Chen Fan. "You really are something. You haven't even left the beginner zone, and you can defeat me already." Flattered, Chen Fan flashed a toothy grin, looking like a cheerful, sunny boy. "Am I praising you?" The mermaid hunter roared, suddenly exerting force, flipping his body into the air, and swung his massive tail toward Chen Fan's head with a vengeance. Smack! Without hesitation, Chen Fan raised both hands to block the attack. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as the powerful recoil hit the fishtail, causing it to snap at the point where the harpoon had struck. The mermaid hunter's expression changed drastically as he fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. Why? Knowing I have such strong recoil power, you still dared to hit me with your tail? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes. "Now, I'll give you a chance to save your life. Do you want it?" "Absolutely not," the mermaid hunter shouted without hesitation. Chen Fan's smile faltered. What was so wrong that he didn't even want to live? "Aren't you just dying to know who wants to kill you? Do you really think I would tell you?" With a twisted face, the mermaid hunter hissed, "If I can't kill you, I'll make sure you're anxious." He exerted force, twisting his body, and leaped off the ship with a loud thud, tearing off the broken tail as he plunged into the water. Now that's gutsy. Chen Fan couldn't help but admire, looking at the remaining fish tail. With such an injury, wouldn't it get infected the moment it touched water? The problem was, fish couldn't survive without water. The ship lamented, fearing it wouldn't last much longer. "That's for the best," Chen Fan replied with a smile. No matter what, the threat of the mermaid hunter was gone, and he was ready to deal with the lamprey tomorrow. With that, Chen Fan returned to the cabin, leaving behind a crowd of spectators, still buzzing with excitement. Chen Fan is incredible. He made the mermaid self-harm and run away. Who else can do that? Damn. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is really a nuisance. Seriously, I, from Dongbang country, refuse to accept this. To you small countries, what does it matter if you refuse? Just wash up and go to sleep. As Chen Fan searched for a place to stay, he grumbled, "Isn't there anywhere more comfortable? Even after the place was cleaned, it still has a smell. Can we really expect the locals to keep it clean?" The warship replied with equal irritation, "How about the second-to-last room on the first floor? It's used for storing gunpowder, so it's relatively dry and the smell isn't too bad." Gunpowder. Chen Fan was taken aback and immediately rushed to the room the warship mentioned. To his surprise, there were over 20 barrels of gunpowder, nearly filling half the room. Why not use this gunpowder to blow up the lamprey? A bold and crazy idea began to form in Chen Fan's mind. Chapter 83. You want me to call you brother, and you expect me to give up my life? No way, absolutely not. After hearing Chen Fan's thoughts, the battleship roared. Why do you need me to deal with the lamprey? But come tomorrow morning, when the lamprey has bitten through the hull, you'll still sink. Chen Fan shrugged and replied, so do you want to die quickly, or suffer and wait slowly for death? The implication was clear. No matter what, I'm definitely going to die, right? The battleship gritted its teeth and said, you just want me to call you brother, and you actually want my life? If the lamprey bites through the hull, your chance of sinking is 100%. If I use explosives, your chance of being blown to bits is only 50%. Chen Fan said seriously. I don't know what you're thinking, but if it were me, I would definitely choose the explosives. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. The battleship was at a loss for words, thinking to itself, meeting you. I've truly hit rock bottom. Chen Fan chuckled, then shouted loudly, Old Lei. Can you detect the situation outside from the floating island console? Of course, otherwise, why would it be called a floating island console? The super radar replied. Currently, only these 3 waves of lampreys have attacked. The rest are at least 100 kilometers away from the battleship and have no intention of coming over. Then if we take care of this batch, we'll be safe for now. Chen Fan immediately brought out over 20 barrels of explosives. He then used ropes to connect the barrels to each other, spacing them about 10 meters apart, and carried them all onto the deck, surrounding the entire ship. Next, Chen Fan began to inventory and organize the fuses of the explosives. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and there were over 100 million viewers in his live stream, with the number continuing to grow as time passed. What is Chen Fan doing? Staying up late at night? Is that a wooden barrel for storing wine? I don't know. He just made the mermaid killer hurt himself and flee. And I thought he was going to sleep, but now he has brought out so many wooden barrels. Oh no, what did I miss? An exciting showdown? Humph. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is such a warmonger, always fighting, too violent. Fortunately, there were enough fuses, totaling several hundred meters. Chen Fan placed the barrels of explosives on the water's surface about 3 meters away from the battleship, and the long fuses were connected to the center of the ship. By 11 o'clock at night, over 20 fuses were already linked together. Brother, are you ready? Chen Fan pulled out a lighter and asked with a grin. No. You're my brother. The battleship immediately shouted, Oh merciful Lord, my dear sea god Poseidon, the most revered Mazu, and the sea dragon king, please protect me. You have too many gods you believe in. They might end up fighting over who gets to protect you. Chen Fan sighed, took a deep breath, and then lit the main fuse. A hissing sound filled the air as over 20 fiery trails shot swiftly towards the sea, creating a stunning spectacle in the live broadcast. Is this explosives? I realized he was going to blow up the ship. Blowing up the ship directly by detonating the explosives on board seems unnecessary. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. But Chen Fan, the master, must have his reasons for doing it this way. Let's just watch. Humph, Chen Fan of Jiuzhou, always seeking attention. Boom. Just seconds later. As the first barrel of explosives detonated, all the barrels exploded in unison, putting on an incredibly dazzling fireworks display. However, the terrifying shockwave made the ship wobble precariously, as if it could turn into a pile of debris at any moment. The warship was crying out in agony, Oh my gosh, my backside hurts. My back, my feet. Chen Fan entered the cabin, curling up to protect his limbs and head, planning to use his defensive suit to withstand the impact once the ship was damaged. But despite the violent shaking, the scene he anticipated didn't unfold. All he heard was the warship's cries of distress. This ship is quite sturdy, huh? Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he rushed up to the deck. Noticing the water around the ship was filled with the pale corpses of lampreys, although there were some damages to the ship. It was far from the point of taking on water. This time, the warship had made the right bet. Captain, are there any surviving lampreys? Chen Fan immediately asked. What a fool. The shockwave from the explosion was so strong. These lampreys aren't tough at all. Some of them were blown to bits. How could any possibly survive? The warship shouted in response, If my durability was originally 70, it's down to just 20 now. I can't take any more punishment. At least it won't sink. Chen Fan chuckled. I have plenty of food, so I won't stay up late to fish for lampreys. Time to find a place to sleep. With that, he casually returned to the cabin, leaving the audience feeling both entertained and craving more. As a diehard fan of Chen Fan, I can only say that this was beautifully executed, a true visual feast. Just moments ago, there was a close-up of countless fish corpses on the surface. Chen Fan was actually blowing up fish. How shameful, Jiuzhou Chen Fan. Is he really so careless about animals in the ocean? I, a citizen of Sakura country, Meichuan, officially report Chen Fan. Get lost and keep rolling. Just as Chen Fan found a spot to sleep, a voice echoed in his ear. Detected Chosen One has killed the mermaid killer. Hidden mission completed. You've received a surprise gift pack. Would you like to open it? Well, it seems the mermaid killer didn't stray far from the warship and was planning to team up with the lampreys to kill me. But I ended up blowing it up instead. What an unexpected gain. Chen Fan was taken aback and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Open it. Surprise gift pack opening. Congratulations to the chosen one for receiving 100 floating stones and 5 high explosive grenades. Alright, whether it's floating stones or high explosive grenades, both are quite useful. This is a great haul. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he could sleep soundly now. It was past 11, and he was getting ready for bed. But out of habit, Chen Fan took a glance at the public chat room. Did you guys hear that? There was a violent explosion on the surface of the sea just now. It sounded like something exploded. Where are you? Why didn't I hear it? I was already asleep and got woken up. It happened twice, 3 seconds apart, and the 2 explosion points are probably only a few dozen kilometers away. Oh my god. As he watched the chat room become more active, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. He had only set off 1 explosion. So why were there reports of 2? Who was responsible for the other explosion? Chapter 84. This chatterbox had a face full of clear foolishness. Old Lei. What's out there for dozens of kilometers? Chen Fan immediately asked. They had just mentioned 2 explosions. Their SA chosen one dealing with a few orcas using high explosive grenades. The super radar replied instantly. It has nothing to do with us, so I didn't issue a warning. Chen Fan was taken aback. He originally thought orcas only targeted humans. But it turned out they were a threat to everyone. According to historical records, orcas were indeed friendly toward humans. How did it all turn upside down in this ocean world? Were the orcas killed? Chen Fan continued to ask. The orcas fled, and the chosen one passed out. Well, that's a relief. It's almost midnight. Sleep is important. Is there a difference in how you treat men and women? What did you say? Nothing. The night passed in silence, and the next day, Chen Fan woke up around 8. After sharing a bucket of instant noodles with Xiao Yutong. He took out 2 kilograms of leeks, 4 duck eggs, versatile filling, and 3 kilograms of flour, then traded with Lian Peipei. Hey girl, how about we have dumplings for lunch today? Leek filling? And, are these duck eggs? Lian Peipei exclaimed excitedly. Leek dumplings have a unique flavor. Leave it to me, and I promise you'll be eating by noon. I trust you to get it done, Chen Fan said, heading to the deck to check the situation outside. The 7 guild eels around the warship had completely vanished in just 9 hours, likely devoured by hungry sea fish during the night. However, Chen Fan spotted a human corpse floating face down in the water. Is this that chosen one from last night? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. Captain, Old Lei, why didn't you notify me? You said sleep was important, right? I thought he was just injured on his floating island. Who would expect him to be drifting in the water? He's still alive. Not dead yet? Get me a ladder. I'll rescue him, Chen Fan ordered, instructing the warship to lower a ladder and quickly fish the man out. He immediately began chest compressions. And after 30 to 40 pumps, the man coughed up a jet of water and gasped for air. Who am I? Where am I? After a few seconds, the man sprang up, his face reflecting pure bewilderment. You don't even know who you are? Are you kidding me? Chen Fan retorted. I'm Sun Hanqing. I fought against 5 orcas last night. I threw 5 high explosive grenades tied together, scared them off, but got knocked out in the water. Luckily, you saved me. God. You have such a big ship. Are you a chosen one or a local? What do you think? Chen Fan smirked. You don't look like a local, Sun Hanqing said, struggling to stand but couldn't help but spit out blood. The battle last night had been too intense, leaving him with internal injuries. Drink this. Chen Fan tossed 200 milliliters of grate of fresh water to Sun Hanqing and then asked, I'm curious, how did you end up tangling with orcas? What's this, a refreshing little drink? Sun Hanqing replied while tilting his head back to gulp it down, explaining, but don't get me wrong. Last night, they were hunting a great white shark, and I intercepted it. They didn't like that and threatened to take me out if I didn't hand over the shark. So what do you think? The meat's already in my inventory. How could I give it up? If they want to fight, let them. My goodness, what kind of magical drink is this? I feel like I'm almost back to normal. This guy has always been so brave, stealing food from orcas? No way, I have to repay you. Just as he was thinking this, Sun Hanqing suddenly started taking off his clothes, even pulling down his pants. What are you doing? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. No touching between guys. Put your clothes back on. No, my clothes are too wet. I just want to take them off to dry. You don't think I'm trying to offer myself to you, do you? I could just use my mouth for that. I wouldn't need to strip, Sun Hanqing said. Then he couldn't help but slap his thigh, amused by his own joke. Actually, I was trying to. Ding ding ding. Orcas are coming. They're 10 kilometers away from the ship. Just as Sun Hanqing was about to explain, Chen Fan's expression turned cold. After the super radar raised the alarm, he shouted, You idiot, didn't you scare the orcas away? Yeah, why are they back? Sun Hanqing looked equally confused. I saved up 5 high explosive grenades for over 20 days. And I didn't even injure the orcas? What about cannons? Come on, With a ship this big, you don't have a single cannon? Gunpowder would work too. Are you sure you haven't lost your aim? Chen Fan was exasperated. No cannon, and I used up all the gunpowder last night. Wait, that explosion last night was your doing? Sun Haqing suddenly realized. I heard the explosion and got inspired to use the high-explosive grenades. So you saved me last night. Shut up already, Chen Fan shouted. Right now, shouldn't you be focusing on how to deal with these orcas? You're way too chatty. Is this what I've saved? A chosen one? You're just a chatterbox. He couldn't just leave Sun Haqing behind, but staying on the ship wouldn't withstand the orcas' relentless attacks. They had to return to the floating island and use the super shield for protection. Can I put you in my inventory? Sun Haqing asked. As long as you don't harm me, I'd be willing to be stashed away. With the mention of the ship, Chen Fan immediately released the floating island back into the sea. Let's go to the floating island. Are you trying to get us both killed? It's much safer on the ship. I don't care how you feel. I care about how I feel. Chen Fan interrupted Sun Haqing and took the lead down the ladder back to the floating island. Sun Haqing had no choice but to follow suit. And Chen Fan finally put the warship into his inventory. Wow, your floating island is so big. It's like 5 times the size of mine. Sun Haqing exclaimed, bouncing around in excitement. Is that your apartment? The sails are so beautiful, and there are even plants? Chen Fan completely ignored Sun Haqing. His eyes fixed on the 5 massive dorsal fins rapidly approaching from a distance, showing no signs of slowing down. It seemed they were planning to charge in. Sun Haqing finally noticed the dorsal fins and rushed over, exclaiming, Holy crap, my benefactor, those orcas are about to collide. You're not seriously thinking of confronting them with the floating island, are you? The island will get flipped over. As the orcas closed in, now less than 20 meters away from the floating island, Sun Haqing nearly collapsed, sitting down on the ground and lamenting, Mom, I want to go home. Chapter 85. Powerful enemies beneath the water, fierce opponents in the sky. Boom. In the next moment, 5 orcas crashed into the protective shield simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying sound that made the entire floating island tremble violently, pushing it several dozen meters away. What is happening? The orcas were somewhat bewildered. The impact from 5 orcas must have been close to 100 tons, yet it didn't destroy the floating island. It only knocked it several dozen meters away? Could it be that they were still a bit dazed from last night's explosion, and their strength had fully recovered? Am I dreaming, benefactor? Sun Haqing's eyes widened in disbelief. We're actually fine, and the floating island is intact. How's this island so sturdy? Isn't it made of stone? Shut up, Chen Fan snapped, unable to contain his frustration. From now on, don't say another word. Damn it, the author writes 2,000 words per chapter. And your dialogue alone took up a third of the last chapter. Isn't it annoying? Keep talking, and also your mouth shut. Sun Haqing was taken aback and immediately covered his mouth. Turning to look at the orcas, the 5 of them had surrounded the floating island, with the largest orca staring at Chen Fan in surprise, saying, Chen Fan? The guy from the Forbidden Sea sent you to kill me. But you've got the wrong target, Chen Fan coldly retorted. So you know? The lead orca unexpectedly flashed a whale-like smile. I heard you killed my cousins. You're pretty impressive, huh? Just average. Self-preservation is all. Chen Fan shrugged slightly. But don't get too comfortable. Your fate won't be any different from theirs. No. This time we're not alone. The lead orca chuckled ominously. 30 kilometers away, a B-class horned eagle is heading this way. At the same time, the super radar suddenly issued a warning. Strong enemies in the water, fierce opponents in the sky. Chen Fan frowned. No wonder these orcas were so confident. They were teaming up with a B-class flying creature, planning to sandwich him and take him down with overwhelming force. It's important to know that B-class aerial creatures possess strength comparable to A-class terrestrial creatures. Looking at the mocking expression on the orca's face, Chen Fan shook his head slightly. In a flash, he pulled out his stun gun and jabbed it into the orca, shocking it. The orca was taken aback. And just as it was about to dive into the water, Chen Fan pressed the button. A sizzling sound erupted, and the unfortunate lead orca, who had just opened its mouth to boast, was electrocuted and added to Chen Fan's inventory. Big brother. The 4 remaining orcas shouted in unison, charging toward Chen Fan. Yet, seeing the stun gun in his hand, they hesitated, not daring to act recklessly. Howl. A sound echoed as a figure flashed by in the distance. The horned eagle was coming. Another aerial creature. Not only does Chen Fan have to deal with the orcas, but now he also has to face that big bird. The difficulty has doubled. What on earth is Sun Haqing doing, attracting both orcas and raptors at the same time? Is it possible they're coming for Chen Fan? After all, with this kind of lineup, Sun Haqing isn't capable of handling it, regardless of who they're targeting. The fact remains that they're attacking together, putting both Chen Fan and Sun Haqing in grave danger. As the crowd watched the live stream, their hearts raised with anticipation. Sun Haqing mustered the courage to say something. But upon seeing Chen Fan's serious expression, he held back and instead pulled out a long spear, ready for battle. This guy is way too fast. Chen Fan squinted, noting the creature was moving at over 100 kilometers per hour. Benefactor, it's coming down. Seeing Chen Fan remain still, Sun Hanqing couldn't help but shout. Bang! In the next moment, the sharp claws of the horned eagle slammed into the super shield, its clueless expression resembling that of the golden eagle king from before. However, its grasp of power and speed was on an entirely different level. Almost as soon as Chen Fan drew his crossbow to attack, the creature had already spun in midair and soared high above, perfectly dodging the bolt. This guy is more than twice as strong as the golden eagle king, and the key is its incredible speed. It's impossible to land a hit. Lao Fusher said seriously, the only option you have is to outlast it. What if I go up with it? Chen Fan replied, his tone grave. It seems that that's the only option we have right now. Are you out of your mind? Lao Fusher shouted, if you don't handle it correctly, you both could perish. Life is all about taking risks, isn't it? Chen Fan laughed heartily, then activated the super shield and whistled at the horned eagle. The horned eagle flipped in midair and immediately dove down, its sharp claws extending, aiming to crush Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan stared intently at those claws. And just as they were less than 5 meters from his head, he swiftly raised his arm to shield himself, causing the eagle's claw to dig into his arm instead. Oh my god! Sun Hanqing, who had been trying to stay quiet, couldn't help but scream as he threw the spear with all his might at the horned eagle. A tremendous recoil surged from the claws, startling the eagle and causing its claws to go numb. Then, to everyone's shock, Chen Fan managed to grab its foot, and they soared into the sky together, dozens of meters high. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Sun Hanqing's spear didn't even graze the eagle's feathers. But he screamed again as more and more viewers flooded into Chen Fan's live stream, captivated by the thrilling scene. They felt an indescribable sense of suffocation. Master Chen Fan is taking it to the skies now? Isn't it's supposed to be outmatched on land? The last time he dealt with that big bird, it didn't seem this difficult. What kind of bird is this that can force Master Chen Fan to ascend with it? Humph. Even if Chen Fan from Jiuzhou can kill that fierce bird, falling from such a height means certain death. Don't forget there are 4 orcas lurking below. Shut up, you idiot from Beautiful Nation. Just because you're quiet doesn't mean you're mute. In an instant, a fierce argument erupted between several nations. Chen Fei was so tense that she didn't dare to breathe, her nails digging into her palm. Bro, why do you always put yourself in dangerous situations? The young man showed great courage, daring to follow me into the sky. The eagle, equally incredulous, couldn't help but sneer. Do you know that up here, it's my domain? If I don't give it my all, how will I know if I can kill you in the sky? Chen Fan shrugged slightly and pulled out a stick, planning to strike the eagle's foot. The eagle merely shifted its body, causing Chen Fan to lose his balance and shake violently. Now you can die? No, I still have a chance. As the eagle spoke, it prepared to flip its body and fling Chen Fan away, but Chen Fan suddenly revealed a thought-provoking smile. Chapter 86. 1,000 meters above ground. Extreme survival. The eagle was taken aback when it suddenly saw Chen Fan casually flick his hand. Immediately, it felt a tingling sensation throughout its body. Chen Fan had used a discreet little poison needle on it, rendering its body paralyzed as it began to plummet toward the ocean below. Now's my chance. Chen Fan grabbed the eagle by its ankle with both hands and swiftly climbed onto its back, wrapping his arms around its neck. 3 seconds later, the eagle regained consciousness and noticed Chen Fan tightly gripping its neck. It coldly remarked, "Is this the opportunity you mentioned?" As it spoke, the eagle soared upward while attempting to flip over rapidly, intending to throw Chen Fan off and regain control. Chen Fan maintained his smile. No, no, no. Now is when my opportunity truly begins. With that, he pulled out his trusty knife and started slicing at the eagle's neck. Let's see if I can sever your windpipe. The knife gleefully proclaimed, as its sharp edge drew blood with just a few strokes. The eagle's expression changed dramatically. It finally felt fear. It had thought it was in its domain high above the clouds, but this brat had knocked it out for 3 seconds. Even though it was only 3 seconds, the tide of battle had turned dramatically. Its throat and windpipe were severed, leaving it no chance of survival. However, at this altitude of several thousand meters, even if it died, Chen Fan wouldn't make it either. The eagle wanted to tell Chen Fan this grim reality, but with its windpipe cut, speaking caused blood to gush forth, rendering it unable to communicate. In just a few seconds, it had lost hundreds of milliliters of blood and was starting to feel dizzy, approaching the limits of life as it began to fall. Damn it! Although Chen Fan had killed the fierce bird, how was he supposed to survive at several thousand meters without a parachute? It seemed like he could only wait for death. What a loss for Chen Fan. If he was going to perish alongside this bird, couldn't he have thought of a smarter plan? Unfortunately, there were still those 4 killer whales lurking in the ocean. Otherwise, Chen Fan might have had a chance to survive. Yes, it seemed like Chen Fan was finally going to die. I wonder if the chosen ones from the 9 provinces can still measure up against my beautiful country. Millions of viewers in the livestream were all watching Chen Fan's fall, while the 3 rival nations led by the beautiful country began to sing songs of victory. Chen Fan, you better not be in trouble. Even the leader of the 9 provinces stood up at this moment, silently praying for Chen Fan. At 3,000 meters above the ocean. With the eagle now dead, Chen Fan quickly stored it in his inventory and spread his arms, taking in his surroundings. To be honest, after living for over 20 years, this was his first time at such a high altitude, and he was feeling a bit lightheaded. Wang Kai, you idiot, aren't you going to do something? Seeing Chen Fan falling from the sky, old Fu sure couldn't help but curse. I'm too heavy. I can't carry him. Even if you can't carry him, you have to try. Has Chen Fan mistreated you in the past 20 days? Look at him in trouble. And you're still worried about whether you can carry him or not. I'll do my best. Wang Kai felt his face flush with embarrassment and immediately soared into the sky. Just then, a sharp scream echoed as he descended directly beneath Chen Fan. As he got closer, Chen Fan leaped onto Wang Kai's back. Despite Wang Kai flapping his wings desperately, he could only barely slow down Chen Fan's fall. Boss, I'm trying my best. Wang Kai exclaimed. I'm just too light. Maybe if I eat more deep-sea magic squid and level up, I can carry you. Use your air currents to take me to the orca. Chen Fan ordered decisively. Boss, don't be reckless. I'm doing my best to carry you. Wang Kai was taken aback. You're getting a bit too worked up. Thinking about jumping into the orca's mouth just because we had a disagreement. Enough with the nonsense. Just do as I say. Chen Fan shouted angrily. We're only 1,000 meters away. Take me over and then get out of the way. Wang Kai stopped hesitating and matched his speed with Chen Fan's descent. Quickly flying toward the orca. The orca was thrilled. Wow, this albatross is one of us. He brought Chen Fan right to us. They opened their mouths wide, ready to catch Chen Fan, thinking that once they devoured him, their mission would be complete. He even killed a megalodon, right? I heard he escaped from its jaws. Are you really going to let him pull that trick again? What should we do then? Just smack him with our tails, knock him out, and then eat him. He.S. bound to be crunchy. Exactly. After exchanging ideas, one of the orcas was already charging up, eager to try. Oh no. Our benefactor is going to be killed by the orca. Sun Hanqing slapped his thigh and shouted, brandishing his spear, Orcus, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. What's that idiot babbling about? One orca impatiently asked. He's way too noisy. I don't know. That fool knocked me out last night. Once we kill Chen Fan, he won't escape either. Another orca replied grumpily. Let us just hope that after we eat this idiot, it won't affect my brilliant intellect. Oh no, oh no, oh no. How could that albatross bring Chen Fan to the orca? There are bad people in the crowd. The albatross actually betrayed Chen Fan at the most critical moment. This is absolutely unforgivable. Who can save Chen Fan? Isn't doomed? Is there going to be a miracle? Miracle? No way. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is definitely dead this time. To put it in your Jiuzhou dialect, today is a good day, and everything you wish for will come true. In Chen Fan's livestream, the number of viewers hit a new high, and the comments were rolling in at a terrifying speed, with each message barely lasting a split second. Everyone was discussing Chen Fan's fate. After all, the impact from such a high fall was unprecedented, and combined with the orca's attack. How could an ordinary human possibly survive? I can't just sit back and let my benefactor face this alone. Sun Hanqing gritted his teeth and jumped into the sea with a splash. Don't be afraid, benefactor. I'm coming. What is that idiot planning to do? Let's not worry about him for now. Let's deal with Chen Fan first. That's right. A few killer whales merely glanced at Sun Hanqing out of the corner of their eyes and then ignored him completely. After all, someone like Sun Hanqing was nothing more than a small cow trying to ride an old cow. He posed no threat at all. Wang Kai, you can leave now. With the killer whales still 100 meters away, Chen Fan waved off the albatross and then quickly flipped over, turning his back to the killer whales. Chapter 87. The viewership surpasses 600 million. The orca can flick a 200-pound adult seal over 20 meters high with just its tail. The scene is too gruesome. I can't bear to watch. Nearly 70 of the viewers in the live stream have covered their eyes, unable to witness the downfall of a hero. The remaining 30 are from rival factions, eager to see Chen Fan meet a terrible fate. With a loud crack, the orca swung its tail with all its might, attempting to strike Chen Fan down. However, the moment they made contact, it felt a tremendous force surge back at it. The impact and the recoil combined led to a sharp pain in the orca's tail, which caused its tailbone to snap. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had already merged with the massive splash and found himself alongside a small creature lurking in the depths, grabbing onto its dorsal fin. After swimming over 20 meters, he surfaced and quickly headed towards the floating island. That guy? Seeing Chen Fan emerge unscathed, old Fusher revealed a smile reminiscent of a proud father. Even more ecstatic than 3 years ago with my former master. The other 3 orcas were left in a state of confusion. The splash from the attacking orca was so massive that they couldn't see Chen Fan at all. They immediately dove underwater, only to discover that Chen Fan had been rescued by a dolphin. Enraged, they began to pursue him at a rapid pace. The foolish young man, Sun Ha-ching, had already swum over 10 meters. As he watched Chen Fan almost brush past him, he momentarily blanked, left dumbfounded for several seconds before shouting, "Hey, don't forget about me. Save me, my savior, oh my god." Chen Fan frowned, reaching out to grab Sun Ha-ching's ankle, forcing him to lie flat as they headed towards the floating island. Just as the orcas were about to catch up, all 3, Chen Fan, Sun Ha-ching, and the dolphin, leapt onto the floating island. In that moment, everyone on Blue Star was stunned. What just happened? How did Chen Fan survive such a terrifying orca tail strike without even a scratch? Did the orca get too excited and miss its target? Regardless, this is a good thing worth celebrating. No way. This is impossible. Chen Fan from Jiuzhou cannot survive. This is sorcery. It must be the sorcery of Jiuzhou. I refuse to accept this. Survival in the ocean is unfair. This world has always been unfair. You've dominated Blue Star for years. Now you find it unfair? Chen Fei and the leader of Jiuzhou let out a sigh of relief, sitting down, panting heavily, experiencing for the first time what it feels like to worry excessively for someone. You scared me to death. Sun Ha-ching sat on the ground, struggling to swallow, realizing he was just a step away from death. Are you crazy? Why would you jump into the water to swim at a time like this? Chen Fan asked in a deep voice. Do you think you haven't died fast enough? How awkward. Sun Ha-ching froze, covering his face, unsure of what to say. But Chen Fan didn't slow down. He dashed forward and pressed the button on his spear gun. The small fish had already locked onto an orca, and in an instant, it shot out, embedding itself deep into the body of one of the orcas. Damn it, how could this happen? The orca growled through gritted teeth. We had a winning hand, and now it's all ruined. You two, get out of here quickly. This guy has killed our cousin. He's definitely not an ordinary chosen one. The tailless orca said in a deep voice. Otherwise, we might not be able to escape. Let us go together. The 2 orcas flanked the tailless orca and quickly swam away. If they let them get away, it could lead to endless trouble. Lao Fusher shouted. It's easy to chase them, but if they dive into the deep sea, we'll have no way of finding them. Chen Fan shook his head and said, however, dealing with B-level orcas is no longer as difficult as it was at the beginning. For now, they don't pose much of a threat to us. True. Lao Fusher agreed wholeheartedly. It was easy to take down the 2 orcas and 1 eagle. That's not too bad. We can keep the eagle for ourselves and give the orcas meat to the chosen ones from Jiuzhou. We have plenty of food as it is. And our rookie phase is about to end. It would be best if all the chosen ones from Jiuzhou could survive. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed 2 orcas. The fresh orca carcasses will be amplified 100-fold. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed 1 eagle. The fresh eagle carcass will be amplified 100-fold. At the same time, a voice echoed in the sky above Blue Star, causing a stir among the people there. Chen Fan also heard a voice in his ear, detected that the viewership of Chosen One Chen Fan's livestream has surpassed 600 million. You are awarded a lucky self-selection gift pack. Keep up the good work. What the heck? Chen Fan was overjoyed. He never expected that after a life-and-death struggle in the air, 600 million people from Blue Star would be watching his performance. How popular am I? However, to break through the 600 million mark again in the future, he would have to wait until he entered the Forbidden Sea, when the timing and conditions are right. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and immediately opened the self-selection pack. 200 floating stones, 50 super plant nutrient solutions, each can sustain a month of growth. 1 manufacturing blueprint for a seawater purifier upgrade. 1 manufacturing blueprint for an S-level freshwater generator. Unique, can yield S-level freshwater, which can enhance physical fitness and quickly treat minor internal and external injuries, as well as primary diseases, etc. S-level freshwater. Chen Fan's expression changed. He had already experienced the benefits of A-level freshwater, and now S-level freshwater had appeared. Drinking that would surely be a game changer. Chen Fan, bro, 200 floating stones. Lao Fusher couldn't help but shout. What a temptation. Aren't you tempted at all? You might never break through to 700 million viewers in your lifetime. If you don't take those 200 floating stones, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Floating stones can be obtained anytime, but the S-level freshwater generator? Who knows when it will be available again after this? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, dismissing the advice, and directly chose the S-level freshwater generator manufacturing blueprint. After randomly placing the crafting diagram into the synthesis slot, in addition to the diagram, creating an S-class freshwater generator requires 1 A-class freshwater generator, 1 S-class T on Luo Pearl. 100 pieces of glass, 60 pieces of cloth, 30 pieces of metal sheets, and 3 pieces of pumice. Note: the S-Class freshwater generator can convert 100 milliliters of seawater into 5 milliliters of S-Class freshwater every hour, with a maximum capacity of 2,400 milliliters. And it can be upgraded. After a whole day of hard work, I can only produce 120 milliliters, which is hardly enough. But what exactly is this Tianluo pearl? Chen Fan asked with a puzzled expression, stroking his chin. Chapter 88, The Tianluozu and Sun Hanqing's Reluctant Request. You idiot, you don't even know what the Tianluozu is. Yet you boldly chose the S-Class freshwater generator blueprint. I can only look down on you. Old Fusher said angrily, my 200 square meters. The Tianluozu is a precious pearl produced by the S-Class marine creature, the Tianluo clam. Super Ship Fan immediately explained, when the Tianluo clam reaches 100 years old, it produces a small pearl. By the time it reaches 200 years, that small pearl grows to the size of a glass marble, at which point it can be called a Tianluozu. Wait, S-Class? Chen Fan was shocked. A clam can actually be S-Class? What is going on in this world? Don't underestimate the Tianluo clam. Its shell can unleash a terrifying shockwave with each opening and closing. Even an A-Class great white shark would lose half its life if hit by that wave. Super Ship Fan continued. And if it ensnares you and drags you into its shell, even if you're also S-Class, you might not be able to break free. Damn, so that means I have to wait until I'm strong enough to challenge an S-Class marine creature before I can drink S-Class freshwater? Chen Fan stroked his chin, his expression becoming serious. It looks like I'll have to wait until I enter the Forbidden Sea and become stronger before I can go for it. Then you might as well wait. During this time, wouldn't it be nice to turn it into a 200 square meter floating island? Old Fusher snorted. Then shouted at the top of his lungs, Chen Fan, heavy and flipping. Chen Fan, what a silly boy. It's fine. At least it gives me some hope and motivates me to become stronger. Chen Fan shook his head and said, here. I'll light up 10 sticks of incense for you. Stop your nagging, it's so annoying. Saying this, Chen Fan immediately lit 10 sticks of incense for old Fusher, which finally eased his grievances. Benefactor, what kind of operation is this? Are you praying to the gods? Sun Hanqing couldn't help, but asked curiously. What do you think? Chen Fan replied darkly. You should be a bit more tolerant of him. When you fell from the sky, he jumped into the water intending to die with you. Old Fusher said irritably. The words might have been a bit harsh. But he is fundamentally a good guy. Right, praying to the gods. Chen Fan paused for a moment, then nodded. At first, I thought this kid was just looking for excitement, but it turns out I misunderstood him. He patted his shoulder. Good boy, we're having dumplings for lunch today? Really? Sun Hanqing's eyes lit up with excitement. Soon, Lien Pei traded over all the dumplings she had wrapped. Great Chen Fan, I only wrapped about 150 this time. 30 for each person is more than enough. Chen Fan replied with an okay emoji, ready to enjoy some dumplings. It was noon, and Chen Fan boiled the dumplings, trading 30 dumplings and a plate of vinegar to each of the three. He then gave Sun Hanqing a plate of dumplings and a dish of vinegar. These are filled with chives and duck eggs. Dig in. Thank you, benefactor. Sun Hanqing said while drooling, then started to wolf down the food. In less than 10 minutes, all 30 dumplings were gone. Then, Sun Hanqing couldn't help but start crying, which made Chen Fan frown. Crying over a dumpling? Aren't you being a bit too emotional? This dumpling reminds me of my mom. I miss her, Sun Hanqing sobbed. When I was pulled into this ocean world, my mom was about to make dumplings for me. You have 5 or 6 days left in the newbie period, and then you can briefly return to Blue Star for 3 days. Let your mom make you some dumplings then. What? I can go back? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. One thing about me, Chen Fan, is that I don't lie. You're the great Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Sun Hanqing's eyes widened in shock. And then he seemed to open up, excitedly saying, Great Chen Fan, I'm your fan. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Enough noise. However, this time Chen Fan didn't stop him. He figured he might as well ignore it. Nothing was more important than enjoying his dumplings. After a satisfying meal, Chen Fan stretched comfortably, only to find Sun Hanqing looking at him with a rather suggestive expression. This made Chen Fan frown. Remembering how Sun Hanqing had just taken off his pants to repay him, he cautiously asked, What do you want? Great Chen Fan, I have a rather embarrassing request. I wonder if you could help me? Sun Hanqing said bashfully, preparing to take off his pants again. What the hell do you want now? Chen Fan frowned. My clothes are wet, and my underwear is too tight. Sun Hanqing explained quickly. I was blown off my floating island, and now I don't know where it is. Can you help me find it? Oh, Chen Fan said, immediately glancing at the super radar. Old Lei, where is his floating island? To the south, 30 kilometers away. The super radar promptly responded. but his floating island has been taken over by a native, who is now paddling it in a specific direction. What the hell? A propeller and a sail? Let us hurry south, Chen Fan exclaimed. In no time, the propeller revved up, and they sped toward the floating island. Within half an hour, they had caught up to it. Sure enough, a black man dressed in animal skins saw Chen Fan's floating island and immediately shouted in alarm. In less than 24 hours, my floating island has been taken. Sun Hanqing was furious, grabbing a spear and preparing to charge. This native is quite strong. Chen Fan quickly warned. If you go up there, it's basically a death wish. But this is my floating island. You've already done me a huge favor by finding it and bringing me here. I can't ask you for more. Sun Hanqing said earnestly. It's my stuff. I have to take it back myself. All right then, I'll cover you. Chen Fan shrugged slightly, pulling out a crossbow, ready to assist Sun Hanqing at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Sun Hanqing shouted at the native and charged forward with his spear. The indigenous warrior was not to be underestimated at all. He completely disregarded Sun Hanqing, wielding a spear that moved so swiftly it left only a blur in its wake, dominating the fight against Sun Hanqing. This kid's got some serious skills, Chen Fan remarked in surprise. I remember the first time I encountered these wild men. I didn't come away with much advantage. Otherwise, would he dare compete with 5 killer whales for food? Lao Fusher replied grumpily. You can tell he's been trained. The two exchanged blows back and forth for over a dozen rounds, and just as Chen Fan was getting into the action, the indigenous fighter suddenly fainted, leaping onto Chen Fan's floating island and charging at him like a flash of lightning. Chapter 89. The game between Chen Fan and the indigenous people. What the heck? Chen Fan was taken aback. Is this guy just picking on the weak? He thinks I'm easy to bully and wants to kill me before focusing on Sun Hanqing? As the indigenous person was closing in, Chen Fan turned and ran. Damn it, you old six, just kill him already. Lao Fusher looked exasperated, saying, with your current strength, you could easily take down that wild man. That would be too boring. Chen Fan chuckled, saying, I'll wait to catch him off guard and take him out. Chen Fan, I'm coming to save you. No need. Seeing this scene, Sun Hanqing gasped, ready to intervene, but Chen Fan immediately stopped him. Sun Hanqing suddenly remembered. This guy was a god who could do anything. Could he really not handle one indigenous person? Is this just a game between Chen Fan and the indigenous guy? On a floating island of 1,000 square meters, they had already run a lap. The indigenous person was even more convinced that Chen Fan was just a soft target and sneered, still trying to run? You two are going to die today. I didn't provoke you, why kill me? Just kill him. Chen Fan shouted. You chosen ones invade our waters and compete with us. Shouldn't you die? The indigenous person snorted coldly. Once I kill you too, I will have taken out 5 chosen ones. In our tribe, I can be called a warrior. Chen Fan's expression darkened. He had inadvertently gathered such information. The standard for being considered a warrior in the indigenous tribe was based on how many chosen ones one could kill. Baby, let me kill you. A single shot through the heart. I promise it won't hurt. A cold smile crossed the indigenous person's lips, his voice icy yet gentle. Kill, kill, kill. Go ahead and try. Chen Fan suddenly shouted and turned to face the indigenous person, spreading his arms wide. The indigenous person's smile froze. But he didn't think much of it and lunged forward with his spear aimed at Chen Fan's heart. This startled Sun Hanqing, who threw a spear at the indigenous person, Chen Fan. Clang. The indigenous person aimed precisely, and with great force, he could have easily killed Chen Fan. However, the moment the spear tip touched Chen Fan's body, the indigenous man suddenly felt a shockwave from his hand, causing his grip to falter and blood to spurt from his mouth. In that moment of distraction, Sun Hanqing's spear pierced the indigenous person's heart. Oh my god, I actually saved Chen Fan. Sun Hanqing rushed over, his face flushed with excitement. Save my ass. Didn't I say I didn't need help? Chen Fan glared at Sun Hanqing, then rushed to the indigenous person, grabbing his large hand. What the hell? How did your heart get pierced? Does it hurt? Can you still talk? You. The indigenous man stared at Chen Fan, blood spilling from his mouth as he spoke. You are the legendary. That person. With that, his eyes bulged, and he died. Don't die. Which legendary person? Clarify it. Chen Fan frowned, slapping the indigenous man's cheek a few times. But the guy was already beyond saving, his body stiffening. Look what you've done. Chen Fan glared at Sun Hanqing, managing to extract nothing. Sun Hanqing timidly glanced at Chen Fan, but didn't dare to speak. Old Fusher, Ship Fan, do you know anything about this? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask Old Fusher and the others. I only know that in the Forbidden Sea, some tribes send their young adults out to hunt the chosen ones as part of their coming-of-age ceremony. Killing 5 earns them the title of warrior. 10 makes them an elite, 50 earns them the title of war god, and over 100 makes them a legend. But not all tribes operate this way. Old Fusher replied. This tribe is quite something. Chen Fan nodded slightly, noticing the wolf head ornament hanging around the natives' necks. He coldly remarked, "This must be their totem or something." Regardless, since this tribe uses the hunting of chosen ones as a rite of passage, they are our enemies. If we encounter them in the future, we must kill them. Agreed. Old Fusher didn't hesitate to align with Chen Fan. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Fan sighed and turned to Sun Ha-Ching with a puzzled expression. Huh? Sun Ha-Ching was taken aback, quickly responding, I was just about to leave. Let us add each other as friends for easier contact in the future. That works, Chen Fan nodded. The two added each other as friends. And Sun Ha-Ching slowly paddled his floating island away from Chen Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. This kid could really be something if he wasn't so reckless. Not bad at all, considering his strength, Old Fusher snorted. Besides, don't speak so definitively. You might need his help in the future. Shrugging slightly, Chen Fan chose not to dwell on it. Taking a deep breath, he said, propellers, ship fan. Move forward at full speed, heading towards the boundary line. As he spoke, he opened the virtual panel, entered the trading post, and immediately divided the 60,000 units of whale meat he had obtained from 2 tiger whales into 650 portions, setting each person to only claim 1 portion. He then sent a message in the chat room. I've listed 650 portions of whale meat for free at the trading post. Each portion is about 23 units. And everyone can claim 1. Wow, Chen Fan is so generous. Does this mean I won't have to worry about food for the next 10 days? Chen Fan, I love you. You often give us benefits. It's truly admirable. Chen Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? In an instant. The entire chat room erupted. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to share. Just a heads up. We'll likely finish the beginner period in about 5 or 6 days. At that time, we'll be forced to return to Blue Star for 3 days. Everyone can prepare and jot down their survival experiences in the ocean world. Oh my god, we can actually go back. Even if it's just for 3 days. Being able to see our families is enough to make me happy. Thanks for the reminder, Chen Fan. There is hope now. I miss my wife. As this news broke, nearly all of the remaining 2,000 chosen ones in the Jojo region joined the discussion. Suddenly, a splash echoed as Xiaoqiang burst out of the water onto the island. At the same time, the super radar blared, sea lampreys. More sea lampreys are heading our way. 7 or 8 groups. Over 1,000 of them. Big brother. They're even after me. I can't stay in the water any longer. Xiaoqiang pleaded pitifully. What the heck? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. Just last night. They had taken down over 200, and now there were thousands more coming? It felt like they were determined to get themselves killed. Attention! Chosen One Chen Fan is about to enter a restricted area. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. Just as Chen Fan was about to check the super radar. This voice suddenly rang in his ears again. Chapter 90. High-Tech, Super Stabilizer. Restricted area? Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Are there really restricted areas in the edge waters? There's still a 300-kilometer distance between the edge waters and the Forbidden Sea. The super radar exclaimed. But if we move forward another 100 kilometers, the next 200 kilometers will turn gray on my screen. This section should be called the Forbidden Zone. This sea is home to the top-tier creatures of Class A. Old Floating Stone said seriously, creatures like the giant tooth shark are common here. They exist to protect the boundary line. Chosen ones are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Zone, and those top-tier Class A creatures are not allowed to leave it. What happens if a chosen one enters the Forbidden Zone? Chen Fan immediately asked. The danger level multiplies. They're left to fend for themselves. The Super Sail replied. A Forbidden Zone is one where entering means a near-certain death. Of course, if you want to go in and die, no one will stop you. Since it's all part of the ocean world, there must be plenty of good stuff in the other Chosen One's Forbidden Zones. If we go in, won't it all be ours? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Ever since entering the ocean world, every time has been a near-death experience. Let's go. Are you serious? Old Floating Stone fumed. This could really get you killed. Thousands of lampreys are already hard enough to deal with. If we run out of the shield, won't we be eaten alive in just a few hours? Chen Fan shrugged. If we don't go in, it's a guaranteed death. If we do go in, it's a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. So, what do you think? Go in or not? Go, go, go. I'm all in. Old Floating Stone was furious. Meeting you has really been a stroke of bad luck for me. Chen Fan laughed heartily, and the floating island quickly surged forward, narrowly escaping the encirclement of the lampreys. However, these lampreys didn't give up and relentlessly pursued him, vowing not to rest until they had taken him down. With just over half an hour left before entering the Forbidden Zone, Chen Fan looked at the dozens of wooden crates and several bronze boxes that had been collected during this time. He planned to open them all. Perhaps they would yield something good to enhance his self-defense capabilities in the Outer Seas Forbidden Zone. Wooden planks X7, floating stones X3, plastic X5, Shelter manufacturing blueprint X1, wooden planks X9, a pair of young sheep. The U is about to become a mother. X1, super stabilizer X1, can detect swaying in 8 directions within 0.01 seconds and counteract it within 0.5 seconds, keeping the stabilized device in a level position. It can adjust for intense swaying up to 180 degrees and cover an area of 100,000 square kilometers. When stacked, the stabilization strength multiplies, increasing the effective area. Super Shield X1. The Super Shield can protect the floating stones within it, rendering them immune to all physical attacks for half an hour. Looking at all the items he had just opened, Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. Super Stabilizer. This is yet another piece of black technology. If used on a floating island, it means that as long as the island doesn't sway beyond 180 degrees, the entire surface will remain stable. To put it simply, as long as the island doesn't spin wildly like 380 degrees, you won't feel any movement at all. The whole process takes just 0.6 seconds, and humans truly won't feel any swaying. And then there's the matter of the sheep couple. With the ewe about to give birth, doesn't that mean fresh sheep milk is on the way? Thinking this, Chen Fan hurried over to the poultry and livestock area, placing the coop manufacturing blueprint into the synthesis panel. To create the coop, he needed 150 wooden planks, 50 plastics, 30 metal sheets, and 20 cottons. Chen Fan quickly crafted a coop that was a whopping 30 square meters, complete with a roof, feeding trough, water trough, and more. It could easily accommodate not just 2 sheep, but even 10. Without delay, Chen Fan placed the sheep couple inside. Sure enough, the U.S. belly was quite large. She would give birth in just a few days. Are you hungry? Is there any grass? Before the ram could get accustomed to the environment, he arrogantly exclaimed, "Can't you see my wife is pregnant? You should be taking care of her." "Hey, you take care of your wife. That's not even Chen Fan's kid." Old Fu Shi retorted. She hasn't even met Chen Fan before. What's with your attitude? The ram was furious. Of course it's my child. I'm just worried it won't look like me. Shut up. Chen Fan smirked, thinking, why does everything have to relate back to me? A sheep is just a sheep. Don't they all look the same? Just drink some water. I'll go find you some food. With that, Chen Fan placed the super stabilizer in the center of the floating island and immediately returned to his apartment. He sent a message in the public chat room. Does anyone have animal feed or grass? I'll buy it at a high price. Has the great Chen Fan started raising animals? Is it that advanced? People were envious of Chen Fan's life. Is he raising kittens or puppies? Meanwhile, I have food. But there are so many dangers around me that I don't dare to leave. Though everyone was chatting, they probably didn't have any feed. However, Xiao Yutong sent a private message. Do you need grass? I have 2 sheep. I'm on an island and have plenty of grass. I'll cut some for you right now. How is your injury? It's getting better. I can definitely handle cutting grass. With that, Xiao Yutong rushed off to cut grass. On Blue Star, after Chen Fan opened the supply crate and received a series of returns, a special voice echoed in the leader's ear. Chosen One Chen Fan unlocked a bug-level black technology, Super Shield 1. Super Shield, 100 times amplification. Can protect the territory within the shield, immune to all physical attacks, lasts for half an hour. The Chosen One, Chen Fan, has unveiled a groundbreaking piece of technology, the Super Stabilizer 1. The Super Stabilizer offers a 100-fold enhancement, capable of detecting vibrations in 8 directions within 0.01 seconds, and can counteract those movements within 0.5 seconds, keeping the stabilized device in a consistently level position. It can adjust for violent shakes within a maximum range of 180 degrees and over an area of up to 100,000 square kilometers. When used in combination, its stabilizing power can multiply exponentially across larger areas. The leader of the country shivered. After the nuclear war, the tectonic movements on Blue Star became increasingly severe, resulting in multiple earthquakes each year across various nations. Just 3 months ago, a major earthquake struck the southern region of Kyushu, causing thousands of casualties. What is even more frustrating is that earthquakes are notoriously difficult to predict. Despite the Earthquake Bureau collaborating with over a dozen top scientists for decades, they still cannot accurately forecast when an earthquake will occur, let alone prevent it. But with these 100 super stabilizers, Kyushu will no longer be plagued by earthquakes. Chen Fan has made a tremendous contribution to the nation. Immediately, the leader issued an emergency summons, calling on the senior officials of the Earthquake Bureau and a dozen top scientists to meet with him at once. Chapter 91. The Forbidden Zone of the Open Sea, the existence that can instantly kill a megalodon. This left everyone extremely tense, thinking that another earthquake had struck somewhere, causing serious casualties. However, upon meeting the leader of the Jojo Nation, the leader was all smiles, cheerfully pulling out a fist-sized object and asking, "Do you know what this is?" A top scientist took it and examined it closely, hesitantly saying, "This looks like the 6-axis gyroscope stabilization device we produce. This is called a super stabilizer." The leader explained, detailing its features. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing the introduction, hardly able to believe the reality of it. After all, the world's top research teams have been unable to predict when earthquakes will occur, let alone prevent or stabilize them. But with this small device, Jojo would no longer suffer from earthquake troubles. Even if the earthquake intensity reached level 8 or even above 10, it wouldn't affect Jojo at all. It would directly and indirectly protect the people of Jojo and safeguard against all losses caused by earthquakes. The person who developed this device would undoubtedly be the greatest hero of Jiazhou in a century, a true national treasure. Leader, who exactly developed this device? It's almost like black technology. A scientist couldn't help but ask. This will be a historic and milestone change for earthquake prevention on Blue Star. This is an exclusive item obtained by Chen Fan, who is currently fighting for our Jiuzhou in the ocean world. The leader replied with a smile. This device is unique to Jiuzhou, and of course, with a 100-fold enhancement, it can protect all our territories from earthquake damage. So it was developed by the great Chen Fan. An experienced scientist suddenly realized. My family and I are all his fans. It's just a pity we can't meet him. You'll get to meet him soon, the leader said with a slight smile. The reason I called you here is to give you one of these devices for your research. If you can make breakthroughs, it would be of immense help to all of Blue Star. However, until results are achieved, absolute confidentiality is required. Even your family must not know. Everyone had to sign a military confidentiality agreement, and if anyone leaked information, the collective punishment policy would be enforced, with everyone facing military law. As soon as this was said, everyone straightened up and saluted the leader solemnly. Afterwards, the leader called in military officials, and after leaving one behind, secretly placed the remaining 98 super stabilizers in the very center of Jiuzhou, dispatching a full division of troops and a team of national security agents to guard it around the clock. With 3 warnings from the high sky, Chen Fan was less than 10 kilometers away from the Forbidden Zone. After putting away 20 pounds of grass for Xiao Yutong in the feeding trough, he arrived at the shore, looking at the still persistent lamprey that was closely pursuing him, and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. What the hell is this? Are they really that relentless? You've offended a creature whose power is truly terrifying. If they don't pursue you, they'll likely be eliminated themselves. Old Fusher said with annoyance. Of course they chase you desperately. Killing you might just earn them an unexpected reward. That's true. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. But then hesitated. Why have they stopped chasing? He noticed that all the lampreys had suddenly slowed down, eventually coming to a complete stop in a dense line, giving off a strong impression of not daring to cross a forbidden boundary. We've entered the Forbidden Zone, Old Fusher said solemnly. These lampreys are quite sensitive. They must have sensed the terrifying existence within the forbidden area and are too scared to continue the chase. Beep, beep, beep. Just over 10 kilometers into the Forbidden Zone, the super radar began to sound alarms, startling Chen Fan. What the hell is going on? We just entered the Forbidden Zone and are already in danger. TMD, I haven't provoked you. Why are you chasing me? A massive megalodon suddenly leaped out of the water, angrily shouting, as fellow marine creatures, why are you attacking me? Isn't that an A-class megalodon? It actually backed down? Chen Fan asked in surprise. Shouldn't they be on the same level? Is the gap between us really that big? Boom. Even before the super radar could identify the creature, an enormous being leaped out of the water, half of its body rising up. Its gaping mouth was large enough to rival the megalodon, and despite the megalodon desperately trying to evade, it was still caught by half of its body. Help! Save me! The megalodon cried out as it saw Chen Fan. Crack! In the next moment, an immense force struck, and the megalodon was sliced in half. The remaining half struggled to swim towards Chen Fan, pleading, Save me! Save me! Are you trying to drag me down with you even in death? Chen Fan said grimly, Run quickly. We can't let that giant set its sights on us. The floating island immediately veered to the side. That's an A-class ceiling. A blue whale. The super radar explained. It measures over 40 meters in length, weighs 300 tons, and has massive teeth with a bite force of around 100 tons. More than 3 times that of a megalodon. How come it doesn't match the blue whale I know? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock, feeling somewhat helpless. This is the ocean world, a realm independent of Blue Star, especially in the Forbidden Sea. It will absolutely overturn your understanding. Old Fusher laughed heartily. But why do I feel like we might just stop here in the Outer Sea Forbidden Zone? Before I die, let me have a puff of that cigarette. I'll let you have a puff after we escape. Chen Fan replied solemnly. With the lampreys lurking menacingly outside, they could only move sideways, hoping not to encounter any other A-class ceilings. Otherwise, it would truly be game over for them. At this moment, millions of viewers in Chen Fan's live stream on Blue Star were captivated by the shocking scene, erupting in disbelief. Isn't that an A-grade megalodon? It was bitten in half? Where has Master Chen Fan gone now? This is terrifying. I've only seen a megalodon once in other live streams. And it took out a chosen one from India as soon as it appeared. And here, Master Chen Fan has something that can instantly kill a megalodon? Is Master Chen Fan in danger? Not just in danger, it seems like Chen Fan from Jiuzhou is going to be in big trouble. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan's expression turned serious as he watched the blue whale on the super radar chasing after him after devouring the megalodon. He quickly began to devise a strategy to defend himself. Chapter 92. Invincible Defense? Then let's dismantle it from within. This guy is way too fast. We're less than 20 kilometers away. Chen Fan said grimly. It'll only take him about 10 minutes to catch up with us. Not just that. He could catch up in 5 minutes. Super Ship Fan replied seriously. The blue whale not only has a massive body, but also thick skin and tough flesh. Its resilience is more than 30 times that of C-grade wild boar skin. I doubt even high-explosive grenades can harm it. In the Forbidden Sea, it dares to challenge S-grade creatures one-on-one. Is it really that powerful? Chen Fan exclaimed. With such fierce attack power and such impressive physical defense, isn't it practically invincible? Does it have no weaknesses? Apartment dweller couldn't help but ask. The powerful attack of S-grade creatures can break through its body. In any case, it truly has no rivals among A-grade and below. Super Ship Fan responded helplessly. We might have to temporarily leave the offshore restricted area, otherwise. We really can't handle it. It's too late. Super Radar snorted. It's caught up. Wow. Just as Super Radar finished speaking, a massive mouth surged up from the water, engulfing a third of the floating island in an instant. The giant mouth quickly closed, biting down hard on the island. With nearly 100 tons of biting force crashing against the super protective shield, a crisp explosion echoed. And Chen Fan could even see 3 rows of teeth from the blue whale, each about 30 to 40 centimeters long, totaling hundreds of them. No wonder it could instantly bite through a great white shark's body. The blue whale probably didn't expect its terrifying biting force would fail against the floating island. It started to shake its body, trying to tear the island in half. Wow, this experience is something else. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. With the super stabilizer in place, even though the floating island was being violently shaken by the blue whale, Chen Fan felt no bumps at all while standing on the island. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't experienced it firsthand. This scene was absolutely insane. Viewers in the live stream were flooding in, and Chen Fan's pill theory once again dominated the big screen. How could Jiuzhou Chen Fan survive this time? An entity capable of killing great white sharks. Isn't it like child's play to kill Jiuzhou Chen Fan? Jiuzhou Chen Fan is finally done for. People of Jiuzhou, you've been hyping up how strong Jiuzhou Chen Fan is, but in front of nature's creatures, he is hardly worth more than an ant. Let us see how you defend Jiuzhou Chen Fan this time. The great Chen Fan is a legend of the ocean world. He can't possibly die. I would bet my life on it. Uft, your life isn't worth much. Meichuan Majia, wouldn't he stoop to bet with you? Chen Fan, hurry up and deal with this guy. My wife is scared. Gong Yang suddenly shouted. Are you going to take responsibility if my wife has a miscarriage from being frightened? Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. Even a sheep dares to shout at me now. This world is truly insane. However, Chen Fan didn't say much. He immediately raised his heavy crossbow and unleashed a 3-shot barrage towards the creature above. Despite the blue whale's tough skin and thick flesh, the soft tissue in its mouth was struck, causing it to feel as if it had a small fishbone lodged in its throat, making it immediately open its mouth and release the floating island. The propellers revved up to full power, quickly distancing themselves from the blue whale. Good kid. Daring to enter the forbidden zone. Don't even think about escaping now. The blue whale bellowed, its voice booming like thunder, shaking the surface of the sea. It then plunged into the water with a sudden dive, shooting towards the floating island like a torpedo. Its speed was easily double ours, if it wanted to chase us. There was no way we could get away. Old Floating Stone anxiously exclaimed, I told you not to enter the forbidden zone, but you wouldn't listen. Knowing you has truly been a stroke of bad luck for me. Fortunately, it can't do anything to us for now. Chen Fan remained calm, saying, Just then, the blue whale charged forward, suddenly twisting its massive body. Its enormous tail struck upward at the center of the floating island, delivering a force that was likely over 20 times greater than that of an orca. The several hundred tons of the floating island were lifted 20 meters into the air. This is the first time in my life I've been this high up. This creature is indeed something else. Old Floating Stone said gravely. If you don't kill it before the second super shield's time runs out, with such terrifying power, we're all done for. There are still 23 minutes left on the second super shield, but this creature doesn't seem to have a weakness. The electric shock gun won't affect it, and high explosive grenades might not be effective either. Kid, you surprised me. The blue whale coldly glared at Chen Fan. No wonder you dared to enter the forbidden zone. It turns out your floating island has a protective shield that keeps it stable. In all my decades of life, this is my first time seeing such a thing. Big guy, I bear you no grudge. There's no need to pick on a newbie like me, Chen Fan said solemnly. I can offer you the meat of a killer whale. I hope we can coexist peacefully. Someone has put a marine bounty on you. That guy can eliminate me in an instant. Since I've encountered you, do you think I wouldn't strike first? The blue whale snorted. You might as well take your own life to spare me the trouble. You should know, killing you is as easy as pie. To annihilate an A-level top-tier creature, that guy must at least be SS level. Chen Fan thought, feeling exhausted. But he didn't engage in further conversation with the blue whale. Instead, he answered with action by throwing a high-explosive grenade at it. Boom. With a loud explosion, the grenade detonated beside the blue whale, sending massive splashes of water everywhere. Yet, against the whale's defenses, it proved to be of no use at all. Now, what are we going to do? Old Fusher took a deep breath and angrily exclaimed. What do you mean by 9 lives and 1 death? This is more like 10 deaths and no life. Can I just break it down from the inside? Chen Fan suddenly spoke up. Its external defenses are invincible to us, but its interior can't be equally indestructible, right? You're thinking too simply. Old Fusher snorted. You'll be dissolved by its stomach acid. Then let's kill it before I start to dissolve. Chen Fan said, grabbing Dog Dan and charging towards the blue whale without hesitation. Wait, what are you thinking? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Dog Dan laughed, but after seeing the blue whale up close, he quickly advised, what's the point? It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Chen Fan didn't say much. He jumped high from the shore, leaping towards the blue whale while storing the floating island in the floating island section. Chapter 93. Chen Fan's adventure inside a whale. What is going on here? Why does the great Chen Fan want to die? Does he think it's an honor to perish at the hands of a creature that could easily take down a megalodon? Chen Fan from the 9 provinces, is this all you've got? Nonsense. Let's not forget that when Chen Fan was captured and taken thousands of meters into the sky, he didn't die even after plummeting and being hit by an orca. What does this current situation even mean? Can an orca really compare to such a gigantic creature? I think Chen Fan has gone too far this time. He might be making a grave mistake. This scene is indeed shocking. The live stream is flooded with viewers once again, and everyone is watching in disbelief, while others are escaping the mouth of a whale. Why does it seem like he is throwing himself into a trap? Even the blue whale looks confused. With an attack like that, isn't it just like an ant biting an elephant? The blue whale can't even be bothered to rally. It just opens its massive mouth wide, allowing Chen Fan to jump right in. Chen Fan flips in midair, and with a powerful suction, he is pulled into the blue whale's body. He quickly extends his arm, and his spear shoots out from the floating island, wedging itself between the whale's 2 teeth. Wow, the 10-meter fishing line goes taut. And Chen Fan looks down at the black hole. Is there actually oxygen down here? How can the blue whale survive without it? The voice of old floating stone echoes, explaining that it inhales vast amounts of air at the surface before diving deep, surfacing an hour later to breathe. Chen Fan shrugs slightly, as the spear from the floating island frees his hands. As he slowly descends, he lights a piece of wood and finally sees his surroundings, which are covered in a transparent slime that looks rather disgusting. Delving deeper, Chen Fan soon arrives in the blue whale's first stomach. Faint sounds immediately emerge. Help me. Help me. What the heck? Chen Fan is dumbfounded. The megalodon that was just swallowed is still alive and has even spotted Chen Fan. My God. You were swallowed too. Can I be swallowed? Chen Fan retorts, annoyed. This creature is far too powerful. There are no weaknesses outside. So they have to figure something out from the inside. Can I help? The megalodon quickly asks. Get me out of here. I don't want to die. You've only got 2/3 of your body left. How can you still survive? Chen Fan stares in disbelief. I just lost some flesh and bones. My organs are still intact. The megalodon pleads, sounding pitiful. It's like if a human breaks a leg, they can still live, right? Then tell me, how do we deal with this creature now? Chen Fan directly poses the question to the megalodon. As an A-grade behemoth, the blue whale's interior is enormous, and even using a spear won't inflict any harm. The megalodon analyzes, however, if you have a powerful weapon, you could blow apart its organs. Even if it doesn't die immediately, it wouldn't survive for long. At the moment of the explosion, its stomach would spasm violently, and we could be expelled along with it. That's not the issue. The real question is where to blow it up? Chen Fan continued to ask. The lungs. The megalodon quickly replied. Right above the stomach is its lung. If we blow that up, it's done for. But those aren't part of the same system. How the hell am I supposed to get to its lungs? Think of something. Even just drilling a hole would work. The connection between the lungs and stomach isn't that thick. Damn it. Chen Fan frowned and immediately used fishing line to quickly ascend. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream had been anxiously waiting for 10 minutes. The blue whale had already descended into deep waters. Who knows where it had gone? But Chen Fan still hadn't appeared, and the live stream was shrouded in darkness. As long as the live stream hasn't disappeared, it means that the great Chen Fan is still alive. But where on earth has he gone? Are you stupid? Didn't he go inside the blue whale? Even if he manages to get out, if the whale dives hundreds of meters deep, the pressure of the seawater could crush him to death. Right. Chen Fan from Jojo is going to end up killing himself. Everything we prepared in Sakura country to celebrate his death is going to spoil. Now we can finally bring it out. You Jojo can announce Chen Fan's death. It's real and reliable. Even some people from Jojo believe that Chen Fan had no chance left, but he had already pierced through the thick layer of fat and diaphragm with his spear, tied 5 high-explosive grenades together, and stuffed them into the lung lobe, then shouted, "Little fish, pull me up quickly." In an instant, the fish gun quickly yanked Chen Fan outward, and 5 seconds later, he found himself in the blue whale's mouth. A terrifying explosion echoed instantly, causing the massive body of the blue whale to tremble violently. Then the whale's stomach began to spasm violently, and in less than 10 seconds, blood mixed with shattered organs surged out, and the megalodon was expelled as well, shouting joyfully, "I'm saved, I'm saved." At that moment, Chen Fan was also spit out by the blue whale, only to feel an overwhelming force coming from all directions. It was the pressure of hundreds of tons of seawater acting on him. Even the defensive battle suit was struggling, making cracking noises. Chen Fan was startled and quickly took out a floating island to deploy a protective shield, finally breathing a sigh of relief. This is really beyond human capability. Without the defensive battle suit, I would have been crushed into mush. To be able to come out after being inside a whale's stomach. You're truly one of a kind. Old Fusher snorted coldly. If this got out, who would believe it? Chen Fan, you really deserve to die. The blue whale glared angrily at Chen Fan. Look at what you've done. What could I do? I was just trying to survive. Chen Fan shrugged. Didn't my will to survive impress you? I'm not impressed by your nonsense. The blue whale spoke, and as it did, it spat out a significant amount of blood. However, what surprised Chen Fan was that it actually expelled a black iron chest. The chest's handles and legs were even thicker than those of the golden treasure chest from before. As soon as it emerged, it began to swim away in a frog-like manner. Heave-ho, heave-ho, heave-ho. What else with the black chest? Chen Fan wondered aloud. I have no idea. It's my first time seeing something like this. Old Floating Stone replied, equally baffled. After gold, it should be a diamond chest. It's a pirate chest. That's a pirate chest. Quick, catch it. Super Sail shouted excitedly. Chen Fan, you might be about to strike it rich. Chapter 94, Escape from Danger. Opening the pirate chest, Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the angle of his spear gun. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shout, "We're out of range. We need to chase quickly. Propeller, what the hell are you doing?" Chen Fan turned and yelled. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed as the blue whale suddenly went into a rage, slamming its head violently against the back of the floating island, sending it flying dozens of meters away. At that moment, the propeller took advantage of the momentum and spun rapidly, reducing the distance to the pirate chest to less than 5 meters. This time, Xiaoyu didn't need to intervene. The automatic fishing net was deployed, ensnaring the pirate chest directly. Holy crap! The pirate chest gasped in shock and immediately began to struggle. Hey! However, the fishing net was incredibly tough, with a pulling force far greater than Xiaoyu's. Despite its frantic efforts, it couldn't break free. Boom! Meanwhile, the blue whale, despite spewing blood and shredded organs, continued its assault on Chen Fan. Its lungs had been obliterated, and its other organs were rapidly failing. Its sole obsession now was Chen Fan, even in death. It wanted to take him down with it. This blue whale was truly relentless. Who knew when it would finally perish? Looking at the whale, Chen Fan couldn't help but shout, "Hey, big guy, your insides are nearly obliterated. If it's too much, why not just rest in peace? Killing you might earn me a reward from that esteemed figure, giving me a slim chance of survival." The blue whale gritted its teeth and replied, "I can survive. But you must die? Too bad you can't kill me," Chen Fan retorted, pulling out his electric gun and stepping forward to extend it out of his super shield. Pressing the button aimed at the whale's head, a loud crackling sound erupted, and even the shield sparked with electricity. The blue whale's body trembled slightly, and then it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of teeth. Almost 100 teeth flew out, bombarding the super shield like a heavy machine gun. A relentless barrage like raindrops. But unfortunately, against the black technology that ignored all physical attacks, not even a mark was left on the super shield. Well, this guy has such a terrifying attack. Is this a last-ditch survival move? Chen Fan laughed heartily, but it's really not that impressive. The blue whale was left speechless. Damn it. This move could pierce through the body of a great white shark with a single tooth, primarily meant for dealing with S-class powerhouses. Yet, it couldn't break through Chen Fan's defenses. It seemed that in its limited time left, it would never be able to kill Chen Fan. Should it just give up and meet the most important whale in its life? With a plan forming, the blue whale turned and fled. Looks like you're about to die, so don't even think about escaping, Chen Fan said with a grin, plunging the spear gun deep into the whale's tail fin, letting it drag him along as it swam forward, soon surfacing again. 15 minutes had already passed, and Chen Fan's live stream had gathered a staggering 400 to 500 million viewers, all waiting for a miracle to happen. But deep down, everyone knew that a miracle was unlikely. Even an ordinary person couldn't hold their breath underwater for 15 minutes, let alone someone who had been swallowed by a blue whale. Chen Fan was likely done for. Some viewers had already left the live stream. After all, it was about to disappear. Why did you leave me all alone, you scoundrel? Chen Fei was in tears, hugging her knees on the bed, her gaze fixed on the dark screen of the live stream. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, after 20 minutes, a loud splash echoed as the blue whale surfaced, charging forward. Following closely behind was Chen Fan's floating island, emerging like a triumphant general, having tamed the blue whale as a steed. At that moment, the entire blue planet erupted in excitement. Those who had exited the live stream rushed back in, tears streaming down their faces upon seeing Chen Fan. Chen Fan, the miracle of the 9 provinces, the miracle of the blue planet, the miracle of the ocean world. He's alive. Oh my God, Chen Fan is truly not human, but a deity, swallowed by a blue whale, and after 20 minutes, he returns alive to the surface. In the entire ocean world, no one else could achieve this for at least 100 years. Unfortunately, Chen Fan from the 9 provinces had not been taken down. He was a monster, a curse. After the beginner phase, our beautiful country would spare no expense to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Chen Fan from the 9 provinces. Damn it. The 9 provinces erupted in jubilation. Chen Fei cried tears of joy while cursing Chen Fan 100 times in her heart. The leader of the 9 provinces was even more excited, slamming his fist on the desk. This little rascal's live stream can't be watched anymore. It gives me heart palpitations every day. I was never this tense even when my wife was giving birth. The feeling of seeing the light of day again was incredible. He had never been so close to death. Old Fu sure took deep breaths of fresh air. Chen Fan. You old rascal, where's the huazi you promised me? I'm coming. Chen Fan laughed heartily and directly handed old Fu sure 10 sticks of huazi. Damn it. Look how scared my wife is. She's even having contractions. Gongyang snorted. My son might be born early. What were you thinking, causing all this chaos? Let him be born early. He can drink the good milk sooner. Chen Fan shrugged. You want to drink my wife's milk? Gongyang was taken aback, instantly furious. Do you believe I can use my horns to take you out? He can eat my wife's eggs, so why can't he drink your wife's milk? Guya sneered. Is your wife special or something? What's the difference? Aren't they all female? Old Lei, where are we headed now? Chen Fan asked, distancing himself from the banter and turning to the super radar. We're still advancing towards the boundary line, although it's slowed down due to severe injuries. We'll reach the boundary in about half an hour. The super radar said seriously. Who knows what terrifying entities we might encounter next? We'll face whatever comes our way. There's nothing more to say at this point. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Let's just get it done. With that, he turned to look at the pirate chest bound by fishing nets. You've really gotten yourself into trouble, kid. This is serious. The pirate chest exclaimed angrily. My big brother is a well-known figure from the Forbidden Sea. Just look at how many people in the ocean world covet what I have, yet dare not lay a finger on me. Do you think you're worthy of claiming me? That's irrelevant. Your big brother wanted to know it was me who opened you. Chen Fan chuckled mischievously and immediately opened the pirate chest. Chapter 95, an A-class ceiling. And it's a simp? Super Shield X1. The Super Shield can protect floating stones within its barrier, making them immune to all physical attacks for half an hour. Tyrant Crossbow Cannon X1. The Tyrant Crossbow Cannon weighs 1 ton and operates on a foot pedal launch mechanism. It can continuously fire 3 2-meter-long heavy crossbow bolts with a range of 1 kilometer, delivering nearly 160 degrees of attack coverage with minimal blind spots. Its power is incredibly impressive. Discreet Bathtub X1. Got mud on you and can't scrub yourself clean? Just lie in the discreet bathtub and enjoy a combined soaking and scrubbing experience for the ultimate bathing pleasure. Opening the pirate chest, I found 3 items, one of which was actually a piece of cutting-edge technology. As the newbie period was about to end, I had already burned through 2 super shields, but I still had 3 brand new ones in hand. With 90 minutes left, I should be able to handle any danger that comes my way. What delighted me even more was the Tyrant Crossbow Cannon. Its earthy yellow color and 3-meter length gave it a formidable presence. The launch mechanism could tilt up and down by 160 degrees, and it could rotate a full 360 degrees without any blind spots, meaning I could attack from any direction if enemies approached. Plus, it could fire 3 heavy crossbow bolts at once. How thoughtful. The only downside was that I had to craft the bolts myself. Luckily, the Tyrant crossbow cannon came with a blueprint for making heavy crossbow bolts, and I had all the necessary materials. When it came down to a real fight, I wouldn't be short on ammo. Looking around, I set the Tyrant crossbow cannon down about 10 meters away from my single apartment, where the view was clear and I could keep an eye on my surroundings. However, I realized that if a battle broke out, it would be inconvenient to run back to launch the cannon. For now, this would have to do. You're quite the character. The air here is so fresh. I love it, I said, laughing heartily. Should I fire a shot first? It feels great. Not yet. You're my secret weapon, I replied, temporarily crafting 3 crossbow bolts and loading them onto the cannon, saving them for when they were truly needed. I didn't pay much attention to the discreet bathtub for now. I glanced at the super radar, which indicated that we were only 50 kilometers from the boundary line. Despite the radar showing numerous powerful creatures lurking around, they seemed hesitant to approach, likely due to the presence of a blue whale. And right at the boundary line, there was indeed a blue whale. Suddenly, the super radar exclaimed, "Crap." I frowned. Dealing with one blue whale was already exhausting. Facing another would be overwhelming. And even high-explosive grenades wouldn't be enough. It can't cross over from the boundary. The supersail reassured me. Even if it wants to kill you, it can't break the rules of the ocean world. I nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. The viewers in the live stream were also watching intently, and their shock turned to astonishment when they spotted another blue whale. Another one of those creatures? Have we stumbled into their territory? One nearly took down the great Chen Fan. Can he survive against 2? Wow, I see hope again. This is fantastic. Oh, yes. Oh, good. You big seahorse, are you moaning? At this moment, Chen Fan stood quietly at the edge of the floating island, watching the blue whale on the other side of the boundary line, which seemed a bit aloof. Lon Lon, I miss you, the injured blue whale shouted. Just to see you once, it would be worth dying for. Damn, a simp. You've already seen me. You can just go die. Lon Lon remained aloof, and after saying that, she planned to turn and leave. However, despite her cold demeanor, it was hard to tell if she was beautiful. But her soft voice was incredibly sweet, definitely a goddess among whales. The injured blue whale felt emo upon hearing this. It was truly on the verge of death. Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted loudly, "Its internal organs have been blown to bits. It only has an hour left to live." Oh, really? Lon Lon looked down at Chen Fan. What does that have to do with me? Should I cry and tell him not to die, or should I die with him? This left Chen Fan confused. I don't even like it. It's just infatuated with me. So whether it lives or dies has nothing to do with me, Lon Lon said, turning to swim deeper into the forbidden sea. How baffling. I thought you summoned me here for something good. The 2 old men were at a loss for words. If a woman loves you, she can die for you. If she doesn't love you, she wishes you would die. Chen Fan sighed. Come on, at least you know the final outcome now. Isn't that a relief? If I don't die, maybe I can wait for it to change its mind. The blue whale gritted its teeth in frustration. It's all your fault for hurting me, otherwise I wouldn't be dying. Saying that, the blue whale turned around, intending to charge at Chen Fan's floating island again. This left Chen Fan speechless. I just helped you, and you repay kindness with enmity? What a waste of such a big head. Wang Kai, here. With a loud shout, Wang Kai jumped onto the foot pedal of the crossbow, and 3 crossbow bolts shot out straight at the blue whale's head, the powerful force driving at least 2/3 of the bolts into the whale's skull. The blue whale's immense strength crashed into the floating island, sending it flying hundreds of meters, and finally, the blue whale quieted down, dead. Dealing with an A-grade ceiling like this is no easy task. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, immediately disassembling the blue whale and obtaining blue whale skin 1, blue whale teeth 50, blue whale whip 1, blue whale meat 500, 000. A blue whale whip? Chen Fan was taken aback. Looking at the whip in front of him that was at least 3 meters long, he couldn't help but swallow. No wonder it's a 40-meter giant. Even its whip is 3 meters long. Where would you even argue about this? Should we fry it or stew it? Old Fusher immediately asked, or eat it raw? This thing is probably more nourishing than Uncle White Bear's. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. This is way too brutal. The voice from the blue star echoed once more. Jiuzhou Chen Fan has killed a blue whale. The fresh carcass of the blue whale will be amplified 100-fold in Jiuzhou. 100 blue whales. What an enormous number. The people of Jiuzhou will finally have a hearty meal. The audience in Chen Fan's livestream began to engage in heated discussions again. I don't even know what to say besides awesome. Master Chen Fan has ultimately defeated this giant. What a miracle. Chen Fan is destined to be a legend in the ocean world and will surely be remembered as the greatest figure in Jiuzhou for a century. I'm absolutely in awe. This time, I can't wait to see who dares to mock Chen Fan again. Chen Fan is just lucky. There's nothing impressive about it. As evening approached, Chen Fan felt a bit conflicted. He planned to temporarily leave the Forbidden Zone. Last time, he had ventured in to escape the lamprey. And now he just needed to dash parallel to the boundary line for a few hundred kilometers to avoid another attack. After all, the dangers within the Forbidden Zone were overwhelming, and he couldn't be certain when he might encounter peril again. Just then, the voice of the ocean world suddenly rang in Chen Fan's ears. Hidden mission detected. Chapter 96, The You in Distress, Provoking the Deep-Sea Dragonfish. Upon hearing about this hidden task, Chen Fan was left utterly bewildered. I thought the great ocean world had been warning me that this was a forbidden zone and that I wasn't allowed to enter. How come now I'm being asked to complete a task in this very forbidden area? Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Shut up, old Fu Shi exclaimed in surprise, immediately raising his voice. How dare you defy the rules of the ocean world? I'm not defying anything. I'm just curious, so I asked. Chen Fan retorted, rolling his eyes. The chosen one can choose to refuse or accept. Without waiting for a response, the voice continued. Accept. Chen Fan replied without hesitation. This task required him to deal with the notorious bioharvester in the Forbidden Zone within 3 days, the deep-sea dragonfish, which was also rated as an A-level ceiling. However, this type of fish was similar to a lamprey, preferring to move in groups. Each one was about 1 meter long and covered in long, sharp spines, with a dozen formidable spikes protruding from its mouth, each about 10 centimeters long. When they fought, their bodies spun like propellers, drilling holes into their enemies. While a single deep-sea dragonfish was only rated as B-level, a swarm of hundreds could definitely be considered A-level. They would eat anything in sight. And many powerful creatures in the Forbidden Zone had already fallen prey to them, which is why the ocean world assigned this task to Chen Fan. Using his super radar, Chen Fan quickly locked onto a swarm of deep-sea dragonfish 500 kilometers away, numbering over 300, currently attacking a megalodon, which was desperately trying to escape but couldn't break free from their encirclement. This creature is tougher than a blue whale. It's like an upgraded version of a lamprey, the super ship sail explained. If we don't come up with a foolproof plan, we might not be able to handle them. Creatures in the Forbidden Zone aren't allowed to enter the novice area? Chen Fan asked, stroking his chin, pondering the question again. Theoretically, yes, but there are exceptions. Old Fu Shi responded immediately. Who can say for sure about these things? What if we provoke the deep-sea dragonfish and lure them out of the Forbidden Zone? I wonder if they'd fight with the lampreys. Chen Fan said with a grin. If we manage to start a battle, not only can we complete our task, but we could also rid ourselves of the lamprey problem. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unless you really rile them up, they probably won't leave. Old Fu Shi retorted, unimpressed. You're quite the strategist. Trying to divert their attention. Well, it's a matter of survival. Chen Fan chuckled. Let us go with that plan. Propeller, full speed ahead. At that moment, the floating island quickly headed towards the swarm of deep-sea dragonfish under the setting sun. However, it would take at least 4 more hours to reach them. So Chen Fan hurried off to prepare dinner. Because of this, the viewers in the live stream gradually started to disperse, leaving only a few million diehard fans still watching. Meanwhile, back in the room, the ram suddenly shouted, Chen Fan, my wife is in labor. Hurry and come help. Chen Fan was left utterly dumbfounded. I'm not a midwife. If there's a difficult birth, coming to me won't help. The ram said angrily. You've scared her so much. It shouldn't be this way. Now that you can see 2 front hooves sticking out, what do you suggest we do? Tie a rope and pull it out? Chen Fan asked tentatively. You're responsible for this. I don't care what method you use. Get my kid delivered right now. The ram insisted. That is a must. Chen Fan shrugged, looking at the panting ewe, and immediately found a rope to tie around the 2 front hooves of the lamb, starting to pull with all his might. The ewe screamed in pain, rolling her eyes back. Go easy. For crying out loud, be gentle. The ram was heartbroken, leaning next to the ewe to lick her fur continuously. After a tense 10 seconds, there was a crisp sound as a lamb was pulled out by Chen Fan. I'm a dad now. The ram exclaimed joyfully, standing up in a flash and rushing to the lamb to lick off the mucus covering it. Thank you, uncle. Despite being very weak, the ewe managed to smile at Chen Fan. That uncle completely threw Chen Fan off. After all this time, he had somehow become a brother to his sheep. It was truly. As long as you're happy, Chen Fan waved his hand. Go feed your son. Once the milk is plentiful, I'll need some fresh milk myself. No problem. I'll let you drink straight from the teat. The ewe said generously. Without waiting for the ram to object, Chen Fan dashed back to the apartment. Sometimes, communicating with animals can be quite awkward. Time flew by, and 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. With a reminder from the super radar, Chen Fan arrived at the shore, looking at the shimmering water below and nodding slightly. It seemed this was it. The creature had a long, glimmering whisker extending from its jaw, probably used for hunting. The fish were densely packed, making it quite a headache. Old Floating Rock couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up and run." The longer I look, the more nauseous I feel. Don't rush. I still have 2 high explosive grenades. That should be enough. Chen Fan chuckled, pulling out a grenade, pulling the pin, and tossing it into the school of fish. Boom. With a massive explosion, the grenade created a huge splash on the water's surface, sending several deep-sea dragon fish flying high into the air, wounding 20 or 30 more. All the deep-sea dragon fish turned to look at Chen Fan. Even the great white shark didn't care anymore. This human actually dares to attack us. He must be looking for trouble. What are you waiting for? Let us tear him apart. Avenge our brothers. In an instant, the school of deep-sea dragon fish charged toward the floating island, which was already prepared. The propeller spun up, and with a whoosh, it took off. The great white shark, having just escaped the mouth of a blue whale and now surrounded by the deep-sea dragon fish, shed tears of gratitude. What a good person. I'm saved. I'm saved. What the hell? How are these fish so fast? Are they going 100 kilometers an hour? Despite the floating island moving at lightning speed, the deep-sea dragon fish relentlessly pursued it, with some even managing to reach the island and starting to spin as they burrowed into it. My butt, my butt. Old Floating Rock suddenly screamed, "Damn it, these guys." It's still at least an hour and a half to the Forbidden Zone, Chen Fan said, turning to look at the ever-approaching swarm of deep-sea dragon fish. We've got a long way to go. Chapter 97, The Scheme of Division, watching the fish fight from the mountain. Taking out the last remaining high-explosive grenade, Chen Fan casually tossed it into the water. Before the deep-sea dragonfish could react, it exploded, taking out several more of them. Immediately after, Chen Fan pulled out his electric shotgun. After some time had passed, it was charged enough for 2 discharges. Watching the deep-sea dragonfish go into a frenzy again, Chen Fan chuckled and aimed downwards. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as the first few deep-sea dragonfish at the front were jolted by the electric shock. Crying out in distress, they came to a sudden halt, causing those behind them to stop as well, creating a scene of chaotic flailing and thrashing. The enraged dragonfish were even more furious. This human was dancing on the edge of a knife, and he was as good as dead. Even if we have to venture out of the Forbidden Zone, we must make sure he pays for this. Yes, I'm feeling numb in my fins. Almost paralyzed. How infuriating. Charge. We must ensure he has no place to bury his body. Seeing the distance between them widen, Chen Fan finally felt a sense of relief. He turned to look at the supply boxes being pulled up by the automatic fishing net on the other side. It was already said that the supply boxes in the Forbidden Zone would be more abundant. Although there were only 5 or 6 wooden boxes, there were as many as 8 bronze boxes. As Chen Fan approached, they all began to scream excitedly, not one to indulge them. He opened the bronze box first, manufacturing blueprint for 2 rooms and 2 halls 1, buoyancy stones 200, package noodles 5, a discreet laser pistol 1. This laser pistol, about the size of a Desert Eagle, is powered by a cold fusion reactor capable of firing a 1 centimeter diameter laser every 3 seconds, with a maximum penetration range of 500 meters through a 50 centimeter steel plate. Wow, what a haul! Chen Fan exclaimed, astonished to have obtained another piece of cutting-edge technology. This discreet little pistol was practically invincible in close combat. Even an A-tier behemoth like a blue whale wouldn't be able to withstand a single shot, right? Finally, he had unlocked an offensive piece of high-tech weaponry. He could kill enemies just by standing still. Old Buoyancy Stone laughed heartily, but it requires a cold fusion reactor for power. And you only have one. So, you can't use that laser pistol right now. Chen Fan smirked. He was already considering that problem. But since he had obtained such a weapon, he should be able to acquire more cold fusion reactors in the future. For now, he just had to wait. As for the wooden boxes, they yielded quite a few good items as well. After these rounds of opening boxes, Buoyancy Stone had accumulated about 500 more pieces, planning to gather up to 1,000 before focusing on enhancing the floating island. As for the manufacturing blueprint for the 2 rooms and 2 halls, that could wait until the crisis was over and the task was completed. In the 9 provinces, after receiving a series of returns, the voice that the national leader loved to hear echoed in his ears again. Chosen 1 Chen Fan has unlocked a bug-level piece of high-tech, a discreet laser pistol 1. The laser pistol has a 100-fold amplification, about the size of a Desert Eagle, powered by a cold fusion reactor, capable of firing a 1 centimeter diameter laser every 3 seconds, with a maximum penetration range of 500 meters through a 50 centimeter steel plate. He pulled out a small laser pistol, which felt almost as good as a Desert Eagle, but instead fired lasers. Each laser beam was powerful enough to be considered one of the strongest among small weapons. Truly a piece of black technology, easy to carry, and capable of killing any target at any time. Chen Fan, once again, achieved a great feat. After more than an hour, Chen Fan zapped another group of deep-sea dragonfish and finally saw the boundary line of the forbidden zone. The super radar showed that the lampreys had gathered at the boundary line after sensing Chen Fan's movements, all of them glaring at him with hostility. Chen Fan immediately activated the super protective shield, laughing heartily as he shouted, "You fools! I brought the deep-sea dragonfish army to attack you. Just wait for your doom." What? That guy actually found allies to deal with us, A-class ceiling, deep-sea dragonfish. Although the deep-sea dragonfish are fierce, their numbers are limited. We have the advantage in numbers and can easily handle them. Let's take out the deep-sea dragonfish first, then deal with this human. With that, all the lampreys charged towards Chen Fan's floating island. At this point, Chen Fan had already run to the other end of the floating island, disdainfully shouting, "You idiots. Still daring to chase me? Can't you see my forces are already charging over? Your lives are about to be forfeit." What the hell? It's actually the lampreys. He provoked us on purpose to have these lampreys deal with us? While lampreys are decent fighters, they are ultimately B-class and can't match us. This human has really miscalculated. Fine, let's show him what an A-class ceiling really is. The deep-sea dragonfish looked down on the lampreys. The entire group quickly entered the water and charged at the lampreys. In an instant, the lampreys and the deep-sea dragonfish were locked in a fierce battle, both sides mistakenly believing the other to be Chen Fan's allies. The attacks were brutal, and soon the surface of the sea was stained with a thick pool of blood, visible even in the dark of night. Wow, Chen Fan, you're quite impressive, manipulating two top-tier groups of the ocean world like this? Old Floating Stone couldn't help but chuckle. I bet it won't take an hour for these guys to wear themselves out. Shoo. Chen Fan immediately made a gesture for silence, and then shouted, "Keep going. We must wipe out the enemy. We need to show them exactly what kind of being they've offended." Upon hearing this, both sides intensified their attacks. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat back and watched the chaos unfold, pulling out a seat, popcorn, and drinks, enjoying the show leisurely. The viewers in the live stream were utterly stunned by the turn of events. What is this operation by the great Chen Fan? He is leading a bunch of fish to fight another group of fish? Neither side seems weak. I can't tell which part is Chen Fan's team. Are they fighting to the death? Why do I feel like both sides are enemies of Chen Fan, and he is making them fight among themselves? Really? That is incredibly clever of Chen Fan. Old Fusher, how's the battle going? After half an hour, Chen Fan asked wearily, "It's already 11 o'clock at night. And I've been fighting all day. I plan to rest now." There were over 1,000 lampreys, and now less than 100 are left. And out of hundreds of deep-sea dragonfish, only about 50 remain. Old Fusher immediately replied, "But now a new problem has emerged, and you probably won't be able to rest." What do you mean? Those words instantly made Chen Fan anxious. Chapter 98. That Songlong wants to be my big brother? There was too much bloodshed in this battle zone, and the smell of blood had attracted numerous powerful creatures. The super radar chimed in coldly, displaying that A-rank creatures were approaching from all directions. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Chen Fan furrowed his brows and looked at the super radar. There were at least 3 great white sharks swimming in from different directions, and from the direction of the restricted zone, there was an A-ranked Songlong. While it wasn't the strongest of its kind, it could easily take on 3 great whites in a one-on-one fight. Is it planning to hold a meeting with me? Chen Fan took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, "Then let them come. We still have 90 minutes of defense. We can wear them down." After 10 minutes, the battle between the lamprey and the deep-sea dragonfish ended, with the deep-sea dragonfish being completely wiped out. The lamprey was left with just a dozen or so, wounded but still sneering. "Chen Fan, we've taken out all your helpers. Are you feeling sad now?" No. I'm actually very happy." Chen Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I regret to inform you that the deep-sea dragonfish were also my enemies. I just lured them here. Said a few words, and you both thought the other was my ally, which led to your conflict. So you're saying the deep-sea dragonfish were also here to kill you. But we both misunderstood and thought each other was your helper?" One of the lampreys exclaimed, gritting its teeth in anger. Yes, that's exactly it." Chen Fan nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily. "I didn't know you could understand my point." At this, the lamprey, filled with teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood, its body stiffening as it died from rage. The remaining lampreys were equally furious and charged towards Chen Fan's floating island, only to be met with Chen Fan's freshly charged stun gun, which turned them all into charred remains. Detected that the Chosen One has killed the biological reaper, deep-sea dragonfish. Hidden mission completed, received surprise gift pack. Would you like to open it? Of course, I want to open it. Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, smiling. Surprise gift pack opening. Congratulations, Chosen One. You have received Buoy Stone X100, High Explosive Grenades X5. This is just like the reward I got for killing the siren, but I was just running low on high explosive grenades. This is perfect. At this time, The A-rank creatures from all directions had arrived. Chen Fan took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, you've come?" "Kid, you must be Chen Fan?" that Songlong asked, sizing him up with a deep voice. "That's right, I am Chen Fan. Did you come to kill me under the orders of that entity?" Chen Fan nodded. No, I have no connection with that guy, and I don't want to deal with it." Songlong quickly explained. "However, I have a deadly feud with that blue whale. It has attacked me several times, and I've always wanted to take it down but lacked the ability. But you have fulfilled my wish, and I am very happy. It was just a casual move. After all, we are enemies. If it wants to kill me, I definitely have to fight it to the death." Chen Fan was taken aback and burst out laughing. "No need to thank me. No. You've really helped me out. It's only right that I thank you." Songlong shook his head, then opened his massive jaws wide, revealing a pirate chest hidden beneath its terrifying teeth, which excited Chen Fan immensely. He immediately took the pirate chest up to the floating island. "Aren't you afraid that I might suddenly shut my mouth and bite you while you're grabbing the chest? That shows your trust in me, and I'm quite happy about it." Songlong nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, in the entire French Sea area, I've got your back." "That's a bit embarrassing." Chen Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly waved his hands. "Hey, my mind is made up." Songlong laughed heartily. "You three great white sharks, I'm putting it out there. Chen Fan is my brother now. If you give him any trouble, you're going against me. Even if it takes me to the ends of the earth, I'll take you down. Got it? We're just here to eat the corpses of the lampreys and deep-sea dragonfish, not to cause trouble for Chen Fan." The three great white sharks hurriedly replied. "Ridiculous. This guy can even take out an A-rank ceiling. We wouldn't dare cross him. Then eat up and scram quickly while I'm in a good mood." Songlong bellowed. The great white sharks didn't dare to say more, symbolically taking a few bites of fish before rushing off. "Songlong, the one who wants to kill me is very powerful. Aren't you afraid it will come after you?" Chen Fan finally couldn't help but ask this question. "The blue whale is dead. I'm now the A-rank ceiling of the French Sea. No beings above A-rank have the authority to enter this area. And I have no intention of going to the Forbidden Sea, so I'm not worried about it." Songlong laughed heartily. "I'll make it known that no one will dare to provoke you in the French Sea from now on. Thank you, big brother." Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion and immediately cupped his fists in gratitude. Songlong waved goodbye and then dove back into the deep sea. Look at the scale of this guy. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. With Songlong's protection, wouldn't we be able to walk freely in the French Sea? Theoretically, yes. Old Fusher immediately replied. Then there's nothing to worry about. Chen Fan laughed heartily. "Old Lei, show me if there are any islands in the restricted areas. Tomorrow marks the end of the novice period. We need to take advantage of this time to explore at least one more island and find some good stuff." To the south, at the 8 o'clock direction, about 1,000 kilometers away, there's a large island, at least 3 square kilometers. Super Radar immediately responded. "This island is our last stop during the novice period." Chen Fan took a deep breath, pointed towards the island, and commanded, "Forward, go. Then, Chen Fan turned his gaze to the pirate chest. The pirate chest suddenly shouted angrily, "Kid, do you know who my big brother is?" "Your big brother is a well-known figure from the Forbidden Sea." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Look at the vast ocean world. How many people are drooling over you, but dare not touch you? You think I don't have the qualifications, right? How did you know that?" The pirate chest's expression changed dramatically. All the lines he wanted to say had been taken right out of his mouth. What else was there for him to say? "That's none of your concern. Just know that your fate is to be opened." Chen Fan shrugged slightly and proceeded to open the pirate chest. Super Shield 1. The Super Shield can protect the floating stone within its barrier, making it immune to all physical attacks for half an hour. Cold Fusion Reactor 1. Outputs energy at 10 billion joules per second. Floating stones 200.